Chapter 1. Transformed into a ship. The azure expanse of the ocean shimmered under the embrace of a crescent moon, draped in a silver veil, while a few seabirds descended from the sky, perching quietly upon the mast of a sailboat to preen their feathers. This was a modest, single-masted sailboat, measuring a mere 8 meters in length, and it appeared utterly deserted. Yet, oddly enough, the ship was filled with a series of lingering sighs, echoing in the silence. Alas, it has been days, and I have seen nothing. Can anyone tell me what sort of wretched place this is? Accompanying these words, a multitude of brilliant lights converged like a constellation, coalescing on the deck into the form of a boy, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years of age. His name was Hades, or perhaps more accurately, this ship was named Hades, and he was the spirit of this vessel. Initially, Hades found it difficult to adapt to his transformation from human to ship. However, after wandering these waters for several days without encountering any food or fresh water, he began to feel a sense of relief. At least, as a ship, he would not perish from hunger. Following this was the matter of his transmigration. He could not ascertain whether he had unwittingly entered a game, for along with his metamorphosis into a ship, he had acquired a system known as the ship spirit system. Upon accessing the system interface, information regarding his name, structure, and details were meticulously recorded. Ship name, spirit name, Hades. Overall length, 800 centimeters. Overall height, 700 centimeters. Structure, keel hull, deck, mast, helm storage. Detailed description. This is a small wooden, single-masted sailboat, devoid of any remarkable features in both appearance and structure, yet due to a peculiar influence, it has gained self-awareness, commonly referred to as a ship spirit. Bypassing the basic interface, he encountered the construction options. This function bore a striking resemblance to a game. Hades could freely modify the ship using collected materials. If the materials on hand were insufficient, he could exchange coins for additional resources from the system, although the prices were exorbitantly high. Aside from the basic interface and construction options, the remaining system functions remained in a state of and were not yet unlocked. The coins displayed in the upper right corner read 0, and the only resources available for ship modification were a few planks in the storage. Faced with such impoverished circumstances, possessing the system felt tantamount to having nothing at all. Hades found himself ensnared in a deadlock. When will this wretched existence come to an end? In the darkness of night, he transformed into human form and lightly leaped to the bow of the ship. As his essence was that of a ship, Hades had no need for rest, making time feel interminably long. The solitude and the unknown of the world continually gnawed at him. Suddenly, a flicker of flame appeared on the distant horizon, standing out starkly against the pitch-black night sky. Accustomed to the unchanging sky and sea, he was momentarily stunned and rubbed his eyes. Something was amiss. Suppressing his excitement, Hades adjusted his course, steering towards the flickering light. As he drew nearer, clarity emerged. It was not one, but 2 ships, having collided. "Captain, a ship is approaching from the southwest." "What?" As the words fell, a man wielding a cleaver snatched the telescope from his subordinate's hands and, as expected, spotted a single-masted sailboat that seemed to meld with the night, eerily drawing closer. "Captain, this ship is rather strange." "It's not the Navy. What could be strange? It's a tough-our-own deal, and we've hooked a big fish." The man dismissed the concern and raised his arm, calling out, "You lot, form a team and come greet our new customer." Roar. Meanwhile, Hades was navigating his vessel ever closer, but as the distance diminished and visibility sharpened, he sensed the danger. He seemed to have stumbled upon a pirate attack on a merchant ship. Before him, the merchant vessel lay in tatters, its mast shattered, the deck strewn with splintered wood and the bodies of sailors, thick smoke billowing upwards and forming a cloud that obscured the entire route. The scene before him was far more vivid than any film. Hades realized he needed to turn the ship away from this perilous zone. It was too late. With a resounding boom, a cannon fired, and a harpoon tethered with thick rope shot forth from the opposing ship, piercing the bow of Hades' vessel and binding the 2 ships together. Before he could struggle, several more cannon blasts echoed, and a flurry of harpoons shot out, ensnaring the small, single-masted sailboat with a web of ropes. As his essence was pierced by these connectors, A visceral pain surged through Hades. The sharp sensation spread throughout his being, as if he were being pricked by countless needles, eliciting a soft gasp of pain. What was that sound? The pirates had already boarded the ship, and Hades, who had initially concealed himself behind the mast, was betrayed by a muffled groan. "Captain, there's a child here." "Oh." The man referred to as Captain approached, revealing himself to be the leader of the carnivorous pirates. His rotund figure creaked upon the wooden deck, his expression menacing. He gazed at Hades with a predatory gleam, as if appraising his prey, then without hesitation drew a pistol and aimed it at his chest. Bang! The shot rang out, a sharp whistle piercing the night, leaving a trail of fire across the dark sky. From the moment the captain spotted Hades to the moment he fired, scarcely 5 seconds had passed. The bullet struck his body, robbing him of all strength, and he crumpled to the ground, his mind blank. In truth, he could have dispelled his ship's spirit form at any moment. Yet he pondered many things. For instance, the ship was devoid of any possessions, and he was not particularly afraid of being plundered by pirates. He also wished to extract some intelligence from them, at the very least to ascertain where he was. Furthermore, encounters with narrative events in games often trigger quests, and he was curious to observe the system's reaction. However, he had grossly overestimated the humanity of these individuals. Murder was second nature to them, and they showed no mercy even to an unarmed child. Upon witnessing their captain kill, the pirates let out a cacophony of cheers, then unsheathed their weapons and brazenly began to ransack every corner of the ship. Before long, "Captain, we've searched everywhere. There's nothing on the ship." "Hmm?" The man, leaning against the deck in anticipation, furrowed his brow. "The ship is empty, not a single item, not even a person in sight." The speaker gestured towards the cabin behind him, revealing that the spacious storage held nothing but a few spare planks. Even the essential living utensils were absent, as if this ship were never intended for human habitation. In the darkness, the already peculiar vessel became even more enigmatic following this declaration. Suddenly, a splash echoed from the water's surface, as a pirate sent to search below emerged, shaking off the water. "Captain, we've checked the depths. There's nothing there either, unless the ship's occupants fled before seeing us. It's impossible for it to be this clean." The man's expression darkened. "Captain, I'm not being overly cautious, but this ship seems genuinely strange." "Captain, Captain." The series of startled exclamations finally ignited the man's fury. "What now?" His portly face twisted in rage as he barked at the intruder. "It's the corpse of the boy we just killed. It's gone." With a chilling realization, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The man, who had been poised to unleash his wrath, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. Following the direction indicated by the crew member, indeed, the body that had previously lain behind the mast had vanished without a trace, and most bizarrely, the ground was spotless, not a drop of blood to be seen. A singular, ominous hypothesis simultaneously invaded the minds of all present. A ghost ship? Chapter 2. The Advancing Mast. At this moment, Hades was in a dire state. First, his essence had been riddled with harpoon holes, and then, the spirit of the ship had been ruthlessly slain. This dual assault had left him severely wounded, both physically and mentally, forcing him to lie dormant, watching as these ruffians wreaked havoc upon his form. Fortunately, upon retracting his ship's spirit form, they had mistaken him for a ghost ship. The corpulent captain barked orders at his subordinates, yet inwardly he was gripped by fear. Who mentioned ghost ships? The man cast a fierce glare around, seizing the speaker and delivering a harsh kick. "Captain!" "I." The subordinate, crumpled on the ground and clutching his abdomen in agony, howled in pain, his cries echoing eerily in the silent atmosphere. "Afraid of ghosts, yet calling yourselves pirates." The man aimed to step forward and deliver another kick, seeking to vent his own terror, but suddenly felt the unsettling sensation of being watched from behind. He whirled around, only to find the deck behind him utterly vacant. Unable to suppress a swallow, he realized that even his corpulent physique could not withstand the eerie and sinister ambience surrounding him. "Since this wretched ship harbors nothing of value, set it ablaze. You remain here to ignite the fire. The rest of you, return with me." The man reached a resolute conclusion, carelessly handing a torch to a subordinate before turning to flee from the enigmatic vessel. The other pirates, relieved by his command, swiftly made their way back along the rope connecting the two ships, only feeling their anxieties dissipate once their feet firmly touched the deck. It was not cowardice that gripped them, rather. It was the unsettling reality that a young boy resided aboard a ship devoid of any possessions. Not only was there uncertainty regarding his sustenance, but even his lifeless body had mysteriously vanished. Who would not feel a chill of dread in such circumstances? Yet, it was a grim fate for the one left behind to kindle the flames, witnessing his companions depart as he timidly ignited the torch, gritting his teeth in a desperate bid to hasten the process and escape. Damn it! Meanwhile, Hades observed these ruffians with a detached gaze. Regardless of their reckless bravado, he managed to console himself by enduring the scene. Yet, witnessing his corporeal form meet a fiery demise was an unbearable sight. He wished to intervene, but as the spirit of the ship, he had lost his human form, rendering it impossible to extinguish the flames raging on his vessel. The more anxious he became, the clearer his mind remained. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to every resource aboard that he could manipulate. Suddenly, he perceived something. There stood the pirate tasked with igniting the fire directly beneath the mast. Shifting his perspective skyward, he aimed at the base of the mast, poised to ignite the flames. If he were to fracture the mast at that point, the massive wooden structure would plummet directly upon the pirate's head. As the spirit of the ship, the vessel was his essence. Setting it ablaze was tantamount to seeking his own demise. In this perilous moment, Hades disregarded all else, resolutely choosing to break the towering mast. This action was akin to self-mutilation, yet Hades bore the pain as he controlled the trajectory of the mast's descent, aiming precisely for the pirate's head. Just as the pirate was about to drop the torch, a loud cry erupted from his comrades across the vessel. It has appeared. In an instant, a deafening buzz filled his ears. The colossal mast plummeted from the sky, its immense weight compounded by gravitational force, crashing down upon him like a baseball player striking a piece of tofu with all his might. In an explosive moment, white and red erupted forth, along with the man and the torch, both swept into the depths of the sea. It has appeared. I told you it was a ghost ship. Edgar is dead. The pirates on the opposing ship bore witness to the entire spectacle. The previously intact mast had inexplicably shattered, landing squarely upon Edgar's head from any angle. It appeared far from accidental, more like a deliberate act. The rotund captain, having observed the unfolding events, felt his face flush with indignation, yearning to act, yet ultimately lacking the courage to do so. Scoundrel, where's the helmsman? Let's get out of this cursed place. One by one, the harpoon lines connecting the two ships were retracted, leaving behind a fallen comrade as the pirates fled in a state of panic. Meanwhile, within the system, the death of the pirates stained the background of the foundational information with a splash of crimson. Hades, too, finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, until he gradually regained clarity. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the gaping holes in the hull that still sent waves of pain coursing through him, while the shattered mast lay upon the deck, its midsection stained with blood. The ship was in disarray, and the merchant vessel, having been plundered, had long since sunk to the ocean's depths, with only a few planks occasionally surfacing, carried away by the frothy waves. Indeed, this was no dream. Having not slept since his arrival in this world, he had slipped into unconsciousness following the death of his human form as a spirit of the ship, believing that upon awakening, everything would revert to normal. However, he was met with the cruel reality of the contrary. Hades let out a pained sigh. He preferred the existence of a human over that of a mere ship. Suddenly, he realized that his mental state was unprecedentedly vibrant compared to the frail and unstable sensations he had experienced before losing consciousness. He felt remarkably invigorated, reminiscent of a time when he was corporeal. Attempting to manifest his human form, he witnessed countless rays of light converging like a galaxy, and in an instant, the spirit of the ship, once again resurrected, stood upon the deck. Hades rushed to the ship's edge, peering into the water to catch a glimpse of his reflection. Upon the surface, the cherubic face of a boy, around 7 or 8 years old, emerged. The bullet wound upon his chest vanished, and even his attire had returned to its original state, his entire being unscathed, save for the lingering pain from the ship's injuries. Reflecting on the trials he had endured, Hades swiftly grasped the intricate relationship between his corporeal vessel and his spirit. The vessel resembles his corporeal form, while the spirit of the ship embodies his essence and soul. Damage inflicted upon the hull does not manifest upon the spirit. However, the sensation of pain can be conveyed. For instance, at this moment, the ship has endured a fierce battle, leaving it in tatters, yet the spirit remains largely unscathed, save for the pain associated with its connection. Conversely, if the spirit sustains injury, even unto death, it inflicts torment solely upon his psyche and consciousness. The physical vessel remains unharmed. It merely requires a period of unconsciousness to regain awareness, after which the spirit shall be revived once more. Thus, it appears that unless both the ship is destroyed and the spirit vanquished simultaneously, his vitality is astonishingly resilient, far beyond what one might conceive. However, there remains a lingering question. Why does he feel so invigorated upon this awakening, with a mental state exceeding that of the spirit in its unscathed condition? This anomaly instills within him a sense of unease. Hades activated the system, seeking answers within. To his surprise, he discovered a new page had emerged following the basic interface and construction options. Ship Spirit Enhancement, Chapter 3, Maritime Scavenger. It was evident that this was a newly unlocked feature of the system, transforming the previous into a pristine new page. Based on the description, this function was responsible for enhancing humanoid ship spirits, and the cost for such enhancement appeared to be souls. Meanwhile, Hades also noticed that in the upper right corner of the panel, in addition to displaying gold, 0, a new parameter had appeared. Souls, 1. Hades, prior to his traversal, was a master in the realm of gaming, having explored an innumerable array of game genres. Thus, he swiftly grasped the newly introduced content of the system. If the construction options pertain to the expansion and modification of the corporeal vessel, then the enhancement of the ship spirit undoubtedly concerns the anthropomorphic essence of the vessel's spirit. Gold may be exchanged with the system for materials to modify the hull, and similarly, the essence of the soul serves as the pivotal element for the enhancement of the ship spirit. His remarkable mental state and abundant vitality are likely attributed to the efficacy of soul, 1. But from whence does this, 1, originate? Hades closed his eyes, and in his mind's eye, a colossal mast appeared, its upper half splintered and plummeting from the sky, striking the pirate who sought to ignite a flame, sending him and the mast plunging into the depths of the sea. Reflecting upon that indescribable scene, it was evident that the man must have met his demise. If that were the case, the soul required for the ship's spirit enhancement was derived from murder. Arriving at this conclusion, Hades couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Was this system encouraging him to commit homicide? Moreover, he still had yet to ascertain the nature of his surroundings. If he found himself in a realm governed by stringent laws, would not the act of taking a life lead to? Hades reminisced about the attire and adornments of the pirates he encountered, as well as the weapons they wielded, which, to be honest, bore a striking resemblance to those from the age of exploration in history. Contemplating this, he felt a sense of relief, as if he were indeed in that era. After all, it was merely the act of slaying a pirate. Strangely enough, despite having taken a life for the first time, Hades felt no pangs of guilt. Perhaps, after transforming from a human into a vessel, he had grown callous. After conducting a brief analysis of the system and the current circumstances he faced, Hades commenced the most pressing task at hand, repairing the damaged ship. Though he felt invigorated, the persistent pain from his corporeal injuries continually echoed through him. Hades opened the interface for construction, utilizing the last remaining planks in the warehouse to mend the sections of the hull that had been pierced by harpoons. The convenience of the system lay in the fact that he did not need to physically engage in the repairs. He merely had to place the necessary materials at the damaged site, summon the system, and confirm the repair. With a flash of white light, the gaping hole was instantly restored to its original state, showing not a single trace of damage. Altogether, there were 7 significant breaches in the ship, each requiring 3 planks for restoration. Soon, Hades discovered that the number of planks in the warehouse was insufficient. With a total of 15 planks, he found himself short by 6. These missing planks could likely be procured from the system's marketplace. Hades muttered to himself, then opened the system's marketplace. To his astonishment, a seemingly ordinary wooden board was priced at an astonishing 500 gold coins. Not only was he currently short on funds, but even if he were wealthy, Such extravagant spending would be utterly inconceivable. Hades unhesitatingly abandoned the method of exchanging with the system and turned his gaze toward the sea. There, upon the surface of the water, the plundered merchant ship had long since sunk to the depths, yet a few fragments of wood occasionally surfaced. Some drifting farther away with the crashing waves, while others lingered at his feet, as if the dancers of the willow-lined streets were beckoning to him. Hades leaped into the sea, retrieving several nearby planks, and subsequently climbed back aboard the vessel. As anticipated, upon placing the planks into the storage, the system panel promptly updated the construction materials, incorporating these salvaged resources from the ocean. Hades discerned correctly. The materials for constructing the hull were not solely procured from the system, but resources obtained from the external environment could also be utilized by the system. As long as he transported these materials back onto the vessel, the system would automatically recognize them as his own, granting him the ability to allocate and utilize them within the system. This ingenious method of transforming waste into treasure unveiled a new possibility for him, especially considering there lay a merchant ship that had recently sunk to the ocean floor beneath his feet. Although it had been plundered, components for shipbuilding, such as planks, metals, and even a cannon, remained intact. If he could gather these items and store them in his warehouse, he could effortlessly employ the system to transform his original form into a sturdy and formidable vessel. Upon realizing this, Hades felt a renewed sense of purpose in his life and hastily resumed his work. Before long, he had salvaged a dozen planks from the sea, not only repairing the damaged hull but also restoring the mast he had previously broken. However, this foraging expedition led to a new discovery. During one of his dives to retrieve planks, Hades pursued a piece that had been swept away by the waves, swimming farther and farther from the shore. After reaching a considerable distance, he suddenly felt as if his body were being filled with the weight of 1,000 pounds. His limbs lost all strength, and darkness enveloped him. Subsequently, his humanoid ship spirit began to dissipate outward from the center, transforming into countless beams of light that soared into the sky. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back aboard his original vessel. How could this happen? After a brief contemplation, Hades concluded that in his ship spirit form, he could not stray too far from his corporeal body, lest he risk being forcibly summoned back by the system. This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, signifying that his existence would henceforth be irrevocably confined to the vessel. Even if he were to behold the land, he would have no means to set foot upon it. His aspirations of transforming the ship lay in ruins, for the depths of the sunken merchant vessel were too far beneath the surface. He could not dive deep without facing a compulsory recall, and devoid of shipwreck resources or gold, he found himself ensnared once more in the original predicament. Hades, filled with frustration, steered his vessel towards the debris swept away by the tumultuous waves. The dream of salvaging treasures from sunken ships was but a distant fantasy. It was more pragmatic to gather all the flotsam and jetsam adrift upon the sea. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel to aspire for growth. One must resort to scavenging. Hades diligently navigated his vessel, following the currents of the sea, collecting all the salvageable materials from the sunken ship, regardless of their utility, and stowing them aboard his own craft. Thus, he toiled for an extended period as a maritime custodian. When nightfall once again enveloped the horizon, he finally circumnavigated the wreckage, completing a thorough exploration. His laborious endeavors yielded a bounty of 17 wooden planks, 14 pieces of fabric, 9 plastic items, 8 books, 3 unidentified plants, and 1 canvas bag. Chapter 4. The World of Pirates. After a day filled with activity, Hades returned to his ship, meticulously organizing all the collected materials into the storage compartment. Most of the items he had gathered from the sea fell within his realm of understanding, yet the canvas bag and the 8 books contained within perplexed him greatly. When he discovered the bag amidst the ocean's depths, it was already saturated with water, rendering the books within thoroughly soaked. Given the weight of the package, it should have been impossible for it to remain buoyant. Yet, like a solitary vessel adrift upon the waves, it steadfastly resisted the tumultuous tides, refusing to succumb to the depths. After a period of contemplation, Hades discerned the crux of the matter. He observed that affixed to the bottom of the canvas bag was a wooden plank measuring 20 centimeters in both length and width. It appeared that the entire package was buoyed by this very plank, allowing it to float upon the water's surface. He was astounded by his discovery and cast it upon the water, exerting all his strength to press it down. However, regardless of the force he applied, the plank remained impervious, floating serenely atop the water. Hades widened his eyes in disbelief. Had he truly wasted 9 years of his life? What was the formula for buoyancy again? F buoyancy liquid GV displaced. Clearly, buoyancy is related to the density of the liquid and the volume of the displaced liquid. Yet, this was merely ordinary seawater, and this small and exquisite wooden plank possessed little volume. It should not be capable of generating such significant buoyancy under any circumstances. Hades attempted once more to stand upon the wooden plank, and to his astonishment, this seemingly insignificant piece of wood bore the entirety of his weight, successfully buoying him upon the sea. Realizing something, he returned to the ship and reclined on the deck in a starfish position. Frankly, he had long pondered the nature of his transmigration. To this end, he would even risk encounters with heartless pirates to glean information. Yet now, he understood that this realm was likely one beyond the grasp of Newton and Archimedes, for it was a supernatural world that defied the principles of physics. Magic, fantasy, smoothbore firearms, and the age of exploration. These were the visions that filled Hades' mind whenever he closed his eyes. With this thought, he abruptly opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards the 8 tomes before him. In light of the scarcity of resources, perhaps these books would serve as the swiftest means for him to comprehend this world. As the sun ascended, its rays illuminated the boundless ocean, and the tranquil vessel shimmered with resplendent colors in the dawn light. Seagulls soared over the water's surface, gliding gracefully before alighting on the mast. Quietly observing the boy engrossed in his reading on the deck, bathed in the glow of sunrise, Hades perused the damp pages of the books at hand with remarkable speed, not delving into the intricate details, but focusing instead on the characteristics of this world, the species inhabiting it, and the level of civilization present. It was then that he stumbled upon a fairy tale titled The Great Liar Rolando. The familiar name acted like bait, drawing forth an answer long submerged in the depths of his memory. Was this not a story from the world of One Piece? Hades grasped the book with a slight tremor, his eyes reflecting a journey from astonishment to relief, ultimately culminating in a hint of resignation. He opened the book, skimming through its contents, and indeed, it was a retelling of the tale of Vumbra, Rolando's adventurous quest for gold. So this implies, this is the world of One Piece? Has he been transformed into a vessel within the realm of pirates? The enigma unraveled, many of his uncertainties dissipated. For in the universe of One Piece, the concept of ship spirits exists. Not to mention that the formidable Big Mom created the ship Queen Mama Channer using homies. And the Straw Hat Crew's former vessel, the Going Merry, once possessed a sentient ship spirit. Ah, and then there was the name of his own ship, Hades. The world of One Piece is also home to 3 ancient weapons, Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluto. It is widely acknowledged that Pluto is the god of the underworld in Roman mythology, while Hades holds the same title in Greek mythology. With the system bestowing upon him the name Hades, could it be that he is destined to challenge the ancient weapon, the battleship Pluto? What a jest! That vessel is legendary for its ability to obliterate an island with a single cannon shot, and here he was, aboard a ship that lacked even one cannon. Hades shivered slightly and quickly shook his head. He possessed no competitive spirit. Rather than aspiring to be an ancient weapon, his foremost desire was to preserve his life in this oppressive world bound by stringent rules. Upon grasping the true nature of his surroundings, Hades began to contemplate his own combat prowess. The humanoid ship spirit manifested as a boy of merely 7 or 8 years, exhibiting strength that exceeded his expectations. Yet it was still limited to that of an average adult male. The silver lining was that Hades could dissolve the ship spirit form at will and summon it again at any location upon the vessel, a process that required less than half a second. In simpler terms, as long as he remained aboard his ship, he could teleport instantaneously. Furthermore, he had the ability to engage in close combat utilizing his vessel directly, much like when he had previously vanquished the pirate who had ignited the flames by effortlessly snapping the mast of his ship and striking it down upon his adversary. Hades conducted an experiment. He stood at the entrance of the storeroom, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to everything aboard the ship. When he concentrated his consciousness on a stack of wooden planks stored within the warehouse, he waved his hand, and the planks soared into the air, propelled directly towards the predetermined target under his command. A cacophony of crashing sounds erupted as several planks simultaneously collided with a single point, their impact reminiscent of a battering ram against a fortified city. Splinters flew in all directions as the frail wooden wall could not withstand such formidable force, resulting in a corner being shattered. Upon witnessing the scene, Hades initially nodded in delight, yet soon thereafter, a sense of concern began to arise within him. Although the visual effect was commendable, he felt it still lacked a certain quality. One must remember that this is the realm of One Piece, where not only the powers of fruit users and hockey come into play, but also the myriad of extraordinary races, each possessing innate abilities that surpass those of humans. Such a level of assault may pose a threat to ordinary individuals, yet it is hardly sufficient to contend with adversaries of even modest strength. If only he could procure some metallic objects, sharpening their tips akin to spears or harpoons, the potency of his control might indeed be significantly enhanced. Hades was pondering ways to enhance his combat prowess under the existing circumstances, ensuring that he would not be so passive should he encounter pirates like the last time. In the Alabasta arc, after the ability user Mr. 3 was defeated by Crocodile, he inexplicably floated on the water, which was clearly a drawing error. However, when readers inquired about it during the SBS, Oda, the author, humorously suggested that it was due to Mr. 3 having a piece of super buoyant wood beneath him. Later, in the Fishman Island arc, Oda cleverly referenced this joke again by illustrating the super buoyant wood in the manga. In the 5th chapter, Initial Armament, aboard the ship, Hades contemplated ways to strengthen his combat capabilities. After much deliberation, he decided to turn his attention to the system's marketplace, believing it might offer a solution. He accessed the ship's spirit system with a straightforward idea in mind. Within the construction options of the system, materials could be exchanged for gold coins to modify the ship's structure, and logically, he could also redeem materials to forge weapons. At present, he couldn't find suitable metal weaponry to wield, but the system offered the possibility of purchasing it. As for the gold coins required for the exchange, Hades realized he could sell surplus goods from his warehouse to the system for profit. Naturally, such transactions would not be equitable. The system would benefit disproportionately at his expense. For instance, the system offered Hades 500 gold coins for a plank of wood, yet if he opted to sell the same plank back to the system, he would receive only 250 gold coins. After collecting a variety of debris from the sea, Hades found himself with 17 planks of wood, 14 pieces of fabric, 9 pieces of plastic, 8 books, 3 unidentified plants, and 1 canvas bag. Among these, the canvas bag commanded the highest price in the system, selling for 1,500 gold coins, while the fabric was the cheapest at just 50 gold coins per piece, totaling 700 for the 14 pieces. Ultimately, Hades retained 9 planks for future repairs to the ship, selling off the rest and amassing nearly 15,000 gold coins. However, this sum was far from sufficient, as the prices in the system's marketplace were exorbitant. A single metal weapon he required cost 5,000 gold coins, and should he desire a higher quality, finely crafted sword or knife, prices started in the 6 figures. Unless he procured metal to forge his own weapon, his current finances were insufficient. At that moment, Hades suddenly noticed something else in his warehouse that could be sold, the piece of super buoyant wood, which had defied the laws of physics by lifting an entire canvas bag along with its books to the surface of the water. Upon checking the system's offered price, he was astonished to find it was 250,000 gold coins. Such a small piece of wood could fetch an astounding 250,000 gold coins. Hades was astonished. This was undoubtedly splendid news for him, and remarkably unexpected. However, he refrained from hastily selling it off. Instead, he took a moment to calm himself and ponder the instances when this wooden plank had appeared in the original One Piece manga, as well as its potential future uses. Although it could currently fetch 250,000 from the system, should he ever find it necessary to reclaim it, the cost would escalate to 500,000 gold coins. Time slipped away, second by second. If memory serves, the extraordinary buoyant planks showcase their utility in the ongoing saga of One Piece at Fishman Island. When a vessel submerged beneath the waves sought to ascend to the surface, it relied on an abundance of these remarkable buoyant planks, leveraging their flotation to hoist the ship from the depths back to the ocean above. Fishman Island, you say? Hades shook his head. That was far too distant from his current reality. Thus, when viewed from his present perspective, this expensive plank held little practical value. In light of this, he resolved to sell it, for he was in dire need of funds, having only recently begun to thrive through the system. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Hades opted for the sale. With 250,000 coins in hand, and combined with the previous sale of materials, he now possessed a total of 264,400 coins. Having acquired wealth imbued him with newfound confidence. Hades first procured a batch of crude metallic weapons, sharpening their tips into formidable points. He then acquired a fairly well-crafted knife. With the remaining funds, he initially intended to equip his ship with a cannon. However, upon glancing at the price, he was so taken aback that he promptly closed the interface. Consequently, he opted for a handgun instead, although firearms hold minimal significance in the world of pirates. Given Hades' current martial prowess, The gun stands as the simplest means to enhance his strength. Before long, the more than 200,000 gold coins he had recently acquired were nearly depleted. Indeed, it seems that money is perpetually insufficient. Hades sighed as he glanced at the upper right corner of the system displaying his coins. 34,400. If only he could acquire a bit more wealth. He would be able to arm himself more adequately. But for now, this was all he had. On this day, the sea was a canvas of azure, with fluffy clouds drifting lazily across the sky, and the crystalline ocean shimmered as if freshly washed. A small single-masted sailboat glided slowly and steadily through the waters when, suddenly, a series of bubbling sounds erupted from the surface beside it. A head broke through, shaking off the seawater that clung to its face. With a youthful visage and clear eyes, the boy was none other than Hades, the spirit of the ship. In each hand, he wielded a metallic spear, adorned with succulent fish, while his legs danced gracefully beneath the water as he swam towards the vessel. The moment his body made contact with the hull, a dazzling light erupted from him, and in the blink of an eye, he stood on the deck. He stored the spoils of his underwater foray in the hold and opened the system, casually tossing the fish into the marketplace, selling 5 at an average price of less than 100 coins each. This had become his routine over the past few days. At sea, it was unlikely to encounter sunken ships at every turn, nor were there resources drifting about for him to scavenge. Thus, he turned to fishing. Initially, Hades felt apprehensive. After all, in the world of the Pirate King, the ocean was anything but predictable. Fierce fish, bizarre sea beasts, and colossal sea kings all posed threats that his small vessel could not withstand. However, as time passed, he discovered that the reality was not as daunting as he had envisioned. At least in the waters he currently navigated, apart from the absence of islands, there were no other ominous signals. Thus, the plan to fish was set into motion. He tentatively caught a couple of small fish to see if the system would accept them. To his surprise, he underestimated the system. Its marketplace functioned like a recycling center, offering fair prices for both live and dead fish, regardless of their size. While the prices were modest, the accumulation over time was substantial, and within a few days, Hades had amassed nearly 30,000 coins. Finally finding a breakthrough after days of idle wandering, he felt a sense of purpose as he engaged in this newfound work, alleviating the tedium of his previous existence. Consequently, Hades devised a detailed plan, steering his ship in search of islands and human presence, as he required social interactions to gather information. Simultaneously, he continued fishing to earn coins and exchange them for resources and materials within the system. Just as he prepared to dive back into the sea to capitalize on his momentum, an urgent sense of danger surged from the ocean's surface. This was a signal bestowed upon him by his vessel. Hades was momentarily taken aback, but soon composed himself and deftly wielded the metallic weapons that had long been prepared on the ship, readying himself for battle. He sensed that his old adversary had arrived. Chapter 6. The Fierce Battle with the Sea Serpent. Hades gathered his resolve, transmitting information to the vessel through the currents, his gaze fixed intently upon the ocean. Suddenly, the azure surface of the sea erupted in ripples, concentric circles expanding outward, each layer stirring the waters and creating splashes, accompanied by a resounding cry. A sea serpent, measuring over 1 meter in diameter, breached the surface. Its body exhibited a hue oscillating between gray and black, clad in scales, and its grotesque mouth revealed sharp fangs, while its emerald eyes glowed with a sinister red, exuding a murderous aura. This formidable creature, estimated to be around 30 meters in length, was the very same that Hades had encountered 2 days prior while fishing. Initially, overwhelmed with fear, he had unleashed a barrage of metal spears towards the beast, akin to a crossbow's bolt. Yet the serpent remained undaunted, coiling its massive form in defense while attempting to ensnare the ship, intent on dragging it beneath the waves. Fortunately, its seemingly sinewy muscles could not withstand Hades' assault. Several metal spears pierced its flesh, leaving a multitude of wounds from which blood gushed forth, staining the deck crimson. With an anguished cry, the serpent, bearing the remnants of the spears embedded within it, retreated into the depths. From that moment, a bitter enmity was forged between Hades and the sea serpent. Unable to escape its pursuit due to the limited speed of his single-masted vessel, the serpent relentlessly trailed him from below, seizing every opportunity to launch surprise attacks, day or night. Initially, Hades attempted to evade the creature, but as the number of spears lost to the serpent's body increased, his frustration mounted. Each spear was worth 5,000 gold coins, and having toiled for days to amass a meager 30,000, the prospect of losing everything in a single confrontation was intolerable. Determined to reclaim his losses, He resolved that slaying the serpent would not be an easy task. Over the past 2 days, he had pondered deeply, procuring equipment from the system and meticulously preparing a strategy. Now, when confronted with the serpent once more, he felt no fear. Instead, a surge of excitement coursed through him. The serpent opened its gaping maw, revealing its sharp teeth as it lunged towards the ship. Having engaged in numerous battles, it had grown wiser, opting to gnaw at the hull rather than entangle itself, hoping to wear down its adversary through relentless attacks. However, unbeknownst to it, Hades' vessel was particularly resilient against such attrition. As the serpent bit into the hull, creating a sizable breach, he swiftly accessed the system, expending 3 wooden planks to seal the opening. The swiftness of his actions left even the somewhat intelligent serpent bewildered, unable to comprehend the mechanics at play. Yet Hades was not idle. His extensive combat experience had rendered him adept at manipulating any object aboard the ship. He discerned a limitation in his control over objects, akin to how a ship spirit could not stray too far from its vessel. This distance was capped at 10 meters. Should a metal spear exceed that range, he would lose command over it, much like a humanoid ship spirit would be forcibly recalled if it strayed beyond 10 meters. Thus, he bided his time. Observing that gnawing at the ship proved ineffective, the serpent altered its strategy, leaping high and plunging back into the depths. Hades was uncertain of his next move. But upon witnessing the serpent's actions, he recognized an opportunity had presented itself. Timing his strike perfectly, he focused intently on the serpent's massive, menacing tail as it arched high. Now was the moment. A harpoon, thicker and sharper than an ordinary metal spear, shot forth from the deck, piercing the serpent's most vulnerable point, the tail, like a bullet. The creature let out a piercing shriek, thrashing violently as it rolled twice in the water, desperately attempting to plunge into the depths of the sea. Yet Hades would not allow such an escape. The harpoon that had penetrated the serpent's tail was no ordinary weapon. It had been procured at great expense from the system, specifically designed to combat the sea serpent. The metal tip was crafted with a circular hole, tethered to a rope of remarkable resilience and strength, the other insecurely fastened to his vessel. Thus, the ship and serpent were bound together by this single rope, despite the serpent's immense strength. After days of battle and now this latest injury, it lacked the power to drag a ship into the abyss. Instead, it flailed wildly on the surface of the water, attempting to free itself from the harpoon and rope's grasp. Hades, seizing the moment, spared no implements. All the metal spears aboard the vessel soared into the depths of the ocean, a desperate gamble directed towards the abyss. Each spear, akin to a flying dagger, sliced through the surface of the sea, carving profound furrows into the water, ultimately embedding themselves into the immense body of the sea serpent, piercing its skin and burrowing into its flesh. The sea serpent thrashed violently in the water, blood gushing incessantly from its wounds, staining its form a deep crimson. At last, with a series of violent convulsions, it ceased its struggle. Hades stood on the deck, gasping for breath, his face radiant with exhilaration. Had he succeeded? This marked his true inaugural battle since arriving in this world, and his opponent was a terrifying sea serpent, measuring 1 meter in diameter and 30 meters in length. Following the vanquishing of the serpent, the system's foundational information panel transformed once more into a menacing crimson hue, reminiscent of the time he had slain that pirate. A faint, shadowy aura seeped into his being, unnoticed by him. The euphoria of victory surged through his veins, yet he maintained his composure. He plunged into the water, wielding the long knife he had acquired from the system for a 6-figure sum, and swam towards the creature's head, delivering several decisive strikes to ensure it was truly dead. After confirming the serpent's demise, Hades returned to the ship. Despite the arduous battle, he felt no fatigue. In fact, he was invigorated beyond his pre-combat state. He sensed that he could easily handle another sea serpent if it came to that. This unusual vitality reminded him of his earlier encounter with the pirates. Could it be? Hades eagerly activated the system, and as anticipated, the parameter indicating souls in the upper right corner was no longer a mere one. Instead, it now read, Souls, 3. It had indeed increased. The very question had crossed Hades' mind on his first day of fishing. If taking lives could accumulate soul points, would slaying other creatures yield the same result? He had caught fish several times, yet apart from feeling invigorated and alert after each catch, the soul count remained unchanged in the upper right corner. Who would have thought that the sea serpent would grant him 2 points? Chapter 7. The Enhancement of the Ship Spirit. Hades not only vanquished the sea serpent that had plagued him for days, but also acquired 2 additional soul points from the creature, a delightful double fortune. Upon reflection, it made sense. The terrifying might of this sea serpent far surpassed that of the pirate who had ignited the ship by more than tenfold. Thus, acquiring a bit more soul seemed entirely reasonable. He began to ponder whether the system had perhaps underestimated the value of the souls, completely at a loss as to how the system determined the soul points worth. With the newly acquired 2 soul points, Hades was now poised to make enhancements on the system's ship spirit reinforcement panel. Eagerly, he accessed the system interface, bypassing the basic panel and construction options, and clicked on the final choice. Before him appeared a colossal gray tree diagram. This represented the method for augmenting the ship spirit. At the base of the diagram were 2 root options, indicating that illuminating one of the icons required merely 2 soul points to unlock an enhancement ability. As one ascended the tree diagram, the soul points required to illuminate the icons increased, naturally corresponding to the potency of the ship spirit enhancements gained. Hades, filled with curiosity, gazed upon the apex of the skill tree, eager to discern the ultimate abilities of the ship's spirit enhancement. Regrettably, the intricate design of the tree was shrouded in ambiguity, with cryptic symbols obscuring not only the effects of the abilities but also the number of souls required to illuminate the icons. With no other recourse, Hades relinquished his lofty aspirations and redirected his focus to the base of the tree, specifically the 2 icons on the first tier. The icon on the left was designated as Spirit Ship Sharing, while the one on the right was titled Voyage Beyond. Hades meticulously examined the 2 avenues for enhancing the abilities of the ship spirits. The first, Spirit Ship Sharing, established a proportional sharing mechanism between the corporeal vessel and the spirit, blurring the distinction between the 2. This enhancement would amplify the positive effects. For instance, if the corporeal ship were fortified with armor, the spirit would also gain a corresponding boost in attack and defense, while mitigating negative repercussions, such as the pain inflicted on the spirit being diminished when the corporeal ship sustains damage. The second avenue, Extended Voyage, increased the distance a ship spirit could depart from its corporeal vessel, as well as the maximum range for manipulating objects away from the ship, originally limited to 10 meters. This limit could be extended to 20 meters upon enhancement. Understanding the general capabilities of the 2 icons, Hades discerned the enhancement directions of the 2 tree diagrams. The left side, pertaining to Spirit Ship Sharing, seemed to focus on combat enhancements, enhancing shared benefits and diminishing adverse effects. This indicated that modifications made to the ship's structure would directly reflect on the spirit, augmenting its physicality, attack power, defense, speed, and more. Conversely, the right side, representing Extended Voyage, appeared to be a supportive skill, seemingly mundane as it merely increased the distance the spirit could wander from its corporeal ship. However, if there were further skills above this in the tree diagram, it was conceivable that, with Hades' continued enhancements, the range could eventually extend to 200 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, or even further, allowing him to disembark onto land like any ordinary individual after discovering an island. Of course, that lay far in the future. Given the current circumstances, Hades felt little hesitation and directly opted for the left side. After all, his present strength was insufficient, and nothing was more advantageous than bolstering his combat prowess. Upon selecting Spirit Ship Sharing, he immediately expended 2 points of soul value, reducing his soul count to 1. He then rose, stretching his limbs, and as he stood upon the wooden deck, he felt an exhilarating unity with the ship. An inexhaustible energy coursed through him, as if the very force propelling the sails forward was shared with him. The punches he threw in the air resonated with a buzzing sound. Moreover, his previous connection as a ship spirit was a passive bond. The ship was him, and he was the ship. Many peculiar sensations were directly transmitted into his consciousness from the vessel. For instance, the chill of seawater passing beneath the hull, a small fish inadvertently colliding with the ship, or seabirds perching on the mast. All these perceptions were inescapable. However, now, thanks to the Spirit Ship Sharing skill, which enhanced benefits and diminished adverse effects, he could entirely dismiss these perceptions as negative buffs, reactivating them only when necessary. Particularly, the areas of the ship that had been damaged by the sea serpent during their fierce battle had inflicted relentless agony on his psyche. Yet, with the Spirit Ship Sharing diminishing the pain, he now only felt a faint itch. If he hadn't been attentive, he might not have even realized that the corporeal vessel had been injured. Meanwhile, as Hades concentrated on exploring the system's functionalities, the corpse of the sea serpent, along with the blood it had shed, attracted a host of uninvited guests. A dozen robust sea fish, each exceeding 2 meters in length, stealthily approached the seafloor. Among them, The largest fish exhibited agility and seemingly possessed a degree of intelligence. It dispatched a smaller fish to circle the colossal serpent's carcass, as if assessing its life status. Observing that the sea serpent remained motionless and posed no threat, several other fish joined in, their sharp teeth tearing into the flesh of the serpent. As copious amounts of serpent blood gushed forth, mingling with the seawater, the lead fish's eyes gleamed with excitement, confirming that the behemoth was indeed lifeless. The school of fish, having caught the scent of a feast, surged toward the serpent's remains, fiercely competing to tear into it. What manner of creatures are these? Engrossed in the joy of his newfound enhancements, Hades was suddenly jolted by the realization that his prey was being devoured beneath him. This could not stand. He had anticipated that this 30-meter-long giant would fetch a handsome price. Hades stepped forward, grasping the rope that bound the ship to the sea serpent with a firm grip, exerting tremendous force as he abruptly tightened it. The immense power coursed through the rope, reaching the other end, causing the entire vessel to sway under his strength. A fish, feasting on the serpent's flesh, was caught off guard and found itself ensnared on the serpent's body, being violently ejected from the depths of the sea. The surface of the water erupted in cascading waves, and astonishingly, the 30-meter-long sea serpent was propelled into the air by sheer inertia. Hades seized the opportunity and swiftly retracted the rope connected to the serpentine tail, along with the massive metal harpoon. As the entire carcass of the sea serpent was pulled from the depths of the ocean and plummeted from the sky, a sudden flash of white light illuminated the scene within a 10-meter radius of the ship's deck. Hades bellowed, "System received." Chapter 8. The Training Room, Free of Peril. Hades directly sold the sea serpent that had plummeted from the sky to the system. In an instant, a radiant white light enveloped the entire creature, disassembling it completely. Simultaneously, the gold count displayed on the system panel surged rapidly, soon surpassing 6 figures and continuing to rise. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. The skyrocketing numbers finally stabilized at 336,400 gold coins. Upon witnessing this astonishing figure, Hades felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. Though he had anticipated the considerable value of the 30-meter-long sea serpent, he was taken aback to discover that it was worth even more than the exceptionally buoyant wooden board he had sold previously. This revelation sparked a fresh idea within him. Hades stood at the bow of the ship, gazing down at the sea, reluctant to part with the dozen fierce fish that had tantalized his taste. In his previous excursions into the ocean, he had discerned that, intimidated by the menacing sea serpent, no fish of significant size dared to inhabit these waters. It was evident that the 30-meter-long serpent had established itself as the sovereign of this realm. However, with the serpent's demise, those fish that were slightly lesser in strength would begin to congregate anew, much like the dozen fish he now observed. Given that he had confirmed the absence of any sea kings or creatures stronger than the serpent, he realized that with his current prowess, he could firmly establish himself here, continually vanquishing these harmless beings to amass gold and a modest collection of souls. Thus, this stretch of ocean could indeed serve as his peril-free training ground for leveling up and honing his skills. Hades was persuaded by his own thoughts, and at that moment, he felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. Grasping the sturdy harpoon, he leaped into the sea. The enhancement bestowed upon him by the spirit ship's shared abilities was nothing short of transformative. Although an insurmountable chasm still separated him from the formidable pirates, the Navy, and the officials of the CP government that lingered in his mind, this leap felt akin to guiding a lost soul toward a grand doorway. It transformed his once merely adult-strength vessel spirit into a humanoid monstrosity capable of delivering powerful blows to sea creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hades regarded these oceanic fish as a litmus test for assessing his mastery over strength, defense, speed, and evasion. With a fluid motion, he swung his body and delivered a powerful punch, causing one fish to suddenly swell, only to reveal a fist-sized gaping wound from which a cloud of blood mist dispersed. The fish, measuring over 2 meters in length, succumbed instantly. Subsequently, Hades deliberately refrained from adopting an aggressive stance, instead enticing a rapidly swimming fish to collide with him. The tremendous force of the impact struck his chest, yet he merely recoiled half a meter, sustaining no significant harm. Once he regained his composure, he did not linger in place. Rather, he began to navigate through the water, skillfully maneuvering among the fish. With the aid of his vessel's velocity and his command over the currents, Hades deftly evaded the relentless assaults of the fish. Had he not known that his humanoid form was that of a mere child of 7 or 8 years, one might have mistaken him for a fully evolved merman. After completing all assessments, he felt immense satisfaction with his newfound prowess, fixating on the remaining fish king that appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence. The finale approached. With a powerful thrust of his legs against the water, Hades unleashed a final punch that sent the regal fish soaring above the surface, leaving a deep trail in its wake. He hoisted the fish back onto his vessel and sold it to the system, garnering a substantial sum. Regrettably, despite the numerous fish he had vanquished, including the semi-sentient Fish King, he received not a single point of soul value. What Hades had not realized was that, after swiftly slaying several large marine fish, his eyes became bloodshot. Despite appearing to be merely a child of 7 or 8, he was enveloped in a palpable aura of bloodlust, and even the system's background color transformed into a somber crimson hue. Everything was changing silently and imperceptibly. In the blink of an eye, time passed day by day. Initially, Hades believed he would be unable to endure the solitude and would depart from this oceanic expanse within mere days. However, contrary to his expectations, he had grown accustomed to loneliness, to the vast and boundless sky and sea. Just as he had felt no psychological burden after taking lives, after transforming into a vessel, his mentality seemed to shift continuously. Gradually, he began to feel as though he was no longer human, but rather a monstrous entity clad in a human guise. Half a year had elapsed since his arrival in this world. During this time, aside from aimlessly drifting at sea for the first 2 weeks in search of islands and signs of humanity, he had remained anchored at one spot, hunting the great fish and sea beasts of this domain. Through prolonged effort, Hades expanded his original 8-meter single-masted sailboat into a 13-meter 2-masted vessel, outfitting it with a cannon and stockpiling a plethora of metal weaponry in the hold. His ship now rivaled the size of the protagonist vessel, the Maritime. While still falling short in comparison to the 100-meter behemoths often seen in tales of piracy, it was undeniably exquisite. Hades accessed the fundamental interface, where the foundational information was updated in real time. Ship name, spirit name, Hades length, 1,300 centimeters height, 1,100 centimeters structure, keel, hull, deck, mast, helm, hold, gunroom. Detailed description. This is a small wooden brigantine, its interior structure simplistic, devoid of any living quarters. The critical areas of the hull are reinforced with enhanced defensive planks, making it a vessel primarily designed for combat. Due to unique influences, it has developed self-awareness, commonly referred to as the ship spirit. Indeed, over the past 6 months, Hades has not only expanded the vessel and acquired weaponry, but has also upgraded some vital areas of the hull with superior reinforced planks. This modification serves to minimize damage to the ship while simultaneously enhancing the spirit's capabilities through skill sharing. Although these alterations were executed in stages and financed progressively, Hades has diligently kept track of the expenses, amounting to approximately 5 million gold coins. This implies that over the past half year, he has earned nearly 5 million through the hunting of large fish and sea beasts. Reflecting on this, it is unfathomable considering his earlier days of traversing this world. As his strength has increased, so too has the speed at which he acquires gold, yet gradually, this fixed maritime domain no longer suffices to meet his ambitions. To achieve greater advancements, it is time to depart from this place. Chapter 9. The Fishermen of West Sea Poly Island. It is time to leave. In the early morning, sunlight cascades upon the azure sea, illuminating a modestly adorned brigantine amidst the cerulean waves. Hades stood at the bow of the ship, his exquisite visage adorned with a pair of dark, profound eyes that exuded an extraordinary elegance. As the sails unfurled, the sea breeze propelled them forward, while the undulating waves lent their strength to the vessel, quietly bidding farewell to this long-standing guest that had lingered here for 6 months. Even the fish swimming beneath the surface cast their joyful gazes upon the departure of this formidable creature, as if fearing that his prolonged presence might incite even greater carnage. Hades harbored another significant reason for his desire to depart from this place. The scarcity of intelligent sea creatures in these waters rendered it exceedingly difficult for him to accumulate soul points. Over the span of 6 months, he had vanquished merely 2 sea beasts capable of providing souls, both of which were smaller than sea serpents, each yielding a mere 1 point of soul value. Presently, he had amassed a total of 3 soul points, sufficient to unlock the long voyage skill that required only 2 points. Nevertheless, he resolved to bide his time a while longer. Hades' thoughts were straightforward. Currently, soul points were scarce and thus exceedingly precious. Although venturing far held significant auxiliary value, it was not worth his time to learn at present. Once he accumulated 4 soul points, the tree diagram for ship spirit enhancement would unlock its 2nd tier, at which point he might discover superior skills worth acquiring. Meanwhile, along the coastline of a western island, a fishing vessel set sail from the harbor. On board, An elderly fisherman gazed anxiously as the boat ventured deeper into the sea, exclaiming, "Dadia, the wind is not favorable. Where are you steering the fishing boat?" "Do not fret. We are heading to a prime fishing spot." The man, referred to as Dadia, shouted against the sea breeze. "You foolish lad, do you not realize that proceeding further brings us into Wonal's territory? If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you." The old man's beard bristled in indignation. Dadia chuckled heartily. "Old man, I am taking you precisely to the domain of that sea serpent." The elderly fisherman's ire was palpable. Dadia continued, "Rest assured, I, along with the foul monkey and others, have ventured there several times. The area teems with plankton, and the currents are ideal for fish aggregation. One could cast a net and catch fish aplenty. As for that serpent," a lanky sailor interjected, "that wretched snake is probably long dead." "The sea spirit Wonal is dead?" The old fisherman's eyes widened in disbelief. "We merely speculate. The foul monkey once inadvertently trespassed into the serpent's territory while fishing, and, by the time he realized, had already lingered there for over an hour. With the serpent's possessive nature over its domain, had it still been alive, the monkey would have met his demise hundreds of times over," Dadia explained, gesturing towards the lanky sailor, who absent-mindedly scratched his head. "Fortune amidst misfortune. Otherwise, who among us would dare intrude here?" Despite this explanation, the elderly fisherman remained apprehensive, his heart racing as he gazed toward the increasingly imminent waters. Suddenly, in that forsaken sea, a two-masted sailing ship appeared, gliding along the horizon. This area had always been avoided, even by merchant vessels and pirates, yet the tranquility of your had seemingly returned. "Is it truly possible for a ship to navigate this cursed place?" The old fisherman gasped in astonishment, as the ship, which should have drifted farther away, abruptly turned its bow as if it had spotted them. It began to approach. With the distance between the two vessels diminishing, the details aboard the ship became ever clearer. What sort of ship is this? No insignia? No flag? Could it be that someone on the island has discovered Wonal's demise? Several fishermen pondered whether this vessel, like theirs, was also a fishing boat. "Look quickly. That ship is armed with cannons. Could it be pirates?" At that moment, a chill gripped the hearts of the fishermen and sailors, their faces paling instantly. Yet just then, a boy who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old emerged onto the deck. His features were finely chiseled, with deep, dark eyes, and his countenance resembled a meticulously crafted oil painting. The onlookers observed the boy's attire. A tailored black tailcoat hugged his petite frame, and a finely crafted long knife hung from a black and white striped belt. A gust of sea breeze tousled his bangs, momentarily shattering the ethereal image he projected, adding a touch of humanity to his otherwise picturesque appearance. Before embarking on his journey, Hades did not forget to don an exquisite outfit, for he was affluent with gold coins. In a whimsical manner reminiscent of anime, he had tailored a costume befitting a young noble. The rationale behind this elaborate disguise was twofold. Primarily, he aimed to ascertain the maritime territory he occupied and to procure a map or a navigational pointer. Given his youthful appearance, direct interaction often led to unequal treatment. Thus, he devised an identity for himself, masquerading as a noble to compensate for his age-related disadvantages. Observing the demeanor of the individuals aboard the fishing vessel, it appeared that his stratagem had borne fruit. Hades skillfully maneuvered the vessel, gradually reducing its speed until it came to a halt near the fishing boat. He waved at the crew, signaling them to pause as he had a request to make. Initially, the individuals aboard the fishing boat were filled with uncertainty, pondering whether the approaching ship was that of pirates. However, upon discerning that it was merely a strikingly handsome young nobleman, their apprehension began to dissipate. "Excuse me, here, young sir. Do you have something to discuss?" Having not engaged in conversation for quite some time, coupled with Hades' momentary struggle to articulate his thoughts, his words became jumbled, and he stammered. "Well," Hades gestured for them to wait a moment, then sought out a piece of wood on which he inscribed the words map, compass, and record pointer. He inquired, "Do you possess any of these?" The fishermen exchanged glances, immediately comprehending the situation. This nobleman must be a castaway from some distant tragedy, adrift at sea for far too long, rendered mute by his circumstances. His audacity to intrude upon the territory of Warner suggested he had lost all sense of direction, and had it not been for their presence, he might have wandered further along the horizon, missing their island entirely. "We are fishermen from Poly Island. It lies not far from here. If you continue in this direction, you shall soon see the dock." As for the compass and map, the fishermen exchanged furtive glances. While they possessed spare tools, it appeared that the nobleman had no intention of offering payment. leaving them uncertain about whether to assist him. Chapter 10. Sinister thoughts. Upon learning from the fisherman that an island was nearby, Hades expressed his astonishment. He gazed upward, following the direction indicated by the fisherman, pondering how, during his prolonged drift at sea, an island could be so close to his current anchorage. In that moment, he grasped the true terror of the ocean. Without adequate preparation and tools, and absent the luck of a protagonist, becoming lost at sea was an all-too common fate. The Western Sea, Poly Island. I understand now, thank you. After Hades received the information he sought, he wished to express his gratitude, yet for reasons unknown. His countenance remained rigid, and he could not summon any genuine emotion. Instead, he merely performed a symbolic bow. The fishermen, in turn, expressed their trepidation, having lived for decades. They were unaccustomed to such deference from the nobility. Observing that the young man before him was but a child, and possibly having faced a maritime disaster, the elderly fisherman cast a disapproving glance at those who were overly focused on monetary gain, and, without further ado, produced a compass and handed it to Hades. This is a compass and a map. Simply follow this direction, and, before long, you shall behold the island. Very well, Hades replied. Hades nodded in a rather unremarkable manner. Suddenly, his gaze lingered once more on the group before him. A hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes as his fingers instinctively gripped the long blade suspended from his belt, their tips trembling slightly. Meanwhile, behind him, the darkness accumulated from days of bloodlust was drawing near. An eerie thought abruptly surged into his mind. There were 5 individuals aboard the opposing vessel, representing 5 souls. The means to capture souls from sea beasts was both elusive and formidable, yet the act of taking a life was far simpler. Hades vividly recalled the moment he had taken the life of a pirate. It was his inaugural encounter with both the act of murder and the acquisition of a soul. Since that fateful day, he had not encountered another living being upon the seas, rendering the collection of souls an increasingly arduous endeavor. The 5 souls before him now seemed almost effortlessly attained, a stark contrast to the grueling 6 months he had spent at sea. The thought struck him suddenly, leaving even himself astonished. What was he contemplating? Hades stood at the bow of the ship, his palms dampened by perspiration, staring blankly as the fishing vessel gradually sailed into the distance. Murder. When did it become so utterly commonplace in his perception? Particularly when it concerned strangers who had shown him kindness. A profound sense of guilt surged within his soul, giving rise to a remorse that chastised the humanity that was slowly unraveling within him. Was he truly still one of humanity? Hades was engulfed in a profound panic, for such feelings were not new to him. From the very first moment he took a life without a shred of remorse, he began to question his own humanity. After drifting alone at sea for half a year, devoid of any sense of loneliness, his doubts only deepened. Now, as he found his subconscious thoughts directing his blade towards an innocent stranger with whom he bore no grievance, he became certain of his moral decline. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this malevolence stemmed from the system or if it was the result of prolonged isolation that had eroded his humanity. The waves crashed against the hull of the boat, sending sprays of water cascading over the gunwales and drenching Hades' pant cuffs. The previously clear sky transformed with alarming swiftness. What had been a sunlit day was now overshadowed by ominous clouds, heralding the impending storm. Hades gazed at the distant murky silhouette that was presumably Poly Island, as described by the fisherman. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of agitation surged within him, intensifying and overwhelming his composure, akin to the unpredictable weather above. Closing his eyes, his mind was flooded with gruesome images, fish, 2 to 3 meters long, bursting apart from a single blow, their crimson blood splattering into the sea, staining his cheeks with a metallic scent. Suddenly, the scene shifted. He was no longer amidst the ocean but at a quaint harbor, where the lifeless forms were no longer fish but vibrant human beings. Bloody blades, cold corpses, and the rising tide washing over the blood-soaked sands painted a horrifying tableau that rattled his nerves. It dawned on him that he had succumbed to madness. Abruptly, Hades opened his eyes and made a decisive choice. He turned the ship away from the island, seeking a remote place to hide. He wished to calm himself and untangle the complexities of his emotions. This decision also granted the inhabitants of the island a chance to escape the clutches of a demon. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, a frail girl, appearing no older than 8 or 9, strained to paddle a small canoe with her delicate arms. A storm loomed. The sun shrouded by ominous clouds, the sky seemingly on the verge of collapse, saturating the air with a stifling tension. A thunderclap shattered the gloom, ripping the clouds asunder. and rain cascaded from the heavens, startling the girl. Her hands trembled around the oars, panic flickering in her wide eyes, yet she forced herself to regain composure. Girls of her age should still revel in the warmth of their parents' embrace, clamoring for gifts from their elders. Yet, for her, such innocence belonged to a realm of longing. Previously, she had the solace of a doctor and friends in the library, but now she was utterly alone. The bow of her canoe held a small bundle containing bread and fresh water, her wage from the last household she had served. Had they not chosen to betray her to the Navy, perhaps she could have worked there longer, saving enough to escape, but such musings were futile. Betrayal had become an intrinsic part of her existence. Determined, she bit down on her lip, suppressing tears, vowing to survive for her mother, for the doctor, and for all scholars. She took a few hurried bites of the bread, too dry and consumed too quickly, causing her to choke. In her haste to sip water, a sudden wave crashed over her, sweeping her provisions into the depths. Despair washed over her as she watched her food vanish beneath the surface. How she yearned to dive in after it, but she was powerless, abandoned even by the sea, clinging desperately to the canoe's edge, her fingers turning bruised. With her supplies gone and the rain intensifying, the world seemed to extinguish its light, snuffing out the last flicker of hope, casting her into utter darkness. Finally, helpless sobs escaped her, tears mingling with the rain, yet she refused to surrender. Grasping the oar, she paddled fiercely against the storm and the waves. Inching forward on the ocean, time lost its meaning until, nearly exhausted, she spotted a ship anchored in the distance, a glimmer of hope. Sunlight began to pierce the clouds, and the tumultuous waves gradually subsided. The rain, now gentle, caressed her cheeks, seemingly granting her the final strength to propel herself closer to the vessel. Chapter 11. The girl living in the crevice of survival. As the canoe drew alongside the ship, Hades noticed the disheveled, pitiful girl with raven hair. However, he was too engulfed in his own existential turmoil to pay her any mind. He was lost in contemplation of his humanity and future. Upon arriving in this world, he had endeavored to treat himself as a person, seeking companions, even pirates, with whom he could communicate. Gradually, especially after realizing he was in the world of One Piece, he began to chase power. He reassured himself that it was for self-preservation, otherwise he defaced the possibility of being shot by pirates again. He convinced himself that the pirate he had killed was a villain who deserved his fate, thus feeling no guilt was merely natural. He reassured himself that solitude was not a burden, as he could easily retreat into his own world for years, given a computer and the internet. Yet, no amount of self-deception could obscure the truth. The man who once hesitated to harm even a fish now casually slaughtered sizable sea creatures. Each time blood and souls were harvested, his heart surged with excitement, craving more ferocious battles. The fisherman's presence, however, crystallized a chilling realization: he had long ceased to be human. Upon this recognition, Hades found a strange sense of clarity. He extended his awareness, scrutinizing the girl who had climbed aboard. The once pitiful figure, a young girl of tender years, now resembled the fish he had hunted, hardly more than a moving soul. Particularly since she had intruded upon his territory without permission. She was deserving of her fate. The girl had boarded seeking sustenance and water, her provisions lost to the waves, leaving her with only half a bitten loaf hidden in her arms. If this continued, she would perish from hunger or thirst, even if she managed to evade the Navy. Thus, she resolved to take a gamble. Her repeated betrayals had stripped her of trust in humanity, leading her to contemplate theft rather than greeting the ship's owner. How peculiar this vessel was. After a thorough examination, she marveled at its construction. Despite her tender age, having hailed from O'Hara and labeled a genius by the doctor, she possessed a rudimentary understanding of many things. For a ship, freshwater was the most vital resource. Smaller vessels typically carried barrels, while larger ones featured purification systems, essential for survival at sea, prominently displayed for easy access. Yet, this ship, beneath its apparent structure, was utterly devoid of any living provisions. As if it were not intended for human use. The girl wished to activate her powers to investigate further, but her dwindling strength rendered her incapable of wielding her devil fruit abilities. She could only muster the last remnants of her energy to drag her weary body toward the ship's hold. She desperately needed water and, more importantly, rest. Step by step, the girl resolutely approached the entrance of the warehouse. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed as the door behind her slammed shut, followed by the unmistakable sound of the lock engaging. The light from the outside world vanished, enveloping her in darkness, akin to a small mouse confined within a sealed cage. Exposed. At last. Was this her impending demise? This thought lingered as her mind descended into an abyss of emptiness. The strength sustained by her resolve finally waned, and she collapsed, her body crashing heavily onto the floor. Moments later, a scattering of faint light began to coalesce in the pitch-black warehouse, shimmering like a constellation, gradually taking the shape of a human figure. Hades, adorned in formal attire and wielding a long blade, strolled to the side of the girl, quietly scrutinizing her. He was acutely aware of his intent, to end her life and thereby affirm his transformation from humanity. With her demise, he would claim a single soul, accumulating enough essence to reach 4 points, thus unlocking the second tier of the spirit enhancement tree and acquiring formidable new powers. What is humanity? What is morality? This is the world of One Piece, and besides, he was never truly human. As he drew the blade, the sharp edge grazed against the sheath, producing a shower of sparks, while the piercing sound of the blade echoed ominously. He naturally aimed the tip of the knife at the girl's throat, knowing that with a mere exertion of force, the white blade would pierce her life as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, snatching away her soul. Yet, for reasons unknown, that simple act of force seemed to demand every ounce of his strength, rendering him unable to act. At that moment, an acute sense of danger surged within him, interrupting his motion. Above the corporeal form of Hades' ship, a cannonball pierced the heavens, streaking through the sky with a deafening roar. Accompanied by the violent sound of an explosion, the vessel was suddenly riddled with a gaping hole. Through the connection to his essence, a dull ache resonated within him. Though the spirit ship mitigated the adverse effects, Hades furrowed his brow. Someone was launching an assault on his ship. "Captain, are you certain it is this vessel?" one of his subordinates inquired. That household claimed she fled towards the western side of the island. "We have scoured the west and found only this ship. If it is not her, then it must be." Amidst the torrential rain, a pirate ship adorned with a skull flag aimed its cannons at the Hades. Strangely, the pirates aboard were clad in naval uniforms. A subordinate dragged a man and a woman onto the deck, where the terrified couple huddled on the ground, trembling. "Navy gentlemen, we truly do not know anything more. We have divulged all we could. Yes, we harbored criminals, but we reported them to you afterward. We do not want the bounty. Please release us." The pirate, unable to contain his laughter at their pitiful state, kicked the man. "Look up and see who we are." The man, cowering on the ground, timidly raised his head, only to behold the enormous skull flag billowing in the sea breeze. "Pirates, you are not the Navy, you are pirates." The man collapsed in shock, his head lolling to the side as he fainted. Upon witnessing her husband lose consciousness, the woman attempted to feign a similar fate, only to be abruptly yanked up by her collar. "Captain, we have spotted a small boat tethered to the stern of that ship." "Oh?" The captain raised an eyebrow with intrigue, handing the woman a pair of binoculars. "Take a look. Is that the vessel she used to escape?" The woman peered through the lenses and stammered, "Why, yes." The captain nodded in satisfaction, signaling for his subordinates to drag the screaming woman and her husband below deck. Soon, a chilling scream echoed, and the ship fell eerily silent. "Captain, it has been confirmed. It is indeed the ship." The captain toyed with a small knife, piercing a wanted poster with it, then horrifyingly licked his lips. "A survivor from O'Hara. With a bounty of 79 million berries, how intriguing. Prepare for the assault." Chapter 12, The Bloodbath. Hades felt a tumult within his heart. With his usual vigilance, he would have easily detected any approaching vessel. Yet, the thought of taking this girl's life had unsettled his mind to such an extent that his adversary had aimed a cannon at his face before he realized it. Casting a cold glance at the girl still unconscious in the warehouse, his resolve to eliminate her only intensified. However, not at this moment. He would first deal with these troublesome scoundrels and return to address her fate thereafter. Hades sought refuge in a pretext, retracting the long blade that hovered merely a centimeter from her neck, and exited the warehouse. It is worth noting that the last encounter with pirates transpired shortly after his arrival in this realm. The harrowing image of a harpoon cannon piercing the hull, binding two ships together, lingered vividly in his memory. This time, however, the adversaries opted for a strategy of remote bombardment. Regaining his composure, Hades summoned the system, maneuvering wooden planks to the damaged section of the vessel. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the area, and the gaping hole created by the cannon fire was restored to its former state. Where did these pirates originate? A meticulous gaze fell upon the flag of the distant pirate ship, emblazoned with the emblem of a serpent entwined around his skull. Reflecting on the original narrative, it seemed that such a pirate crew was absent. He surmised they were likely mere scoundrels. As Hades deftly maneuvered his vessel, aligning the ship's cannons towards the adversary, he drew forth his long blade, remaining ever vigilant in his defensive posture. A thunderous boom echoed across the sea, yet this time, the enemy's shot went awry, missing its target as Hades' ship shifted, causing the enemy's cannonball to veer off course and plunge into the depths, erupting in a magnificent splash. It was the perfect opportunity to test my newly acquired cannon. On board, a cannon had been meticulously prepared, its muzzle set, and gunpowder packed tightly within the chamber. As the enormous barrel slowly pivoted, it took aim at the pirate ship flying a skull and crossbones. Hades, being one with the ship itself, commanded all that belonged to him with ease, seamlessly switching perspectives to the cannon, utilizing the system's targeting assistance. Despite it being his inaugural experience with artillery, his execution was as deft and precise as that of a seasoned gunner. With a resounding crack, the cannon unleashed a plume of dark smoke, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. As the cannonball traced a graceful arc, piercing through the enemy's deck. "Captain, our ship has been struck." The pirates aboard the enemy vessel were momentarily rattled by the retaliation. Their ship was armed as well, and the gunners were experienced. Ultimately, pirates are merely an untrained rabble, capable of firing weapons but lacking precision, relying on chance for their strikes. The initial successful shot had been a culmination of favorable circumstances, but now, as the enemy retaliated, their formation faltered. "What are you staring at?" "Counterattack. But our shots cannot reach them." "Incompetence. Close in for hand-to-hand combat." The captain's face darkened as he surveyed his inept crew, issuing his command with a scowl. Meanwhile, Hades, bolstered by the success of his first shot, promptly arranged for the resupply of cannonballs and prepared for a second shot. Boom. The deafening roar reverberated across the waters, this time targeting the lower hull of the pirate ship, causing it to lurch violently as seawater began to flood the hold. The pirates scrambled to bail out water and repair the damage. Just then, the third cannonball was fired, striking the enemy ship's mast, bringing the sails crashing down and rendering the pirate vessel immobile. The fourth cannonball exploded at the bow, sending two gunners who were preparing to retaliate into the sea. By the time the ninth cannonball was unleashed, the pirate ship could no longer withstand the assault. With a crack, it disintegrated upon the ocean, resembling a child's scattered building blocks. The Serpent pirate crew, long dominant near Poly Island in the West Sea, had faced peril before, but this devastating onslaught was unprecedented. The entire crew was left dumbfounded, with some so paralyzed by fear that they forgot to escape, merely gaping in terror as their ship slowly sank beneath the waves. The cannon fire continued unabated, now aimed at those pirates floundering in the water, struggling for survival. Boom, boom. The cannonballs struck the surface, sending towering waves crashing down, creating a tumultuous sea, while beneath the surface, several pirates were torn apart by the blasts. 1, 2, 3, countless souls perished, signaling Hades' ascension to the rank of a skilled executioner. Yet, he showed no sign of halting. Compared to plunging a blade into a girl's throat, pulling the firing cord was a trivial task for him. Devoid of any psychological burden, as he continued to reap lives one after another. Kill. At last, a pirate managed to swim close to Hades' ship and successfully clambered onto the deck. The countless deaths of his comrades had left his eyes bloodshot as he raised his blade to strike, only to be startled to find the ship deserted. Not a soul in sight, not even the gunners who had fired moments ago. "Are you looking for me?" A youthful voice, laced with a slight stutter, resonated from behind him. The pirate, in fear, whirled around and swung his blade, only to find it slicing through the air. A swirl of starlight dissipated and coalesced above the pirate's head, forming a boy of about 7 or 8 years. Drawing his long knife, the boy expressionlessly pressed it against the pirate's throat, making a delicate cut. Blood stained the blade, splattered across the deck, and sprinkled upon Hades' cold form. Yet it stirred not a flicker of emotion within him. Why, despite the simplicity of the act, had it felt so profoundly difficult moments ago? Hades recalled the girl in the cabin, the blade's edge merely a centimeter from his throat, yet it felt as if it were light years away. Regaining his wandering thoughts, Hades quietly wiped the blood from the knife, preparing himself to continue the fight. He sensed a multitude of individuals climbing onto the deck, hastening towards him. However, he felt no fear. Rather, in his eyes, they appeared as countless souls converging upon him. A myriad of metallic spears, harpoons, and other sharp instruments floated into the air. With a gentle wave of his hand, these weapons seemed to be imbued with propulsive force, shooting forth like bullets, piercing through the pirates and pinning them to the deck. Once aboard, the pirates barely had time to react before Hades mercilessly slaughtered them all. "Ah, I don't want to die. Help me, save me." A pirate, having just clambered onto the ship, was met with the horrific scene of this hellish slaughter. Desperately, he attempted to leap back into the sea, only to be abruptly pinned down by a coiling tail. The terrifying strength crushed him into oblivion, blood mingling with his innards, adding a sinister hue to the already hellish ship. Simultaneously, the true form of the tale's owner was revealed. Chapter 13, The Python Pirate. It was a 5-meter-long python, its body ensconced in silvery gray scales, with a triangular-shaped head emitting a crimson forked tongue, its girth as robust as an iron pillar. This monstrous serpent was clad in naval attire, shaking off the grime from its tail, and bared a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs at Hades. An animal-type devil fruit user, Hades possessed the perspective of a ship, witnessing firsthand the moment this individual transformed as he ascended onto the vessel. Hence he was not taken aback by his arrival. This must be the captain of the pirate crew. Though it is peculiar that the ship has been destroyed and a devil fruit user cannot swim. Could it be that he was carried by a subordinate to reach his ship? Hades pondered, finding himself at a loss, yet this was of little consequence. After 6 months of rigorous training, he held a profound confidence in his current prowess and fortuitously encountered a suitable adversary, perfect for testing his skills. Is it just you aboard this vessel, little one? Hua transformed, adopting a beastly humanoid form, his towering 3-meter frame casting a formidable shadow over the deck. Unable to fathom that all his crew had perished. In stark contrast, his opponent was merely a child, eyes gleaming with menace, wielding a long blade and poised for action. Hades calmly nodded, yet the knife in his hand slowly ascended, signifying his readiness for battle. This display elicited a chuckle from Kor, who taunted, "Little brat, I shall grant you a chance to surrender. Otherwise, I will make you regret it profoundly. By the way, have you seen anyone of your stature? The last pirate I encountered was far more adept than you." Hades abruptly interrupted Kor's words, remarking that those who often indulge in idle chatter tend to meet tragic fates. Seeking death, Kor sensed this as a provocation from his opponent. In the past, he would have exercised caution, but this time, his adversary was merely a child of 7 or 8 years. To be taunted by such a minuscule being made him question his own supremacy. His serpent-like eyes widened in fury, and a terrifying force erupted from his garments, transforming into a colossal serpent. He intended to swallow this provocateur alive. A fierce gust swept through, and Kor moved with such swiftness that even Hades momentarily faltered. Quickly, he raised his blade to defend himself, only to hear a sickening crunch as the weapon, procured for 100,000 gold coins from the system, was reduced to fragments by the enemy's fangs. Hades, unable to linger in sorrow, discarded the hilt of his weapon. Suddenly, a piercing whistle filled the air as Kor swung his tail menacingly towards Hades' head. Stripped of his weapon, Hades found a newfound ease in confronting his foe. With nimble footwork, he evaded Kor's strike and, in a swift motion, raised his right leg to deliver a powerful kick to the serpent's abdomen. A muffled groan escaped Kor as he was sent sprawling, crashing heavily onto the deck and stirring up a cloud of dust. After a series of somersaults, Kor finally regained his footing, clutching his aching waist, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. That kick had shattered his serpent scales. This little rascal. He gazed at Hades in disbelief. Having tested the waters with that kick, Hades now clearly understood the disparity between them. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Kor's abilities were renowned for their emphasis on physical prowess, making his close-quarters combat capabilities truly formidable. Coupled with his remarkable regenerative powers, Hades felt a surge of motivation to gauge the fruits of his training. Yet, Kor proved to be woefully inadequate, falling far short of Hades' expectations, thus rendering the encounter meaningless. The enemy's overwhelming frailty stripped Hades of any inclination to take the battle seriously. He resolved to unleash his full potential and swiftly conclude the conflict. The disdainful glint in Hades' eyes ignited a fire within Kor, who seethed with indignation. "You dare to belittle my existence," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the air. In an instant, Kor let out a thunderous roar, his body swelling rapidly from 5 meters to nearly 10 as his skin began to transform. Scales shed in segments, revealing his blue-black serpent form beneath. This adversary was prepared to fight with all his might. Hades narrowed his eyes, observing every move he made. Suddenly, the colossal figure before him let out a thunderous roar, launching the same attack once more, charging ferociously towards Hades. Indeed, regardless of the fruit's nature, it must be complemented by one's own strength. How lamentable it is that such a magnificent Zoan-type devil fruit has been wielded in such a manner. Hades, filled with disappointment, firmly planted his stance, refusing to evade or dodge, his fists coming together in unison. The stark contrast between his diminutive and frail form and the colossal creature towering nearly 10 meters above was striking. This maneuver was inspired by the ingenious adaptation of the spirit ship's artillery to the essence of the vessel, the underworld's artillery. A surge of potent energy erupted from the tips of his fists, surging forth to meet the oncoming coal. A dense fog of black radiance enveloped Hades, accompanied by a thunderous roar and explosive sound. The massive serpent was pierced through the chest, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Cole's rapid advance abruptly halted, his eyes wide with disbelief as his hands instinctively moved to cover the gaping wound, yet he found it impossible to do so. Moments later, accompanied by a mournful sound from the serpent's head, the tremendous creature, measuring over 10 meters in length, crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. Hades retracted his fists, surveying the deck strewn with the corpses of pirates. It was all over. In the upper right corner of the system, the soul count had been updated to 19. This battle had yielded him 16 souls, 13 of which belonged to the ordinary pirates, while the remaining 3 were claimed from the captain wielding the beast-type devil fruit. As for those who had leapt into the sea to escape after the ship's destruction, they were now beyond reach. The rain continued to fall softly, devoid of the earlier tempestuous fury, as it washed over the deck of the Hades, attempting yet failing to cleanse the stains of blood. A dark aura enveloped the boy who had just completed his slaughter. Suddenly, Hades recalled the unconscious girl still aboard the ship and walked toward the entrance of the storeroom. Inside, the raven-haired maiden lay in slumber, seemingly untouched by the cacophony of cannon fire and the clamor of death that surrounded her. Her long eyelashes rested upon her eyelids, and her sky-blue dress, having tumbled on the ground, appeared tattered and worn. Though she was painfully thin, her delicate features hinted at the potential for striking beauty. Alas, that was not enough to secure her survival. Hades drew his blade, intent on claiming the girl's life to amass 20 points of soul. Yet, he had forgotten that his weapon had been shattered into fragments by the serpentine creature. Grasping the hilt of the broken sword and gazing upon the girl's unconscious visage, Hades furrowed his brow. Time and again, each attempt to end her life was thwarted by various unforeseen circumstances. Was it fate that spared her? Or did he still harbor a vestige of humanity, disinclined to harm one he had never known? Chapter 14. The withered bread Hades, in a state of turmoil, cast aside the hilt of his dagger and crouched beside the girl, silently gazing at her. The warehouse door was tightly shut, preventing any light from the outside world from penetrating the darkness within, thus distancing the two from the tumultuous reality beyond. He was waiting, anticipating the moment when his heart would harden and turn cold-blooded, allowing him to take her life and subsequently proclaim to the world that he had succumbed to despair. Time passed slowly, each second slipping away. Hades' eyes remained vacant and unseeing, unaware of how long he had lingered there, only knowing that the rain outside had ceased and the sky fluctuated between light and dark. Suddenly, a red dot illuminated the system, interrupting his trance-like state. Hades, momentarily taken aback, refocused his attention and accessed the system interface. There, behind the ship spirit enhancement option on the foundational screen, a new entry labeled has been unlocked gleamed in gray against the somber backdrop. Curiosity piqued, he delved into the character partner section, where he discovered a multitude of vacant slots available for character addition. In the foremost slot, a striking image of a two-masted sailing vessel emerged, aboard which stood a small boy clad in black, an unmistakable reflection of himself. Hades glanced at the introduction and purpose of this feature. When a character survives on the ship for a continuous period of 24 hours, the host may extend an invitation for them to join the crew. As the host's strength increases, the crew members can benefit from certain enhancement buffs and form bonds with the host, allowing them to comprehend combination skills. Should the individual decline the invitation, the host shall not have another opportunity to invite them. The chance is singular, so hosts are advised to use it judiciously. Character companions. Crew members, perhaps? Hades comprehended the implications conveyed by the system and cast another glance at the black-haired girl lying on the ground. It was likely that she had unlocked this function, for according to the external timeline, she had been in a state of unconsciousness aboard the ship for a full 24 hours, thus meeting the criteria for an invitation. Indeed, Hades soon discerned the girl's likeness as an icon hovering just above the empty slot designated for adding characters within the companion interface. The emergence of this icon signified that the girl had successfully entered the selection pool, should he extend an invitation to her, and if she chose to accept, he could incorporate her avatar into the vacant slot, thereby officially welcoming her as a member of his crew. Hades gazed at the childish avatar, a smirk threatening to escape his lips. It truly resembled a scene from a game, were it not for his palpable experience of this world as reality. He might have believed he was merely indulging in a new video game, just as Hades was voicing his grievances about the system. The girl who had been unconscious in the warehouse for an entire day and night finally stirred awake. Blinking in confusion, she found herself enveloped in darkness, in a place where she could barely see her own hand. Attempting to rise from the ground, she struggled due to her prolonged deprivation of food and water. After 3 arduous attempts, she finally managed to stand. Fragmented memories began to coalesce as her consciousness sharpened. She recalled evading that family and the Navy's pursuit, braving a storm at sea, and, after much effort, encountering a vessel, only to be locked inside the warehouse as she stepped aboard. Yes, that was indeed the sequence of events. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a faint crack in the wooden wall to her right, allowing a sliver of light to seep through, illuminating a corner of the space. Drawn to the light, she took a few steps towards it, unaware of her surroundings. Suddenly, with a startled cry, she stumbled over Hades, who had been crouching nearby, crashing onto the ground face first. Who? The girl curled up, retreating a step as she sensed the presence of another person. Was there someone else in this warehouse besides her? Who was there? She queried in a weak voice. Hades slowly rose, willingly exposing himself to the faint glow of light. A vague silhouette fell within the girl's line of sight, revealing a child of similar stature, clad in dark attire, with short hair and indistinct features. Yet 2 strikingly contrasting eyes were fixed upon her. As he approached, she caught a whiff of an indescribable odor, reminiscent of the scent wafting from a slaughterhouse encountered while traversing the island, perhaps due to a prolonged lack of bathing. Are you imprisoned here as well? The girl instinctively presumed that the boy before her shared her plight. How did you end up here? Is this a slave ship run by human traffickers? In response to her barrage of questions, Hades remained silent, his gaze unwavering. The girl assumed he was rendered speechless by fear, and offered a few comforting words. It's all right. We will escape. It was no fault of hers for misjudging him. Hades' youthful visage was undeniably deceptive, and combined with the strange atmosphere aboard the ship, it bore a striking resemblance to that of a slave vessel. She recalled her furtive entry onto the ship in search of fresh water and essential supplies, resources that are typically found on merchant ships, fishing boats, and even pirate vessels, yet here they seemed non-existent. In her understanding, only a ship that disregarded human life would operate in such a manner. Convinced of her assumptions, she felt a pang of sympathy and pity for the boy before her. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from her stomach, a sound that reverberated tenfold in the stillness of the environment. In the darkness, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Having gone so long without food, she had lost the sensation of hunger, leaving only the most primal physiological response, reminding her of her body's need for sustenance. She retrieved the last remaining fragment of bread from her clothing, poised to take a bite when she noticed the boy still watching her. After a moment of hesitation, she divided the small piece of bread and extended it towards him. I cannot offer you much, for I am hungry too, but rest assured, once I regain my strength, I will devise a way to help us escape. Her words were imbued with confidence, as if she had already formulated a plan to leave this place. Hades stood frozen, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the small hand extended before him, from which a diminutive piece of bread lay enticingly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, it stirred a hunger within. Since his arrival in this realm, he had not consumed anything. Initially, it was due to the absence of food, and later, he realized he no longer required sustenance. Yet this moment was distinct. Hades found himself captivated by the shriveled piece of bread, which, despite its hardened exterior, still emanated an alluring aroma. Chapter 15, Dawn in the Darkness. Hades, in an unexpected turn of events, received the piece of bread, broke off a small morsel, and brought it to his lips. So you can speak, he remarked. Is it delicious? Indeed, came the reply. Hades savored the bread in his mouth, the aroma of wheat intermingling with the sweet essence of fermentation, slowly unfurling within his palate. It dawned upon him that he could partake in sustenance, indulging in the very food of humanity like any ordinary person. Meanwhile, the arid bread absorbed the last remnants of moisture from the girl's mouth, causing her to furrow her brow as she licked her chapped, cracked lips. If only there were water, she thought. Once we step outside, our first task shall be to seek out water. The girl imparted her thoughts to Hades. Hades presented a cup of water before the girl, a purchase made with coins from the system's marketplace. The rationale? If he must end her life, fulfilling her final wish in this world could be deemed fitting. After all, she had offered him a piece of bread. Returning the gesture with a cup of water seemed only just. Hades found a suitable excuse for his perplexing actions and behavior. Do you have water? This unexpected surprise left the girl utterly astonished. after several inquiries to confirm that he did not drink. She tilted her head back and gulped down a considerable amount of water. The nectar of life flowed into her body, and she devoured all the bread, gradually restoring her strength. The pallor of her face began to show signs of vitality. "Prepare yourself. We are going to escape," she whispered to Hades, grasping his hand. Having endured the tragedies of life and countless betrayals, she should have learned not to trust anyone. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, upon seeing this boy, who was nearly her age, she felt as if she had discovered another version of herself in this world. She could sense the despair and helplessness he felt towards life, compelling her to extend her trust one final time and take him away from this place. "Are you leaving?" Hades freed himself from the girl's grasp, a fleeting glimmer of reluctance flickering in his eyes. Soon after, he felt a newfound clarity wash over him as he rose slowly to his feet. If his purpose in this world was to attain unparalleled strength, then this girl was likely the ultimate challenge in his game. Once he overcame her, he would sever the last ties of emotion, and thereafter, his path would be unimpeded. What Hades failed to notice was the transformation of his system interface, now entirely enveloped in a profound dark hue. Particularly striking was the foundational interface, where the line inscribed with the ship's name, the name of the ship's spirit, was rendered in a somber, blood-red script. "We are destined to depart together," the girl corrected him. Yet, in the fleeting moment she turned her head, it seemed she detected something amiss with Hades. "I cannot leave. This is my ship, and I am the demon that resides within it." What? Despite the girl's possession of a doctorate from the all-knowing tree of O'Hara, she found herself momentarily unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. "As long as I acquire souls, I shall grow stronger. To me, everyone is merely a tool to enhance my power, slaughtering the living and harvesting souls." Perhaps that is the essence of Hades, the lord of the underworld. Hades admitted his fondness for the girl, sensing that she had undoubtedly endured much despair and betrayal. He did not wish to deceive her, rather, he felt compelled to reveal the truth before his demise. However, confusion clouded her mind. "What are you saying?" she inquired, tilting her head, her brilliant mind racing to grasp the meaning behind his words. Consequently, Hades opened the door to the warehouse, and immediately, sunlight flooded in, accompanied by the pungent scent of blood that permeated the air. On the deck, countless bodies lay unaddressed, dried blood staining the surroundings, mingling with a nauseating odor of decay that made one instinctively recoil. Looking down, the deck, now soaked in crimson, intertwined with the railings and the mast, resembled a monstrous entity with a gaping maw, evoking the sensation of stepping into a veritable hell on earth. Hades guided the girl through every corner of the ship, observing her astonished expression before turning away. "Do you understand now? All of this is my doing, and in my eyes, you are no different from them." Yet, unbeknownst to Hades, the girl's initial shock soon faded. As she gazed upon the deceased clad in naval uniforms on the deck, her eyes lifted to Hades, now filled with fervor. She acknowledged her fear, weighed down by the emotional turmoil of the experience. No one could emerge unscathed from such a horrific situation. However, she understood precisely for whom these individuals had come. Her, the sole survivor of O'Hara, the target of the world government's relentless pursuit. Memories surged in her mind like a tidal wave. Those executioners in naval attire ruthlessly slaughtered the scholars on the island. Bullets pierced through the bodies of the doctor and her mother, while cannon fire drained the life from the scholars, all to erase them from the annals of history. Ultimately, even the innocent residents of the island were not spared. She had witnessed the tragedy unfold as the Navy, cloaked in a day of justice, directed their fire upon the refuge's vessel, resulting in the demise of all aboard under the decree of extermination. The only remnant in her mind was Saul's agonizing laughter, echoing even in his final moments, "Ha ha ha." At that moment, confronted with the gruesome scene on the deck, her physiological instincts screamed for her to retch. Yet recalling the horrors from the island, a sense of vindication blossomed within her. Perhaps, as inscribed on the bounty, she was indeed the demon of O'Hara. Only a demon could acclimate to an environment that resembled a hell on earth. "Thank you," a youthful voice, tinged with a sob, emanated from behind. The unexpected gratitude caught Hades off guard. "What do you mean? I just wanted to thank you. Is it because I intend to kill you?" Hades failed to comprehend. "Why must you kill me?" The girl tilted her head, revealing a smile, behind which a tear trickled down, akin to joy mingled with sorrow, as if she had found a kindred spirit and a newfound sense of reliance in life. "By killing you, I can acquire your soul and grow stronger." He continued to explain. "Is it not possible to gain even greater benefits without killing me?" The inquiry regarding the soul momentarily stumped Hades. After a brief pause, he recalled the newly unlocked feature of the system, companions. Looking at the girl before him, he found himself inexplicably compelled to speak. "If I invite you aboard?" "Yes," the girl replied without hesitation. This time, Hades was taken aback. He could not fathom why. He had laid bare the most grotesque aspects of his humanity before her. How could this girl, appearing no older than 8 or 9, not feel fear? "Why? I will kill, be it pirate or navy, anyone who can aid in my ascent of power. Besides, I am not human. I am a demon residing on this ship." Perfectly coincidental. The girl interjected with a tearful smile. "I am called the child of the demon. It seems we are a perfect match." Hades stood in a daze. Suddenly, a thread of light adorned the previously decayed gray background within the system, dispelling the somber crimson on the foundational panel and ushering in dawn to banish the darkness. Shortly thereafter, a system notification appeared. The host has sent an invitation, which has been accepted by Nico Robin, who joins the Hades as a crew member. The ship's spirit system has temporarily gone offline due to the triggering of a special event, preparing for a system upgrade, with the expected duration unknown. The host is advised to remain patient. Chapter 16, Nico Robin. After the naval officer decided to let me go, I navigated along the icy path formed on the sea and reached the island. He warned me to keep a low profile, or he would personally return to capture me. Consequently, upon arriving on the island, I dared not show myself. Eventually, I encountered an elderly woman, and I assisted her with daily tasks in exchange for food. However, it was not long before my bounty notice surfaced, and she betrayed me to the world government, forcing me to flee to the next island. Thereafter, I met a variety of people, from the couple who took me in to the baker and friends I made while working. Upon discovering my identity, they all chose to turn me over to the Navy and the world government, leaving me with no choice but to escape time and again, until now. Well, that is my past. At the bow of the ship, Robin leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. Her eyes filled with a blend of yearning and confusion, yet imbued with an indescribable resolve. Hades gazed at her retreating figure, reflecting on the vastness of the world. He was well aware of Robin's tale, yet witnessing it through the lens of a video was an entirely different experience than hearing it firsthand. He could not resist softly inquiring, "You share this with me. Are you not afraid that I too might betray you and hand you over to the Navy?" The girl lifted her gaze to the clouds above, as the sea breeze tousled her hair. "Let this be my final opportunity, should you betray me as well. I shall never trust another soul again." A profound silence enveloped them both. "I should. You should. Ahem. Well, let us first tidy up the ship." Hades diverted the conversation. The current state of the vessel indeed required some cleaning. Oh, Robin nodded. Despite their combined youth of under 20, they proved to be adept workers. Robin's flower fruit allowed her to accomplish the tasks of several individuals, while Hades, being the ship itself, found cleaning the deck as effortless as bathing. A simple rinse was sufficient to wash away the harrowing remnants of humans suffering from the ship. "You claim to be a demon parasitizing this vessel? To my eyes, you appear as a ship spirit." Throughout the cleaning, Robin took the opportunity to observe Hades's every movement. After sharing her past, she had attempted to inquire about his history, but he had evaded the question with vague responses. "Do you know? I once read in an ancient tome that a ship spirit emerges from the close bonds of its crew. But what of the original crew members aboard this ship?" "I am uncertain." Hades shook his head. He could hardly confess that he was born of the system. Robin, too, did not dwell on it for long. But after a brief moment, she suddenly looked up and inquired, "Can you perceive everything aboard this vessel?" Hades nodded without hesitation. The ship was his essence, and he was certainly capable of it. What is the matter? He sensed that Robin had something unspoken. I need to use the restroom." The two fell silent again, an awkward atmosphere permeating the air. "I am not human, if you do not mind." Hades observed the increasing flush on her cheeks. "Very well then. I shall fetch a plank to cast into the sea. If you are not on the ship, I shall be unable to sense you. And that should suffice." He sought her consent once more. Upon seeing Robin nod, Hades retrieved a plank from the storage and tossed it into the sea from a distance. Fortunately, Robin was merely a child, and her light weight would not cause the large plank to sink. Being a user of the devil fruit, she was unable to swim. So Hades took the precaution of tying several ropes to secure her to the plank, holding the other end in his hand to conveniently pull her back onto the ship when she was finished. On the sea, for some inexplicable reason, Robin felt her situation had become even more awkward. On the ship, at most, it was just Hades watching her, but out here, she felt as if the entire world was observing her, especially since she could not be certain whether she had escaped Hades's gaze. The answer, was, of course, no. The ship was Hades' very essence. As long as he wished, he could switch to any perspective aboard the vessel. His vision so broad and far-reaching that he could even discern a seagull skimming the horizon, let alone Robin, who was merely a few meters away by the ship's side. Yet Hades would certainly not disclose this to her. After all, a young girl would feel shy upon learning such a truth. To him, having lost much of his humanity and emotion, how could he possibly be interested in peeping at a girl of 8 or 9 years? Such notions were entirely beyond him. Pondering this, Hades suddenly felt a surge of confusion. Strange, why was it that speaking of his humanity, only half an hour ago, he harbored murderous intent toward a girl he had never met, yet now he felt considerably better, as if he had returned to the state he was in upon his arrival in this world. He furrowed his brow in deep thought and suddenly recalled the system's offline status. Previously, when the girl revealed her identity as Robin, he had been so shocked that he overlooked the system's prompt. When he reopened the system, he found all the panels covered with the message, "System upgrading, please be patient." Could it be that? The system triggered a special event and temporarily went offline, allowing the humanity he had gradually lost to return. Did this not imply that his murderous, cold-blooded, inhumane nature was indeed the system's doing? Hades felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, followed by a wave of unease. If this were indeed true, it seemed he would have to exercise greater caution when utilizing certain functions within the system. Although he remained unaware of the true nature of Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons, he was acutely aware that he, as Hades, was no insignificant force. He had no desire to revert to his former self. At that moment, Robin, who was addressing issues upon the sea, called out his name. "I'm ready. Please pull me up." Hades cast a glance at the situation on the sea. "You should pull up your trousers first. Otherwise, well, this could end poorly." From the perspective of the boat, he observed the girl on the water, whose fair visage suddenly flushed crimson. Silently, she hoisted her trousers and fixed a peculiar gaze upon the sailing vessel before her. Hades was aware that she must have surmised he could see her through the vessel. Truly, she was the prodigious girl from O'Hara, adept at fishing at such a tender age. However, his attention had been solely focused on the system, leaving him unguarded and allowing her to uncover his secret. This rendered the situation rather awkward. Blushing fiercely, Robin climbed aboard, choosing not to confront the fact that Hades could see her. Instead, she feigned nonchalance and continued to tidy the deck, thereby preserving a semblance of boundaries for both of them. Observing the situation, Hades promptly decided to refrain from mentioning the matter any further. Both individuals feigned ignorance, attempting to alleviate the palpable awkwardness that hung in the air. Chapter 17. Destination Polly Island. In the blink of an eye, several hours had elapsed. During this time, the two felt a certain embarrassment due to Robin's need to use the restroom. They longed to break the silence with a few words, yet found themselves at a loss for how to begin. Fortunately, the human body is prone to hunger, and soon a familiar growl emanated from Robin's stomach. She bashfully covered her face with her hands, wishing to find a corner to hide in. Alas, the entire vessel was Hades' domain, and the sound resonated starkly in the stillness of the surroundings. Hades, undoubtedly perceptive, noticed Robin's hunger and swiftly seized the opportunity to inquire, "Have you not eaten for quite some time? Are you not famished?" Robin hesitated, attempting to formulate a response, but ultimately succumbed to her physiological urges. She feigned disinterest, turning her head to pretend to inspect the ship for any unclean spots. Yet under the enchanting influence of the flower fruit, the vessel had already been rendered spotless. "Then let us eat." "Alas, I forgot." Hades was just about to exchange some food with the system when he suddenly recalled the system update. Not only were his coins rendered useless, but even the 19 soul points he had recently acquired could not be spent. Where, then, could he procure food for her? Hades could only follow the conversation, realizing that he had forgotten there was no food aboard the ship. "It's all right. I'm not particularly hungry anyway," Robin replied. "Certainly." Hades would not heed Robin's words. If I recall correctly, she boarded the ship in search of sustenance and fresh water. After another day has passed, with merely a half loaf of bread to sustain her, how could she not be famished? Moreover, should the two of them set sail now, adrift at sea, it could be an indeterminate period before they encounter land. Hence, it is prudent to prepare in advance provisions, fresh water, a detailed map of the West Sea, and knowledge of the next reachable island beyond Polly Island. These are all matters requiring their investigation. Additionally, there is the presence of the Navy and the world government. Originally, Hades was alone aboard the vessel, free from concern, but now Robin is the notorious demon child with a bounty of 79 million berries on her head. Better to plan ahead than to wander blindly at sea. With this in mind, perhaps it would be wise to first land on an island and deliberate further. I recall there is an island nearby. What was it called? Poly Island? Yes, Poly Island. Let us journey there to replenish our supplies and provisions, Hades suggested. However, Robin blinked and inquired of Hades, do ship spirits not require food or water? Hades paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Perhaps it was unnecessary before. But now it is essential. I desire to live more like a human being. He was not jesting. After emerging from a state of dehumanization, he felt as though the entire world had transformed into a more beautiful place. He recalled the meager piece of stale bread that Robin had handed him in the warehouse, the aroma accompanying the taste that brought forth joy derived from sustenance. As a spirit of the ship, he did not require food. Yet it seemed he could savor exquisite delicacies. If that were the case, why relinquish such a significant pleasure in life? As for money, there's no need for concern. I recently scavenged some berries from the corpses of that band of pirates. He gestured toward a corner of the warehouse where he had found a few more. After a brief calculation, they determined that excluding the loose change, they had a total of 200,000 berries. This sum should suffice for purchasing food and fresh water. So Hades adjusted their course toward Poly Island. By the time they arrived at Poly Island, night had already fallen. Hades confided in Robin about his limitations as a spirit of the ship, unable to venture far from his corporeal vessel. Disappointment and reluctance flickered in her eyes. Then I shall embark alone. Though their time together had spanned less than a day, excluding the moments of unconsciousness, an inexplicable bond of reliance had formed between them. Remembering that Robin had also escaped from this very island, Hades felt a sense of urgency. There could be Navy or world government agents on the island in pursuit of her. He found himself reiterating his warnings. Robin replied, I understand. First, I will visit the clothing store to procure a suitable outfit, then head to the market to gather food and water. It would be prudent to approach kindly-faced aunts and grandmothers, asking them to assist in delivering supplies to the ship. During this, I should subtly convey that I am merely helping adults with their errands, that the ship is bustling with people, and that I am here to earn some pocket money, thus dissuading any ill-intentioned individuals. Hades listened to Robin repeat her incessant chatter and suddenly recalled that the little girl before him was not a pampered heiress. Her wealth of knowledge and the experiences she had gathered after fleeing O'Hara were quite remarkable. He felt a sense of admiration for her capabilities and pondered the hardships she had endured in the past. However, Robin exhibited not a shred of joy about shopping nor the anxiety that comes with the responsibility of procuring supplies. Instead, she kept gazing intently into Hades' eyes. You must wait for me here, she revealed with a hint of reluctance, her tone imbued with a touch of vulnerability. Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. He replied. As his words lingered in the air, Robin recalled what she had said earlier that day. If even you were to betray me, I would never trust anyone again. Suddenly, she rubbed her eyes and turned to dash towards the town. Once Robin departed, Hades found himself once more in solitude. In truth, he too wished to visit the island, yet he was constrained by the system, which prevented him from straying more than 10 meters from his physical form. Wait, isn't the system currently undergoing an update? Perhaps. Hades suddenly seemed to have discovered a flaw in the system. Hastily attempting to leap from the ship, and swiftly making his way towards the town. However, regrettably, the moment his body crossed the 10-meter threshold, a familiar radiance shattered his entirety. Accompanied by the convergence of countless starlights, the humanoid form of the ship's spirit reemerged upon the deck. Hades, in a moment of exasperation, raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. It seemed that even with the system offline, the established rules remained unyielding. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he might as well explore the other functionalities of the system. Without further ado, he resolved to take action. Hades lifted several wooden planks aboard the vessel, twirling them gracefully in the air for a few revolutions. His manipulation of the ship's objects remained as fluid as ever. The effects of the shared abilities of the spirit vessel were still in play. He sensed that his strength, defense, and speed had not diminished in the slightest. Furthermore, his ability to teleport aboard the ship was unchanged. It appeared that his assumptions were correct. The capabilities and rules that had already been established continued to function even with the system offline, though the unspent gold coins and soul points within the system were temporarily inaccessible. As for when they would be restored, his feelings toward the system were a complex mix of love and resentment, akin to a cad trying to please a wealthy woman while avoiding any responsibility. To be frank, he yearned to enhance his power through the system while simultaneously fearing the loss of his humanity. Alas, Hades leaned against the railing, gazing at the moon. contemplating that he could only take one step at a time. Chapter 18. Gathering information on this side. Hades and Robin's concerns seemed unwarranted. On the island, the couple who reported Robin believed they had informed the Navy, but in truth, those individuals were merely imposters from the Python pirates seeking to profit from the situation. Therefore, her identity on this island remained secure. Yet, security did not equate to ease, for the town's market only opened in the morning. At this hour, with the moon high in the sky, there were no fresh water or food supplies available for sale. She dashed from place to place, inquiring with passers-by, but to no avail. Finally, after knocking on the door of a merchant, a kind-hearted elder scratched his head and asked, "Young lady, how did a task like resupplying a ship fall to you? Where are the adults from your vessel?" "Sir, I applied for this job to earn some pocket money," Robin replied, adhering to the answer she had prepared. "How peculiar. Did none of the adults on your ship inform you that supplies for passing merchant ships are procured at specific locations at the docks? Why would they send you to the market?" "Oh, is that so?" Despite Robin possessing a wealth of knowledge, and Hades having a mature psychological age and life experience, both were unequivocal novices when it came to the operations of a ship. It is essential to recognize that theoretical knowledge often diverges significantly from practical experience. After expressing her gratitude to the elder, Robin hurried back in the direction he had indicated towards the docks. As she ran, her strength waned from days of insufficient nourishment, and she ought to have conserved her energy. Yet, inexplicably, she felt an urgent desire to see that ship. There was someone waiting for her aboard. Someone who promised not to betray her trust. With this thought, an unexplainable surge of energy welled within her, propelling her onward. At last, in the distance, she spotted a flickering flame along the shore, illuminating her path through the darkness. Supporting herself on her knees, a silly grin spread across her youthful face. At last, she had not been abandoned. At the docks, Hades was tending to a bonfire, engaged in conversation with someone. He had encountered an old acquaintance, the fishing vessel they had met at sea. The fishermen aboard had been traversing that area for the past few days, confirming the absence of sea serpents, and had been diligently reaping a substantial harvest. Upon encountering these individuals, Hades could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Once, he harbored terrifying thoughts towards them. Not only had he shamelessly appropriated their maps and compasses, but he had also contemplated taking their very lives. With a courteous demeanor, he called out to them, compensated them for the maps and compasses, and expressed his sincere gratitude. The fishermen recognized Hades, for he was a striking figure. Reminiscent of a youth stepped forth from a painting, such a sight was rare in this lifetime. Elated by their bountiful catch, the fishermen invited Hades to partake in their fish barbecue, the venue set upon the dock. Observing that the location was conveniently within the range of his ship, Hades graciously accepted, kindling a bonfire while savoring the delectable grilled fish, all the while using the luminous flames to guide Robin back. "The Golden Lion has escaped the naval prison." What sensational news! The Golden Lion? Who is that? Captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, a figure renowned alongside the Pirate King. You must have heard of him. During their meal, the fishermen delighted in discussing peculiar topics. The old fisherman Berkview, astonished, shared the day's headline from his newspaper. Didiah scratched his head and glanced at the photograph on the paper. "I only recognize the Pirate King Roger, and perhaps the notorious members of the nearby Python pirate crew." Such ignorance of worldly matters was unbecoming of a youth, Berkview chided Didiah before returning his attention to the newspaper. As Hades absorbed the mention of the Flying Sky Pirates and the Golden Lion, he fell into contemplation. This marked the second notable figure he had encountered since arriving in this world. Previously, he had drifted alone at sea, engrossed in slaughter and the pursuit of power. Now, he pondered the timeline of the Pirate King, believing it might prove useful. According to Robin's account, she managed to escape O'Hara less than 6 months ago, at the tender age of 8. Thus, when the Pirate King was active, Robin was 28, indicating that this was 20 years prior to Luffy's departure from the sea. The year when GOLD, Roger surrendered and the Golden Lion stormed Marineford, resulting in his imprisonment and impel down, was the same year. Given that the Golden Lion had now escaped, it seemed that the dawn of the Great Pirate Era had already commenced, and the turmoil in Wano country had likely already unfolded. Hades scratched his head, attempting to extract useful information from the original text. However, he found himself in the West Sea, far removed from the Grand Line in the New World, with all his memories pertaining to matters unrelated to this region. Ultimately, he had no choice but to relinquish his efforts. The original work had little relevance to him. His primary concern now was to safeguard himself and Robin. Having come to this realization, Hades patiently inquired with the fishermen about the nearby seas and islands. "You've come to the right person," said the old fisherman Burke, as he tucked away his newspaper. "These youngsters know nothing beyond fishing near Polly Island, but I am different." He then produced a crude map of the West Sea from his pocket. "Behold, this is my rendition of the West Sea, based on the accounts of passing merchant ships and travelers. Here's our Polly Island, and I've marked the nearby islands. The more distant areas may be somewhat rudimentary due to a lack of information, but I assure you, there is no one on this island who possesses a more detailed map than mine." Burke puffed out his chest with pride. Hades' eyes brightened. "Excuse me, good sir. Is this map for sale?" He rummaged through his pockets, only to suddenly appear embarrassed. Robin had taken 200,000 berries for supplies, leaving only a small change on the ship. Later, upon encountering the fishermen, he had recalled the previous occasion when he had taken advantage of their generosity regarding the compass and map, and thus had given all his remaining money to them. Now, he was left with not a single berry. The old fisherman, Burke, scrutinized Hades for a moment before feigning mystery and saying, "Young master, have you secretly sneaked away from home to embark on a maritime adventure?" "What? I have not lived for decades in vain. But judging by your appearance, it seems you possess a certain skill to have navigated this far. You remind me of my younger self." Hades, sipping wine and savoring grilled fish, engaged in conversation with a young lad who appeared merely 8 years of age. As he reminisced about his youthful style from many years ago, Hades began to comprehend why the fishermen and sailors would avert their eyes and cast him sympathetic glances whenever they saw Burkeview indulging in drink and chat. The old man was simply too loquacious. Chapter 19. A night at the dock. Once the old man's chatter commenced, particularly after a few drinks, it seemed as though he had been bestowed with an enchanting buff that enhanced his verbosity. The only silver lining to this encounter was that Hades ultimately received the hand-drawn map, with the old man repeatedly assuring him that it was a labor of love, containing infallible locations that they could trust without hesitation. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Robin, you have returned." Hades sat by the campfire, contemplating the direction of his journey the following day, when he suddenly sensed a familiar gaze upon him. Lifting his head, he was met with the sight of Robin, leaning on her knee, gazing at him with a silly smile from afar. Her youthful face, adorned with sparkling black eyes, was glistening with excited tears, and beads of sweat cascaded down her cheeks, her innocent smile reminiscent of a child seeking approval from an adult. Why all the sweat? What transpired? Hades yearned to approach her, but the distance was a hindrance. He could only wave his hand, beckoning Robin to come closer. "It's nothing. I feared my absence would cause you concern," Robin gasped as she made her way to his side, only then noticing the group gathered around the burgeoning fire, their eyes intently fixed on the two. The old fisherman, with a flushed face from drink, glanced curiously at the ethereal Hades on one side and the charming Robin on the other. Noble, family, adversaries, young master and young lady, embarking on an adventure at sea? Eloping? A cascade of narratives flooded his mind, weaving together the tales of their lives from birth to the present. And he couldn't help but give Hades a thumbs up, a promising young man indeed. The town's market had closed, and fresh water and food remained elusive, however. "I have learned of a location at a dock where resources can be replenished, and I can head there immediately." As soon as Robin arrived, she began to report on her endeavors to Hades, cautiously observing his expression, worried that she had not performed well. "Then you've made the trip in vain. Sit down and rest for a moment. There is grilled fish and water here. You've only consumed half a piece of bread over the past 2 days, and your body must be struggling." Hades gently urged Robin to take a seat, mindful of the perspiration on her skin that might render her susceptible to a chill from the ocean breeze. He procured a clean cloth from the fisherman and handed it to her, and together they settled by the crackling fire, basking in its warmth. Robin was taken aback by Hades' demeanor. As she quietly savored the roasted fish, she discreetly observed the boy beside her. "Do you ever find me somewhat intimidating?" Hades, possessing the psychological maturity of an adult, quickly sensed the peculiar tension emanating from the girl beside him. Noticing his gaze, Robin promptly shook her head. However, after a moment's contemplation while locked in his eyes, she nodded slightly. "It's not so bad, really. What I mean is, you have likely endured more than others." Thus, Hades interjected, "If you are afraid, then why did you not refuse when I invited you aboard my ship?" Robin blinked, responding, "Because of those naval officers on the deck. You saved me, yet you also vanquished them. The world government and the Navy will not spare you. I believed you would offer me refuge. Furthermore, we are quite alike in many ways." Hades fell silent. At this moment, Robin had merely experienced the betrayal of ordinary individuals. In her mind, she might truly perceive herself as the demon left behind by O'Hara. Thus, she sought a companion who, like herself, was regarded as an adversary by the world government or the Marines, providing her with a sense of belonging and camaraderie. However, Hades, who was well-versed in the original tale, understood that even as Robin later affiliated herself with numerous pirate crews and underground organizations, she could not escape the fate of betrayal. Ultimately, she had grown accustomed to such a life. Labeled as a demon, she was compelled to plunge into darkness. Such was her destiny. Hades gazed at the girl beside him, and the more he looked, the more he felt a pang of pity. "I apologize. I was troubled at that time and uttered many strange words. In truth, Hades wished to clarify that he had rarely taken a life. Thus far, the only victims he had claimed were those Robin had witnessed, plus perhaps one pirate who had met his end beneath a falling mast. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly fell silent upon observing the expression on Robin's face. He realized that further explanation was unnecessary. She understood. Perhaps, as she had remarked, they were indeed akin to one another, belonging to the same ilk. As dawn broke, the sea breeze swept across the waters, carrying with it a briny scent that brushed against his face, evoking a delightful, tingling sensation. Hades and Robin sat closely together by the campfire throughout the night. The fisherman's grilled fish feast had long since concluded, and each had returned to their respective homes. Old fisherman Burke, ever considerate, even brought them a blanket, fearing that the two children might catch a chill from the sea breeze. "It's time to go. We must set forth." Hades roused Robin from her slumber, having served as her pillow throughout the night, free from the need for rest. As he stood up and stretched, he felt a tingling sensation in his right shoulder. It seemed even a ship's spirit could experience such sensations. Robin, still dazed from sleep, slowly lifted her head, her eyes clouded with lingering drowsiness. As she fully awakened and realized she was sprawled across Hades, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She quickly straightened herself and adjusted her attire. "I understand now," she began, her voice steadying. "I have inquired with Dardian and the others about the location for procuring supplies at the dock. The supply station is situated by the seaside, and I can navigate the ship there alone. As for the remaining funds, perhaps you could visit the market to purchase some essentials. Our journey still stretches ahead of us." Hades redistributed 200,000 Bailey and decided that the two would act separately. Robin, understanding the situation, graciously accepted the money without hesitation, for she recognized that taking good care of herself was the greatest assistance she could offer to Hades. "I inquired with Grandpa Burke, and confirmed that there is no naval presence stationed on the island. This time, there would be no need for hurried comings and goings, as I shall await you at the supply station." Hades offered a few more words of encouragement, watching the girl as silhouette fade into the town before boarding the ship. He navigated the Hades vessel to the supply station by the dock, purchasing essentials such as fresh water and emergency rations. The purchasing power of berries in the world of One Piece should be comparable to that of the Japanese yen. He recalled having heard this from someone long ago. Regardless of its veracity, he had now experienced it firsthand. The 100,000 berries in his possession were sufficient to procure enough fresh water and food to sustain both him and Robin for 2 months. After observing the workers load barrels of water and boxes of provisions onto the ship, Hades found himself idly awaiting Robin's return. It wasn't long before Robin reappeared. The girl had ventured to the market with 100,000 berries and returned with more than half of her money still intact. She had purchased only a few changes of clothing, 5 books as thick as dictionaries, and a toilet, with a blush adorning her cheeks. Robin carefully arranged her books and clothes before discreetly stowing her toilet aboard the ship. It seemed that her previous experience of squatting over a wooden plank at sea had left a lasting impression on her. However, anything brought onto the ship would automatically be considered his property, which meant Hades was aware of her acquisition. Yet, this time he resolved to feign complete ignorance. Chapter 20. Departure and System Update. Captain, our destination is the island of Notice in the West Sea. Estimated time of arrival, 14 days. Shall we set sail, Captain? Little Robin tilted her head in confusion as she observed the playful demeanor of Hades. "At present, you are the only one aboard this vessel, thus you are the captain." "And you?" "I am, of course, the ship itself." "Surely, you wouldn't want me to undertake all the labor alone while you lounge about," Hades replied. Robin blinked in surprise, finding herself unexpectedly appointed as captain. Her gaze shifted over the ship, her expression altered, even though she understood Hades was merely teasing her. "Then let us set sail." Little Robin spoke softly. "By your command. Course set for the west, to Notice Island. We embark now." The Hades set sail, carrying 2 children on board, officially commencing their adventure in the West Sea. The geographical location of Notice Island lies to the west of Poly Island, comparable in size, and was the destination the two had deliberated upon the previous night. In contrast to the larger islands capable of accommodating towns, cities, and even nations, this island appeared particularly exquisite and diminutive. This was also part of their plan. After all, Robin was still being pursued by the Navy, with numerous intelligence agents from the world government and the Navy possessing her detailed information, aware that her youthful capabilities rendered her unable to escape the confines of the West Sea. Consequently, a meticulous net had been cast to ensnare her. Should the two dare to brazenly appear amidst the throngs on a populous island, it would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, they chose inconspicuous small islands as their stopping points to replenish essential supplies, evading detection until they could enter the Grand Line, which was indeed the ultimate goal of Hades. The voyage across the sea was monotonous. Apart from the occasional seabirds landing on the ship, there was little to behold. Such an environment was most conducive to slumber. Yet regrettably, Hades had no such need. Lacking the presence of a system, he found no motivation even to fish. He turned his gaze towards the other occupant of the vessel, noticing Robin stacking a few wooden planks to serve as a low stool, quietly engrossed in her book. The tome was wrapped in cowhide paper, its pages larger than her face, and Robin sat like a statue, radiating an extraordinary focus. The experiences of these days had accustomed Hades to Robin's bustling efforts for survival, nearly causing him to forget her innate disposition as a tranquil child who simply adored reading. Your dream is to uncover all the historical texts and unveil the mysteries of the blank century, is it not? Robin looked up in surprise, while Hades reclined on the deck, casually crossing his legs. How did you know? You mentioned it while recounting your past. Did I? Robin lowered her head. She was no longer the naive girl from O'Hara Island, understanding how daunting her aspirations might seem to others. Since we have nothing else to do right now, why not consider it our goal to seek out the historical texts? A flicker of doubt crossed the young girl's face as she instinctively shook her head. Her dream would not waver, yet she did not wish to drag Hades down with her. However, upon meeting his unwavering gaze, for reasons she could not fathom, she nodded slightly. Is it truly possible? How would we know without trying? Hades smiled. Robin blinked, realizing that the ship spirit, seemingly her age, was not jesting. After lunch, the ship once again settled into the tranquility reminiscent of the morning. Hades aimlessly wandered about the deck, only to realize that the living facilities available in the system's construction options were specifically designed for moments like this. He contemplated creating a kitchen to prepare meals and pass the time, establishing a gym to engage in some physical exercise, and exchanging with the system for an aquarium and fishing rod to indulge in angling during moments of boredom. Otherwise, the monotony of life aboard the ship during its voyage would be insufferable. With this thought in mind, he instinctively accessed the system interface, and to his surprise, just as he initiated the system, a prompt box appeared. The system had completed its upgrade, and the new version of the ship spirit system had updated certain features, adding system patches. Considering the host's aversion to the erosion of humanity, the system had transformed the malevolent persona into skills, incorporating them into the hierarchy of ship spirit enhancements for the host's perusal. The remaining updates could be reviewed in detail within the update patch section of the basic interface. The system upgrade was now complete. Hades found himself at a crossroads, contemplating whether to marvel at his fortune. Upon activating the system, he fortuitously encountered an update. And most significantly, the ship's spirit system had abolished its previous traits of bloodlust, coldness, and an unwavering obsession with power that stripped away humanity. With this realization, he exhaled a sigh of relief. To be transformed into a vessel was one thing, but to lose the essence of humanity within was another matter entirely. Even if he surpassed ancient weaponry and became the strongest in the world, such power would be rendered utterly meaningless. As he read the prompt indicating that the evil state personality had been transformed into a skill, Hades curiously accessed the ship spirit enhancement interface. The upper right corner displayed a soul count of 19, reminding him that he had entered with a substantial budget, allowing him to indulge in a meaningful expenditure. At the base of the skill tree, the skill shared spirit ship and long voyage remained. The latter was yet to be activated and was depicted in a muted gray. The 3 skills on the second tier had all been unlocked, and Hades could click to view their descriptions, selecting which icon to illuminate based on their strength and his preferences. The trio of skills included Meteor Crash, Form Switching, and Evil Form. Meteor Crash: when the ship spirit leaps into the air, it can harness a portion of the ship's weight, up to 1 ton, to launch a crashing assault against enemies, crushing them beneath its might. Note 1. This skill is a lock-on ability. Enemies cannot evade it through conventional means. Note 2. This skill is restricted to airborne conditions. The ship spirit can only activate its effects when both feet leave the ground. Form switching, to accommodate both the ship spirit's life and combat needs. 2 corresponding forms were introduced. First, the living form. In this state, all non-combat skill effects are enhanced by 10%, for instance. The maximum distance of the long voyage skill can be increased from 20 meters to 22 meters. Second, the combat form. In this state, all combat skill effects are similarly boosted by 10%. For example, the maximum weight of the meteor crash skill can be raised from 1 ton to 1 tons. Chapter 21. Skill Analysis Evil Form. An updated skill that transforms the host's previously rejected extreme combat state, devoid of humanity, into a skill. Once activated, it enters a bloodthirsty mode, granting combat focus, passively activating both living form and combat form, and doubling their skill effects, increasing the 10% boost to 20%. Upon deactivation, the user will endure a 3-fold duration of weakness and coldness, for instance. Activating the evil form for 1 hour will result in 3 hours of weakness and coldness. Hades swiftly perused the skill introduction, noting that these 3 abilities resided on the second tier of the ship spirit enhancement tree, with the activation of any skill requiring expenditure of 4 soul points. Upon grasping the effects of the skills, he fell into contemplation. The current system's presentation bore a striking resemblance to many games he had previously played, both in terms of ship modifications and skill descriptions. Consequently, upon encountering these skills, Hades developed a unique understanding. Among them, the meteor crash was unequivocally a combat skill, reminiscent of the abilities of the Goda Gomu no Mi Gum Gum fruit and the Ashi Ashi no Mi Push Push fruit from One Piece, allowing its user to leap into the air and descend upon foes with a sudden increase in weight for a devastating strike. While formidable, it paled in comparison to the 2 aforementioned devil fruits. The Push Push fruit could elevate one's weight to hundreds or even thousands of tons, and the Gum Gum fruit could bestow a weight of up to 10,000 kilograms. In contrast, the meteor crash's maximum weight of 1 ton seemed somewhat lacking. Yet, Hades soon discerned that the meteor crash possessed its own merits, as it was a locking skill. The system's description contained a critical phrase: with special means, enemies cannot evade. This indicated that once he activated the skill, even foes endowed with observation haki would be unable to dodge it. This inherent guarantee of a hit, if utilized properly, could yield an infinite array of combinations. Ultimately, Hades categorized it as a skillful ability. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it was undoubtedly practical. Next was the form shift, a more auxiliary ability, which boasted no cooldown period or duration, allowing for continuous activation, akin to a passive skill. In everyday scenarios, one could employ the life form to enhance non-combat skills, while in combat, the battle form would amplify skill potency, a rather conventional approach. From Hades' perspective as a seasoned gamer, he surmised that the subsequent tiers of the tree would offer variants and enhancements of this skill. Lastly, there was the evil form. Hades felt a sudden jolt in his heart. This updated skill patch was clearly articulated, exhibiting formidable capabilities that could enhance his strength by 20% during combat. One should not underestimate this 20%. In battles against equally matched opponents, every incremental advantage could prove to be the decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. Moreover, it is noteworthy that this skill imposes no temporal restrictions. However, upon deactivation, the user must endure a debilitating state for 3 times the duration of the skill's activation. There exists a peculiar bug. As long as he maintains his evil form without interruption, he would never have to suffer the adverse effects of weakness. Yet, in such a state, he would resemble the pre-update version of himself, devoid of humanity. Reflecting on this, Hades felt a lingering trepidation regarding his former self, causing him to hesitate in utilizing this skill. The 3 skills within the second tier of the ship spirit enhancement required a total of 12 soul points. For Hades, possessing 19 soul points, this expenditure was manageable. Despite his lingering apprehension towards the evil form, he resolutely activated all the skills of the second tier. With 7 soul points remaining, he realized this was insufficient to unlock the third tier, prompting him to turn back and activate the remaining long-distance travel skill in the first tier. In total, he expended 14 soul points, leaving the systems panel in the upper right corner reflecting a meager 5 soul points. Hades had just utilized his soul value and was about to check for updates on other systems when he was suddenly roused by an external voice. "What are you doing?" Robin, having finished an entire book and preparing to exchange it for another in the warehouse, unexpectedly spotted Hades squatting alone in a corner, lost in thought. Having grown closer to him, she approached to inquire about his condition. Hades scratched his head, realizing that although he and Robin were now intertwined, he could not explain the system to her. Thus, he resorted to a light-hearted evasion. "I am simply bored. The ship spirit cannot sleep, so I am passing the time by daydreaming." Robin found this difficult to comprehend. Hades, with a mouthful of nonsensical chatter, pulled the little girl into a corner, mirroring his own position, and began to teach her the art of daydreaming. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, instructing her to relax, to regulate her breathing, to forget all her worries, and to let her mind drift. "Fix your gaze here. Do not move your eyes. Think of nothing at all. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Do you not feel as though time is slipping away?" After a minute had passed, Robin lifted her head, even more perplexed, feeling that this was nothing short of a waste of time. Perhaps out of pity for Hades, who seemed to have nothing better to do, she handed him the book she had been reading, suggesting, "Why don't you join me in reading instead?" Hades gazed at the thick tome, reminiscent of a dictionary, as a pair of delicate, fair hands presented it to him, rendering him unable to refuse. Thus, an unforeseen path unfolded before him. The two of them returned to the deck, each cradling a book, and sat down together to immerse themselves in the written word. As they turned the pages, they discovered a compendium detailing the customs and characteristics of Poly Island. Considering the limited selection available in the small town, most of which Robin had already perused, venturing into the realm of the island's culture and features was their only recourse for uncharted literary territory. It became evident that this girl possessed a genuine passion for reading, finding enjoyment even in such seemingly tedious content, and she could sit engrossed for an entire day. In the past, he would have deemed perusing such dull literature a waste of time. Yet today, for reasons unknown, sitting beside Robin brought him a sense of tranquility, leading him to leaf through the book page by page, appreciating the unique spiritual realm it offered. Unbeknownst to Hades, in a subtle corner of the system, a soft pink hue enveloped the companion panel, intertwining the icon of a brigantine with Robin's youthful visage. In the upper right corner, alongside the familiar gold and soul points, a new parameter emerged, labeled emotion, which had risen from 0 to emotion 1. P.S. Special thanks to Instant Noodles number 2 for the generous tip. The boss is truly magnanimous. Mwah. Chapter 22. Companions and emotional value. As the sun descended, casting its golden rays upon the ocean, a shimmering band of light emerged on the azure surface, akin to a star plummeting from the heavens, rendered beautiful and mysterious by the setting sun's glow. Hades fashioned a modest bed for Robin within the confines of the warehouse. After observing the serene visage of Robin as he succumbed to slumber upon the soft mattress, Hades transformed into a constellation of starlight and vanished into the ether. Upon the deck, myriad luminescent particles converged once more, coalescing into the form of a young boy. Hades scrutinized the structure of his vessel and the vastness of its construction. The time for action was nigh. In the past, he had been the sole inhabitant of the ship, a spirit of the vessel unburdened by the needs of sustenance, clothing, or shelter. Thus, he had forged the ship into a fully equipped warship, with all efforts directed towards enhancement. However, with Robin's presence, certain fundamental living amenities required reconstruction. For instance, a room for her, a bathroom, a lavatory, a kitchen, and a gym equipped with exercise apparatus. If feasible, he would also create a dedicated study for housing and perusing books. As for the construction process, it would naturally depend on the system. Thus, to avoid any astonishing display of capabilities, he would have to wait until Robin had fallen asleep to commence planning. Upon her awakening, he would attribute the transformations aboard the ship to his identity as the spirit of the vessel. Hades envisioned a splendid undertaking. However, upon accessing the construction options of the system, he found that he possessed a mere 180,000 coins. With this amount solely allocated for purchasing wooden planks, he could acquire only around 400 pieces. Not to mention the expenses for additional items within the room, as well as the design and construction fees associated with the system. It appeared that renovating the ship's structures would indeed be a formidable endeavor. After some contemplation, he decided to compromise. Rather than constructing a room, he opted to exchange for a bathing and shower facility through the system. The journey from Poly Island to Notice Island would take at least 14 days. And while provisions for sustenance were assured, the girl's penchant for cleanliness necessitated the availability of a bathing option. making this a pressing concern. As for the placement of the bathtub and shower, he pondered briefly and chose to situate them in the most secluded corner of the ship. Although this location was inconsequential to him, it was essential for the girls to feel a sense of security when it came to bathing, a matter of personal privacy. Reflecting on this, Hades furrowed his brow in distress. Even now, each time Robin exited the restroom, she would steal glances at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hades feigned ignorance of his perceptive abilities, while Robin pretended to be unaware of Hades's capacity for sensing. An unspoken understanding lingered between them, as they allowed the awkwardness to permeate the air. Had he known this would be the outcome, Robin would have responded in the negative when he inquired whether Hades could perceive everything aboard the vessel. Time swiftly passed, and Hades and Robin had been sailing the seas for 10 days. Each day, they engaged in reading, occasionally purchasing a newspaper from passing gulls to stay informed about global affairs. During this period, Hades effortlessly dispatched a sea creature, and as its enormous carcass vanished in a flash of white light, Robin cast a puzzled glance his way. Hades, unable to explain that he had sold the remains to the system, offered vague remarks, to which Robin nodded, no longer pressing for clarification. Days flowed by, and their ship drew ever closer to Notice Island. Shall we read? On the deck, Hades extended 2 thick tomes towards Robin, arranging wooden boards to form makeshift chairs and a table for their comfort. With nothing pressing on her agenda, Robin nodded and seated herself quietly. In contrast, Hades propped his legs on the elevated wooden surface, laying the book flat upon his lap, exuding an air of contentment. Since that day Robin had invited him to read together, Hades seemed to have discovered a new passion, extending daily invitations to partake in their literary pursuits. Even after exhausting the 5 volumes acquired from Poly Island, the ritual continued unabated. Yesterday, I rummaged through the storage and, guess what? I stumbled upon 2 books, hidden away in the corner, long suppressed beneath wooden planks. Hades produced 2 volumes exchanged from the system, handing one to Robin. She observed the pristine condition of the books. Not a single mark of damage, nor even a speck of dust. It was evident that the truth diverged from Hades's narrative, yet after 10 days of companionship, she had grown accustomed to the wonders surrounding him. It appeared as though Hades possessed a peculiar space within him, capable of containing an abundance of items and retrieving them at will. Examples included the suddenly materialized bathtub and shower apparatus, the vanished carcass of the sea creature, and now these 2 enigmatic books. Presently, Robin felt no astonishment at whatever Hades produced. Robin quietly opened the cover of her book, and the title and synopsis revealed it to be a novel she had never encountered before. Her keen eyes swiftly scanned the text, and she soon found herself captivated by the engaging narrative, immersing herself in this piece of terrestrial literature. Meanwhile, Hades pretended to read, though his gaze was fixated on the system's upper right corner, where the emotional value read 9. Only when it leaped to 10 did he exhale in relief. It seemed that reading together bore fruit. All their previous endeavors had been mere exertions and futility. Emotional value, this was a new parameter Hades had discovered 9 days prior, linked to the functionality of companions. Its specific implications, perhaps indicative of the profound bond between him and Robin, he was uncertain. It was merely conjecture, stemming from the observation that whenever they sat together to read, a flurry of pink bubbles would emerge in the character companion section of the system interface, enhancing the atmosphere. Subsequently, their emotional value would increment slightly, occurring once daily, consistently without interruption. As for the precise function of emotional value, it seemed distinct from the quantities of gold and soul value, as it was not meant for consumption. Days earlier, when their emotional value first surpassed 5, the system alerted Hades that they had achieved a milestone named Together We Progress. Notably, the 5 points of emotional value were not expended but continued to rise incrementally each day. Hence, Hades surmised that the purpose of emotional value was to unlock corresponding achievements upon reaching certain thresholds, which would yield mutual benefits and enhancements for both parties. Together We Progress being the prime example. Together We Progress enhances the synergy between the ship's spirit and its crew members. When both individuals align their focus on a shared goal, an extraordinary level of concentration and efficacy is unleashed, resulting in remarkable productivity. Hades finds it quite intriguing. In contrast to the numerous construction options that demand a significant expenditure of coins and the requirement of defeating foes to acquire souls for ship enhancements, this feature possesses a nurturing quality. Each day, it fosters a slight increase in emotional connection, neither excessive nor insufficient, allowing the 2 individuals to grow stronger over time. Chapter 23. Approaching vessels. Is that a ship approaching? Just as Robin was engrossed in her reading, an inexplicable intuition washed over her. She turned her gaze towards the stern of the ship and, true to her premonition, spotted a vessel traversing the distant sea. This exemplifies the efficacy of the System's achievements. It was clear that Hades, utilizing the perception of his own ship, sensed this occurrence. However, due to the heightened synergy cultivated through their shared journey, Robin, even while immersed in the world of her book, soon felt an unusual presence. Rest assured, it is not the Navy. Hades discerned early on the flag adorning the ship. It bore a crescent moon pierced by an arrow. This emblem diverged from those of the world government and the Navy, and it was far removed from the customary skull motifs of pirates. It appeared to be an ordinary merchant vessel, likely displaying a family crest. Contemplating this, Hades, in a whimsical manner, turned to Robin and mused. Shall we design a flag uniquely our own? One that, in the future, will be renowned across the seas, so that when people behold our banner. A pirate flag, perhaps? He continued, not necessarily. Who says we must embrace the life of a pirate? Moreover, the skull motif does not align with my aesthetic sensibilities in the slightest. Hades harbored a certain aversion towards pirates. Upon arriving in this world, he encountered two groups of pirates, both of whom starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions of them. Indeed, a crew like the Straw Hat Pirates was an anomaly among pirates. While the two engaged in discussions on peculiar topics, a figure aboard a distant ship was meticulously observing all activities aboard the Hades. Gary, it's time to get to work. A man stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze sharp and penetrating, akin to that of a keen-eyed bird, encompassing all that lay before him. As he called out, a towering figure, over 3 meters tall, emerged from the cabin. He was wrapped in a silver iron chain that hung across his body, clanging as he walked. The power of the stare fruit was indeed convenient, allowing him to scrutinize another vessel from such a distance. Gary, the brawny giant, spoke in a deep voice tinged with envy, promptly inquiring, what is the situation on that ship? The deck revealed merely 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. Together no thicker than his arm. Where are the adults? Don't rush me. I'm searching, replied Hayfuge as he touched the tips of his index finger and thumb together, forming an OK gesture. He positioned the circle before his eyes, and instantly, the wooden deck before him was rendered transparent, exposing the entire Hades to his gaze. Strange, Hayfuge murmured. There's nothing? What? I mean, besides the 2 children, there isn't a single adult aboard. Hayfuge exclaimed in astonishment. At that, Gary erupted with laughter, his booming voice causing the wooden barrels at his feet to tremble. You haven't overused your ability and gone blind, have you? There are no islands nearby. What kind of children would sneak off alone? Are you questioning me? Hayfuge shot a displeased glare at the giant. Finally ceasing his mockery, Gary removed a section of his wrist-thick iron chain, gripping it in his hand and swinging it a couple of times to loosen his muscles. Rest assured, whether there are others aboard or not, since we have crossed paths, the outcome will be the same, Gary commanded nonchalantly. Tell the helmsman to adjust course and approach, but maintain our distance. It's time to get to work and earn some money. On the Hades and Robin initially referenced the ship trailing behind them, deliberating over the matters of flags and insignias. However, as time passed, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Robin's vigilance heightened, sensing something amiss. Indeed, it was rather peculiar. Although their vessel was slower, the other ship seemed to be deliberately restraining its speed, maintaining a distance between the two. Hades concurred with Robin's assessment. I shall investigate, he declared. From the mast of their ship, a petal unfurled, a manifestation of Robin's Hana Nomi abilities. This paramecia-type devil fruit allowed any part of her body to bloom upon any tangible object. At that moment, what sprouted from the mast were her eyes, elevated to gain a broader perspective and glean information from the ship that shadowed them. A multitude of individuals clad in neat uniforms appeared. Could they be disguised Navy personnel? Wait, their ship is armed. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 4 cannons. Could it be? Let us not jump to conclusions, Robin cautioned. If this were a vessel disguised by the world government or the Navy, they would likely have opened fire by now. Let us observe further. Hades comforted Robin, whose emotions were in turmoil. However, he remained cautious, for one must never underestimate the malice of others while always being prepared for it. He retrieved cannonballs and gunpowder from the artillery room. On the sea, the 2 ships sailed with merely a few hulls distance between them for over half an hour. During this time, Robin utilized his fruit abilities, periodically checking the movements of the opposing vessel. Suddenly, a youthful voice cried out, "They are accelerating." From his vantage point in the sky, Robin observed the enemy ship adjusting its sails. abandoning its previous leisurely pursuit and making a swift dash towards the stern of the Hades. He quickly alerted Hades. The opposing ship, already faster than the Hades, had previously been hindered by its own limitations. Now, propelled by newfound speed, it surged forward, closing the distance sufficiently for both sides to discern their adversaries. On the deck of the enemy ship stood a group of men clad in black uniforms, adorned with top hats and wielding rifles, all wearing sunglasses. At the forefront of this assembly were two figures, one tall and slender, the other a towering 3-meter giant. The slender man performed a peculiar gesture with his hand over his eyes, seemingly scrutinizing their ship, while the other, robust and imposing, murmured incantations as he unwound a thick iron chain coiled around his body, wrapping it around his hand. Hades gazed at the slender figure's peculiar gesture before his eyes. A strange shape that seemed familiar, yet before he could ponder further, the burly man had already struck. With a powerful stomp of his right foot against the ground and arm swinging forcefully, the iron chain emitted a crackling sound as it sliced through the air, curving sharply towards him. The speed surpassed the typical human reaction. However, Hades, having undergone enhancements through the shared strength of the spirit ship, was no ordinary man. He deftly sidestepped the attack, but the ordeal was far from over. The silver chain appeared to come alive, its former momentum not yet spent, while a new force surged forth, coiling around Hades like a nimble python, ensnaring him entirely. I've caught you now, little rascal. Chapter 24. The sudden enemy. I've caught you now, little rascal. The burly man on the opposing ship grinned widely, displaying a set of white teeth, and then yanked Hades, ensnared by the iron chain, forcefully back. A tremendous force surged down the chain, and Hades, caught off guard, felt a buzzing in his head as he was yanked skyward, soaring off his own vessel towards the enemy ship. Hades! Robin exclaimed in alarm. Activating her flower fruit powers, countless blossoms erupted from her palms, and suddenly, an arm sprouted, followed by a hand at its end. The palm spread open, giving rise to another arm in an endless cycle, reaching out to grasp Hades as he ascended into the air. Despite Robin's swift actions, she could not match the foe's speed. Her blossoming arms grasped at nothing but air, leaving her helpless as she watched Hades being taken away. Questions flooded her mind. Who were these individuals? Don't worry, little rascal, you'll be next, Gary sneered, retracting the iron chain in disdain at Robin's earlier attempt to resist, preparing to throw it at her. Just then, Sea Fog, who had been observing nearby, inquired. What about the one you just captured? Isn't he here? Wait, where is he? Gary lowered his gaze, realizing the little rascal who should have been at his feet had vanished. Confused, he and his companions searched the deck of their ship, but Hades was nowhere to be found. Strange? Amidst their bewilderment, a minion in a black uniform and sunglasses pointed out, Boss Gary, that little rascal is still on his ship. What? It turned out that at the moment Hades was bound and lifted into the air, he had triggered the ship spirit's limit on how far one could stray from the vessel, accompanied by a burst of light emanating from him. He scattered into countless twinkling stars, returning to the ship's central position, reassembling into the form of a young boy. Robin, I'm fine. Hades offered a comforting sigh to Robin, who was filled with worry for him. Are you injured anywhere? The girl cast a glance laden with concern towards him. Over the span of 10 days, their relationship had undergone a significant transformation, and the support she had so painstakingly found turned into a chilling void the moment he vanished, leaving her feeling as though her very being had turned to ice. As Hades was about to respond, he suddenly noticed a familiar silver chain descending from the sky behind Robin. He urgently shouted, Robin, be careful. Robin's entire focus was on Hades, oblivious to the imminent danger. Upon hearing his warning, she hastily turned her head, only to be met with an invisible sense of oppression descending from above. Her pupils constricted slightly, and almost immediately, a tremendous force ensnared her, as a chain as thick as her calf wrapped around her, coiling tightly. Meanwhile, the towering Gary, having seemingly captured the small figure, was bewildered at how the creature managed to escape. As he swung the chain in his hand in an attempt to recapture it, he spotted another, more enticing target. His eyes brightened as he shifted his focus to the girl. At that moment, the metallic chain firmly locked around Robin's waist, binding her arms and body. She felt a crushing weight upon her chest, and involuntarily let out a muffled groan, yet summoned her formidable willpower to persevere and employed her abilities in a bid for self-rescue. 3 blossoms bloom. Suddenly, 3 arms sprouted from the entwining chain, grasping one another, extending and elongating with the singular aim of reaching Hades on the ship. This time, she finally succeeded, the arms emerging from the chain swiftly stretched out, clasping Hades' hand. Instinctively, Hades exerted force, attempting to reclaim Robin from the grasp of the burly man. However, unbeknownst to them, as this tug-of-war ensued, both combatants exerted their strength simultaneously, resulting in a catastrophic consequence for Robin, ensnared in the chain. The horrifying force transmitted through her petite frame, and with a sickening crack, she felt the bones in her body fracture. Her anguished cry pierced the heavens. Hades was momentarily taken aback, realizing he could no longer exert force. The power of the flower fruit suddenly faltered, causing the blossoming arms to dissipate into nothingness. In contrast, on the opposing ship, Gary effortlessly tugged on the iron chain, pulling Robin back to his vessel. "You little brat, with a bit of strength, why not put it to use?" Gary mocked, his laughter dripping with derision, exuding an air of arrogance. Had Hades continued to apply pressure in that earlier moment, he likely would have strangled Robin in the chain before he could reclaim her. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to let go. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. Relinquishing his grip meant Robin would be taken away. The situation had suddenly turned unfavorable. He needed to regain his composure. Hades forced himself to remain calm. The situation had not yet reached its direst point. From the moment he had contended with that burly man over Robin, he had discerned the extraordinary nature of his opponent. It was worth noting that he possessed the skill of spirit ship sharing, wielding nearly half the power of the vessel. Yet that man exhibited strength that was in no way inferior to his own. Hades furrowed his brow. However, strength does not equate to everything. When it comes to trump cards, he possesses countless options at his disposal. Thus, he is not afraid of direct confrontation. Rather, he fears that his opponents may not engage him at all. After all, restricted by the ship spirit's operational range, he cannot stray more than 20 meters from his vessel, even when assuming a different form, which only allows a range of 22 meters. Little one, my previous leniency in letting you escape was a mistake. Stand firm. Let us engage once more. Suddenly, Gary exhibited great enthusiasm, tearing apart his shirt to reveal his rippling muscles, his eyes gleaming with a playful light as if he had discovered a fascinating new toy. Then, with a deep, resonant roar, the silver chain soared into the air, transforming into a whip aimed at Hades. With a loud thud, Hades caught the other end of the chain, a line of blood marking his palm. Yet, he remained steadfast. Gripping the chain firmly, on one side stood a towering figure, 3 meters tall with dark skin, exuding an aura of ferocity. On the other, an 8-year-old boy, frail and delicate, yet possessing a strikingly handsome countenance that resembled an icy peak. The two faced each other, one at the bow and the other at the stern of their respective vessels. The atmosphere thickened to an almost palpable tension, broken only by the sound of waves crashing against the ship's hull. Chapter 25. Skill Assessment of Meteoric Collision with a Bellow. The burly Gary summoned all his strength, and Hades, refusing to be outdone, reciprocated with equal force. The immense power coursed through the silver chain, reverberating with a thunderous boom that caused both ships to shudder slightly. The powerful shockwaves spread across the surface of the sea, radiating outward. The stark contrast between the two figures, a giant and a boy, evoked an involuntary cheer from the onlookers. Yet, the strategist standing beside the giant felt a sense of unease, displeased with Gary's bullheaded approach, and sensing something peculiar about his opponent. Hayfuge utilized the powers of the staring fruit to peer into Hades' ship. Upon this revelation, Hayfuge's expression shifted dramatically. "Gary, release your grip immediately." The giant, who had not encountered such a worthy adversary in quite some time, was thoroughly engrossed in their tug-of-war. How could he relent upon being interrupted? "I said to let go. Their ship is armed with cannons." Caught in confusion, Gary, whose intellect was overshadowed by his brawn, struggled to comprehend the urgency. After all, their vessel was equipped with cannons as well, 4 of them, no less. Unbeknownst to him, under Hades' dual focus, the cannons aboard the Hades had already been loaded and were primed for action, targeting the opposing figure. In an instant, a resounding explosion echoed across the sea, sending ripples cascading outward. With pinpoint accuracy, the cannon fired, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that struck Gary directly. This had been Hades' plan all along. Bound by the distance limitation, he could not leap onto the enemy's ship to attack, yet he possessed formidable long-range capabilities. The cannons aboard the Hades were not mere decorations. Thick black smoke engulfed Gary's figure as he faced the brunt of the cannon fire, feeling as if his very being were being torn apart. But the onslaught was far from over. Suddenly, Hades relinquished his grip on the chain, his petite form poised at the stern of the ship. He leaped high above the surface of the sea, calculating the moment he would reach his maximum distance before aiming at the towering man below. Aerial limit technique. The system confirmed he had left the ground. Target lock. The system validated that the target had been locked. The conditions for skill activation were met. Meteoric collision. Beneath the glaring sunlight, the dark-haired boy soaring through the air resembled a celestial visitor. In that fleeting moment, an immense force coalesced within his diminutive frame, embodying a gravitational weight of 1 ton, hurtling toward his adversary with unstoppable momentum, as if intent on disintegrating him entirely. A brilliant light traced a magnificent arc across the sky, imbued with destructive power as the meteor struck its target. Clouds of dust erupted, and the wooden deck was splintered by Hades' collision, reduced to mere fragments. Gary was launched downward into the ship's hold, and the vessel itself could not withstand the impact, resulting in a visibly gaping hole. The sea churned violently as debris and remnants rained down, creating a cascade of splashing waves. As the explosion subsided, Hades, having surpassed the 20-meter limit, dissipated into a shower of starlight, returning to the deck of his ship, panting heavily. He had succeeded. Moreover, as he had anticipated, the targeting technique's certainty of hitting surpassed the limitations imposed by the ship's spirit's departure. It became clear that ever since Hades had acquired the meteoric collision skill, he had been pondering how to exploit its infallible hit rate. He recognized a possibility. It is well known that in games, descriptions or mechanics of skills often lead to contradictory conflicts. For example, the classic dilemma of spear versus shield. Suppose a skill is designed to grant invulnerability upon activation, while another skill is defined to instantly eliminate an opponent. When the instant kill skill is applied to the invulnerable, which skill prevails? The answer lies in the system's judgment. If the instant kill's probability is higher, the invulnerable will still perish. Conversely, if the invulnerability's probability is greater, the instant kill will fail. What transpired with Hades was a similar conundrum. Upon activating meteoric collision, the skill's description assured a guaranteed hit on the opponent. However, given Hades' position, hitting the enemy would necessitate exceeding the 20-meter limit. On one side was the enforced recall upon exceeding the distance, and on the other, a 100 hit rate. The resolution hinged upon which skill's determination held greater weight. And thus, meteoric collision triumphed. Upon returning to his vessel, Hades rose to his feet and cast a glance at the soul value within the system, which indicated no increase. Such tenacious vitality, surviving despite such dire circumstances. First, a direct hit from a cannonball, followed by a devastating skill that sent him plummeting to the depths of the sea. It appeared that this individual possessed a resilience akin to that of a cockroach. Nevertheless, based on Hades' conjecture, even if he had not perished, it was unlikely he could rise again. Undoubtedly, he was the most formidable adversary aboard the opposing ship. Now that this threat had been neutralized, Hades needed to contemplate how to rescue Robin. Hades cast his gaze upon Robin, who was bound on the deck, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Beside her stood the slender figure who had previously been in the company of the burly man. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the opposing ship. The events had unfolded so swiftly that there was scarcely time to comprehend. The vessel had been pierced from above, resembling a drill boring through it. Fortunately, the ship was populated, and the crew rushed to the lower hold, some scooping water, others making repairs, and still others attempting to rescue those in peril. Lord Hayfuger coldly observed the children aboard the rival ship. It was no wonder that such young ones dared to venture out to sea alone. They must have encountered formidable adversaries. The keen-eyed bird surveyed the surface of the water and, upon noticing his subordinates retrieving Gary, made a prompt decision to retreat, setting sail to escape. Lord Hayfuger, are we truly departing like this? That fool Gary has fallen. What purpose does it serve to remain? But we have the numbers. If we all board. Fool. Even if we were to overpower and capture that brat, do you believe we would emerge unscathed? Moreover, we need him alive. Who would purchase a dead slave? Let me tell you, given the current market, such high-risk slaves fetch little value. We must prioritize the cargo aboard our ship. That is where the real profit lies. Hayfuger could not contain his ire, chastising his subordinate. Upon hearing this, the subordinate dared not retort, quickly affirming, yes. He then announced to the entire crew, adjust the sails, full speed ahead. Chapter 26, Flight and Pursuit, Prison and Child on this side, Hades. Troubled by the constraints of his mobility, resolved upon an audacious course of action. He decided to ram the ship, creating a negative distance contact that would allow the two vessels to overlap, granting him the opportunity to board the enemy's ship and rescue Robin. However, just as he was about to steer the Hades towards the opposing vessel, the group of men in suits and sunglasses aiming firearms at him suddenly withdrew. Immediately thereafter, The helmsman of the rival ship changed direction, executing a swift maneuver that allowed it to evade the Hades like a slippery eel. They sought to flee. Hades was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned countless tactics employed by his adversaries, yet he never anticipated that they would simply flee. He hastily set sail in pursuit, his mind preoccupied with pondering the motives of this group. Their swift abduction of Robin raised suspicions. Could they be a facade of the world government or the CP organization? Hades recalled a fleeting scene he had previously glimpsed. The individuals aboard that vessel were adorned in black top hats, sporting sunglasses, and dressed in formal suits, reminiscent of the intelligence agency from his recollections. Yet, upon further contemplation, he noted that their initial gaze upon Robin bore no distinction from his own. Moreover, their primary target was none other than himself, evoking an impression that they were not deliberately pursuing anyone in particular. Rather, they seemed akin to traffickers, seizing whoever they could. Indeed, traffickers. Hades suddenly realized. The ship bore a family insignia, and aboard were a group of impeccably dressed gang members. This must be a clandestine organization specializing in human trafficking, a band of traffickers. As Hades pondered, his hands remained unceasing in their movements. While the meteorite collision locking technique was indeed formidable, it was not without its limitations, particularly in terms of casting range. At that moment, the trafficker's vessel deftly slipped away from his grasp, having surpassed the confines of his targeting range. Presently, the only viable means of attack left to him was the cannon aboard the ship. Hades diligently pursued the opposing vessel, yet the chasm between their ships was formidable. Had it not been for his unexpected execution of the meteor strike, which caught the adversary off guard and inflicted damage upon their hull, he would surely have been left in such a wake that even the tail lights would vanish from view. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. As long as he could maintain proximity and prevent the distance from widening, he was confident that he would inevitably bring the enemy ship to its watery demise. Hades unhesitatingly loaded the cannon, aimed, and fired. A resounding boom echoed, flames erupted, and the shell soared through the sky, with the systems pre-aiming in judgment. There was no possibility of a miss. It appeared destined to strike the mast of the enemy ship. Suddenly, the slender man who had previously stood beside the burly figure stepped forward. Tears of hot iron. I wail. Fogger positioned his index and middle fingers together before his eyes, allowing the tears within his orbs to multiply, and with this gesture, he expelled them. As a copious amount of tears solidified instantly, they took the form of two iron whales, maintaining a high temperature as they surged toward the heavens, colliding with the incoming shell and resulting in a violent explosion. Roar. Upon witnessing their leader's intervention, intercepting the cannonball, the members of the Mafia aboard the ship erupted in cheers, spontaneously organizing their ranks and repositioning the artillery to prepare for a counterattack against the Hades. Do not let that little brat catch up, otherwise it will be troublesome. I will take care of the cannonballs. You all focus on sinking his ship, or at the very least, drive him back beyond our firing range. Fogger issued his command, prompting immediate action from everyone on board. Seeing this, Hades finally understood why he felt a sense of familiarity with the gesture used by this individual. A devil fruit user. The Dengeki fruit, capable of granting foresight, X-ray vision, insight into the human heart, and the ability to hurl tears as weapons. In the original narrative, its user was Violet, the princess of Dressrosa. This devil fruit, while not tailored for combat, was of a supportive nature, yet, merely using it to intercept cannonballs would likely prove ineffective, no matter how many shells he fired. Hades clenched his jaw, his face a deep shade of anger. Despite the adversary's apparent weakness, if a direct confrontation were to occur, they would undoubtedly fall short against him. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against them. He felt akin to Big Mom when faced with the Straw Hat crew, possessing overwhelming strength, yet having his territory invaded. All he could do was trail behind, watching helplessly as his artillery was repeatedly intercepted, while he maneuvered his ship to evade the onslaught. Where am I? Robin lifted her eyelids, awakening from her stupor, only to be met with a wave of dizziness crashing over her consciousness. Her hands were bound by ropes, her legs tightly secured, and wooden bars obstructed her view of the outside world. The air was thick with the buzzing of insects and a foul odor. Is this a prison? As her senses gradually returned, she recalled her predicament. Ensnared by iron chains, her arm fractured, and finally, her head struck the deck of the enemy ship, leading to her unconsciousness. So, she had been captured by those individuals? A sharp pain coursed through her arm at the slightest movement. Sister, your arm is injured. It will hurt, a child's voice chimed from behind. Robin turned in surprise to find several young faces, some curious, others perplexed, observing her intently. All of them were children. She attempted to rise from the ground, but her bindings and the searing pain in her arm thwarted her efforts. "Sister, do you want to sit up? I'll help you." The same child offered, tilting her head as she carefully assisted Robin into an upright position. In that moment, Robin finally grasped the true nature of her surroundings. They were in the midsection of a ship, enveloped in darkness, with only a grating window allowing a sliver of light to penetrate. The prison housed children. Both boys and girls, with a few older than Robin, the most were younger. The captors seemed unconcerned about any potential rebellion, as they had not restrained the children's limbs, merely caging them like animals and providing regular meals. Furrowing her brow, Robin contemplated using her devil fruit powers to free herself from the ropes, but the movement caught the attention of a nearby little girl, who shook her head. "Sister, don't struggle, you'll get beaten," she cautioned. At first, we were all tied up, but those who resisted were denied food and punished. Eventually, we complied, and they loosened our bonds. Just endure it for a few days. Chapter 27. The Count's daughter, Sieglinde, the girl beside Robin, reminded her of this. Observing the seriousness etched on the child's innocent face, Robin hesitated and chose not to utilize her powers, opting instead to inquire about their situation. In no time, Robin gleaned from the little girl the true identity of the ship. It belonged to an underground organization trafficking humans. The crew comprised members of the Notice Island Mafia, led by two brothers, the frail and cunning Hayfuge, and the brawny, formidable Gary, who was rumored to have torn a sea beast apart with his bare hands. The crew revered strength, venerating the brothers as their leaders. Hayfuge handled family business, while Gary acted as the enforcer. The girl, though young, displayed clear logic, succinctly narrating the ship's structure and their abduction. Robin, astonished, asked, "How do you know so much?" "Because I'm the most obedient one. I don't cry or cause trouble. They find me agreeable, so I overheard their conversations when they brought food," the girl replied. Robin regarded her with newfound surprise. Judging by her attire, the girl was undoubtedly a pampered daughter of a wealthy family, yet she maintained such composure in dire circumstances, revealing her exceptional nature. However, the girl's cleverness did not imply Robin would be naive. Since her awakening, the girl had subtly attempted to ingratiate herself with Robin, first warning her against resistance, then engaging her in conversation to relay information about their plight. "Do you wish to escape?" Robin inquired, framing her question as an affirmation. This time, the girl appeared taken aback, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she glanced at the other children in the cell. Noticing their disinterest or slumber, she cautiously nodded. A silence enveloped them. The little girl, named Sieglinde, was the daughter of the Count of Sargson in the Kingdom of Mercia, abducted by the Mafia ship due to an unfortunate incident. She had been seeking an opportunity to escape, but after probing the other children, she discovered they had been thoroughly intimidated by the traffickers' brutal treatment. Now, each child was more docile than the last, and she found it impossible to target the newly imprisoned Robin, unaware of her intelligence and insight. Robin, for her part, was equally determined to leave. As a wanted criminal pursued by the world government, her capture would spell dire consequences. Moreover, Hades was awaiting her. If she were apprehended, he, as the spirit of the ship, would be unable to depart, undoubtedly causing him distress. After a brief silence, Sieglinde shifted closer to Robin, observing the other children while keeping a vigilant eye on the door leading outside. "Sister, they are traffickers. Don't you want to escape?" Sieglinde, having recognized Robin's intent, abandoned pretense and spoke directly. Robin, not lying, affirmed, "I wish to leave." Sieglinde's face lit up with excitement. "Help me, I have a way to get you out." "You have a plan? What is it?" Robin asked, her curiosity piqued. "I'll be brief. The trafficker ship will dock today. I overheard it from the food servers. After we disembark, we will be sold, making it much harder to escape. We must find a way to leave just before the ship reaches the shore." "And then?" Robin blinked. "My plan is..." Time trickled away, and the light streaming through the barred window revealed that several hours had elapsed since Robin's capture. Sigrid recounted her meticulously prepared escape plan to Robin, revealing her identity as the Count's daughter. In essence, the objective of this plan was singular: to stealthily slip away and locate a telephone bug to call for help from her family, then stall for time while awaiting rescue. However, after listening for a short while, Robin posed several questions that left Sigrid at a loss. I. Perhaps the situation you described will not come to pass. I believe we must at least try to know for sure. Clearly, for such a young child, devising such a plan was no small feat, yet they were up against a mafia organization that had engaged in human trafficking for many years. Most crucially, Sigrid was a defenseless child, and under such conditions, her plan appeared riddled with flaws in Robin's eyes. A silence fell between them once more. Time slipped by, and then the girl suddenly extended her right hand, shattering the tension between them. She reached out to the ropes binding Robin's arms, attempting to free her. Robin turned her head towards her, sensing the girl's heart racing with anxiety. I really think we should try. The girl spoke urgently, her hands working faster to untie Robin. She was betting that Robin's intelligence would not easily succumb to these traffickers, even if her plan was imperfect. It was the only route to escape. I am familiar with their patrol schedule. This should be the shift change, and the guards will be at their most lax. This is our chance to leave. Once outside, we can locate the telephone bug on the ship. If we are discovered, could you cover for me? As long as I can make the call, there is hope for our rescue. Observing the girl's desperation as if she were willing to fight to the death, Robin couldn't help but interrupt, reassuring her not to be overly agitated, for she had other methods to facilitate their escape. Yet Sigrid had already committed herself, having unraveled the ropes binding her wrists. Just then, the door to the cabin swung open. Light flooded into the dark room, illuminating the cell and the girl's pale face. She turned in panic, locking eyes with a pair of mocking ones. How could this be? It was supposed to be the shift change. Logically, no one should be coming. It was all over. Chapter 28. Escape from the cabin. At that moment, Sigrid's emotions surged like a tsunami. She had been cautious throughout, feigning compliance without resistance. Even though every abducted child had suffered abuse, she was the only one to have avoided such a fate. She had gathered intelligence discreetly and devised a detailed plan, only to see it declared a failure the instant it began. Unwilling to accept this fate, she could not suppress the tumult of emotions within her, allowing a wave of despair to wash over her, leaving her stunned and motionless. The sound of polished shoes echoing against the wooden floor grew nearer. A member of the Mafia, silhouetted against the light, approached step by step. Upon seeing the actions of the two girls inside the cell, he narrowed his eyes. Instantly, all the children in the cell shrank back in fear, recognizing the telltale sign of impending violence. Little brat, after all this time, you finally slipped up. Did you think we wouldn't notice? Our Lord Hefuge possesses the ability to see through hearts. From the moment you thought about escaping, our boss detected it. We were simply bored at sea, and our leader said to entertain ourselves with you. The Mafia member, noticing Sigrid's pale complexion, laughed uproariously, retrieving a whip as he approached menacingly. Sigrid's heart sank. For a moment, her mind went blank, while Robin, calm and collected, had never believed the girl's plan could succeed. Yet, she gleaned valuable information from the Mafia member's words. The ability to see through hearts? A devil fruit user. The Lord Hefuge he referred to must be that slender man. Recalling her observations from the Hades, she noted that he had been making strange gestures with his hands, leading Robin to deduce that his powers were likely related to sight. And you, little brat, your companion injured our boss Gary. Lord Hefuge said you wouldn't behave. And sure enough, you've already started causing trouble. Today, I'll give you a proper lesson. Don't move. Suddenly, Sigrid seemed to awaken from her stupor, her demeanor shifting to one of fierce determination. She pulled a pen from her pocket, aiming it at the man before her. The cap popped off, revealing an intricate mechanism inside. With a slight twist, the pen tip retracted, exposing a dark barrel aimed at her adversary. If Hades were present, he would surely exclaim in wonder. This was indeed the advanced technology of the Pirate King. While one side still wielded flintlocks, the other had such a sophisticated concealed weapon. It appeared that Sigrid had not only evaded the Mafia's search but had also outsmarted Hefuge's keen sight. What is this? Little trickster, who are you trying to scare? This is a gun. Don't come any closer, or I will shoot. With Sigrid's piercing scream, the Mafia member froze, instinctively recoiling at the word gun, his face betraying a flicker of fear, secretly cursing Lord Hefuge for allowing a child to smuggle a weapon aboard. Yet, Sigrid's trembling hand betrayed her. Her palm was slick with sweat, and in that moment, she realized she could not pull the trigger. Panic flashed across her pallid face as she attempted to feign calmness. But her body was unwilling, her feet inching backward in a display of her growing anxiety. After all, she was a sheltered noble girl, adept at charming and playing innocent. But taking a life was beyond her. Soon, the man across from her recognized her hesitation, smirking as he lit a cigarette. What business does a child have playing with guns? Put it down. Suddenly, he discarded the cigarette and unexpectedly lunged towards the girl, brandishing a long whip and striking forcefully at her petite frame. The girl hastily recoiled, instinctively closing her eyes, her grip loosening as the pen she held clattered to the ground. However, A loud gunshot rang out, piercing the silence of the dimly lit room, shattering the stillness and startling the assailant, who trembled like an enraged beast. A delayed pain surged through him as the mafia henchman lowered his head in shock. Blood gushing from the wound in his chest, the fabric of his black suit tearing apart like a blossoming flower, heralding the arrival of death. On the ground, the pen transformed into a firearm, delicate fingers resembling blooming petals wrapped around the trigger, the very instrument that had just felled the mafia's aggressor. Sigline stepped back in shock, bewildered by how the gun had discharged and at a loss for how to navigate the chaos unfolding before her, her mind a blank slate. At that moment, Robin suddenly emerged. "Let us go. We need to get out." Her ebony hair brushed past the girl's face as she firmly grasped Sigline's hand, activating the powers of her flower fruit to deftly retrieve the key from the mafia member's pocket. With a swift motion, Robin unlocked the door and stepped outside first. "Sister, you." Sigline watched Robin's graceful and fluid movements, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. "It's all right. Trust me, we'll escape," Robin reassured her. She had long harbored plans to flee and felt confident in dealing with the minor threats. But even with her formidable abilities, she lacked the means to unlock the door, thus patiently awaiting this opportunity. Together, they ventured out of the small, dark room within the ship's midsection, with Robin utilizing her powers to scout ahead, guiding their path. They stealthily navigated, evading the enemies stationed along the way. As Robin sought the correct escape route, soon reaching the deck, Sigline followed closely behind, her heart racing, gripping the hem of Robin's clothing tighter. Overwhelmed by the exhilarating sensation of hope blossoming from the depths of despair, her gaze was filled with admiration as she looked at Robin, her eyes sparkling like stars. However, the moment they stepped onto the deck, a series of ominous clicks echoed, bullets being chambered. In the blind spot of their vision, several mafia members clad in suits and hats raised their guns, aimed directly at them. Chapter 29. Robin's skill enhancement. What a bunch of incompetents. Unable to watch over two children, the mafia members parted, revealing the furious visage of Hayfuge. "Who was in charge of the watch today?" he demanded. "Boss Hayfuge." "It was Tito's shift," one subordinate replied. Hayfuge, connecting the tips of his thumb and index finger in a comical gesture, peered through the ship's structure, spotting the lifeless body sprawled before the cell door. Incompetent fools. Upon seeing the corpse, Hayfuge's fury intensified. They deserved to die for failing to guard a mere group of children. Thoughts of the ethereal, handsome boy with black hair flickered in his mind, further igniting his anger. Was he truly unable to keep pace with the new generation? Why were today's children so troublesome? "Sister." Sigline instinctively hid behind Robin, feeling vulnerable. While she could devise a strategy when alone, having Robin beside her made her feel reliant, her mind rendered ineffective. Meanwhile, Robin was aware that the slender man possessed the ability to read minds, but was oblivious to his power of X-ray vision, which had already exposed their escape. Faced with the 8 guns trained on them, Robin realized her ability allowed for the manifestation of 6 arms. But the sheer number of adversaries rendered her powerless to disarm them all at once. She found herself at an impasse. "Little girl, I advise you not to entertain any foolish ideas," Hayfuge sneered, using his mind-reading ability to probe Robin's thoughts. "I know what you're contemplating. Another devil fruit user. How unfortunate for you that I can see through your abilities. Do not act rashly, or I cannot guarantee you will survive the night." Panic surged within Robin. She felt utterly exposed. In a situation where they were already at a disadvantage, being laid bare to their enemy's scrutiny made the conflict insurmountable. "You lot. Take them down below. Any resistance will be met with immediate execution. Prioritize the cargo. Don't let these kids interfere with the real business." "Yes." The dark barrels of the guns inched closer, pressuring them to turn around as the mafia members prepared to escort them back to their confinement. At that moment, a strange sensation surged from the depths of Robin's being, as if something within her was beginning to flow outward. Closing her eyes, she concentrated on this unfamiliar energy. Feeling it cascade through her limbs like a gentle stream, the chilling sensation coursing through the fracture in her left hand, akin to a restorative elixir mending her injuries. In the distance, Hades piloted a ship, tailing the enemy vessel without respite for hours. This was made possible by the devastating impact of the meteor strike, which had evidently damaged a crucial part of the enemy's ship. The mafia members on board were embroiled in chaos, their crew's skills faltering, forcing their speed to diminish, allowing Hades' ship to closely pursue. During this time, Hades was not idle. He meticulously aimed and fired cannons, skillfully evading enemy projectiles while seeking a way to breach the defenses of the tearful adversary. attempting to sink their ship. However, despite the enemy's lack of combat prowess, their defensive capabilities were formidable, the hot tears of iron unleashed without restraint. The two vessels engaged in a relentless duel from afar, each testing whose ammunition would deplete first. In that moment, Hades received a system notification. Alert! Crew member Nico Robin has eliminated an enemy, gaining personal skill proficiency. Do you wish to activate potential enhancement to strengthen crew capabilities? Wait, Robin killed someone? Hades gazed into the distance with astonishment, feeling a pang of concern for her predicament, but soon his attention was drawn to the latter part of the system's message. The system indicated that Robin had attained a level of personal skill proficiency. Yet, what exactly was this personal skill proficiency, besides the possibility of data-driven enhancements for him? Could it be that the system had also quantified Robin's abilities on a panel? Could she too grow stronger through the system's allocation of points? Hades paused for a moment, then reread the system prompt, confirming that he had not misread it before choosing to agree, though a myriad of questions swirled in his mind. It was evident that this was not the moment to inquire of the system. The fact that Robin had resorted to murder indicated that she was confronted with an insurmountable problem that could only be resolved through such drastic measures. Perhaps she was striving to escape the ship using her own strength, and in times like these, every additional ounce of power would enhance her chances of survival. Since he could not be by her side, he could only support her in this manner. Having consented, the system notified him that the potential development had been allocated in accordance with the wishes of the crew member, Nico Robin. Her fruit abilities had been enhanced, and in order to streamline the host's future endeavors, the system inquired whether the authority for crew enhancement should be transferred to her. Detailed explanation. The higher the emotional value between the ship's spirit and the crew member, the more achievements could be attained, and the crew member's innate talents and potential would consequently improve. However, since the crew belonged to the ship, any abilities they comprehended without the host's authorization could not be utilized. Once the authority was submitted, the crew would no longer require the host's consent to develop their abilities, allowing for a swifter enhancement of their strength and simplifying the host's daily workload. Hades perused the system's descriptive information and reached a clear understanding. Robin's sudden enhancement was likely not closely tied to the system. Rather, it stemmed from her own actions of taking a life, which had granted her a deeper comprehension of the devil fruit's capabilities, thereby empowering her naturally. However, as she was a crew member invited aboard by him, the domineering system had digitized her and integrated her into its framework, controlling the crew and requiring its permission for any enhancement of their abilities. Had Hades chosen to disagree, Robin might have remained at her current strength even 2 decades later, unable to advance in power. Contemplating this, Hades could not help but feel a sense of dread regarding the system's control, realizing that as the ship's spirit, he could restrict his crew's strength and hinder their growth. Yet, since he bore no enmity towards Robin, he promptly consented to restore her enhancement privileges. Chapter 30. The unspoken understanding of progress. With Hades' approval of the crew's autonomy and strengthening themselves, Robin, far on the deck of the opposing vessel, experienced a profound moment of clarity, like a veil lifting, revealing answers to her long-held inquiries about developing her fruit abilities. However, she refrained from acting hastily, for she was aware of a foe capable of reading hearts standing before her. As the adversary had stated, no matter how swiftly the powers of the Hana Nomi could manifest, they could never outpace a bullet. Once her thoughts were perceived, she and Sigrid would find themselves amidst a hail of gunfire. Thus, she needed a strategy to divert his attention before launching her attack. But how could she mislead him without revealing her intentions? For reasons unknown, Robin instinctively peered through the crowd towards the distant sea. Indeed, the Hades ship was still in pursuit, with both vessels engaged in a relentless chase. At that very moment, the synergy gained from their system achievement became evident. As Robin gazed at the ocean, Hades seemed to sense something, and in unison, he turned his gaze towards the deck of the opposing ship. Their eyes met in a silent exchange of understanding, and without necessitating words, they moved in perfect harmony. Be cautious and keep an eye on those 2 brats. Bind them and confine them in the lower cells. They shan't receive any food until we reach the shore. Let them go hungry for a while. Hayfuge was still orchestrating the fate of Robin and Sigrid. Having spent much of his life in the human trafficking trade, he was infuriated at nearly being bested by children. Not only would he lose money, but he could not bear the thought of losing face. To ensure their confinement, he planned to utilize his fruit abilities personally to escort the 2 to prison, guarding against any unforeseen events. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the dark-haired girl harboring a peculiar thought. Was she attempting to divert his attention? Damn it. What was that little brat plotting? Enraged, Hayfuge prepared to confront her when a thunderous cannon blast reverberated across the sea. His quick reflexes allowed him to pinpoint the source, those individuals on the opposing ship. How tiresome. They were merely engaging in futile efforts. Hayfuge turned back, expertly raising his hand to intercept the cannonball. In the sky, a cannonball hurtled toward the gangster's ship, propelled by a fierce current of air. Tears of the scalding iron. I wail. Hayfuge employed his familiar technique, extracting tears from his eyes, which instantly solidified into two iron whales that charged towards the airborne projectile. However, unbeknownst to him, the distraction orchestrated by Hades had achieved the very effect Robin desired, allowing them to coordinate their actions from a distance with remarkable precision. As Hayfuge turned, Robin seized the moment. 12 petals bloom. Reversal. A flurry of petals scattered in the air, swept away by the sea breeze, as 8 arms sprouted from the Mafia members aiming their guns at her, unexpectedly gripping their wrists and twisting their joints with force. 8 cries of agony echoed simultaneously, followed by the clattering sound of weapons hitting the deck. At the same time, 4 additional arms emerged from Hayfuge, striking towards his eyes, intending to temporarily incapacitate his ability to use the devil fruit, while 2 others embraced his waist, attempting to break his spine. However, due to insufficient strength, they could only throw him to the ground, though Robin executed her ability in an instant. It was her first time using the 12 petals bloom, while simultaneously controlling different limbs across various individuals to respond with tailored strategies. This not only drained her physical stamina but also taxed her mental acuity and real-time judgment. After the initial success, a chorus of wails erupted around her, gasping for breath. Robin's mind raced to contemplate her next move. Incredible! Sigrid exclaimed, her mouth agape as she processed the whirlwind of events akin to a roller coaster ride, never knowing when the next peak or valley would present itself. Let us go. Robin grasped Sigrid's hand, hastily fleeing across the deck. Meanwhile, Hades, having engaged in a seamless collaboration with Robin, could not suppress his admiration for her poise and prowess. Yet, he remained vigilant. To him, the thugs wielding firearms were mere underlings, but for Robin, each bullet could very well claim her life, so the danger was far from over. Hades resolutely ignited the fuse, unleashing another cannonball. With the absence of the Marinomi user to intercept, the projectile struck the ship's mast with precision, shattering it into 2. The enemy sailing vessel immediately suffered a significant reduction in speed, prompting Hades to accelerate and fervently pursue the target. The cannons aboard his ship fired incessantly, suppressing the firepower of the gang on the enemy vessel. Boom. On the enemy ship, the second mast collapsed in response, followed closely by the third mast, the hull, the deck, and the cabin, all succumbing to the relentless barrage from Hades. In that moment, he felt transported back to the day when 9 cannonballs sank a pirate ship, exuding an unparalleled confidence as his shots found their mark on the enemy vessel. Someone is attacking our ship. Robin and Sigrid, hiding on the deck to evade the gang's capture, suddenly witnessed a continuous stream of cannon fire striking the enemy ship, instilling a glimmer of hope within them. Could it be my father and grandfather? Have they come to rescue me? Sigrid exclaimed, gripping Robin's hand with excitement. Robin let out a sigh, pondering how she once thought this girl was clever, or perhaps she had suddenly become foolish. You didn't even have time to call your father and grandfather for help. How could they possibly come to your rescue? Robin jested, as she sensed that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Sigrid paused, considering the logic of Robin's words. Then, who could it be? You don't think it's a mafia clash, do you? We need to escape from here. Her face twisted in concern. The little girl's expression was filled with anxiety. Noticing her distress, Robin refrained from further teasing and reassured her. Do not fear. They are here to save us. Indeed. She was aware that it was Hades coming to their aid. Chapter 31. Eruption. 12 blooms unfurl. Lord Gary. Lord Gary. It's bad news. Lord Hayfuge has been defeated, and the enemy's ship is approaching. In the ship's lounge, Gary, bound in bandages and lying in bed, was roused by a frantic knocking at the door. His head felt heavy, and his body ached, reminiscent of someone who had just awakened from a deep slumber. Amidst the cacophony outside and the incessant cannon fire echoing from the skies, he furiously rolled out of bed and opened the door, demanding, "What is going on?" "It's that little brat we just captured this afternoon. She killed Tito and escaped the ship with a child, injuring Lord Hayfuge in the process. The ship is in chaos, Gary." The subordinate's voice dwindled as he sensed the towering figure before him was ablaze with an uncontainable fury, seeking an outlet for his wrath. Boss, with a swift motion, Gary tore his freshly donned clothing in half, still bound in bandages. As he seized the iron chain at the door and strode out of the room. Damn it. Take me to retrieve her at once. And that little brat aboard the ship. This is perfect timing, as we still have unfinished business. At this moment, the ship lay in utter disarray, ravaged by cannon fire. With the hold in shambles, pockmarked with craters, and the air thick with a pungent stench of smoke. Hades seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense the whereabouts of Robin and her companions, skillfully avoiding them while firing, striving to ensure their safety. However, the unpredictable sea delivered an unfortunate turn of events. A dense fog rolled in. The once clear horizon transformed into a murky gray, obscuring the sun's radiant light, plunging the world into a somber twilight, as if everyone donned fogged-up glasses. The singular piece of good news was that Hades was nearing the enemy's ship, and thanks to his connection with Robin, he could still ascertain their approximate location. On board, Robin and Sigrid concealed themselves within a storage room at the bow of the ship. Having secured the door and remaining hidden for over 10 minutes, "Sister, why hasn't our rescuer arrived yet?" Sigrid asked anxiously. "Patience, the sudden fog has slowed the ship's progress. Besides, it isn't stationary. One is fleeing while the other is pursuing, which prolongs the chase," Robin replied. Sigrid, younger by a year, shrank back, unable to fully grasp the complexities of the pursuit, yet sensing that they were relatively safe. After a sigh of relief, her small hand wandered into the darkness for a moment before furrowing her brow, as though she had touched something unusual. Tilting her head, she peered through the crack of light seeping into the room, discovering a small piece of paper adorned with a sketch of a flickering flame. "Sister, look, what is this?" At that moment, Robin's attention was drawn outward, her curiosity piqued by the subtle sensation of Hades' proximity and the sudden realization of her fruit's capabilities. Just as her thoughts were interrupted by Sigrid's voice, she turned to her. "What is it?" "Look." Following Sigrid's pointing finger, Robin too spotted the symbol. "It's a warning for flammable and explosive materials." Her heart raced, and she quickly pulled Sigrid back a step. "It seems there are firearms in that crate," Sigrid whispered conspiratorially. "How do you know?" Robin inquired, astonished. "While I was feeling around, I opened the crate and touched something inside." Robin was taken aback by Sigrid's audacity. Despite the warning symbol, she had dared to investigate. Reflecting on their earlier passage through the storage room, initially perceived as spacious from the outside, they now realized it was cramped, likely filled with crates. If these crates contained weaponry, the Mafia's dealings were more extensive than they had anticipated. Recalling the Gaunt leader's ominous words about prioritizing the goods over the two of them, Robin began to comprehend the gravity of their situation. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed on the deck outside, indicating that the search party was closing in. Sigrid instinctively curled up, seeking refuge in a corner, while her eyes flickered towards Robin. Her gaze filled with a silent plea for their rescue. "Stay calm. Hades will arrive soon," Robin reassured her, sensing Hades' imminent approach. "Boss, there are signs of movement at the storage room door. They must be inside," came the urgent shout. "Surround that storage room." The sound of polished shoes clattered against the wooden deck, accompanied by a chorus of voices that reached Robin and Sigrid, as well as Gary, who was responsible for the search. "Oh, we've found the two little girls," Gary sneered, his voice low and menacing. "Tell Hayfuge to rest up. I've located them, and I'll handle the rest." Outside, numerous guns encircled the hiding duo. Gary approached, dragging a sturdy iron chain that clinked ominously with each step, heightening the sense of dread. "The game of hide and seek is over, little ones. It's time to face your demise," he bellowed, swinging the chain violently towards the storage room door, which splintered apart with a resounding crash. As the door exploded open, petals swirled into the air. Robin emerged, having hidden Sigrid within the storage room just as Gary made his move. Hearing the impending danger, she did not retreat but charged forward, 12 hands emerging from her own, ensnaring Gary at the neck, shoulders, and legs. Despite her slight frame, the sheer number of hands rendered the towering man immobile. "Who dares to fire a weapon? Behind me lies a stockpile of explosives. If ignited, not only will your cargo be lost, but your lives as well," Robin shouted, her voice echoing with authority. Her words had the desired effect. The sound of bullets being chambered ceased, and the men hesitated, paralyzed by fear at the sight of a mere 8-year-old girl commanding them. Yet Robin, too, found herself in a precarious position. The man she had restrained resembled a monstrous figure, struggling against the binds, his immense strength seemingly undiminished despite his contorted posture. "Drop your weapons and charge her. That way, we need not fear the explosion." Suddenly, one of the mobsters shouted, and realization dawned upon them. They were merely intimidated by a child. In an instant, the men discarded their firearms, rolling up their sleeves as they lunged at Robin. Panic surged within her. Having just grasped the power of 12 Petals Bloom, she was straining to maintain her grip on the formidable figure. The strain was overwhelming. She could feel her powers waning. Just a few more seconds. I can hold on, she urged herself, but the moment of respite seemed to slip away. Roar. The roar of a beast erupted from Gary's mouth, his bandages tearing apart as the internal injuries inflicted by Hades flared up once more, blood gushing from his lips. Yet, fueled by an unexpected surge of strength, he finally broke free from Robin's grasp, petals falling as 12 arms vanished without a trace. Gary sprang up from the ground, swinging a fist with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the stone wall of the storeroom shattered into countless fragments. A terrifying shadow loomed over Robin and her companion, who wiped the blood from her lips, her previously fierce expression now twisted with fear. It's over, little ghost. Gary's blood-red eyes fixed on the girl before him, delivering a grim ultimatum. Yes, it is indeed over. Suddenly, a glimmer of joy flashed across Robin's face. She sensed the arrival of that person. Turning her gaze toward the left, she beheld a two-masted sailboat breaking through the mist, surging through the waves at an astonishing angle, directly ramming into the belly of the Mafia vessel. The two ships collided violently, stirring up a tumultuous wave. The entire deck was shattered by the immense impact, the ship swaying dangerously close to capsizing into the sea. Inside the hold, everything was thrown into disarray. Planks, fragments, crates of weapons, and gunpowder scattered chaotically across the deck, even dislodging the injured Hayfuge from his resting place. At the bow, a youth clad in black stood proudly on the deck, his dark trench coat billowing with the sea breeze, his deep-set eyes swiftly scanning the ship's surroundings. He soon located the weapons cache in the storeroom and the girl gazing at him in astonishment. Hades leapt from his vessel and landed upon the enemy's ship. At this moment, the two ships had collided in a crosswise manner, with the bow of the Hades vessel slightly elevated, resting upon the deck of the opposing ship. Centered around the Hades ship, a radius of 22 meters delineated the area within which Hades could maneuver freely, allowing him to wreak havoc upon this band of adversaries without restraint. I have arrived late. Hades arrived by Robin's side, and upon seeing him, she felt a sense of reassurance, as if the heart that had been suspended in the air had finally found its place. She wished to offer a comforting remark about his timely arrival, but memories of her numerous crises flooded back, accompanied by the haunting thought that she almost never saw him again, causing her eyes to betray her with tears. You are well aware that you have arrived too late, Robin said, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, surprisingly voicing her grievances towards him. Hades was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Robin sulking. The girl, who had always exuded strength and independence, typically adorned with a serene exterior, now forcefully threw herself into his embrace, her head colliding against his chest. They held each other tightly, observing this uncharacteristic display from the girl. Hades felt a wave of emotion wash over him, tinged with guilt. It's nothing. I merely spoke my mind. Next time? There won't be a next time. Hades grasped the girl's hand, concealing it behind his own form. Indeed, there would be no second chance. He vowed to safeguard her, ensuring she would endure no further harm. Meanwhile, within the system panel, the emotional value in the character partner section surged unexpectedly, breaking the monotonous pattern of a mere daily increment, soaring by 4 points to a total of 14. On the sea, despite the Hades vessel being merely half the size of the Mafia ship, its modifications rendered it sturdier, with most wooden panels replaced by durable, crash-resistant materials, resulting in minimal damage. In stark contrast, the Mafia ship, already ravaged by cannon fire, met its doom with this collision, with splintered everywhere. The hull had lost its structural integrity, and the majority of its constructions and chambers suffered varying degrees of destruction. Gary, during the impact, had focused all his attention on Robin, only to be buried beneath the wreckage, ensnared by countless wooden boards. With a thunderous crash, Gary shoved aside the debris that pinned him down and emerged from the ruins, his vision blurred and his ears ringing. A trickle of blood seeped from a gash on his forehead, internal injuries flaring anew as he coughed up blood, yet his aura intensified rather than diminished. Drip. A droplet of blood, the size of a pea, fell and splattered onto the wooden planks, emitting a sizzling sound as it quickly corroded a small hole into the surface. Gary, boss. Gary, boss, Oh no, this is. He is about to go berserk. Chapter 33, Malevolent Transformation. Gary, the boss, is on the brink of madness. The Mafia members circled around the rising Gary, witnessing his disheveled state, his eyes ablaze, veins bulging, as if he were ready to explode at any moment. "Run!" someone shouted, their voice akin to a referee's gunshot in a competition. The Mafia lackeys fled at the sound, yet it was too late. In an instant, Gary lunged, seizing the first to escape, dragging him back by the hind leg and tearing him asunder like a beast. Liquid gushed forth like rain, drenching Gary and further transforming him into a blood-soaked creature of the wild. "Don't move. Stand your ground. Anyone who dares to stir will meet this fate." The crimson liquid cascaded onto Gary, swiftly evaporating against his searing skin, vanishing without a trace. Remarkably, even in this state, he retained a semblance of rationality, his low voice issuing commands. His bloodthirsty gaze darted rapidly, soon honing in on his target, the boy who had once humiliated him by thrusting him into the depths of the sea. Gary advanced step by step towards his adversary, determined to reclaim his honor. "You little brat. At last, I've caught up with you. I hope you can provide me with the thrill I seek. Do not perish too swiftly." Hades gazed unwaveringly at the man advancing steadily from the distance, gently patting Robin's shoulder to reassure her and urging her to retreat for her own safety. Under the girl's unwavering gaze, he stepped forward to confront the approaching threat. The world of One Piece is one that values conviction and momentum, when one's spirit is fervent and the belief in battle transcends the boundaries of life and death. It is not uncommon for one to unleash a fighting power that surpasses 100, even 200% or more. This phenomenon is evidenced by countless instances of the weak triumphing over the strong. The individual before him was a prodigy in this regard, lacking the powers of a devil fruit, the mastery of hockey, or even the six powers. He relied solely on his innate talent and the fierce determination coursing through his veins, sufficient to surpass all the foes Hades had encountered since his arrival. What to do? It seemed that Captain Gary's mania had evolved into something distinctly different. Yes, his presence was more terrifying than before, yet inexplicably, he appeared to retain a semblance of reason, engaging in conversation with the young man. Urgently, they needed to inform Lord Hayfuge, urging him to devise a strategy. If this continued, once that young man fell, it would inevitably be their turn next. In the eyes of all the Mafia underlings, Hades had become a mere specter, for they had never witnessed Gary in such a flawlessly frenzied state. His conviction and momentum had reached an unprecedented zenith, yet he had not succumbed to madness, which indicated that in battle, he would not be reckless but rather methodical and strategic. One could only imagine the terror of a calculated madman in combat. "Are you ready?" Gary inquired politely, revealing a sinister smile as he crouched, adopting a stance reminiscent of a sprinter poised at the starting line. "Well then, let us commence." Hades closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he had transformed into a different state. The manifestation of his malevolent form commenced. An imperceptible shroud of darkness enveloped the boy standing quietly on the deck, as if an indistinct shadow cloaked his entire being from behind. At the pinnacle of his might, Gary seemed to sense an unusual aura, fixating on the boy before him for a moment, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Yet at this juncture, with his arrow poised, he had no choice but to release it. Any hesitation would cause the momentum and conviction he had painstakingly built to collapse entirely. With a thunderous sound, Gary surged forward, his rear foot striking the ground with such force that the wooden floorboards gave way, creating a gaping pit. He transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards Hades at an astonishing speed, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. However, before he could even graze Hades' garments, an excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, and in an instant, his body was launched backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the cabin wall, leaving a deep dent in its wake. The thick wall buckled under the impact, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface, ultimately collapsing atop him. Simultaneously, Hades was not faring any better, despite having gained the upper hand in their initial exchange by sending the swiftly attacking Gary sprawling. He had not entirely evaded the opponent's onslaught. This reckless adversary, undeterred by his own injuries, resolved to inflict damage upon Hades even at the cost of his own well-being. In the very moment he was propelled away, he adjusted his assault and retaliated with a direct strike against Hades. Hades let out a muffled grunt, retreating several steps before managing to halt his movement. "Hades!" Robin, consumed by concern, could not help but call out, only to witness the boy turn his head, cold and devoid of emotion, sweeping his gaze over her. A wave of chill enveloped her, freezing her in place, transporting her back to that moment over 10 days ago when they first met amidst the tempest. What has transpired? Robin found it difficult to comprehend, as if, in an instant, this boy had transformed entirely. At this moment, Hades found himself in an extreme state. He could perceive the formidable power emanating from his malevolent form. However, the force that devoured humanity and obliterated the self was relentlessly breaching his defenses. No, he could not afford to prolong this any further. A swift resolution was imperative. Fortunately, in this form, Hades' desire for combat transcended all else, and the divergence between his human nature and his sinister self ultimately converged upon the singular objective of vanquishing his adversary. Meanwhile, Gary, rising once more from the ruins, let out a deafening roar, his body adorned with wounds, yet he charged forward without hesitation. One strike to shatter him. Hades resolutely decided to activate all beneficial buffs within the system. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded the enemies charging towards him, using the abandoned debris beside him as a springboard to leap into the air, soaring high. In his malevolent form, both his living and combat states could be simultaneously activated, unleashing a double amplification effect. With his feet lifted off the ground, he initiated the meteoric crash in midair, locking onto his target, Gary. The vessel shared the enhancement effects, simulating artillery fire, as the underworld's cannon unleashed its devastating barrage. Hades consolidated all the skills he had ever exhibited and developed, his body soaring through the air suddenly coalescing into a weight of 1.2 tons. With his fist brought together, a formidable surge of energy erupted from the tips of his fingers. King of the underworld, meteor, artillery. Hades plummeted with astonishing speed, akin to a meteor, crashing forcefully onto Gary's form. The explosive force unleashed from his fist was as if a cannon had been pressed against Gary's chest. The terrifying destructive power reverberated through Gary's body, violently embedding him into the ship's hull. A dazzling explosion erupted, and with an explosive roar, a massive crater appeared on the three-masted sailing vessel of the Mafia, ripples radiating outward in all directions. Chapter 34. The adverse effects of the evil form. As the shockwaves created a gaping maw in the ship's structure, both Hades and Gary vanished from sight. Boss Gary. A few underlings of the Mafia, witnessing the scene, hastily leaped into the water, swimming towards the depths of the sea. However, all they found was a lifeless body, grotesquely mutilated, with a gaping hole piercing through its chest. Everyone was left in a state of shock, utterly astounded by the earth-shattering blow. That terrifyingly fierce and frenzied figure of Boss Gary. How could this young man? With a swift motion, Hades' silhouette vanished from the seabed. Having exceeded the limits of distance, he was compelled to recall himself. Upon assuming the ship's spirit form, he returned to his vessel. With a gentle leap, he ascended onto the enemy ship. His gaze swept over the trembling underlings of the Mafia, a chilling aura enveloping them like tangible frost, instilling a primal fear. The menacing, bloodthirsty presence drew near, and the Mafia members dared not provoke this entity, more fearsome than Boss Gary himself. They turned and fled, plunging into the water, calling out Gary's name as they swam away into the distance. Yet, Hades chose not to pursue. At this moment, he had already deactivated his evil form. But due to the aftermath of the skill, he was required to endure a threefold duration of weakness and cold-bloodedness. Thus, to the outside observer, he remained in a terrifying state, forbidding any approach. Fortunately, his battle with the hulking foe had been swift, totaling only a matter of seconds, meaning he would only endure less than a minute of adverse effects. Hades, how are you? Robin rushed over, supporting him. While outsiders would be struck by a bone-chilling fear upon witnessing his condition, her shared bond and heightened synergy allowed her to sense his current fragility. Hades coldly fixed his gaze on Robin for a moment, the murderous glint in his pupils still unyielding, as if he wished to rend her asunder. Siglind, who had hurried alongside Robin, was taken aback and promptly distanced herself upon receiving Hades' icy glance. My heavens, how terrifying. Just the previous day, she had intended to mention to her sister Robin how incredibly handsome the boy was, but now she dared not utter a single word, shrinking back and fervently praying that this demonic little imp would not harm Robin. Are you all right? Robin gently assisted Hades into a seated position, her concern palpable as she examined his current state. The aura emanating from Hades was strikingly reminiscent of their initial encounter. After spending over 10 days together, Robin had nearly forgotten Hades' demeanor from that first day, having thought him merely slow to warm up. The chilling, bloodthirsty presence he had exuded had faded from her memory, replaced by the tenderness and kindness he had shown since then. But now, she was certain that this was not mere reticence, if it had to be described. It felt more like a fracture of his personality. Hades, how are you? Are you unwell? Is there any injury? Robin proactively examined him, but found no visible wounds. She then placed her fingers beneath his nose to check for breath, and upon feeling the warmth of his exhalation, she finally relaxed. In truth, She sensed that he was not in danger, merely a bit weakened, and that his closed eyes were a means to suppress something within. Noticing Hades' silence, Robin ceased her inquiries, instead cradling him gently, allowing his head to rest upon her lap as they nestled together in quietude. Hades, with his eyes shut, was striving to banish all thoughts in an effort to quell his murderous instincts. Externally, he lay quietly in Robin's embrace, awaiting the passage of time. A minute felt fleeting, yet in that moment it stretched into eternity. Hades could feel the chilling aura he emitted, yet nestled against Robin, he experienced a warmth reviving within him. Under the blue sky, white clouds, and azure sea, a boy and a girl silently guarded one another. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted off into slumber within that single minute. Wow, dawn has arrived. The sensation of freedom is exquisite. Sigline emerged from the wreck of the ship's cabin. The previous night, while Robin kept vigil over Hades, she had taken it upon herself to rescue the remaining abducted children, liberating them from captivity and assigning them rooms to rest for the night. With such authority in her hands, she ensured her own comfort. Selecting the former quarters of Hayfuge, a cozy room with a plush bed, soft blankets, and ample light filtering through the windows. Though it paled in comparison to her home in the Countess estate, it was a world apart from the conditions of recent days. As Sigline hummed a tune while exiting the cabin, she spotted Robin and Hades maintaining their original position, utterly motionless upon the ship's deck. This scene, bathed in the gentle glow of the rising sun, was beautifully serene, yet upon deeper reflection, it suddenly filled her with dread. "Sister, are you all right?" Sigline rushed forward, witnessing Robin groggily awaken from her slumber, rubbing her eyes in confusion. "What happened?" "Oh, thank heavens, you're alive." "No, wait, how are you still alive? You've been lying motionless on the deck, exposed to the sea breeze all night, and you didn't freeze to death? Truly, you are a monster," Sigline exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Is that so? I'm not quite sure. It just feels all right. Perhaps the wind last night was too strong," Robin replied, still caught in the haze of sleep. Sigline blinked, pondering whether this was the power of love, providing warmth against the chill. "By the way, sister, has that frightening fellow not awakened yet?" Hades remained ensconced in slumber, showing no signs of stirring. Robin furrowed her brow at this, noting that he typically did not require sleep. Why then was he resting for so long? Not require sleep? How was that possible? Sigline queried, tilting her head at the two before her. "What shall we do now?" The children on the ship were relatively calm when confined, but upon their release yesterday, they all fell apart. Some cried, others vomited, and yesterday one even clung to me crying for their mother. Sigline recounted her experiences managing the situation aboard the ship, viewing Robin as a miraculous figure, intelligent and capable, believing there was nothing she could not achieve. However, Robin found herself at a loss when it came to caring for the children emerging from their trauma, especially with her mind consumed by worry for Hades' unconsciousness. Faced with numerous challenges, Robin felt an overwhelming headache. Chapter 35. Gradual self-recovery. Being a child prodigy who earned a doctorate at 8 did not imply omnipotence. Frustrated, Robin turned her gaze to Sigline. Sigline. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Sigline. Yes, she remembered Sigline had introduced herself as the daughter of the Count of Sargeson from the Kingdom of Marcia. "Didn't you say that as long as we find a telephone bug, we would be saved?" Robin looked at the girl before her. The little girl blinked, momentarily stunned. Then her eyes lit up with realization. "Right. I can call my father and grandfather for help, ask them to send a ship to bring the abducted children back." "Robin, you're so clever." With renewed excitement, Sigline slapped her thigh and hurried back into the ship's cabin, searching each room for a usable telephone bug. However, moments later, she emerged from the cabin with a crestfallen expression. Seeing this, Robin inquired, "Did you not find one?" The Mafia ships typically have telephone bugs installed for communication with their clients. Sigline pouted. "I did find some, but they're far too small and their signal is weak. Plus, after yesterday's scare, they seem to be sick and can't properly receive or transmit messages." Thus, the situation returned to square one. Robin surveyed her surroundings with resignation. The two ships remained intertwined, adrift upon the sea. Although the Mafia's vessel was sizable, it had suffered extensive damage, making it unfit for navigation. Conversely, Hades' ship could serve as a means of transport, yet its master lay in a coma. "Is there not an island nearby?" Robin suddenly recalled Sigline's words from the previous day. Their original plan was to land yesterday. Since we interrupted them, it's likely the destination island is in close proximity. Robin contemplated the current circumstances and concluded that perhaps reaching the island was the most prudent choice. setting aside the benefits for the children. He himself needed to seek a doctor to examine Hades' condition. After all, he had been asleep for nearly 20 hours since yesterday afternoon. Furthermore, for Sigrid and the others, the likelihood of finding a telephone bug on the island would be considerably greater. Thus, Robin resolutely declared, "Let us gather the children and take them aboard the Hades. We shall first make landfall on the island. I firmly believe that we will be able to locate a telephone bug there." "Very well," Sigrid replied, nodding in agreement. Unbeknownst to Robin, Hades' current state was not perilous. He was not merely asleep, but rather relying on a state of unconsciousness for self-repair, with the system aiding in his recovery. The last time he encountered such a situation was 6 months prior when he was shot by pirates, resulting in the death of the ship spirit and his consciousness plunging into slumber. Hades estimated that episode of unconsciousness lasted a full day. Although he had faced various battles since then, the damage was limited to his physical form, and the ship spirit had never sustained any injury. Thus, he had nearly forgotten the concept of the ship's spirit being wounded and entering a comatose state to await restoration. This time, although the injury inflicted by the burly man was minor, it was significant due to his enhanced strength and thicker blood. In gaming terms, although he had lost only 5 health points, this loss was likely more substantial than his previous full health one shot. Ironically, the system's ability to regenerate health had not improved. It still restored health 1 point at a time. Consequently, even with just a minor injury, he required considerable time to return to full health. This predicament not only troubled him but also alarmed Robin, who had remained vigilantly by his side. Meanwhile, in Sigrid's homeland, the kingdom of Marcia, Count Sagson had thoroughly scoured the entire realm but had yet to uncover his daughter's whereabouts. Consequently, he speculated whether his daughter had been abducted to the sea, leaving the island. In his capacity as a nobleman, he reached out to the navy for assistance. Count Sagson held a unique standing in the kingdom of Marcia. His family maintained a close connection with the reigning royal lineage, and his father, Sigrid's grandfather, was a prominent business magnate. A significant portion of the tribute sent to the celestial dragon each year was contributed by Sigrid's grandfather, making his call to the navy highly consequential. The 153rd Division of the West Sea Navy promptly dispatched several vessels to scour the waters surrounding the kingdom of Marcia. Soon, they received intelligence regarding an unidentified ship, suspected to belong to a mafia family, which had docked 7 days prior and subsequently set sail eastward. Upon learning this, Count Sagson nearly fainted, prompting those around him to offer words of comfort. It was widely acknowledged that the underground forces in the West Sea were particularly rampant, with various mafia families operating clandestinely on major islands, and some even seizing control of smaller islands, establishing their dominion. Their audacious conduct on land paralleled that of the pirates at sea, both regarded as significant blights in the West Sea. Upon hearing that Count Sagson's daughter had been abducted by a ship suspected of mafia affiliation, everyone assumed recovery would be impossible. At that moment, Sigrid's grandfather, the father of Count Sagson, suddenly intervened, generously offering a staggering reward, part of which was donated to the West Sea Navy, while the other portion was funneled into the underworld, all in a desperate bid to locate his granddaughter. This caused a considerable uproar throughout the kingdom of Marcia and the surrounding waters of the West Sea. Of course, Sigrid, adrift at sea, remained blissfully unaware of these developments. At that moment, she was curiously peeking at the recently awakened Hades, hiding behind the door and occasionally stretching her neck to glimpse him. When Hades cast his gaze in her direction, she quickly retreated, using the door to shield herself. "What is the matter with her?" Hades inquired. Robin glanced at the timid Sigrid and replied, "Your previous demeanor startled her. Hence, she is somewhat afraid of you." "Oh," Hades responded. Hades nodded in agreement, choosing silence, fully aware of the terrifying nature he would unleash in his malevolent form. The chilling aura of bloodlust around him was so intense that it felt as if it could freeze the moisture in the air into shards of ice. A mere glance in his direction would send his subordinates into a paralyzing fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. With such overwhelming presence, he almost believed he had mastered the formidable conqueror's hotkey. Chapter 36. The invaluable arsenal having recently awakened, Hades had already been briefed by Robin about the situation, including the abducted children aboard the ship, the storeroom overflowing with munitions, and the daughter of the Count of the Kingdom of Marcia, Sigline. "Is your body truly all right? Do you need to consult a physician?" Robin inquired, still filled with concern. Hades hurried to reassure her. "I am unscathed. You know I am a spirit of the sea. Rest is merely a means to mend my injuries. I simply neglected to inform you beforehand." "Is that why you were injured?" Robin seized upon the crux of the matter. It's merely a trivial injury, nothing to worry about, Hades clarified. How insignificant could an injury be if it requires you to sleep for 20 hours to recuperate? Robin clearly remained skeptical, recalling his previous cold-blooded demeanor. You looked so different before. Robin grasped Hades' hand, aware that despite his current state of normalcy, Sigrid's expression indicated the potential aftermath that such a transformation could impose upon an ordinary individual. She may not have been overly concerned. Yet she sensed that such burdens weighed heavily upon Hades, particularly regarding his unconsciousness. Naturally, she connected this with the abrupt shift in his temperament. Did my previous state frighten you? Not particularly. I was just more worried about you. Do you revert to that state whenever you take a life? Robin ventured to voice her suspicions, knowing all too well that Hades harbored numerous secrets, far from the simplicity he portrayed. Though he refrained from discussing them, this time, she could not suppress her curiosity. Yes and no. Hades struggled to find the right words to explain to the girl before him, who was genuinely concerned for his well-being. After invoking such a malevolent form, despite the lack of severe ramifications, it still left him with lingering trepidation. After contemplation, he responded, "Rest assured, unless in exceptional circumstances, I shall not revert to that state again." I understand. Robin obediently held Hades' hand, gazing out the window. Exceptional circumstances, indeed. Who was to say this wasn't an exceptional circumstance? Surely, Hades himself would prefer not to revert to such a state. Yet, to save her, he had been compelled to engage in battle, a situation that ultimately stemmed from her presence. Robin's mood dimmed, her gaze falling upon the intricate patterns of the floor. She contemplated. If only she could grow stronger, protect herself through her own power, and alongside Hades, thus sparing him from needing to wield that dark power again. Yes, Robin suddenly resolved. She raised her head to look at the boy before her, her soft expression transforming into one of unwavering determination. She had made a decision. She would grow stronger. She would stand before Hades as his protector. Meanwhile, with Hades awake, the responsibility of piloting the ship fell back to him, for aside from him, the remaining crew consisted solely of children. Except for Robin, who possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding navigation, the others were utterly lost, unable even to locate the helm. However, Hades did not rush to depart. He first ventured to the wreck of the Mafia's ship, intending to salvage some remnants for repurposing. The financial resources of the Mafia family far surpassed his own, as evidenced by the size and arrangement of the vessel. Consequently, as he collected items, his hands grew weary. Once, a ship had sunk before his eyes. Unable to dive to the depths, he could only watch helplessly as treasures lay within reach, yet he could only retrieve a few scraps adrift on the surface. This time, however, the opportunity was ripe. A three-masted sailing vessel lay before him, right for the picking. How could he not feel exhilarated? Yet, one must exercise caution in such endeavors. Hades' ship was significantly smaller, rendering it impossible to transfer everything aboard. Additionally, a group of children would be residing on his vessel, necessitating space for food, fresh water, and other essential supplies. Thus, he needed to be discerning, choosing only items that were compact, lightweight, yet valuable. Among these, what astonished him most was a cache of weaponry. A single box of arms commanded a price ranging from 300,000 to 500,000 coins, with a total of 20 boxes. After transferring them all to his ship and having the system evaluate their worth, the total amounted to over 8 million gold coins. This was despite many arms having been lost to the sea during battle or reduced to fragments by Gary and Hades. Otherwise, the selling price would have likely exceeded 10 million gold coins. This sum exceeded what he had earned through half a year of toil near Poly Island. Had it not been for the watchful eyes around him, he might have sold everything outright and indulged in a shopping spree at the system's marketplace. However, to avoid drawing undue attention, Hades temporarily stored the cargo aboard the ship, choosing not to disturb it until the children had departed, after which he would seek an opportunity to exchange it and undertake a second grand transformation of the vessel. In addition to weaponry, adhering to principles of practicality, Hades also gathered numerous essential supplies for the children from the wreck. Naturally, these provisions were merely temporary. Once the children left and he possessed actual funds, everything would be replaced anew. He had no intention of allowing Robin to sleep upon the beds of others or use their belongings. Bedding, blankets, food, and fresh water were all brought aboard, and he had ensured that all were accounted for. Sigrid and Sister Robin reported the situation, the latter nodding as her gaze shifted towards Hades. Hades gazed at the entire ship, which was destined for abandonment, and to claim indifference would undoubtedly be a falsehood. Setting aside other considerations, the mere act of dismantling the planks could yield a substantial sum. However, at this moment, he lacked both the time and energy to squander in this expansive sea, for there were still those aboard awaiting his return. Thus, he found himself at an impasse. Hades sighed, finding solace in the thought that there would be more opportunities ahead. He then turned his gaze away, no longer looking back. Setting sail, he directed his course towards the nearest island. Onward. The vessel Hades has embarked once more, laden with a full cargo of passengers and goods, setting sail towards Coney Island. According to the map provided by the seasoned fisherman, Burke, Coney Island is the nearest island, reachable in less than a day's voyage. However, this diverges significantly from the original destination of Notice Island that Hades and Robin had initially agreed upon. Hades expressed his concerns regarding Robin, inquiring whether it was prudent to approach Kinual Island, a substantial landmass. Their initial strategy had been to circumvent such large islands to elude the relentless pursuit of the world government. Otherwise, they would not have chosen Notice as their destination. Robin shook her head, asserting that it was precisely the larger islands that possessed well-functioning Den Mushi, which would allow her to summon Sigrid to notify her father for her retrieval. They would ensure the safe return of the children without needing to set foot on the island, merely observing from the periphery. Sigrid, bemused by their exchange, asked if Robin had enemies on the island. "Fear not," she declared confidently, "with Sigrid by my side, who would dare to bully my sister? I shall have my father inform the Navy. Our family maintains a commendable rapport with them." Although Sigrid was unclear about the specifics of their conversation, she sensed their apprehension. Consequently, she invoked the support of her family's connections, unaware that her reassurances only deepened Hades and Robin's sense of helplessness as they exchanged glances, falling into silence. Chapter 37. Mutual Guardianship. After a night's reprieve, the rescued children gradually regained their composure. Though some still wept, the majority had stabilized emotionally. While a handful of carefree souls began to frolic across the deck, exploring their surroundings and even climbing atop the cannons of the Hades, brandishing themselves with exuberance. In total, 27 children had been abducted by the Mafia, with Sigrid making it 28, hailing from various islands and villages in the West Sea, predominantly from nearby waters. As the influence of Hayfoge and Gary had yet to extend far afield. Following dinner, Robin and Sigrid began organizing the children for sleep. Hades, however, remained alone at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the distant sea. This experience had imparted significant lessons upon him. Although designated as the chosen one by the system, he had merely traversed the world of the Pirate King for just over half a year, with countless tasks still awaiting his attention. Initially, he believed that his prowess would allow him to dominate the seas beyond the Grand Line. Yet he now recognized the myriad of foes and the peculiar abilities they possessed. A single misstep could lead him into perilous traps. Not only for his own sake but also to safeguard Robin, he resolved to grow stronger. Opening the system interface, he noted that his gold count in the construction options remained a meager 23,400. However, he anticipated that, once he sold the spoils acquired from enemy vessels, he would soon amass considerable wealth, enabling him to upgrade the ship once more. Yet, his current purpose for accessing the system was not for wealth, but to enhance the ship's spirit's capabilities. Prior to his confrontation with the Mafia traffickers, Hades had possessed only 6 soul points, remaining after previous expenditures. But now his count had risen to 13. During this encounter, he had not claimed many lives. He had only eliminated 2 unfortunate souls from a distance and slain the Mafia leader, Gary, who alone contributed 5 soul points to his tally. Although 13 soul points were not extravagant, they sufficed to unlock the 3rd tier of the skill tree. This tier contained 4 skills, each requiring 8 soul points to activate, amounting to a total of 32 points to illuminate all. With his current soul points, he could select only one. Promptly, he chose one skill, Long Voyage, Skill Upgrade. When activated, it allowed the ship's spirit to detach itself from the vessel for 1 hour without distance limitations, albeit with a 90 reduction in its own strength during this period and a cooldown of 24 hours. The passive effect enhanced the distance the ship's spirit could operate away from the vessel and the maximum range for manipulating objects off the ship. The original limit was 20 meters, upgraded to 50 meters. Undoubtedly, this skill represented an advanced version of the long voyage ability he had previously learned. Not only did it extend the operational range from 20 to 50 meters, it also introduced an active effect for 1 hour of free movement. Reflecting on his recent ordeal, he realized it stemmed from Robin's abduction, with the enemy vessel situated beyond 20 meters from the Hades, rendering him powerless to retrieve her despite his strength. The frustration of being constrained despite his capabilities was something he refused to endure again. He would not allow himself to suffer such a setback twice. Thus, without hesitation, Hades invested 8 soul points to illuminate long voyage, skill upgrade. As the icon lit up, an invisible aura rapidly expanded around the Hades, significantly amplifying the ship's spirit's operational range. He then grasped a long-neglected metal spearboard and hurled it towards the distant sea. The air resonated with a deep hum, followed by a sharp whistle as the spear, a streak of metallic brilliance, pierced the surface of the water, striking a fish with precision. This distance had far exceeded 20 meters, indeed more than doubling it. Hades, feeling a sense of solace, skillfully maneuvered the spear back to the bow of the ship, firmly grasping it in his hand. Having completed the allocation of points within the system and conducted the necessary tests, he now gazed at a sky that was left with only a few scattered stars, twinkling faintly against the backdrop of the night. Hades habitually swept his consciousness across the entire ship, scanning for any signs of activity. To his surprise, amidst a cluster of slumbering children, one individual was awake. Not only was this person not asleep, but they were also present in the gymnasium that had only been set up today. A frail figure hung from the pull-up bar, diligently striving to complete one after another of the demanding exercises. Robin? Hades approached and gently pushed open the gym door, the wooden panel creaking softly, startling the girl within. Drenched in sweat, there stood Robin, not merely exercising alone, but simultaneously utilizing the powers of the Hananomi to grow additional limbs from various equipment. Each limb persistently challenging itself, making full use of the apparatus for a multifaceted workout. It was no wonder she appeared so strained. She was enduring multiple exertions at once, honing both her physical strength and her devil fruit abilities. The sound at the entrance interrupted Robin's training, causing her to release her grip and stumble to the floor. "Be careful," Hades murmured, instinctively reaching out to assist her, only to find that Robin had already regained her balance. Her damp attire clung to her form, prompting Hades to stifle a cough. "Still awake at this hour?" he inquired. Yes, Robin nodded, aware that her training was not something she could conceal from him. Knowing well that aboard his ship, her endeavors would ultimately be known. "Is everyone else asleep?" "Everyone's asleep. Those mischievous ones, did they cause you any trouble?" "They've been quite obedient. With Sigrid around, the children are well taken care of." "That's good to hear. What prompted you to come and train at this hour?" Hades questioned, a hint of curiosity in his tone, for he had always perceived her as the scholarly type. Seeing Robin in the gym felt as incongruous as witnessing Yao Ming playing football. Robin first smiled, then playfully winked at Hades. "Because of you." "Me?" Hades felt a sudden flutter in his chest as he turned to gaze at Robin. "You did say I was the captain, didn't you?" Robin replied, tilting her head with a smile. Hades nodded. "Since he is the captain, it is illogical for his ship to protect him. Thus, I aspire to grow stronger." Hades stood in a daze, gazing at the girl before him, her face radiant with joy, droplets of sweat cascading from her forehead. This vivid contrast was striking against her previous serene demeanor as she sat quietly on a wooden plank, engrossed in her reading just a few days prior. It was unclear when she had diverged from the original course of her narrative, gradually transforming into a reflection of her own influences. If one were to ask Hades to envision Nico Robin exercising on a horizontal bar before his journey began, he would have struggled to conjure such an image. Yet now, it remained uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Hades paused for a moment, contemplating his words but suddenly realizing that his concerns had overstepped their bounds. Robin was a person, not his possession. She harbored her own thoughts, and at this juncture, what she truly required was his support and encouragement. "From now on, I shall look up to you, Captain. You must protect me," Hades declared. "Indeed. I intend to traverse the world with you in search of the historical truth. Until we unveil the 100 years of blank history, we shall be safe." Robin replied with a smile, playfully tapping her fist against Hades' chest, sealing their pact. Protection, after all, was never a one-way street, just as Robin wished to shield Hades. He too yearned to safeguard her. In that moment, both individuals matured. Chapter 38. The Gang, Capone Becky in the West Sea, on Connual Island, within an ancient castle. A cadre of mobsters clad in suits stood with firearms at the ready, while in their midst lounged a rotund man draped in a black trench coat, who observed the disheveled figure at the bottom of the stairs with a smirk. The thin man before him was clad in crumpled attire, reeking of seawater. His hair a damp, disheveled mess as if he had just emerged from a rice paddy. Behind him trailed a wretched group, bedraggled and panic-stricken, resembling drowned rats washed ashore by the waves. These individuals were the mobsters who had escaped from Hades' grasp, taking advantage of the side effects following his malevolent transformation to leap into the sea. Among them, Gary's brother, High Fog, had been the first to flee upon sensing trouble. High Fog. How did it come to this? Capone Becky mused, puffing on a cigar as a subordinate stepped forward to light it, reveling in the anticipation of the reply from the beleaguered figure below. Despite being in his early 20s, Becky exuded an aura of authority that even seasoned veterans like High Fog could not overlook. Your cargo was intercepted mid-journey. We underestimated that group and were caught off guard. High Fog explained. Upon hearing that his desired goods had been lost, Capone Becky remained unfazed, taking a calm drag from his cigar before rising to his feet. What sort of audacious individuals would dare to rob your Notice family's ship? 2 youngsters. One possessed a devil fruit power, and the other was particularly fearsome. Before High Fog could finish, a subordinate behind him interjected, causing High Fog to frown in irritation at the interruption. Though only half of the story was revealed, Capone Becky gleaned enough information. 2 youngsters. Ha. The laughter erupted from Becky, prompting the mobsters behind him to join in. High Fog's expression stiffened in embarrassment. He wished to clarify, but found that further explanations would only deepen his humiliation, so he chose to wait for the gang's laughter to subside. Once Becky had finished laughing, High Fog seized the opportunity to speak. I have news for you. When I parted ways with those individuals, I was near Connual Island. You might consider dispatching someone to investigate. You could still recover the cargo. If we locate it, our deal can continue, and as a gesture of gratitude, I can lower the price by 10%. However, Capone Becky appeared indifferent to the matter, his hands tucked into his pockets as he approached High Fog. It soon became apparent that Becky sought someone other than him. Hey, you there. I'm talking to you. Becky bypassed High Fog, directing his inquiry toward the subordinate who had previously revealed the presence of the 2 youngsters. How did you come to be at odds with these 2 youngsters? Has your Notice family resumed the trade of human trafficking? Capone Becky, the new leader of the Capone family and one of the 5 major mafia groups in the West Sea Underground, had shown an early interest in war games and, at merely 19, had already merged one of the 5 major mafia groups. Now, at just 20, he stood as the most formidable force, overshadowing the aged leaders who relied on their years for respect. Consequently, when he directly questioned a mere mafia subordinate, the latter trembled in fear. High Fog's the boss, the subordinate stammered, glancing nervously between High Fog and Becky before succumbing to the pressure. Yes, we are engaged in the human trafficking trade. Becky squinted, deep in thought for nearly a minute before abruptly asking, did your ship pass through Jerson Island in the Kingdom of Marcia? Yes, it did. Becky's expression shifted to one of realization. Good, I understand. He turned and ascended the stairs back to his symbolic throne, adjusting his coat as he sat down with an air of dominance. This series of actions left the self-proclaimed clever High Fog dumbfounded. He intended to use his powers to delve into Becky's thoughts, but, having sustained an eye injury from Robin and spent a day adrift at sea, he found himself unable to utilize his abilities and was compelled to ask instead, Becky, do you still want that shipment of arms? If not, we shall take it ourselves. High Fog could no longer contain his impatience as Becky remained silent. Yourselves? How do you intend to do that? Becky retorted. High Fog's visage darkened, struggling to suppress his frustration as he implored, if your gang could lend us some manpower, I would be willing to pay a handsome price for their services. His plea was met with a chilling silence. Moments later, Becky extinguished his cigar and exhaled sharply. By the way, did I not inform you that engaging in business with my gang requires you to abandon those trifling ventures of the past? Focus solely on the tasks I assign you. High Fog hesitated, recalling Becky's admonition during their initial negotiation. However, the Notice family was not subordinate to Becky's gang, so while he feigned compliance with his words, he continued to engage in arms smuggling while secretly trafficking humans. Upon hearing Becky's tone, High Fog's irritation flared. Becky, your reach is extending too far. My Notice family's affairs do not concern you. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, catching everyone off guard. Becky held a large-caliber revolver, smoke curling from the barrel, revealing the source of the gunfire. As Becky acted, numerous mobsters behind him simultaneously raised their firearms, aiming at High Fog and his subordinates. These individuals had scarcely escaped the clutches of death only to plunge headfirst into a trap. Becky's cold gaze fixated on High Fog, who lay on the ground in disbelief, collapsing before him. True mafia disdain the trade of human trafficking. I even warned you. Becky straightened her back and signaled, whereupon the entire banquet hall was filled with a relentless barrage of gunfire. It was not until a few seconds later that all of Hayfuge's subordinates lay lifeless on the ground. Capone Becky accepted a handkerchief from one of his men and delicately wiped away the blood that had spattered on him before discarding it. A group of individuals immediately moved forward to restore order to the banquet hall, efficiently clearing away the bodies and bloodstains. Chapter 39. The blockaded dock. Once the blood in the banquet hall had been cleaned, Becky remarked, "The individuals taken aboard Hayfew's ship are likely the ones we seek. Contact the Navy and inform them that Count Saxon's daughter possesses vital information." Hearing this, some of his subordinates were puzzled. Should we not inform the Kingdom of Marcia directly? Would that not yield a greater reward for us? After all, Count Saxon's father invested a substantial fortune in the underworld to locate his granddaughter. If we inform the Navy now, we may lose that opportunity. Becky, lighting a cigar, replied, "Do not be overly concerned with money. Sometimes it is prudent to show the Navy a degree of respect. The relationship between the Mafia and the Navy is not as strained as you may think." A few hours later, the subordinates dispatched by Capone Becky to scout the nearby waters returned with encouraging news. They had indeed spotted a two-masted sailboat near Cornu Island, approaching the dock on the eastern side of the island. The vessel's appearance matched the description provided by Hayfew's men, confirming it was likely their target. "Boss, if Hayfew has not deceived us, both the people and the cargo should be aboard that ship. How long until it reaches the shore?" Becky inquired. "Expected within 3 hours," was the response. After a moment's contemplation, Becky promptly organized personnel in the vicinity, preparing for the impending capture. "Boss, are we to deal with the people on board?" One subordinate gestured a throat-cutting motion. Becky smirked coldly. "We are not murderers. Should they be willing to return the cargo to us and hand over Count Saxon's daughter for our custody, let them live. Conversely, if they exhibit any rash behavior, they shall meet their demise swiftly." The subordinates, well acquainted with the Godfather's character, understood that while he sometimes adhered to peculiar principles, he was predominantly not one to show mercy. They acknowledged their understanding and departed to commence arrangements at the dock. Meanwhile, at a distance from Cornu Island, Hades and his companions, after a night of sailing, finally caught sight of the island. The sounds of the waves intertwined with the laughter of children aboard the vessel, filling the air. As the dark silhouette of the island emerged against the azure sea, a sense of relief washed over the passengers. "We're almost there, Sister Robin." Sigline twirled excitedly around Robin, with the other children joining in her exuberance. As time passed, she had become the unofficial leader of the children aboard. "Do not worry. I will ask Father and Grandfather to ensure all of you return home safely. If you have nowhere to go, you are welcome to visit my home. After all, we have shared this ordeal together." Sigline proclaimed generously, prompting resounding applause from the children, while Hades and Robin watched the scene unfold with smiles. After Robin's heartfelt discourse the previous night, Hades pondered deeply. Since Robin was determined to grow stronger, he resolved to offer her guidance to help her avoid unnecessary pitfalls. In truth, Robin's flower fruit possessed an extraordinary potential when properly developed. Not only could it serve as a means of intelligence gathering, but in combat, it allowed her to ignore her opponent's strength and speed, manifesting her own limbs on their bodies to obstruct their attacks. As long as there was not a significant disparity in size and power, the outcome would be overwhelmingly in her favor. Should Robin also manage to cultivate armament hockey or employ offensive techniques such as finger guns, she would undoubtedly become the nightmare of all her adversaries. Consequently, Hades viewed her physical training in the gym as beneficial but not essential. While foundational physical conditioning was necessary, he believed that if she truly wished to grow stronger, her efforts would be better spent on developing her fruit abilities or honing close combat techniques, such as utilizing her grown limbs to execute joint locks. Hades' thoughts coincided with Robin's in an unexpected convergence. Young Robin nodded and expressed her reflections, recounting, "When we faced that formidable giant last time, I discovered the advantage of employing the fruit's abilities to execute joint techniques. However, what exactly do you mean by finger gun and the use of hockey?" Alas, no matter how extensive Robin's literary knowledge may be, she could not glean the practical applications of the 6 styles in hockey from her readings. Hades provided her with a brief explanation, and she immediately grasped the concept. Thus, if joint techniques are viewed as control skills that restrict the opponent, then the armed color hockey and the spear technique you mentioned are indeed decisive techniques that determine victory or defeat. Robin possesses a remarkable capacity for comprehension. How should I train in these spear techniques and armed color hockey? This stumped Hades. Although he had some skills, all his abilities were acquired through the exchange of gold coins and soul points, and he was entirely ignorant of the local training system in the world of One Piece. While he pondered how to respond, a group of children on the bow of the ship suddenly erupted in cheers. "Weevee arrived. Weevee docked. We're home." The two rose and looked out, and sure enough, the ship was about to reach Coney Island. Hades and Robin exchanged glances, momentarily setting aside their cultivation. Fully engrossed in observing the island before them, Hades navigated the vessel with utmost caution, bringing the Hades to a smooth halt at the dock. As they prepared to disembark, it seemed unlikely that Sieglinde would struggle to locate a telephone bug on such a vast island. However, they needed to remain vigilant. Once they had ensured the safe return of everyone home, they would depart immediately, Hades remarked. Robin nodded, gazing at the expansive island before her. The entire port, stretching from south to north, was so immense that it was impossible to take in its entirety at a glance, indicating that this was no mere island. She concurred with Hades' sentiment, and the two resolved to discuss their forthcoming plans with Sieglinde and the children. At that moment, a group of ominous figures emerged from the shadows of the dock. Clad in top hats and wielding firearms, these individuals, dressed in familiar attire, swiftly surrounded the moored Hades without a word. Their highly trained stealth and ambush tactics indicated a premeditated trap, with the duo as the intended targets. Several grappling hooks shot from the shore, the metallic chains clanging as they latched onto the ship's railing, effectively tethering the Hades to the dock. This sudden turn of events frightened the children aboard, particularly upon recognizing the attire of the intruders. One by one, they retreated into the cabin, too fearful to peek outside, lest they be discovered and captured by this menacing group. Chapter 40. The conflict on deck in no time. The men in black suits and top hats surged onto the deck, led by a tall individual clad in a crimson suit. This man possessed a pallid complexion, with tattoos adorning his forehead and the back of his hands. His hands were disproportionately large compared to his body, with fists that were larger than his head. Hades keenly observed that, including this individual, all the members of the Mafia boarding the vessel, although attired similarly to the crew of Reputed, bore distinct family tattoos. Before Hades could further contemplate the differences between them, the tall man in the crimson suit spoke. As he opened his mouth, a long, serpentine tongue slithered forth, and beneath his sunglasses, his gaze swept across the deck. "May I inquire who the captain of this vessel is? The gangster Vit of the Capone family requests a meeting with you." Prior to Vit uttering a word, several audacious children had been sizing up this group, but upon witnessing the man's peculiar tongue, they instinctively bowed their heads, as if confronted by a monstrous apparition. Upon hearing the inquiry for the captain, Robin exchanged a glance with Hades and stepped forward voluntarily. Hades sought to grasp her hand, only to be met with a playful glance that rebuffed him. Robin shook her head, the mirth in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by the unwavering resolve within her. The words she uttered the previous night were not mere jest. She could not bear the thought of Hades coming to harm, and thus she chose to stand before him. As she stepped onto the deck, her 8-year-old frame appeared particularly fragile amidst the burly men surrounding her. Yet, she held her chest high, displaying no hint of fear. While keenly observing the positions of all adversaries and assessing the intentions of these mysterious individuals, Hades certainly would not allow Robin to confront the situation alone. Upon noticing this, he hastily rose to follow her, stepping forward to stand protectively behind her. The appearance of the two immediately captivated the attention of everyone on deck. One exuded a gentle, serene demeanor akin to a charming girl next door, while the other possessed an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a young nobleman who had strayed from his estate. Yet, it was not merely their appearances that drew the crowd's gaze. There was an unmistakable presence about them, distinctly different from that of ordinary children. "I am the captain of the ship. May I inquire as to your business?" Robin stated with unwavering poise, meeting Victor's gaze directly. The moment her words fell, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the group of mobsters. "Captain? Youngster, we are looking for an adult from your household. What business do you have here?" They jeered, their mockery echoing, "Ha! The adults in this household must be quite cowardly to send a mere child to handle matters. Don't hide in the cabin, wetting your pants. Come out, or we may just blow up your ship." Their ridicule continued unabated. Yet Victor, his small eyes narrowing behind his sunglasses, recalled the message he had received from Big Becky prior to his arrival, stating that the captain of this vessel was likely 2 children. Although he had contemplated this possibility, he had never envisioned such a pair. Regaining his composure, Victor introduced himself. "I am Victor of the gangster Capone family." The mobsters stared at Victor in disbelief. Their leader had actually believed him. How could this little squirt possibly be the captain? One stammered, Seemingly irritated by the incessant noise, Victor adjusted his sunglasses, casting a sidelong glance at his subordinate, an icy chill emanating from him. The subordinate immediately trembled, quaking in fear. This was a typical gesture of the notorious Victor when he grew impatient, often heralding dire consequences, such as bloodshed. No one dared to utter another word. Standing at attention with their weapons drawn, resembling well-trained soldiers of some kingdom. Once he quelled the commotion among his men, Victor turned his attention back to the girl before him. Upon hearing the name he had mentioned, Robin refrained from introducing herself, as her name, Nicole Robin, held a certain renown in the West Sea. She could not afford to reveal her identity so easily. Instead, she inquired directly, "What is it that you seek?" This blunt response caught Victor slightly off guard, but he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, choosing not to dwell on the child's rudeness. Instead, he produced a photograph from his pocket and displayed it to Robin. "We are searching for a child named Sigrid. We have reason to believe she is aboard your ship. Is that correct, Sigrid?" Upon seeing the group of similarly dressed mobsters, Robin instinctively thought they were affiliated with the previous gang. However, she quickly realized that the family tattoos adorning their bodies were indeed different. "Are you here to find Sigrid?" Robin exchanged a knowing glance with Hades, both harboring mutual suspicion regarding the intentions behind their inquiry. Did they learn of her status as the Count's daughter from the kingdom of Marcia, intending to abduct her for ransom? Or was it that Sigrid's father had mobilized the underworld to locate his daughter? From the expressions on their faces, it seemed she must be aboard your ship. Victor keenly observed their reactions and then remarked, "Thank you for your care of her. We shall now take responsibility for her safety." Before Robin and Hades could respond, a dozen mobsters stepped forward, ready to search the ship for Sigrid. "Wait," Robin called out, attempting to halt them. Yet, while Victor possessed a modicum of chivalry and would not treat a child with disdain, it did not imply he would heed her commands. The mobsters marched forward, impervious to Robin's words, striding onto the ship as if they had not heard her at all. Their unauthorized intrusion made them appear as though they were the unreasonable navy. Hades had long harbored discontent, yet he had been suppressing his temper. However, after several futile warnings from Robin, she finally took the initiative to strike. A mafia member approached directly, forcefully pushing aside the two individuals who obstructed the path. At the same moment, 12 blossoms unfurled. The sea breeze stirred countless petals to cascade down, and suddenly, 12 arms emerged from the deck, firmly binding the lower legs of the group, rendering them immobile. What is this? The individuals had never encountered the powers of the flower fruit and were momentarily taken aback. Following this, Hades seamlessly joined in. The metallic spears aboard the ship soared into the air, raining down upon the mafia members ensnared by Robin. It appeared they were on the verge of being impaled. Chapter 41. The astonishing bounty notice as the metallic spears were about to pierce the bodies of the mafia members. A deep voice rang out, "Don't move." Unnoticed by anyone, the enigmatic figure of Vito, who had remained stationary, had unexpectedly materialized before Robin and Hades. His enormous palm gripped a colossal revolver, aimed at Robin's head, the barrel nearly matching the size of her own. At the instant the gun was directed at Robin, the oncoming metallic spears abruptly halted in midair, coming to a standstill less than a centimeter from the throats of the mafia underlings. The tense standoff reached a critical impasse. The peculiar Vito grinned, his tongue playfully flicking in the air. "Two intriguing little creatures, users of the devil fruit, are you? I never anticipated encountering two at once. I wonder whose abilities will prove swifter, yours or the bullets in my hand." Hades furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the mafia minions teetering on the brink of life and death. "To me, their fates are inconsequential. What matters is the successful completion of the task, even if it costs a few subordinates." But seemed to perceive Hades' attempt to leverage those lives against him, turning away in disdain for their plight. "Is it truly worth losing one's own life for the sake of a mission?" Hades suddenly spoke. "What?" The ominous sound of a bullet being chambered resonated from behind Vit. Unbeknownst to him, a handgun had materialized in the air behind him, aimed directly at his head. Hades' stakes have risen, accompanied by his very life. Behind the tinted glasses, a glimmer flickered in Wit's eyes, as if time had come to a standstill in that fleeting moment, before he suddenly erupted into laughter. "Huh. Now I understand why those fellows from Hayfuge fell to the hands of you two little brats." Meanwhile, not far from the port, Becky led another group, effectively sealing off the entire coastline while observing the movements aboard the ship from a distance. Beside her, a mafia subordinate, wielding a telescope, monitored the unfolding events on the vessel and reported back to Becky. Initially, his view was obstructed by several burly mafia men, rendering Robin's petite figure nearly invisible. However, as tension escalated between the two parties, a gap revealed Robin's appearance and form. The telescope in his hand trembled suddenly, nearly slipping from his grasp. "Hey, what are you doing? If you can't hold it steady, perhaps I should have your hand cut off and find someone capable." Becky expressed her dissatisfaction with her subordinate's flustered demeanor. "But, Godfather, that child is—" he stammered. I have seen that child on the Navy's wanted posters. Hmm? Becky lifted her hat, intrigued by the speaker's words. Immediately, a young thug brought forth a thick stack of wanted notices issued by the Navy of the West Sea. Find it and show it to me. Yes. The subordinate hastily began sifting through the numerous bounty notices, initially discarding those with rewards in the hundreds of thousands and millions of berries without a second thought. He then searched among the bounties starting from 10 million berries for notorious pirates. Eventually, in frustration, he flipped the stack over and began his search from the highest bounty to the lowest. Capone. Becky's demeanor remained somewhat composed at first, but as her subordinate began his reverse search, her expression shifted slightly. Suddenly, a figure surfaced in her mind. A child, wanted, with a significant bounty? Could it be? A peculiar glint flickered in Becky's eyes as she exclaimed, "It's impossible." This was information she had stumbled upon 6 months prior. It pertained to an incident on an island named O'Hara in the West Sea, where, in a single night, not a soul remained alive. According to the news released by the world government, the islanders were accused of attempting to destroy the world. Following that, not only did the island of O'Hara vanish from maps, but the West Sea also saw the emergence of a particularly unique bounty notice targeting a child. A child dubbed the Demon of O'Hara, who supposedly single-handedly destroyed 6 warships during that calamity, thus warranting a bounty of tens of millions of berries. Just as Becky retrieved that distant memory from her mind, the Mafia subordinate beside her found the sought-after notice. He held up a photo of a girl with black hair and raised the telescope once more to scrutinize the figure aboard the ship. After a moment of comparison, it could not be mistaken. It was her, the demon's child, Nico Robin, on the deck of the Hades. Vito erupted into laughter after a floating gun was pointed at his head. He then offered compliments to Robin and Hades before relinquishing the absurdly large revolver he held. "Now I understand why those fellows from Hayfuge fell to the two of you," he remarked. However, with a swift whoosh, Vito's towering figure vanished from sight, only to reappear grasping the levitating firearm. His left hand clenched the gun's body, his enormous palm enveloping the metallic structure with a forceful grip. With a crack, the gun was deformed, and it emitted a muffled explosion within his palm before disintegrating into countless tiny fragments that scattered across the deck. "Curious weapon," Vito remarked, licking his lips with a grin. "But my decision to set down the gun was not born from your threats. Rather, I find you two little rascals quite amusing." "How swift." Hades furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, he had been fixated on the figure before him, yet despite his unwavering focus, he nearly missed the trajectory of its movement. Such speed, to the eyes of an ordinary person, was nearly indistinguishable from teleportation. Hades contemplated the odds of emerging victorious should he confront him. At that moment, a gust of wind stirred the photograph discarded on the ground by the enigmatic gunman, Vite, sending the delicate piece of paper fluttering to the threshold of the cabin. Inside, Sigrid picked up the paper, scrutinizing its contents, and could not help but furrow her brow. The image depicted not only her own likeness, but also the crest of the Sargison family, accompanied by a cipher known solely to its members. This was unmistakably. After reviewing it multiple times, Sigrid's certainty solidified, and she lifted her gaze to say, "Sister Robin, this is an underground mission my grandfather issued to find me. P.S. Yesterday, I glimpsed through the comic and saw that Kaido is on the verge of being overwhelmed, which is quite alarming. Previously, referring to Luffy as one of the 5 emperors was merely a jest, but now it seems it is about to become a reality." Chapter 42. The enigmatic gunman Vite. As Sigrid's youthful voice echoed throughout the ship, Vite abruptly turned his head, searching for the source of the sound. And soon his gaze fell upon the cabin door. There stood a girl in a white dress, her appearance identical to the photograph on the mission notice. At last, he had found her. A signature grin spread across Vite's face, and in the blink of an eye, his form blurred and vanished, racing towards Sigrid's location. "This is bad," Hades thought grimly as he observed Vite's swift movement. There was no time to control the metallic spear stationed far across the deck. Instead, he unleashed a surge that lifted the ship's flooring. Wooden planks swirled around Vite, attempting to obstruct him. Yet Hades was astounded to discover that the speed at which he manipulated the boards could not keep pace with Vite's rapid strides. The boards, swirling around him like a roaring wooden beast, seemed to be within arm's reach, yet they could never touch his form. In a desperate moment, Hades resorted to teleportation. His body transformed into a constellation of starlight, and in the next instant, he materialized before Sigrid, shielding her with his own form. However, Vite, in the midst of his high-speed movement, exhibited an uncanny ability to maneuver with grace. Upon spotting the sudden apparition before him, he hesitated for a heartbeat, then deftly shifted his body, slipping past like an eel. This is trouble. Hades was taken aback. At that moment, the 12 petals bloomed. Robin's voice resonated. Just as Wit was about to make contact with Sigrid, the person before him inexplicably shifted back by an inch. Suddenly, 2 hands emerged from the deck behind Sigrid, propelling her backward just in time to evade Wit's grasp. In an astonishing turn of events, 10 arms sprouted from Wit's body, 2 seized his throat, 4 gripped his shoulders, and another 4 clutched his thighs. Robin's voice echoed once more, flower dance. Restraint. With a resounding thud, Wit was forcefully slammed to the ground by Robin's powerful throw. The entire sequence transpired in a blur, from the moment Sigrid appeared, to Wit's realization of his target, and the ensuing contest of wills between Hades and the two. All within less than a second. Hades faced his adversaries with astonishing speed, constantly adapting, yet time and again his efforts were thwarted. Just as he lamented his misfortune, he discovered that the foe had inexplicably fallen at Robin's hands. Hades gazed in astonishment at the resolute girl before him. Indeed, she had grown stronger overnight. Not far away, Robin, with a serious expression etched upon her delicate face, exerted her strength to confine the enemy's movements, intent on binding them. Even the most astute individuals may occasionally stray from the path of clarity, yet all it takes is a moment of awakening to discern the correct route and leap forward. Following her analysis of her fruit powers with Hades, Robin immediately recognized both the strengths and weaknesses of her abilities. Indeed, she did not require deliberate physical training. For the true strength of the Hana no Mi lay in its capacity to transcend distance and disregard the enemy's speed with a surprise attack. No matter how swift the opponent, as long as they could not outpace the speed of her fruit abilities, she could instantaneously lock onto them, sprouting her limbs upon their body to restrain them. Thus, no matter how fast Vito was, he could not surpass the limbs that had grown upon him. The simultaneous execution of 10 arms resulted in his inevitable interception. This was the confidence bestowed by the devil fruit. With Vito's fall, Hades seized the opportunity to control numerous metallic spears, encircling the bound Vito. Dozens of blades hovered in the air, forming a spiky sphere with their points directed at the center where Vito stood. Any movement on his part would be met with a rain of arrows. Sister Robin. They might be the ones sent by grandfather to bring me back. At that moment, Sigrid abruptly interrupted the tense standoff, pointing at the photograph Vito had discarded. That is my picture. It bears our family crest and the secret code left specifically by grandfather, which only those of the Sager-son lineage would understand. Upon her words, silence enveloped the deck. Ultimately, it was Hades who broke the stillness. So, they are our people. His temple twitched as he inquired further. Have you examined it closely? Though these individuals are not affiliated with the kidnappers, they are certainly not virtuous. It should be correct, Sigrid stammered, fear overtaking her. The crest and the secret code could not be mistaken, yet what if these were stolen from elsewhere? Just then, Robin's ability to restrain Vito's arms faltered. Despite the formidable nature of the Hana no Mi, it was not something an 8-year-old girl could entirely command. As petals danced, Vito exerted himself slightly and broke free from Robin's grasp. Once liberated, he did not hasten to rise but instead sat cross-legged on the deck, his serpentine tongue flicking across his lips, the purple-tinted sunglasses failing to mask the fury simmering beneath. Vito's temperament, though comparatively mild among the Mafia, did not imply he was a benevolent figure. Being thwarted repeatedly in his endeavors and pinned down by 2 children filled him with a profound sense of humiliation. Adjusting his sunglasses with a finger, Vito drew forth the massive handgun from his waist. His voice, pale and cold, resonated. That girl spoke true. My original mission was to retrieve her and return her to her father, but I have changed my mind. Rising slowly, he exuded an aura that seemed to amplify with his stature, as if he were preparing to unleash all the indignation and resentment he had just endured. Today, I shall deal with you 2 little brats. At that moment, an unexpected sound pierced through the air. The unmistakable chirping of a snail phone rang out. Vito frowned, irritated, and sheathed his gun once more, signaling Hades and the others to wait a moment while he attended to the call. Hello? Yes. What? The conversation on the other end remained unclear, yet Vito's impatient demeanor momentarily froze, and he swallowed back a curse, turning to glance at Robin, his expression growing peculiar. Chapter 43. The abrupt cessation of battle. Are you certain? Vito's inquiry, though questioning, bore an undercurrent of belief, for he had nearly fallen to the prowess of that little girl. On the other end, the underling responsible for the call nodded fervently, causing the snail phone to mimic the gesture, beads of sweat forming on its tiny brow. That is the devil's spawn, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million berries. The Mafia underling emphasized loudly. At that instant, the visage of the snail phone shifted dramatically, the anxious face of the Mafia underling transforming into that of a formidable figure, clearly indicating a new speaker had taken over. A gravelly yet composed voice emerged. "Is that you, Vito?" Upon hearing the familiar tone, Vito's expression turned grave. "Boss." Capone Becky on the line, he acknowledged. "Are things well on your end?" Vito hesitated, surveying his surroundings, and although he loathed to admit it, he decided to speak truthfully. "The enemy is indeed quite formidable. Well, if they are troublesome, then let them be. Leave both the people and the goods to them." "The Sagerson family will be arriving shortly," Becky replied. "I will bring another group to assist, as long as we secure the sea and land. There is no need for further confrontation." Vito opened his mouth to voice his thoughts, yet with Capone Becky's directives echoing in his mind, he felt compelled to comply. Casting a glance at Hades and the others, he acquiesced. Meanwhile, Becky offered a few more words of advice before ending the call. Commanding an expansion of the blockade at sea. A bounty of 79 million berries. Pirates of such standing either had ventured into the Grand Line or were on their way there. Thus, even in the formidable West Sea, such qualified pirates were a rarity. Capone Becky lit a cigar, suddenly recalling the munitions still aboard Robin's ship, and a thought ignited in his mind. Summon Gotti. Have him relay the discovery of Nico Robin to the Navy, but ensure it remains unnoticed as our doing. Becky issued his orders. The Mafia subordinates, noticing their boss's sly expression, eagerly inquired, "Boss, are you after her bounty?" With the cigar clenched between his teeth, Becky raised his binoculars, gazing intently at the figures aboard the Hades. "What is 79 million? What I seek is the Notice Family S Arms Factory. And this devil's spawn may be the key to realizing that ambition." The subordinates appeared utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend the intentions of their superior. They were instructed merely to follow my commands. Moreover, when the Navy approaches this vicinity, be sure to inform Nico Robin of their arrival so she can prepare in advance. This left the subordinates even more perplexed. If the message was intended for the Navy, why then alert that demon's offspring about their impending arrival? Becky set down the telescope, expressing her desire to ascertain whether Nico Robin is truly worth her weight in gold. Aboard the Hades, Vito set down the telephone buck, and the fervor that had surged within him dissipated. Stealing another glance at the girl referred to as the daughter of the demon, he commanded his Mafia subordinates to retreat below deck. "Hey, enough of this. Can these fellows leave me be?" Vito languidly pointed at the metal spears that encircled him in a 360-degree blockade. This individual had been conversing on his own ship, and as the spirit of the Hades, he had overheard every word exchanged between Vito and the person on the other end of the line. They spoke of Robin's name and the bounty on her head, evidently having uncovered her true identity. They also mentioned Sagson, likely referring to Siglin's family. It appeared they were indeed there to retrieve Siglin. Judging by their reactions, they seemed intimidated by Robin's reputation, prompting them to seek a peaceful resolution, yet it was plausible they might report to the Navy. After all, the Navy was responsible for capturing pirates, and the Mafia's adversaries were perpetually the Royal Army and the island's guards. The Navy and the Mafia were never truly antagonistic. Thus, from Hades' perspective, the optimal course of action was to ensure this group posed no threat to Siglin while entrusting her to their care, allowing himself and Robin to depart the island to avoid any potential naval arrival. However, Vito's subsequent words shattered this notion. In any case, reporting this child's information to the Sagson family ensures we've already secured our payment, so you may keep her. The surrounding area and the port have been sealed off by us. You are quite safe here. Just wait for her father to come for her. With that, Vito waved aside the floating spear before leaping from the ship, leading everyone away from the dock. Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept over all aboard, including Siglin. Although she understood these individuals were likely sent by her father and grandfather, their attire bore a disconcerting resemblance to that of human traffickers, instilling fear within her. Only Hades remained, sensing that beneath this veneer of tranquility lay something yet to be unveiled, lurking in the mists. Before long, noon had approached. Upon the arrival of the Hades at the pier of Kinuel Island in the early morning, it remained motionless. After a long day had passed, the children had gradually emerged from the shadows of the mob, and the ship once again regained its former vibrancy. Hades sat at the bow of the ship, gazing intently at the tranquil sea, where the surface shimmered like diamonds, devoid of any vessel in sight. It was evident that, just as the mobsters had claimed, they had indeed sealed off both the waters and the harbor. Judging by the names these ruffians had proclaimed, the Capone family, gangsters, Hades gazed towards the horizon and suddenly recalled something. No wonder that fellow named Vit seemed so familiar. Could it be them? The name floated in his mind. Previously, Hades had devoted all his energy to confronting his enemies and had overlooked the appearance of the individual boarding the ship. Upon reflection, the name Vit was indeed reminiscent of strange gun Vit from the original work, particularly that distinctive tongue and disproportionately large hands, albeit with a considerably younger visage. Thus, it can be inferred that this so-called Capone family is likely the West Sea Mafia power led by the gang. This is the very Capone Beach who, 22 years later, at the age of 42, became one of the supernovas and married the daughter of the Emperor of the Sea, Big Mom. Chapter 44. An unexpected negotiation given the current circumstances. It seems that Capone Beach and his associates have yet to entertain thoughts of becoming pirates, as they remain engrossed in the intricate games of the Mafia family. If memory serves correctly, they turned their gaze toward the sea after unifying the underground society of the West Sea, finding that terrestrial conflicts no longer sparked their interest. Hades inhaled sharply, his fingertips rhythmically tapping against the railing at the bow of the ship, lost in contemplation. Although this group had formed a brief alliance with Luffy in the future, it did not imply that they were virtuous individuals. One could easily deduce that those capable of unifying the underworld would hardly be paragons of goodness. As this thought crossed his mind, Hades not only remained vigilant but felt an increasing sense of unease about the situation. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from the dock, repeatedly calling out Robin's name. The consciousness of the ship spirit of Hades swept across, switching to the perspective of the vessel itself. There, the peculiar figure known as Strange Gunwit had returned once more, this time unarmed and clad in a casual suit. His massive hands languidly rested, with only 2 fingers tucked into his pockets as he called out for Robin, waiting for their response with palpable boredom. The calls from below echoed one after another, drawing the attention of the children aboard, who heard someone searching for their beloved sister, Robin. Robin, Hades called out to the girl in the cabin, who was about to rise. I will accompany you. The girl glanced at the pensive Hades and replied, all right. Vito, on this occasion, displayed remarkable politeness. He did not bring any subordinates nor did he recklessly board the ship. Instead, he stood at the shore, waiting for a response from a distance. His position was not far, remaining within Hades' limited range of movement. Thus when Hades disembarked, they came face to face. The 8-year-old boy looked up at the towering figure before him. In the pirate world where individuals often reached heights of 2 to 3 meters, Vito's stature was not particularly remarkable, yet Hades still had to look up to see him clearly. This feeling left him somewhat uncomfortable. He longed to shed the constraints of his youth and mature both in stature and appearance. However, Wait. Hades suddenly recalled an emotional achievement related to a character companion he had gained upon awakening the previous day, which had stirred something within him. The only aspect that required explanation was, he glanced at Robin beside him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Perhaps it was better to refrain from mentioning it for now. After all, the content of that achievement was rather difficult to articulate. Captain Robin, it's a pleasure to see you again. I am Vito of the Capone family. Vito greeted Robin with a gentlemanly bow. If one could overlook the rather alarming appearance of his protruding tongue, his demeanor was indeed commendable, though his looks left much to be desired. Robin listened calmly as Vito called her name. Hades had overheard their conversation with Becky through the transponder snail and had informed her. So Robin was not surprised that they recognized her. May I inquire if there is something you need? She asked. Pardon me, have you had lunch? Vito inquired. We have already dined aboard the ship, Robin replied. That is quite unfortunate. However, our Capone family has prepared afternoon tea, and I wonder if we might be so fortunate as to invite you both to partake? Vito suddenly pointed toward a small wooden hut erected by the shore, which was not far but definitely exceeded Hades' limit of 50 meters. Robin was aware that Hades could not leave the ship, especially considering that this individual had previously been at odds with them, nearly becoming an adversary. The current cordiality appeared to stem solely from the mutual interest regarding Sigrid. Thus deeming further social engagement unnecessary, she promptly declined. There is no need for such trouble. We do not have a habit of enjoying afternoon tea, and besides, we have children aboard who require our protection. Robin's refusal was rather swift, prompting Vito to respond, if distance is an issue, I can have them arrange the afternoon tea closer, making it more convenient for you to supervise those on the ship. How does that sound? Hades recalled that Vito's role in the Flame Tank Pirates was not that of a combatant, but rather a negotiation expert. Sanji's agreement to attend the tea party hosted by the Yonko Big Mom at Cake Island was facilitated by Vito's negotiation skills. Their summons likely concealed ulterior motives beneath the pretense of afternoon tea. However, Robin seemed resolute in her desire to avoid this murky affair. Dismissing Vito's words and turning to return to the ship. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Vito called out to the departing Robin, reaching into his garment. I happen to possess a long-preserved bounty notice. Might Captain Robin be interested in taking a look? With a sinister grin, Vito extracted Robin's bounty poster. His tongue curling in a peculiar manner, evoking a sense of dread. Was he threatening them? Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million berries. A wanted criminal by the world government, a survivor of O'Hara, the child of demons. One could only wonder if the Navy would have any interest in such a figure. A chilling laugh escaped Vito's lips as he nonchalantly rolled up the photograph and tucked it back into his clothing. Now, may the two of you join me for the afternoon tea prepared by the Capone family? Vito understood the art of negotiation well, employing the tactic of delivering a slap only to follow it with a sweet reward. He had just coerced Robin and Hades into sharing afternoon tea and subsequently ordered his men to transfer the decorations and pastries prepared in the wooden house to their immediate vicinity for dining. The Capone gang was indeed a formidable force in the underworld of the West Sea, having nearly complete control over the island of Connell. A lavish array of delicacies and teas, along with exotic dishes unfamiliar to Robin and Hades, were brought from the island. A group of men clad in black swiftly erected a small wooden house, furnishing it with sofas and a dining table, the floor adorned with a pristine white fox fur blanket. Vito raised his glass of red wine in a symbolic toast to the two young guests, nodding to the sharply dressed, sunglasses-clad mafia subordinates who promptly exited the scene. Shall we discuss business now? Robin felt ill at ease in such surroundings. Had it not been for Hades' presence beside her, she might have turned to leave. Even so, she remained vigilant, employing her devil fruit powers to keep watch over the room. Vito set down his wine, licking his lips with keen interest as he observed the pair holding hands across from him. A strange chuckle erupted from him once more. But soon he withdrew the playful smile from his face. The purpose of this visit was not concerning the child of the Sargison family, but rather the Notice family, the very mafia with whom you had clashed upon the seas. Chapter 45. The Navy strikes. Hades and Robin immediately sharpened their gazes upon hearing the sound. However, what remained unfazed and reassured them, rest assured. The Notice family and our band have no connections beyond our transactions. It is merely, they should have a batch of goods on your ship. Wood flicked his tongue, and the chilling smile beneath his sunglasses sent shivers down their spines. You mean that batch of arms? Hades inquired. Do you want them? Wood shifted his gaze from the girl to the boy, recalling this fellow who shadowed Nicole Robin like a specter, exuding an astonishing aura during battles that belied his innocent appearance. Yes, but not for free. Wood adjusted his sunglasses. You need not worry. Our dealings with the Notice family have always been cash on delivery. Until their goods are in our hands, our money remains untransferred. Thus, the current transaction is with you. Wood's words ignited suspicion in Hades. To an outsider, he and Robin appeared as nothing more than two naive children, lacking in both experience and strength, barely comparable to the legs of an adult. Even the old fisherman, Burke, had treated them with fondness solely because they were endearing children. Yet Wood treated them as equals in this negotiation from the very beginning. Hades initially intended to exchange the arms for system coins to upgrade the Hades ship significantly, enhancing both its combat capabilities and Robin's living conditions. However, if the other party insisted on purchasing with berries, he was not averse to selling. After all, acquiring money in the pirate world could lead to the purchase of valuable items, such as a renowned sword, which could then be exchanged for coins to further upgrade the ship. Although the process was cumbersome and would likely incur some losses during the coin exchange, the end result remained the same, especially since they were currently on someone else's territory, with Robin being a wanted fugitive, as long as it did not cross a line. There was room for negotiation. How much are you offering? Hades asked, knowing he was unfamiliar with the arms market in this world and could only seek a rough estimate through its responses. Unfortunately, it seemed Wood had other intentions. Now is not the time to rush. Our band will not shortchange you, but we, the Capone family, prefer to see future profits. Wood leisurely sipped his red wine before continuing. The Notice family controls an arms factory, mines, resources, talents, and technology on Notice Island. Thus, our dealings with them are not one-time transactions, but rather long-term commitments. The shipment of arms is but a small fraction of their entire factory, and we anticipate a lasting trade with you, which can yield sufficient profits. Wood's uniquely husky voice was enticing, yet both Robin and Hades remained acutely aware. I'm sorry, but we are merely ordinary people, lacking an arms factory in the depth of those characters, so your considerations may be in vain, Robin stated coolly. feeling the negotiation straying further from its original purpose and wishing to end the topic. Fortunately, Wood did not seem in a hurry. Just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. We can wait, especially since the band's godfather holds high hopes for you. The rumored demon child, Nicole Robin. Upon hearing this title again, Robin's face paled further, and she involuntarily recalled the harrowing experiences etched in her memory. Suddenly, a warm hand clasped hers, interrupting her drifting thoughts. Turning, she found Hades gazing intently at her, his warm hand gently squeezing her cold palm. Meanwhile, Wit, seemingly oblivious to their interaction, made his final remarks. We have invited you today merely to warm up, to convey that we are not your enemies. The specific negotiations and details will be personally handled by our godfather. Oh. By the way, Wit stood up, suddenly recalling something. I forgot to mention, although our godfather is optimistic about you, he desires a long-term trading partner. So he is quite concerned about your, how shall I put it? In any case, there will be a small test ahead. The familiar ringing of a transponder snail interrupted. See, just as I was speaking, it has arrived. Wit retrieved his personal transponder snail and placed the microphone on the table before the three of them. The instant he connected, the transponder transformed into a bearded figure, shouting, Boss Wit! Boss Wit! A ship with the flag of the Sargentson family of the Marshal Kingdom has been spotted to the north of the port. And behind it are two naval warships approaching. One of them is a vice admiral from naval headquarters. The words fell, and all three present were taken aback. Not only Hades and Robin, but even Wit was momentarily stunned. A vice admiral from naval headquarters? He knew the Navy would arrive upon receiving news of a suspected Robin, but he had not anticipated their level of urgency. What did it mean to have a vice admiral from naval headquarters? This was not the Grand Line. It was the West Sea. At this moment, Wit's gaze toward Robin became increasingly peculiar, though he maintained a facade of calmness, responding with a simple good. The voice from the transponder continued, revealing that one of the warships was allied with the Marshal Kingdom, while the other was the flagship of the West Sea Navy commander, with reliable information indicating they were on the island to apprehend a highly bountied fugitive. With a loud crash, Hades slammed his hand down on the table, shattering it in fury, his eyes ablaze with suppressed rage as he glared at Wit. You scoundrel, Wit! Capone Beji, are these the so-called little tests you speak of? From the beginning, I suspected these rascals would not be this simple. Indeed, they have leaked Robin's whereabouts. Chapter 46, The Expected and the Unexpected. Feeling the intense glare from the youth across from him, Wit innocently retracted his tongue and adjusted his sunglasses. According to the intel, it seems the Navy has discovered Nicole Robin. I believe you should thank us. Otherwise, by the time they arrive, you might have been completely unaware. How dare you claim this is not your doing? Hades seethed, observing Robin's pale complexion and Wit's feigned innocence, wishing he could unleash his wrath upon these individuals. Yet now is not the time to let anger cloud his judgment, for beyond settling scores with the Capone family, a more pressing matter loomed, escaping the Navy's pursuit. Indeed, we must flee. Hades never contemplated a direct confrontation. The intelligence relayed through the transponder was unequivocal. The flagship of the Western Seas Naval Commander, led by a vice admiral from headquarters, represented a scale of power far beyond that of his modestly enhanced vessel. Neither did Vito foresee the situation evolving in such a manner. He speculated that Capone Beji's scheme was to have the Navy apprehend Robin, observing the strength she displayed in her escape to gauge her capabilities, and then, at a critical juncture, offer assistance to win her favor, thus laying the groundwork for future collaboration. However, the outcome diverged into unexpected territory. Who would have anticipated that the usually lethargic Navy, known for their lackadaisical approach to capturing pirates, would suddenly take such an interest in a mere child? The deployment of a vice admiral from headquarters was indeed a testament to the moniker child of the devil. It seemed the events of half a year prior in O'Hara harbored deeper secrets. Whether out of pity or sympathy, Vito uttered before his departure, the Capone family has never encountered you. As for how to leave this place, I can only wish you good fortune. Subsequently, Vito opened the door and exited first, dialing Capone Beji as he walked away from the port. Godfather. The Navy's apprehension operation has mobilized a vice admiral from headquarters. I believe your test has failed. It appears we must re-strategize and seek a new target for cooperation. Vito departed, leaving an insurmountable mess for Hades and Robin. In the room, after a moment of silence, Hades stood and grasped Robin's hand, saying, Let us leave the children at the dock and depart from Cuneo Island immediately. Yet, Robin trembled and broke free from Hades' grasp, declaring, We cannot leave. The Navy's ships are faster than ours, and they are nearly upon us. It is too late. How can we know unless we try? Besides, I have a method to hasten the speed of the Hades. They may not catch up to us. Hades was not jesting. He indeed possessed a means to accelerate the speed of the Hades. Undoubtedly, it involved converting that stockpile of munitions into gold coins, then swiftly procuring a propulsion system for the ship from the system and installing it onto the Hades. Although the world of One Piece may initially appear to be technologically primitive, it has undeniably advanced to a realm of fantastical innovations. Not to mention the pacifists of the Navy's scientific division, even the protagonist's ship, the Sunny, could traverse against the wind using cola as fuel and even launch a wind cannon for brief aerial flights. Such concepts were more than sufficient for Hades to emulate. He had faith that with the proceeds from selling arms, he could transform the ship into one that outpaced any war vessel. However, noticing Robin's despondent demeanor, resembling a wilted eggplant devoid of spirit, he could not help but inquire, "Are you contemplating some heroic sacrifice? Planning to remain behind and be captured so that I may escape?" Upon being exposed, Robin's panic led her to meet Hades' gaze momentarily before instinctively lowering her head. I would never," she stammered, her courage faltering under Hades' scrutiny. "As the captain, how could I abandon you? Just as long as you understand." Hades retorted with a cold huff. Little Robin felt aggrieved. She wished to emulate those poignant scenes of sacrifice, relinquishing her own path to ensure Hades' survival. Yet the very thought was swiftly quelled by him. "So, what shall we do now?" Robin's thoughts became chaotic, despite her vast reading. She was merely 8 years old, having witnessed countless transformations in life. At this moment, surrender seemed to be her only option. "Trust me when I say we can escape. We will indeed find a way out," Hades reassured Robin, dispelling her thoughts of self-sacrifice. He then prepared to lead her back to the ship to commence the vessel's modifications for their escape. However, their delay had unknowingly consumed another 10 minutes. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, and a member of a gang pushed the door open. "Excuse me, gentlemen, Boss Vito has a message for you. He reports that a warship has bypassed our blockade and is now entering the waters from the west. If you wish to depart, you will likely confront them head-on. It may already be too late." Hades and Robin were taken aback, glancing at each other simultaneously. Captain Vito asserted that he would devise a means to intercept the warship, but could not delay for long. If the two harbored any plans, they were urged to execute them swiftly. Additionally, he reassured them that the children aboard their vessel had been informed. They were unaware of anyone named Robin. The Capone family, he emphasized, had done all within their power. Hades regarded the sudden benevolence of these individuals with skepticism, although they refrained from admitting it. It was apparent to all that the revelation of Robin's identity was a matter communicated to the Navy by them. Little did they foresee the Navy's substantial interest in Robin, dispatching a vice admiral from headquarters to apprehend her, a fact evident from Vito's expression. Moreover, Hades had initially believed that he and Robin had been forsaken by the Capone family. Given the inevitability of their defeat, he assumed they would abandon the illusory collaboration in favor of leading the Navy, potentially reaping the reward of 79 million berries for Robin. However, to his surprise, it seemed they harbored alternative intentions regarding both him and Robin. What Hades was unaware of was that, upon hearing the arrival of the vice admiral from the naval headquarters, Vetter had indeed reported to Becky that they were prepared to abandon their course of action. However, upon learning that the visitor was a vice admiral, Captain Becky's enthusiasm surged, prompting him to read aloud the newspaper article detailing how the son of the devil had single-handedly destroyed 6 naval warships. This narrative, originally employed by the Navy to tarnish Robin's reputation and unjustly label her a criminal, suddenly took on an aura of authenticity. One cannot help but ponder, if Robin posed no significant threat, why would the world government assign such a substantial bounty on a mere child? Chapter 47, The Prime of Life. Hearing the Godfather's description of Robin in the news, even Vetter found himself momentarily engulfed in doubt. Perhaps that young girl possessed some hidden trump card, yet to be revealed. Could it be that she truly had a means to escape from the clutches of the vice admiral? Coincidentally, the gang Godfather Becky was a bona fide gambler, relishing the thrill of high stakes. Thus, they found themselves in the current predicament, orchestrating events from the shadows while remaining mere spectators, eager to witness the unfolding duel between Robin and the vice admiral. Hades, of course, was oblivious to the fact that he had just harmed those individuals, only to soon place a heavy wager upon them. Presently, he found himself devoid of the luxury to contemplate the affairs of Capone's gang instead. He was consumed with the urgency of ensuring Robin's safety. Initially, he believed that refurbishing a vessel for escape would be the optimal choice. However, given the current intelligence, The escape plan had become untenable, and confronting the Navy head-on was a mere fantasy. The more anxious he became, the more composed his mind remained. He closed his eyes, pondering strategies. With no possibility of victory in battle, nor a feasible route for escape, it seemed that all avenues were blocked. But wait, who decreed that there could only be two options? Hades suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of inspiration illuminating his mind. What if this were merely a misunderstanding? Perhaps the individual who reported Robin had misidentified her, leading the Navy to receive erroneous information. In reality, Robin was not aboard that ship. Rather, it was someone else entirely. If that were the case, the Navy's efforts would have been in vain, rendering the need for confrontation or retreat unnecessary. This line of thought instantly clarified his previously chaotic musings. As for how to compel Robin to prove she was not the Robin in question, that dilemma would require the aid of the system. Hades suddenly glanced at the girl quietly sitting beside him, clutching his sleeve. As if sensing his gaze, Robin lifted her head, their eyes meeting in a moment of connection. "I have a plan," Hades stated plainly. "What plan?" Robin inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Listen to me. What I am about to say may seem a bit outlandish, but time is of the essence, and I cannot elaborate further. Do you trust me?" Robin stared at Hades, taken aback by his unprecedented seriousness, as if he were about to reveal all his secrets. For reasons unknown, a myriad of Hades' concealed mysteries flashed through her mind. And she nodded resolutely, saying, "Rest assured, I will always believe in you." The scene shifts back to a day prior. While navigating the Hades towards Kinner Island, Hades idly perused the system, calculating the amount of gold required for the transformation of his body. He expended soul points to illuminate the third tier of the ship spirit enhancement tree, focusing on the long voyage skill upgrade. With nothing else to occupy his time, he continued to sift through the subsequent interfaces in the system. To his astonishment, he discovered that, at some point, the emotional bond between him and Robin had soared to an astonishing 14. If memory served him correctly, on the day they faced the attack, their emotional value had only just reached 10. Given that the system typically increased by 1 point per day, it should have only been at 11 after just one day. When had an additional 3 points been accrued? Hades suddenly recalled the possibility that perhaps it was the shared achievement during Robin's capture that ignited their unspoken understanding, thereby enhancing their emotional bond. Alternatively, it could have been the night Robin spent holding him while he lay unconscious, which rapidly intensified their feelings, moving the system. Regardless of the scenario, it became evident that there existed shortcuts to elevate the emotional values of character companions. Thus, with a newfound intention, Hades dedicated an entire day to be intimately engaged with Robin. They dined together, immersed themselves in literature, and tended to the abducted children until nightfall. Yet their emotional values stubbornly remained at 14, unmoved. Just as Hades contemplated giving up, an intimate conversation in the gym unfolded late at night. When Robin declared her desire to stand before him and protect him, the system's character companion background began to shimmer with pink bubbles. Subsequently, their emotional value surged dramatically from 14 to 16. Simultaneously, the system announced that they had unlocked the second achievement for character companions, Best Years. Best Years signifies that the system will lock in the optimal physical condition of the ship spirit and his character companion, based on the varying developmental rates of different organs. Each organ will be secured at its most mature and advantageous stage, including aspects such as psychological age, IQ, and EQ. If the host and their companion are far from this optimal age, they will gain 4 years of organ development at the moment of achievement. If they have yet to reach the optimal age for their organs, they will then experience a tenfold increase in physical development speed, allowing them to attain their prime in the shortest possible time. Upon comprehending the description of this achievement, Hades was not initially filled with joy. Rather, he was taken aback. He promptly examined his own age, appearance, and physical traits, and upon realizing he still bore the visage of an approximately 8-year-old, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Further investigation revealed the existence of the Prime of Life achievement, which could be in either an activated or deactivated state. As his physical appearance had yet to change, it was evident that the achievement remained dormant. Observing the latest achievement on the system, Hades furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He was acutely aware of the benefits this achievement could bestow. The human body and its organs are in a constant state of flux. Take the brain as an example. In one's teenage years, memory may reach its zenith. At 20, mental agility peaks. By 30, observational skills are at their strongest, and in one's 40s or 50s, cognitive abilities hit their pinnacle. Thus, it is evident that different stages of life confer distinct advantages upon the brain. The Prime of Life achievement, however, promises to preserve one's memory in the prime of adolescence, to lock mental acuity at 20, to stabilize observational prowess at 30, and to maintain cognitive excellence at 50, allowing one to relish in the perfect state of all abilities simultaneously, indefinitely. This is merely an illustration using the brain, according to the system's description. The achievement encompasses not only the brain but also all organs, including physique, appearance, muscle, strength, and even the distinctive attributes of both men and women. In Hades' imagination, upon the activation of the achievement, he and Robin would suddenly gain a 4-year enhancement, transforming their appearances to that of 12-year-olds. Subsequently, they would accelerate their development at a 10-fold rate, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of their physical potential. Overall, this seemed to be an unequivocal boon. However, the dilemma lay in the abruptness of aging 4 years overnight, along with the subsequent monthly increments. How could he possibly explain such a transformation to Robin? Although the content of this achievement was undoubtedly impressive, it was evidently not the right moment for its application. After much contemplation, Hades decided it would be prudent to wait until they had bid farewell to the children before seeking an opportunity for a candid conversation with Robin to elucidate this peculiar situation and reach a decision thereafter. Thus, the achievement of Prime of Life remained dormant, securely locked within the system until the present day. Now, faced with an impending crisis, Hades recognized the opportune moment to utilize it. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to indulge in superfluous dialogue regarding the system, character companions, emotional values, or achievements. He simply inquired of Robin whether she would object if he could instantaneously age them both by 4 years. Taken aback for a moment, Robin realized they were in the world of One Piece, where the most extraordinary notions could be believed, if only articulated. After a brief reflection, she grasped the implications of Hades' words, understanding that he intended to deceive the Navy. Her astuteness shone through, and the simplicity of Hades' plan became evident. If a girl resembling Robin, approximately 12 years of age, were to appear aboard the ship, the Navy would dismiss her as not being Robin due to the age discrepancy. They might be led to believe the report, for indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to Robin. In this vast world, with its multitude of inhabitants, it was inevitable that some individuals would share similar features. The Navy could not apprehend someone solely based on appearance. They required evidence. And age served as the most compelling proof that Robin was not Robin. Without hesitation, Robin nodded, affirming her acceptance. Of course, I can accept this. But do you truly have a means to achieve it? Trust me, as long as you agree, the rest I will explain later when time permits. I believe in you. With Robin's unwavering agreement and faith in him, Hades felt a surge of resolve. The moment was critical, and every second was precious. He accessed the system, navigating to the character companion interface, where he immediately beheld the achievements hand in hand and Prime of Life, the latter marked as inactive. Hades resolutely chose to activate. In an instant, a radiant light surged from within him, enveloping the entire room. White starlight encircled the two figures, and Hades observed as Robin's form elongated under the glow. Her skin became increasingly delicate, and her features shed the remnants of childhood innocence, emerging as refined and graceful. Beneath her exquisite visage, traces of her former self lingered. Yet she now resembled a young lady of noble birth, far removed from the scars of her early life. As the brilliance faded, Hades gazed at the girl before him. Momentarily taken aback by the transformation that had unfolded right under his nose, it was almost hard to believe. The effects of the Prime of Life, did it also confer benefits of whitening and beauty? In contrast, Hades found his own changes quite modest compared to Robin's. After all, the ship spirit's appearance was already a design deemed nearly perfect by the system. Even with 4 additional years, his alterations were merely proportional stretches in height and appearance. With little else to speak of, was there something amiss? Once the transformations brought about by the Prime of Life concluded, Robin felt her body had become more relaxed, and she noticed a shift in Hades' gaze towards her. Although she was aware that this was not the moment to dwell on her appearance, she instinctively touched her face. Rest assured, you are quite beautiful. A smile graced Hades' face, though he found it somewhat unexpected. By the way, is your clothing perhaps a bit too snug? As Robin matured, her figure naturally elongated, and even the curves and contours began to take shape, making her attire from her 8-year-old self feel exceedingly tight. Ah, Robin exclaimed, a blush blooming on her once flawless, youthful face. However, upon noticing Hades' teasing expression, she narrowed her eyes mischievously and tugged at her garment. It is a bit tight, but you seem to enjoy it, she quipped, playfully winking at Hades. This time, it was Hades who felt the heat rise to his cheeks. He feigned nonchalance as he cast a glance at the enchanting girl before swiftly turning away to look elsewhere. Internally, he mused that the prime of life had enhanced not just her physical appearance, but also her psychological maturity. The innocence and naivety that once adorned Robin were likely fading, gradually giving way to a more cunning essence. Once satisfied that their physical transformations were complete, Hades and Robin returned to the Hades ship, where they exchanged the system's currency for appropriate undergarments and clothing. Standing before the mirror, Robin beheld the young lady reflected back at her. Disbelief was an understatement. Between the ages of 8 and 12, girls undergo rapid development, and at this moment, if one disregarded her face, it would be challenging for anyone to associate her with the girl depicted on the wanted poster. Her gaze turned towards Hades, becoming increasingly peculiar. Despite their close bond, she could still sense an enigmatic veil surrounding him, shrouding him in mystery. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hades, now dressed, caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and felt a sense of satisfaction before becoming aware of Robin's gaze. It's nothing," Robin replied, clasping her hands behind her back and shaking her head with a smile. She merely felt as though she had matured, and her perspective of the world had shifted accordingly. Upon hearing those words, Hades paused momentarily, pondering the implication. It simply means that you appear more handsome now." Caught off guard by such unexpected flattery, Hades shook his head in resignation. Gazing at the girl before him, whose eyes sparkled with mirth, he felt the corners of his mouth involuntarily lift in a smile. He instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair, only to suddenly realize that little Robin had grown up. Thus, his hand hovered awkwardly in midair, suspended. Noticing this, Robin curved her lips into a smile and boldly leaned forward, nudging her head into Hades' palm. Why hold back when one can act freely? In that fleeting moment, the expressions of both individuals shifted significantly. Hades' attempt to pat Robin's head and Robin's affectionate gesture created a profound distinction in their interactions. After Robin concluded her words, she too appeared momentarily taken aback, before lowering her gaze to adjust the hem of her dress. After a considerable pause, Robin redirected the conversation, stating, "I still need to contemplate my new name, and we must fabricate a backstory. Otherwise, it would be too easy to reveal our true identities." Hades quickly concurred, acknowledging the validity of the concern. Moreover, there was Sigurd and the others. Although the Capone gang claimed to have provided the necessary information, their current appearance was unknown to them. If complications arose, it could spell disaster. The two men seamlessly returned to the matter at hand. Chapter 49. Vice Admiral Gomir returning to serious matters. The expressions on Hades and Robin's faces grew grave. They were acutely aware that deceiving the Navy was no simple feat without meticulous planning and detailed contingencies. Any slip-up could lead to an encirclement by the entire fleet. The advantage of having two intelligent minds collaborating lay in their ability to anticipate all possible developments and prepare accordingly for unforeseen circumstances. Soon, they divided their tasks and managed everything efficiently, awaiting the impending arrival of the Navy. Outside Connell Island, some distance from the port, a warship was anchored midway. Beside it, two oddly shaped vessels flanked its path, their towering masts adorned with the black flag emblazoned with the Capone gang's castle emblem. "My apologies, Vice Admiral," one of the men said. "The Capone family has accepted the Earl of Sargason's commission. It is not that we wish to deny you entry, but the docks ahead have been sealed off. We possess not only the royal documentation, but also Wit, clad in his familiar red suit, stood resolutely in the warship's path, his serpentine tongue flickering in the air, appearing utterly unperturbed. It must be said that he was a born negotiator, his expression feigning difficulty while articulating the justification for the port's blockade with remarkable clarity. To the Navy, although they recognized this group as unscrupulous mafia remnants, they were restrained from acting against them due to the backing of the kingdom. "We suspect a notorious criminal, wanted by the world government, is on this island. We kindly ask for your cooperation," a naval officer stated, unfurling Robin's bounty notice and emphasizing the gravity of the situation as mandated by the world government. "Oh, if it is indeed an order from the world government, then our kingdom's blockade could be seen as obstructing official business," Witt replied, narrowing his eyes behind his sunglasses. He then broke into a sudden smile, adding, "Yet, in truth, you are merely speculating. Who can definitively claim that a wanted criminal is here?" Witt's words left the naval officer momentarily speechless. However, until a suspect was identified, all apprehensions remained mere conjecture, which was clearly a weak argument. Faced with the persistent obstruction from these gray background miscreants, the Navy grew incensed. The officer in charge of negotiations shifted his approach, adopting a more aggressive stance. Yet, no matter how forceful they became, Wit and his associates refused to yield, appearing as docile as a beaten dog, enduring their insults while blocking passage. With a resounding bang, the naval officer, unable to contain his frustration, raised his weapon skyward as a warning. Following his command, countless sailors surged onto the deck, brandishing their standardized firearms aimed at the gang. Wit's entourage, upon witnessing this, prudently raised their hands in a gesture of surrender, their expressions betraying no hint of retreat, leading to a stalemate between the two factions. No need for force. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from within the cabin. A sharply featured, balding man draped in an imposing cloak of justice, with two long blades at his waist, confidently ascended the deck. Despite his somewhat shadowy facial contours, the standard naval uniform lent him an air of resolute authority. His small eyes cast a sidelong glance at Wit and his companions, instantly instilling a heavy sense of oppression among the mafia members, reminiscent of the aura one might feel in the presence of a godfather. Is this the vice admiral of the Navy headquarters? Wit's smile faltered, beads of sweat trickling down his chin, casting doubt on the wisdom of the gamble placed by the godfather. Vice Admiral Gomer. The naval soldiers saluted in unison, stowing their weapons as a sign of respect upon recognizing the arrival. The officer who had been debating with Wit promptly approached Gomer, eager to relay the current situation. Wit rolled his eyes, considering the officer's behavior akin to that of a petulant child. However, Gomer waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Since you refuse passage, you may remain here." What? Vice Admiral Gomer, that child of the devil? The Navy personnel exchanged perplexed glances. They had been informed of a potential discovery regarding a survivor from O'Hara. And with the appearance of the devil's child on Connell Island, the Navy had prioritized this mission, especially with a vice admiral passing through. How could they simply abandon it midway? Yet, Gomer suddenly lifted his foot, summoning a powerful gust of air, propelling himself into the sky. "I shall go see for myself." This was one of the 6 forms, the moonwalk. Leaving behind those words, Gomer transformed into a white streak, soaring across the sky with remarkable speed, surpassing that of any vessel. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Wit and his companions felt a wave of despair wash over them. They had intended to delay but instead had inadvertently hastened the Vice Admiral's arrival. Suppressing a curse, they resigned themselves to fate, hoping that the Godfather's judgment was not in vain, and that Robin would indeed emerge unscathed from the clutches of the naval commander. Meanwhile, Gomer soared through the air above Connell Island, surveying the port below. Thanks to the blockade by the Capone gang, all docks appeared deserted, save for a lone 2-masted sailboat anchored quietly. That must be it. The Navy received intelligence regarding Nico Robin, which is linked to the kidnapped daughter of the Earl of Sargeson from the Marshal Kingdom. It was reported that someone resembling the individual depicted in the wanted poster was seen among the group of abducted children at the dock of Cornwall Island, leading to speculation that it could indeed be Nico Robin, given the proximity of this location to where the infamous son of the devil was last seen. The Navy unanimously concluded that the likelihood of this person being Nico Robin was exceptionally high, due to the significance placed upon her capture. A nearby officer was dispatched to undertake the apprehension, aiming for a decisive success. Chapter 50. Sister Bella. After pinpointing the target, Gomer activated his moonwalk technique, swiftly appearing atop the deck of the Hades. With a soft thud, he landed gracefully on the deck. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a group of children gathered, engaged in playful games, their laughter and joyous shouts painting a scene reminiscent of a heartwarming fairy tale. For a moment, Gomer was taken aback, as the sight before him was unexpected. As a father to several children, he cherished moments spent in playful company, relishing such tender scenes. However, his expression soon shifted as he identified his target, Nico Robin. Gomer's small eyes gleamed with intensity, piercing through to the one he had set his sights on. He steadied his long sword with his left hand, the sound of his footsteps resonating heavily as he approached her. Robin seemed to sense his presence as she stood among the children, momentarily startled, before turning her head to glance at the unexpected visitor on the deck. "Who are you?" Robin inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. As she straightened up from her previous playful stance, her striking figure immediately drew attention, making her the focal point of all eyes. "Nico Robin," Gomer called out, his voice booming. The shadow cast by his tall frame enveloped her. "I am Vice Admiral Gomer of the Navy headquarters, and I am here under orders to apprehend you. Please accompany me." As he spoke, Gomer unfurled the wanted poster bearing Robin's bounty of 79 million. Yet, the girl appeared bewildered, seemingly oblivious to the name he had uttered. With a childlike innocence, she leaned closer, her eyes wide as she examined the poster. What a cute child. Are you from the Navy? Why would the Navy want to capture a little girl? Robin asked, her expression one of genuine confusion. Upon hearing the phrase capture little children, the surrounding children immediately huddled closer, clinging to Robin's legs in a protective manner. Gumir was momentarily stunned by their reaction. Despite having recently been promoted to the rank of vice admiral and having captured countless criminals at sea, he had never encountered such audacity, or rather, such a lack of concern. Sister Bella, I'm scared. A small girl whimpered, hiding behind Robin. In response, Robin quickly reassured her, it's all right. The bad people have already been chased away by your sister. This uncle is from the Navy, and the Navy catches bad people. So there's no need to be afraid. Catch bad people? But why is he trying to capture little children? Robin hesitated, glancing at Gumir with a contemplative expression. Perhaps that child did something wrong? Siglard's innocent words caused Gumir's face to flush with embarrassment. Nevertheless, his self-proclaimed sense of naval justice surfaced, and he asserted, Nico Robin is a wanted criminal, ordered to be captured by the world government. She is not an ordinary child. Her danger level. I understand, Vice Admiral. Robin interjected, her patience waning. She then glanced at the photo on the wanted poster and added, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I do not recognize the person in this poster, and there is no one here that you seek. These children were all kidnapped by the Mafia, and they are most frightened by unfamiliar strangers suddenly appearing on the ship. If you truly need to speak with me, perhaps we could discuss it off the ship. Sister Bella, don't go. Sister Bella, come back. At the mention of Robin leaving, the children immediately surrounded her, resembling a cluster of soft, sticky candy. This time, Gumir clearly heard the children referring to Robin as Bella? Bella, what is going on? A boy. Similar in age and height to Robin, yet noticeably taller than the younger children, emerged from the cabin. As he stepped onto the gangplank, he immediately fixed his gaze on the only stranger aboard, Gumir. What is happening? As Hades approached, he cast a discerning glance at Gumi, his eyes widening in surprise upon noticing the justice cloak draped over his shoulders. He then softly inquired about Robin. It remained unclear, perhaps a misunderstanding had occurred. Their conversation was hushed and delicate, yet it was still audible to the remarkably perceptive Gumi. The natural flow of their dialogue belied any pretense, starkly contrasting with how typical criminals would behave in the presence of the Navy. At this juncture, Gumi found himself momentarily flabbergasted. The individual depicted in the bounty notice bore an uncanny resemblance to the person before him. Wait. Gumi's eyes widened as he scrutinized the bounty poster, then turned to observe Robin. It dawned on him that the difference lay in age. The girl in the photograph appeared to be a mere child, while the girl before him, though still youthful, could hardly be described as a child. It seemed she had aged at least 4 or 5 years since the issuance of the poster. Although Gumi had not personally participated in the O'Hara extermination operation, he was well acquainted with the events that transpired, particularly the timing, which he recalled vividly as an afternoon 6 months prior. Consequently, the issuance of Nico Robin's bounty must have occurred after that date, and with only 6 months having passed, it was implausible for her to have matured so drastically. Thus, the girl before him was merely a doppelganger? Doubt began to creep into Gumi's mind. Once the seed of suspicion was sown, it indicated a wavering in his resolve, yet he lacked the tangible evidence to substantiate his doubts. His demeanor towards Robin shifted slightly, no longer exuding the readiness to draw his blade at a moment's notice. Just then, the girl concluded her discussion with the boy beside her, instructing him to look after the children for the time being before striding confidently towards Gumi, her expression devoid of fear. Hello, you just introduced yourself as Gumi. Yes, Gumi Admiral. Greetings. I am the owner of this vessel, Bella. If you have matters to discuss, shall we converse over here? Robin responded, guiding Gumi to another section of the deck, deliberately glancing back to avoid the children's gaze. Apologies, the children's hearts are quite fragile, having endured a calamity. So your purpose for being here is to return them, is it? Gumi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. By now, piecing together the Navy's information with Robin's account, he understood that the children aboard the ship were victims abducted by the Mafia, later rescued by the person before him. Upon hearing Robin's inquiry, he promptly assured her, as a Navy officer, I was jesting. I believe I have discerned Admiral's purpose here. It concerns the child in that photograph, correct? Robin subtly rebuffed Gumi's kind intentions, though she and Hades had cared for the children for quite some time. If she were not present, there was always the risk of exposure. Thus, The task of returning the children must fall to someone from the Siglith family rather than the Navy. Robin glanced at the bounty notice once more and remarked, "Indeed. There is a slight resemblance, but Admiral, I believe you have mistaken me for another. My name is Bella, not Nico. Nico Robin. Indeed. I do not know her." Robin shook her head. With a mere hint of speculation followed by the girl's outright denial, Gumi began to form some answers in his mind. However, adhering to the meticulous nature of his rank, he continued to engage Robin in conversation for some time, to ascertain her identity more conclusively. He incessantly asked about her past experiences and background, how she came to be here, what she had done in the past 6 months, and where she had been. The good news was that Hades and Robin had meticulously prepared detailed answers to these inquiries within their plan. Robin responded with a calm demeanor, neither displaying an overt desire to evade suspicion nor failing to provide evidence that she was not Robin in many crucial aspects. Eventually, Gumi earnestly apologized and prepared to take his leave. "I apologize for disturbing you, Miss Bella." Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned to look into Robin's eyes, asking, "By the way, Miss Bella, can you swim?" At the moment this question was posed, Gumi sensed a fleeting pause from Robin, followed by a subtle ripple in her otherwise composed demeanor. This rekindled the doubts he had previously dismissed. Swimming. Those with devil fruit powers cannot swim. It was no wonder Robin reacted instinctively with alarm. This query had not even crossed her and Hades' minds. Despite her efforts to maintain her composure, a brief crack in her facade was evident upon hearing the question. However, Robin quickly regained her composure. "I cannot swim." In that instant, the stark contrast between her tranquil exterior and her rapidly processing mind was unmistakable as she contemplated how to navigate this predicament. Undoubtedly, the Navy was aware of her status as a devil fruit user. Not only the world government but also the ice-wielding Navy officer had witnessed her exercising her powers. Thus the flower fruit must remain concealed. Yet, should she assert that she could swim, and if the Admiral were to order her into the sea, all her fabricated lies would unravel, leading to an even more challenging situation. After weighing her options, she ultimately opted to state the truth of her inability to swim. As for the reason, "Oh, you claim to have been at sea for 4 years, and as a captain, you cannot swim?" Gumi halted his departing steps, turning back with a suddenly sharp gaze. Suddenly, Robin felt an intense gaze piercing through the wooden walls and mass behind her, emanating from the other side of the deck. Filled with concern for her situation, it was Hades. Indeed, only he could sense everything unfolding aboard the ship. And it was apparent he had been observing her conversation with the Navy, likely realizing her precarious position. At that moment, the synergy they shared reemerged. When they worked together towards a common goal, their connection reached an extraordinary level of harmony, yielding remarkable results. As Robin pondered how to extricate herself from this predicament, it wasn't too long before she devised a strategy, and she knew Hades would have arrived at the same conclusion. "Because I am a devil fruit user, I cannot swim." "Admiral Gumi, is there an issue?" Robin boldly admitted, locking her gaze with Gumi's small eyes without flinching. "You are a devil fruit user?" Gumi expressed his astonishment. "Indeed. Otherwise, how could you, Vice Admiral, believe that I could rescue these children from the clutches of the Mafia?" Robin replied with confidence. Upon hearing this, Gumi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic in her statement. "However, may I inquire about the type of devil fruit you have consumed? It would be helpful to know, as you just witnessed the bounty notice for the notorious Nico Robin, who is also a devil fruit user." Feigning surprise, Robin widened her eyes. "Is that so?" she exclaimed joyfully. "Then that is splendid. If my devil fruit ability differs from hers, does that not prove that I am not her?" Gumi, recognizing this point, concurred. "Indeed. One cannot consume 2 devil fruits. I was previously unaware of your status as a devil fruit user. Had I known earlier, we could have saved considerable time." With Gumi's approval, Robin introduced herself. "I am the user of the shoot fruit, which allows me to manipulate any object I have touched to target anything I can see." From a distance, Hades could not suppress a smirk upon hearing Robin's fabricated ability. Shoot fruit? How clever of her. However, he recalled a similar ability on Fishman Island, known as the target fruit. Unfortunately, Robin had not heard of it, but her quick thinking in inventing the shoot fruit was commendable. In that moment, Hades understood Robin's intent. The Navy was indeed interested in devil fruit abilities, so she would perform for them, showcasing whatever powers she desired. As he played with the children, he kept a watchful eye on Robin and Gumi, ready to assist her at any moment. Chapter 52. Beneath the sun shoot fruit? Gumi repeated the name of Robin's ability, showing no signs of skepticism. In the world of pirates, one encounters a plethora of peculiar devil fruit abilities, as not all are recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. The ability of the shoot fruit fell within the realm of his understanding. Robin then began to demonstrate her powers to Gumir. She casually found a wooden plank on the ship and lightly touched it with her left hand. To her astonishment, the plank began to float, suspended in midair, and flew freely around the ship under her control. This ability is akin to the float fruit of the Golden Lion Shiki. Gumir instinctively thought of the infamous pirate who had recently escaped from Impel Down. However, he quickly realized that the two abilities were distinct, as Robin's description indicated that the shoot fruit's power was not merely about control, but rather about the notion of shooting. As expected, after guiding the wooden plank through a flight, Robin suddenly changed her expression, raised her right hand in a dramatic aiming gesture, and pointed towards the other side of the ship. Her youthful face flushed with embarrassment. For while imagining such a pose was one thing, executing it was another. Yet, Gumir was entirely focused on the flying plank rather than her awkward pose. With Robin's command, the previously leisurely plank suddenly sped off like it had been equipped with a jet propulsion, streaking through the air and striking a barrel at the ship's stern with a resounding crash. The barrel, used for storing water, was instantly pierced, exploding and sending water splashing everywhere. "Is this satisfactory?" Robin asked, her cheeks still flushed. Though embarrassed, she touched several metal spears that Hades had prepared for battle. Instantly, 7 or 8 spears soared into the air, surrounding Robin like a protective entourage. That will suffice. Gumir's doubts finally dissipated. While appearances, height, and background could mislead, the powers of a devil fruit were undeniable. He had reviewed Nico Robin's information before their departure, noting that the abilities recorded there bore no resemblance to those exhibited by this girl. As Robin prepared for a second demonstration with the metal spears, Gumir swiftly intervened, bending his towering frame in a profound bow towards her. This gesture was an apology. Regardless of the conduct of other Navy officers, Gumir, who prided himself on his sense of justice, could not overlook a villain nor wrongfully accuse an innocent. Mistaking this girl for the world government's demon child due to her appearance was an affront to his definition of justice, prompting him, despite his rank as a vice admiral, to bow deeply in apology. "I apologize, Miss Bella," he said earnestly. "On behalf of the Navy, I express my deepest gratitude, both for you and for the children you have saved. If there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to reach out to us." Furthermore, Gumir scrutinized Robin, committing her appearance and figure to memory, especially to differentiate her from the bounty notice. "Please do not hold any grievances against our Navy for this incident. If the opportunity arises, I would be honored if you, Miss Bella, would consider joining us. Your abilities, that will not be necessary," Robin interjected abruptly. Her emotions inexplicably stirred. Gumir was momentarily taken aback, scratching his bald head. While he could scowl at criminals without hesitation, facing this misidentified girl, he felt compelled to relent. "Very well, I shall not intrude further. Until we meet again," Gumir said, turning away, his justice cloak billowing in the wind. To onlookers, even someone of his appearance could seem extraordinary in the striking naval uniform, yet to Robin, it was inextricably linked to the relentless demon hunt, regardless of the circumstances. She would never forget the actions of the world government and the Navy. Upon hearing the distant sound of moonwalk footsteps gradually fading away, Robin finally exhaled, her strength ebbing as she leaned back, utterly exhausted. At that very moment, a series of wooden planks unexpectedly split from the deck, ingeniously assembling into a makeshift chair that perfectly cushioned her falling form. Almost immediately, a radiant light coalesced at the stern of the ship, manifesting into the shape of a youthful figure, Hades, who had hurried over from the opposite side. Noticing the weariness etched on the girl's face, Hades approached with tenderness, gently ruffling her hair. "It's all over now. From this point forward, you can live openly under the sun, Miss Bella," he comforted, soothing her emotions. As Robin felt the warmth enveloping her from above, a whirlwind of emotion surged within her. Just as Hades had articulated, she seemed to embrace a new identity, Bella. While the moniker daughter of the devil faded into obscurity, in that instant, memories of her past in O'Hara flooded her mind, her doctor, her mother, and Saul, the giant who taught her to smile through suffering, the one who assured her that there would always be someone willing to accompany and protect her in this world. She longed to tell him that she had survived and found someone who recognized her, a true companion. With her eyes glistening, Robin fell into Hades' embrace. Even the most intelligent and resilient individuals experience moments when their complex emotions yearn to be expressed. Hades understood that she did not require consolation, nor the presence of words. She merely needed him to stand quietly by her side. Thus, he remained silent, standing still, accompanying the girl resting against his chest, silently accepting all her experiences and memories. From that moment on, she would no longer bear all of this alone. Chapter 53. The Sagerson family warship. Meanwhile, aboard the Capone gang ship, Vito extended his tongue and twirled the revolver in his hand, quietly awaiting news from afar. By all accounts, the vice admiral should have arrived at the port to meet Robin by now. However, the eerie silence that ensued left him perplexed. Could it be that the Godfather's wager had gone awry, and that the young one had been captured by the vice admiral's men without any sign of a struggle? Vito's patience wore thin as time continued to slip away in this futile anticipation. At last, a white figure flashed across the horizon once more. Gumir, whom he had seen before, was employing his moonwalk to swiftly traverse the clouds. Vito squinted beneath his sunglasses, raising his head to glean information from Gumir. Boss Vito, you should take note. Aside from the vice admiral himself, he has not returned with anyone else, reported a mafia underling who had removed his binoculars. I see. Vito's previously indifferent demeanor suddenly sparked with interest. He spun the revolver swiftly, then with a flick of his pinky, halted its motion, sheathing it in his holster as he rose to his feet. How intriguing. It appears those two youngsters truly managed to escape. In Vito's understanding, the absence of combat sounds and the lack of the vice admiral's capture indicated that Robin and her companion had evaded the Navy's grasp through some means. Interesting, he declared, promptly instructing his subordinate to inform the Godfather that Nicole Robin had likely succeeded in her escape, though it remained unclear if she was still on the island or in the adjacent waters. Boss Vito, what shall we do? One underling inquired. What shall we do? Vito rolled his tongue. Naturally, we shall search along the coast for this son of the devil, for the Godfather's wager has proven accurate. Aboard the Hades ship, a youthful voice rang out from afar. Uncle Bamer. At the seaside of Coney Island, a colossal warship bearing the Sagerson family flag was approaching the Hades vessel. Sigrid stood on the deck, joyfully waving and calling out, while the other children emerged from the cabin, their mouths agape at the sight of the ship, which was 10 times the size of Hades. On the Sagerson ship, upon hearing Sigrid's call, a jovial man with a round belly and a cherubic face beamed with delight, tears brimming in his eyes as he responded to Sigrid. Miss. Here I am. Miss. At last, I have found you. Bamer leaned over the railing, his rotund belly pressed against it, his excitement palpable. Mr. Bamer, be careful. You might fall. A group of fully armed guards, clad in armor and wielding long spears, rushed to grab the plump Bamer. However, before they could reach him, his protruding belly caused him to lose his balance, teetering dangerously close to falling overboard. Mr. Bamer. With a whoosh, the guards could only watch in horror as he bounced off the side of the ship like a rubber ball, plummeting vertically toward the sea. Just as it seemed tragedy was imminent, a jubilant cry of woohoo erupted from Bamer's throat. He executed a 360-degree spin midair, pressing a button on his shoulder, causing a pair of gliding wings to unfurl from his back. They stabilized his form and directed him straight toward the Hades vessel. Uncle Bamer. Sigrid, undeterred, maintained her radiant smile, for she was well aware of her uncle's myriad peculiar inventions, including the disguised gun he had gifted her for protection. Bamer soared through the air, circling once before landing gracefully on the deck of the Hades ship, where he was greeted by Sigrid, who dashed forward and embraced his ample belly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Their heartfelt reunion resonated with many, as children exchanged glances, some empathizing with Sigrid's emotional moment, while others envisioned their own reunions with family. A serene silence enveloped the deck of the Hades ship. Before long, the Sagerson warship docked successfully, and several guards swiftly boarded the Hades vessel, ascending the deck to kneel before Sigrid in a show of respect. As Hades and Robin emerged from the cabin, they were met with the sight of a throng gathered around Sigrid, who animatedly spoke while gesturing toward them, her eyes alight with excitement. What are they discussing? Robin asked Hades. With a smile, Hades replied, You shall find out shortly. True to his words, it was not long before Bamer straightened his wrinkled attire, took a handkerchief to tidy himself, and solemnly approached. To the astonishment of the crowd, he performed a formal bow before Robin. I am Bamer Sagerson, the 17th son of the Sagerson family and Sigrid's uncle. It is a pleasure to meet Miss Bella and Mr. Hades. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for the assistance and rescue you have provided my niece. His previously whimsical demeanor transformed into one of noble gravitas, leaving many momentarily bewildered. Following Bamer's bow, the guards on the deck mirrored his gesture, while those stationed on the Sagerson warship also bowed in unison. The sight of hundreds of guards kneeling in perfect synchronization, the sound of their knees striking the wooden deck resonating harmoniously, created a spectacle that would astonish anyone who beheld it. P.S. Thank you to the generous patron from Occasional Jianghu. Your kindness is appreciated. Chapter 54. The innovator Bamer. Though Robin had read many books, he had never witnessed such a scene. Unable to resist, he glanced back at Hades, only to find him stifling laughter, clearly having overheard Sigrid and the others' conversation without informing him. Sister Bella. Sigrid initially intended to express her gratitude to Robin, but she found it quite amusing to witness Robin's flustered demeanor during their first encounter. Prompted by Sigrid's call, Robin hurriedly assisted the solemn Bamer, and as he rose, all the guards promptly stood in unison. Unbeknownst to her, Robin had begun to embrace her identity as captain. At first, when she heard Hades refer to her as captain, she dismissed it as mere jest. However, as she observed Hades' genuine intent to cultivate her assumption of the captaincy, she was taken aback for a moment, but soon began to comprehend the weight of the role. Hades, being the spirit of the ship, is constrained by the limitations of the Hades and finds it challenging to venture far from it. Thus, he oversees everything aboard from behind the scenes but requires assistance to manage tasks that may seem simple yet are arduous for him, such as engaging in social interactions, gathering intelligence, and procuring goods. And I am the most suitable, indeed the sole candidate for this role. Interestingly, following the confrontation with Gary, Robin also yearns for strength, aspiring to become powerful enough to protect Hades, freeing him from the need to transform into that fearsome visage for her sake. Consequently, after undergoing various experiences, Robin has evolved from a mere bookish girl into a more mature individual. Now, even when faced with an old-fashioned noble like Balmer, she merely expresses a moment of surprise before skillfully navigating their conversation. Not far off, Hades reclines against the ship's railing, basking in the sun while watching Robin, now grown, effortlessly engage with Balmer. He feels that this moment is perhaps the most beautiful of all. After inviting Balmer to sit, Robin exchanges a few pleasantries, at which point a guard approaches carrying 2 boxes and places them on the deck of the Hades. Inside lies the reward offered by the Sargison family for locating Sigline. Miss Bella, this is the remuneration provided by Sigline's father and grandfather. Due to the long journey, they could not come personally, and thus entrusted me with delivering the reward to you. Money? Hades was leisurely counting the seabirds in the sky when he was suddenly drawn to a conversation between 2 individuals. His gaze fell upon 2 sizable wooden chests at the feet of a guard. The consciousness of his ship swept across, and he was instantly startled by the astonishing amount of berries contained within. The chests were filled with banknotes of 10,000 berries, bundled into stacks of 100, amounting to 1 million berries per bundle. With a total of 3 by 4 by 4 bundles, there were 48 stacks in total. Thus, the 2 chests contained 96 bundles, equating to 96 million berries, an astounding sum nearing 100 million berries. Hades was left in utter shock. It was no wonder that a family capable of commanding a pirate gang like the Capone had such unimaginable financial power. Honestly, it would be impossible for him not to feel tempted. Although on the surface, money appeared to have no direct correlation to Hades' strength enhancement. Since there was no exchange rate between berries and the system's gold coins, berries could indeed be used to purchase items in the world of One Piece, which the system would accept. This meant that Hades could exchange berries for equivalent luxury items, such as gold, which could then be converted into system gold coins to fortify his ship. Furthermore, Hades conceived an alternative method of earning money, a plan he had long contemplated but never executed. He envisioned capitalizing on the system's price stability and the price discrepancies among different islands in the One Piece world, seeking out certain goods with significant price variations to earn berries or system gold coins. However, this scheme seemed trivial if it merely yielded a few hundred or thousand berries, and lacking capital had led him to shelve it in his mind. But now, the situation had changed. Someone had come bearing gifts of wealth. Hades gazed greedily at the nearly 100 million berries, when suddenly, Robin stood up. Oh no, he had forgotten that it was Robin, in her capacity as captain, who was conversing with the other party. With her innocent disposition, she might very well refuse. However, a delicate, melodious voice rang out. Then I shall accept it. Robin smiled as she took the 2 boxes offered to her, without uttering a single word of polite refusal, effortlessly placing them aside. She then turned playfully to glance at Hades. Expecting Robin to decline, Hades quickly grasped the situation from her look. It was likely the result of the synergy brought about by their partnership. His intense thoughts had been transmitted through their bond and received by Robin, which is why she accepted the money so readily, even casting a contemplative glance back at him. Although he had never spoken to her about the system, Hades felt that. Over time, she was drawing ever closer to the truth. Seeing Robin accept the money so cheerfully brought comfort to Balmer and Sigelind, who then discussed the logistics of returning the abducted children home. Balmer patted his chest, taking charge of the matter. Suddenly, Balmer bizarrely requested to tour the Hades ship. In surprise, Robin sought Hades' opinion with her eyes, and upon receiving his consent, she led him around for a brief inspection. Before long, Balmer and his companions returned to the deck. However, after just a short stroll, Balmer was already panting heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, his round belly protruding. Perhaps to justify his actions, Balmer smiled as he tucked away the handkerchief. "Miss Bella, you may not know, although I am merely Siglind's uncle. She has spent as much time with me as she has with her parents. The money earlier was merely a reward from Count Saxon for finding Sigelind. But I also have a special gift for you as a token of my goodwill, and this gift is related to the ship." With that, Balmer instructed his men to return to the Saxon battleship to dismantle a set of devices, which he brought back to the Hades ship. "Mr. Balmer, you are too kind," Robin said, bewildered, though she still expressed her gratitude politely. Soon, the items were delivered. At the same time, a prompt from the system suddenly appeared. It detected that the modifier Balmer intended to replace and update part of the devices on the Hades ship and asked whether to grant permission. If permission was not granted, the modification process would be deemed an attack on the Hades ship. Chapter 55. Balmer's propulsor. Upon hearing the system prompt, Hades was momentarily taken aback. An unexpected turn of events that he had not anticipated. He scrutinized the stout individual before him from head to toe. Once his subordinates delivered the set of devices, Balmer seemed to open up, introducing, "This is my invention, the Balmer propulsor. Its purpose is to allow the ship to navigate the seas using self-generated power, without relying on wind or sails. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Hades listened intently from a distance, initially furrowing his brow. But soon he discerned an intriguing detail. The gargantuan Sagersun warship, nearly tenfold the size of the Hades, had all its sails furled from the very beginning. Indeed, Hades recalled that shortly after bidding farewell to the Admiral Gumi, he had noticed another vessel approaching from the west, which bore a striking resemblance to the ship sent to retrieve Sigrid. At that moment, he had merely cast a fleeting glance, though curious about the fully furled sails. He did not dwell on it. Yet now, as he observed the colossal apparatus being delicately disassembled from the opposing ship and placed upon his own deck by a throng of attendants, Hades began to grasp the situation. This Balmer had not lied. The Sagersun warship operated through this Balmer propulsor, which explained its ability to move swiftly without the aid of sails. In a flash of brilliance, Hades abruptly vanished from his position, reappearing beside the immense device. If there is a unifying characteristic among the vessels in the realm of pirates, it is that, irrespective of the advancements in the world's cutting-edge technology, maritime transportation has seemingly remained confined to wooden sailing ships, with little room for technological evolution. Thus, ships that could transcend sails and harness alternative forms of propulsion are, without exception, rare treasures. For instance, the future pirate king S. Straw Hat Crew S. Sunny, powered by cola. Trafalgar Law S. Polar Submarine, Enel S. Arc Maxim, powered by electricity, and the Golden Emperor S. 10,000-meter Golden Galleon. Hades had certainly envisioned transforming the Hades into a more modern steel warship, outfitted with an array of contemporary weaponry and scientific marvels. In such a scenario, what pirate or navy could withstand a barrage of missiles from him? Domination would no longer be a mere dream. However, upon accessing the system shop and glancing at the exorbitant prices, he quickly realized that perhaps it was best to keep such dreams as mere aspirations. The astronomical cost of modifications and technology left him momentarily bewildered by the multitude of zeros trailing after the numeral 1. Yet now, an opportunity had arisen, an apparatus that could provide ship propulsion in the world of One Piece without the expenditure of system coins. Utilizing its own black technology, Hades instantaneously materialized beside the Balmer propulsor, drawing closer to scrutinize the intricate details within. Regrettably, even as a graduate of a prestigious institution and a representative of the new generation, he could not comprehend the scientific principles underpinning its construction. Recalling the formidable buoyant board he had encountered during his traversal, which defied the laws of physics, Hades decided to abandon his analysis and directly inquired, "Mr. Balmer, you mentioned that this device enables a vessel to navigate the seas without the aid of sails or currents. I did not mishear you, did I?" Barmel's plump, round visage brightened as his small eyes blinked in astonishment, first regarding Hades and then glancing at the spot he had previously occupied, evidently shocked by his sudden appearance. After a moment of bewilderment, he nodded vigorously and proclaimed with pride, "Indeed, there is no mistake. This is my greatest invention." Though Trayvon Island is not far from Kinwell Island, an ordinary sailboat would require 3 days to reach it. Upon hearing news of Sigline's presence here, I set out immediately and arrived in merely half a day, thanks to the Barmel propulsor. With its power, vessels travel at far greater speeds than conventional sailboats, and navigation becomes significantly simpler and more convenient. Despite Barmel's usual amiable demeanor, he transformed into a figure of focus and seriousness when discussing matters of his scholarship, speaking eloquently without regard for the decorum expected of a nobleman. Of course, no matter how formidable the propulsor, it requires a source of energy to function. I have long sought a suitable energy conversion device for my invention until I discovered it, he boasted, gesturing proudly toward another heavy object resembling a generator, which was being transported by the guards. This machine can transform anything into energy. Simply place items into this entrance, and it will extract their entire value, discarding the remnants as waste, converting energy into power to drive my Barmel propulsor. Impressive, I assented. Barmel soon noticed that the ship's captain appeared disinterested, while the youth beside him seemed profoundly affected by his words, prompting him to continue his enthusiastic discourse. In truth, Hades was indeed taken aback by Barmel's assertions. The notion of a machine capable of converting all matter into energy was utterly preposterous. Suddenly struck by an impulse, he asked, "What if one were to pour cola into this entrance?" Barmel paused momentarily before questioning, "Why cola specifically?" Hades faltered, "I was merely curious." "Of course it can," Barmel replied with pride. "When I say anything, I am not jesting. You may place whatever you can conceive into this machine. The efficiency and degree of conversion may vary, but according to my research, electrically charged items yield the highest energy efficiency. As for cola, I suspect its conversion efficiency might be rather low." Hades had merely thought of Frankie's cola in that moment. He never intended to whimsically consider it as a source of energy. Just then, Sigline suddenly emerged from behind Barmel, peering intently at the energy conversion machine. "Oh, Uncle Barmel, isn't this the scrap machine you found?" Coughing abruptly, Barmel seemed keen to obscure his niece's words. Yet, Sigline, accustomed to indulgence, disregarded Barmel's subtle signals and continued to unveil his secrets. "Even if you cough, Uncle Barmel, I won't be mistaken. Didn't it fall from the sky along with that ship?" Upon hearing his niece's innocent remarks, Barmel could no longer contain himself and promptly covered her mouth. But upon seeing the peculiar expressions on Hades and Sigline's faces, he hastened to clarify, "I have always stated that the Barmel propulsor is my invention. I never claimed that this universal energy converter was of my own creation," he defended. "Indeed, it is true. I discovered it on a colossal derelict ship that fell from the clouds one day while walking. However, I believe it to be a divine gift bestowed upon me, perfectly suited to complement my invention. At that time, I had just completed the final modifications to the Barmel propulsor and was in need of a matching power system. Fearing that his identity as an inventor might be tarnished by this celestial gift, Barmel rambled on about his creation, even incorporating the discovery of the universal energy device into his accolades. However, Hades gleaned an alternative meaning from his explanation. A derelict ship had fallen from the clouds, with an energy converter aboard? He pressed further with inquiries regarding the ship's appearance and its potential construction date. Although Barmel was momentarily interrupted, he maintained his composure as a noble and answered Hades' questions with poise. "The vessel is of a design from several centuries ago, crafted by carpenters. Yet, some of the outdated mechanisms exhibit remarkably advanced scientific concepts that even I struggle to comprehend, and I have been conducting research on them. The artwork aboard features winged figures, but the books and diaries have deteriorated beyond recognition, leaving no written records." Hades immediately had a revelation. Could it be the Sky Island? It could not be mistaken. Only the inhabitants of the once advanced civilization and technology that surpassed the Blue Sea could possibly conceive such devices. In comparison to the Barmel propulsor, this universal energy converter was truly a remarkable creation. It appeared that the world of One Piece was far more captivating than what was depicted in the manga. The Straw Hat Crew's adventures were merely a minuscule fragment of this vast world, rife with countless unknowns and surprises waiting for him to uncover. Now, I have concluded my introduction regarding these two machines. In addition to my identity as an inventor, I have conducted some research on ship modifications. I recently toured your vessel and have devised a detailed plan for the alterations. Within 3 days, I can assist you in installing the Bamuel propulsor on your ship. However, Bamuel suddenly began to speak hesitantly, stroking his rounded chin with uncertainty, resembling a bashful maiden. Upon observing his demeanor, Siglid immediately recognized her uncle's intentions, rolling her eyes and sighing in exasperation. Yet, I require a modest fee for the ship modifications. Rest assured. These 2 machines are my gift to express gratitude for your rescue of Siglid. I shall only charge for the modification costs. As Bamuel finally articulated his thoughts, Siglid, feeling embarrassed, covered her face with her hands. Uncle, you are not suggesting that you had your eyes set on the rewards from my father and grandfather from the very beginning, are you? Bamuel, his motives exposed by his little niece, blushed profusely. He quickly turned his head away to ease the awkwardness. You children wouldn't understand. Scientific research requires funding. Only with sufficient resources can I develop even greater inventions. Siglid raised an eyebrow at her sister Robin, shrugging her shoulders in helplessness. Bamuel was endearing in many ways. Yet he had no concept of money. Whether in daily life or research, he squandered funds lavishly. Thus, even if he invented something useful, it could hardly compensate for his expenditures. Meanwhile, Hades, although aware that Bamuel was marketing his inventions under the guise of a gift, found himself intrigued. After all, both the Bamuel propulsor and the energy converter were precisely what the Hades needed. May I inquire how much you require for the modifications? He asked without hesitation. After his niece's relentless teasing and interruptions, Bamuel had assumed all hope was lost. To his surprise, the young man across from him expressed interest in the price. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Bamuel's eyes. Not much at all. It's quite affordable. My brother already compensated you for rescuing Siglid. And the fee I require is simply these 2 boxes. Suddenly, Bamuel felt a kick at his back and turned around sharply, only to find Princess Siglid glaring at him. Instantly, his chubby face was painted with embarrassment, glancing at the 2 boxes of money and then back at Siglid. The words he had intended to utter fell silent on his lips. Hades observed the conflicting duo of uncle and nephew, then exchanged a glance with Robin, who ultimately stepped forward to retrieve one of the chests and handed it over. Sister Bella, Sigurd exclaimed, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as Robin genuinely offered half of the funds. Did the ship's modification truly require such a substantial sum? However, Robin reassured the young girl. It is indeed necessary. You need not worry. Do I appear as one to suffer losses? Robin had always presented herself as the intelligent and resourceful figure before Sigurd. After scrutinizing Robin's face for a considerable time, Sigurd felt it was inappropriate to interject further, thus relinquishing the recently offered 96 million berries, of which Bammer claimed half. Robin turned to Hades, who nodded in approval, indicating that she had performed admirably. Indeed, a payment of 48 million berries for a single ship modification was exorbitant. Yet when factoring in the 2 machines, it was certainly worthwhile. Particularly, the energy converter was of great interest. The Sky Island people that the Straw Hat crew encountered on Angel Island and Appiato did not possess such advanced technology, leading Hades to speculate that it might be a remnant from ancient Sky Islanders. Coupled with Bammer's thrusters, the Hades would gain the ability to navigate without reliance on sails. And as their strength grew, they would be able to traverse the doldrums directly from the West Sea into the Grand Line. Thus, with Bammer's firm assurance, Hades temporarily granted him the authority to modify the Hades ship. Under the system's assessment, any actions taken by Bammer on the vessel would fall within the realm of modification, ensuring that no harm would befall Hades, the ship spirit, due to structural alterations. P.S. I noticed some friends expressing concerns about the slow progress and the protagonist's insufficient strength. Rest assured, I am contemplating solutions. Let us first depart from this island, and I will address it. Chapter 57. The Things Two Can Accomplish Meanwhile. The affairs on Coney Island reached a conclusion. Robin had assumed a new identity and would not be pursued by the Navy or the world government for the time being. With 3 days remaining until the installation of the new components on the Hades, Hades contemplated utilizing the active effect of long voyage skill enhancement to spend an hour exploring the island alongside Robin, while also experiencing the authentic culture of the Pirate King world. Upon learning of this plan, Robin readily agreed, her eyes sparkling like stars, though she couldn't help but wonder why the ship spirit was not permitted to stray too far from its vessel. Hades chuckled softly, remarking, "Have I not matured? Therefore, a brief distance apart is inconsequential, as long as I return within an hour." Robin, upon hearing this, lowered his head in contemplation, and then, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, inquired, "Perhaps it has less to do with growing up and more with your newfound strength." "Why do you say that?" Hades asked, perplexed. "Because I have noticed that with the passage of time, there are evident transformations within you. It may be connected to your previous discussions about gathering souls, or perhaps it relates to this vessel. It resembles the sudden epiphany I experienced on that ship when I grasped the concept of 12 blooming flowers, that exhilarating moment of clarity that struck me unexpectedly." Hades paused momentarily, taken aback by the clarity of the observation. Robin shook her head, asserting that it was not so evident. Rather, their prolonged companionship made it nearly impossible to overlook. She continued to speculate, suggesting that when Hades mentioned being able to distance himself further from the ship, it hinted at a newfound strength, akin to the sudden 4-year growth they had experienced today, which she believed operated under the same principle. Listening to Robin, Hades felt a chill run down her spine. Truth be told, she was but a step away from the truth. However, those dwelling in this world might struggle to grasp the concept of a system, thus failing to deduce it. Yet, even so, Robin's keen perception and intelligence were undeniably extraordinary. Noticing Hades' surprised expression, Robin lowered her head, hands clasped behind her back, and said, "Well, I was merely taking a wild guess. Everyone harbors secrets. I mention this because I sensed your hesitation when you wanted to explain why we suddenly grew up. There is no need for that. Let the secrets remain as they are. As long as I know you have my best interest at heart, that suffices. And I shall always place my trust in you." Robin then retracted her smile, gazing earnestly into Hades' eyes. "Thank you." After a prolonged silence, Hades found herself at a loss for words, simply taking comfort in the understanding nature of the girl before her. Sometimes, emotions need not be articulated through speech. Meanwhile, observing Hades' bashfulness, Robin pouted in mild annoyance before taking the initiative to link her arm with Hades, and together they walked side by side. "So, shall we go? You did mention we only have an hour of free time. After all, there are so many places we must explore." Hades felt the softness of his right arm, and it seemed as though the entire limb no longer belonged to him. His mind momentarily stalled, processing Robin's words before he finally replied, "Oh, shall we head to the bookstore first?" After all, every time they visited a new island, Robin would acquire some unread books for their upcoming journey. "Absolutely not." Robin shook her head. "Then shall we seek out the historical landmarks of this island?" Again, she declined with a shake of her head. "Well, listen to me. I can handle the book shopping on my own. It's not every day you venture out. Let us engage in activities that can only be enjoyed by the two of us. Activities only two people can do." Hades pondered, allowing his thoughts to stray. "Such as?" With a playful blink, Robin responded, "Follow me, and you shall find out." An hour later, it became evident that Hades had indeed misinterpreted the situation. What Robin referred to was simply sharing a cup of coffee, enjoying a meal together, and leisurely strolling through the nearby coastal town to admire the scenery. When asked why these activities could not be undertaken alone in her view, Robin explained, "The significance is different. Dining alone is merely a solitary meal. Viewing the landscape alone is truly just one person observing. However, when shared with another, it transforms into a date." In Hades' mind, the two characters involuntarily surfaced, completing Robin's unfinished thoughts, revealing her true desire to embark on a date together. Once the truth was unraveled, the two walked side by side along the town's path, each harboring their own contemplations, silent, yet their hands gradually drew nearer, until Robin tenderly extended her hand, slowly slipping it into Hades' grasp. Just as a tingling sensation coursed through their fingertips and Hades prepared to hold her hand, a sudden radiant light erupted from his form, scattering his entire being into countless starlit particles that soared towards the Hades ship. An hour had elapsed. The active effect of the long journey, skill upgrade, had worn off, forcibly summoning Hades back to the ship. Robin gazed at the empty space beside her, where he once stood, and with a hint of disappointment, she puffed her cheeks, lamenting the cruel passage of time that had thwarted their moment. With a sigh, she gathered her spirits and set off alone back to the town. Hades had previously given her some money, which she had yet to exhaust. Seizing the opportunity now that she had arrived in town, she intended to visit the bookstore to procure a selection of books to take back with her. Additionally, she planned to follow the port in search of the supply station for merchant vessels bound for Coney Island to replenish the ship's fresh water and provisions. On the deck of the Hades, amidst a radiant beam descending from the heavens, countless stars coalesced into the form and visage of a youth, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, thereby manifesting the appearance of Hades himself. This sudden apparition startled Bamer, who was aboard the ship directing the guards in the transformation of the vessel. "Oh, it is Mr. Hades. Did you not accompany Miss Bella to the town? How have you returned so swiftly?" Bamer exclaimed, wiping the perspiration from his brow. This marked the second occasion he had witnessed Hades's uncanny ability to teleport. At that moment, however, Hades was still lost in the reverie of his first date with Robin, lamenting that 1 hour felt far too brief. It was only after Bamer called out to him several times that he snapped back to reality. "Mr. Hades? Mr. Hades, is there something you need?" He finally responded. Bamer sighed in relief, having feared that the young boy had encountered some health issue. "There are some individuals from a mafia family seeking you. I did not dare allow them aboard, so I instructed them to wait for you at the dock," Bamer informed, gesturing towards the harbor. "P.S. Dear siblings, uncles, aunts, parents, husbands, and wives, if you have any recommendations or votes to spare, I would be most grateful." Chapter 58. Enemies? Collaborators? Hades, following the direction he indicated, was immediately jolted back to reality from the aftereffects of his rendezvous by the sight before him. Before him stood a group of familiar mobsters, clad in tailored suits and adorned with fedoras, brandishing firearms. However, unlike the previous encounters, this time the assembly was not solely dressed in black suits. Interspersed among them were members in gray suits, suggesting a hierarchical distinction, as the arrangement of their formation indicated that the gray-clad mobsters appeared to hold a higher rank. Upon witnessing the scene, Hades could not help but furrow his brow. He had previously declared that matters concerning Coney Island were settled. Yet it appeared he had neglected certain details. The Bandit Capone family, those ruffians. Leading the opposition was none other than the familiar face of Strange Gun Vito. With his serpentine tongue flicking out and a grin plastered across his face, he gazed towards the ship, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance. Clearly taken aback by Hades's unexpected presence on the deck. Even more astonishing was the transformation in Hades's appearance. It seemed he had matured significantly in the span of a mere afternoon. Upon spotting Hades, Vito followed his gaze behind him, seemingly in search of Robin, yet alas, he found no trace. With a resounding thud, Hades leaped from the stern of the ship, landing heavily on the ground. Vito promptly approached, astonished that the two not only evaded the naval admiral but appeared to have experienced a series of rather intriguing events. Hades' attitude towards Vit had long since transformed from indifference to an intense aversion. Regardless of the portrayal of the flame tank pirate crew within the comic, in his eyes, they represented a group of serpents whose sole focus was self-interest, harboring sinister intentions. If one were to fall prey to their gaze, the repercussions would undoubtedly be grave. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Hades inquired bluntly, his tone frigid, subtly cloaked in an undercurrent of tension. "Of course, did we not previously discuss collaboration?" Vit remarked, raising his large hands, seemingly unfazed by Hades' aloofness, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "You have successfully evaded the clutches of the Rear Admiral, and the Godfather greatly appreciates your efforts, believing he has made a sound gamble. Thus, he will personally visit shortly to present your captain with a lucrative opportunity." "Thank you, but we have no need for that." Hades replied curtly, his refusal to Vit firm and unwavering. The fact that he had refrained from physically confronting these individuals was already a considerable concession. "Do not be so hasty in your rejection. You are not your captain. How could you possibly know her intentions?" Vit persisted, as if oblivious to Hades' dismissal, smoothly maneuvering the conversation. "Captain? Huh? Do you truly believe she would ally herself with those who have recently betrayed her?" Hades pointedly reminded him of their revelation of Robin's whereabouts to the Navy. "That was merely a minor mishap. Besides, how could we be assured of your capability to collaborate with us without such actions?" Vit shrugged, feigning helplessness, then continued, "However, our gang has indeed aided you considerably, has it not? At the very least, we informed you of the Navy's arrival time and assisted in intercepting their warships, delaying their arrival at the port. The facts are clear. There are no eternal enemies." Hades, upon hearing this, was disinclined to engage further with these individuals, choosing instead to return to the ship alone, treating them as though they were mere phantoms. In contrast, the group led by Victor, had the earlier mobsters been present, would have likely been infuriated by Hades' brazen indifference, ready to draw their weapons in a fit of rage. Yet this time was different. The gray-clad mob members exhibited remarkable restraint, standing motionless beside their weapons, as if they were statues reminiscent of the well-trained family guards aboard the Sagers on warship. Victor appeared unfazed by Hades' demeanor, remaining stationed at the dock near the Hades vessel. seemingly awaiting Robin's return and the arrival of their godfather. An hour elapsed, dusk descended, and the stars adorned the sky, casting their shimmering reflections upon the dark blue sea, sparkling with countless dazzling lights. Robin returned from the town with books in hand, and immediately furrowed his brow upon noticing the crowd at the dock, subsequently circumventing them to board the Hades vessel. What is happening? What transpired with those people? Robin inquired of Hades, who had returned earlier, casting a peculiar glance at the gangsters. Another proposition for collaboration, Hades responded. Collaboration? Robin murmured softly, pondering the recent arms shipment. It must pertain to that. But judging from our previous discussions, their demands are likely more intricate. They probably wish for us to undertake certain tasks on their behalf. Although Hades had resolutely declined, he found himself reflecting on their earlier conversation and contemplating their true intentions as they were still on Connell Island, obliged to remain under their watchful gaze for 3 more days. What is your perspective? Robin, having organized his acquisitions from town, had formed an opinion but deemed it prudent to confer with Hades. Hades suddenly narrowed his eyes, a flicker of unbidden menace crossing his features. Did they see you upon your return? Yes, Robin nodded. And upon seeing you now, they were quite astonished, but likely due to having seen me before. They quickly regained their composure, perhaps deducing something. Robin had been closely observing Victor and his associates all along. Hades took a deep breath. If circumstances permitted, it would indeed be prudent to eliminate these individuals, for they were, apart from Sigrid and her companions, the sole bearers of his true identity. When Hades uttered these words, he had not yet unleashed his malevolent form, yet a faint chill emanated from him. Robin grasped his hand, her dark eyes fixed upon his face. Rest assured, now that I have spoken of it, it is a testament to my lack of intention to act upon it. After all, dealing with the likes of Strange Gunwood alone is no small feat. We require someone to hold him at bay. Furthermore, I am convinced that within the gang, there exist others of his caliber, perhaps even more than one. Hades remained remarkably composed. It was only natural for him to harbor animosity towards those who had once ensnared both himself and Robin in dire straits. Yet, reason dictated that even if they were capable of eradicating the bandits within the port, they lacked the means to pursue them further onto the islands, given the limitations of his mobility. As long as the bandits were not entirely uprooted, they would perpetually pose a threat. Furthermore, the repercussions of Robin's identity could ultimately render them vulnerable to the very individuals they sought to eliminate, leading to a situation where the costs would far outweigh the benefits. Hades retained this feeling of frustration. He was a man who harbored grudges. Just because he could do nothing about the gang at present did not imply that the future would be the same. Just wait and see. Chapter 59. Farewell. Children. Once he had calmed his emotions, Hades shared the information he had acquired with Robin. Soon, Capone Beach would arrive, the godfather of the gang, and thus, my intention is. Hades hesitated for a moment, glancing at Robin as he spoke halfway through his sentence. The latter took up his words, suggesting that rather than succumbing to their threats, it would be wiser to first ascertain the nature of the collaboration they sought. Hades gazed at Robin in astonishment. She had astonishingly discerned his thoughts, not merely guessed, but rather echoed his own sentiments. At this juncture, it appeared that Robin perceived Hades' apprehensions. You need not worry about my safety due to their previous reports to the Navy regarding my identity. I have encountered such treachery far too often. I have grown numb to it. Indeed, Hades had hesitated mid-sentence out of concern that Robin might overthink the matter. After all, in his mind, even the most ferocious wolf could be tamed into a docile pup when ensnared by self-interest. Since he lacked the certainty to eliminate them all, collaboration would serve as the most effective means to ensure their silence regarding Robin's identity. However, this implied that to protect Robin, he would have to ally himself with those who had caused her harm. Such a contradictory relationship would be perplexing for an ordinary individual to comprehend. Yet Robin seemed to resonate with his thoughts, even offering him solace. Observing Hades' expression, Robin initially believed he was concerned for her well-being, prompting her to elaborate further. These mafias are indeed ruthless, yet if sufficiently incentivized, they will prioritize their interests. They reported me to the Navy, yet subsequently concealed my identity, indicating that their willingness to negotiate with us extends far beyond the 79 million berries bounty. I understand, Robin. Hades took her hand in his, their fingers intertwining, seemingly fulfilling the unaccomplished purpose of their earlier rendezvous. Thank you. While Robin was engaged in serious discourse, she was taken aback by Hades, who, despite his usual reticence regarding matters of the heart, suddenly exhibited boldness. The mere act of holding her small hand caused her cheeks to flush with warmth. I. Stammering for what felt like an eternity, Robin's mind seemed to short-circuit, preventing her from uttering a coherent sentence. Just then, Barmel and his companions abruptly knocked on the door, with Sigrid and a group of children closely following, peering in curiously. They happened upon Robin's bashful countenance. And in an instant, the cacophony of the children's laughter, Barmel's coughs, and Sigrid's teasing banter merged into a tidal wave, utterly overwhelming Robin. She clutched Hades' hand tightly, caught in a bittersweet turmoil of emotions. Hades, still protective as ever, cast a few disapproving glances at the mischievous children, mimicking Robin's blushing demeanor before turning his attention to Barmer, inquiring with curiosity, "Mr. Barmer, why have you brought the children here at such a late hour?" Well, Barmer replied, patting his round belly, after much deliberation. "We collectively agreed that it is paramount to return the children home, especially since they have been lost for quite some time. Their families would surely feel more at ease upon their return. However, I heard from Sigrid that they declined the Navy's escort, so I have sent the Navy back and arranged for our family's guards to escort them home." Upon mentioning Sigrid's refusal of the Navy's escort, Hades cast a reassuring glance at the little girl, who was clinging to Robin like a piece of gum, seemingly expressing her reluctance to part. Barmer continued, "Nevertheless, in order to assist Miss Bella with the modifications to her ship, I, along with a few guards skilled in seamanship, will remain here. Once we have delivered the children, we shall return for me. The timing should align perfectly, so there is no need for Miss Bella to worry. I will fulfill my promise. Sister Bella, I miss my father and grandfather, so I wish to return. But I fear that once I am home, I will miss you. Why don't you come back with me?" Sigrid pleaded, her small frame draped over Robin in a display of childlike affection. With no other choice, Robin reluctantly released Hades' hand to comfort the little girl. The other children quickly followed suit, circling around Robin in a playful manner, leaving Hades standing alone, surrounded by an air of solitude. Only a few children glanced at him from a distance, hesitating to approach, and upon making brief eye contact, they turned and scurried away. Is it that he is too stern in his demeanor? Or perhaps the after-effects of that wicked transformation have instilled fear in these young ones? How peculiar that they are so intimidated by him. Hades could not help but reflect upon himself. In the interface of the system's character companions, due to having spent over 24 hours aboard the vessel, the avatars of these 28 children had already entered the selection pool. Should Hades extend an invitation to them? And if they accepted, they would attain a status equivalent to that of Robin. Naturally, they all had homes to return to and could not possibly agree to drift along the seas with him. Moreover, Hades had no idle inclination to invite a group of children to wander aimlessly. However, it was impossible for him to claim that he felt no affection for these children, as they had shared 2 days together, and parting was always tinged with sorrow. In the end, under the playful insistence of Sigrid, Robin finally agreed that she would visit her if they passed by the kingdom of Marcia, thus allowing her to be released. The group of children boarded the Sagsun warship and, under the escort of the guards, gradually vanished into the misty expanse of the sea beneath the moonlight. On board the Hades, 2 individuals watched the departing vessel when, unexpectedly, a series of incongruous, crisp footsteps resonated from the deck. Tap, tap, tap. Hades, with the consciousness of his vessel, scanned the surroundings and discovered a throng of people who had, unbeknownst to him, boarded his deck. They stood in orderly formation behind a rotund figure. Unlike the emaciated bulk of Balmer, this man was of a similar portly nature, yet beneath his black cloak, one could discern a physique adorned with solid muscle, clad in a tailored suit. He wore a top hat, and between his lips, a cigar glowed with a flickering ember in the darkness of night. Capone. Beaky. Hades recognized the individual through the demeanor of the group towards him, as well as the portrayal in the comic. Presently, he appeared more youthful and spirited compared to his more mature self 2 decades hence. Although his physique had gained some heft, it was far from a beer belly. Indeed, the term robust would be more fitting. Upon the arrival of the gangsters, they uttered not a single word, simply standing on the deck, silently observing the vessel and the 2 individuals aboard. "Thank you for your patience, Mr. Capone." Hades took the initiative, greeting them with his back turned. Chapter 60, a test of both sides. Capone, with a cigar clutched in his mouth, appeared indifferent to Hades' rudeness. It wasn't long before he spoke again. "In truth, I have a fondness for children, which is why I hold a deep appreciation for your endeavors. I must inform you that the Capone family has never engaged in human trafficking. Should we discover any violations of our principles, those responsible will face severe consequences." Becky. In a rare moment, sought to bridge the gap between them, attempting to alleviate the tension that had previously lingered. "Oh, is that so?" Hades suddenly turned his head, gazing with amusement at the mafia godfather who towered over him. "Might I inquire whether the Capone family has established regulations regarding the invasion of others' territories? Would those who dare to trespass upon another's vessel be made to pay a heavy price?" As Hades' voice fell, several gazes immediately turned towards him, one from his old acquaintance, the strange gun Vito, and the other from a peculiar giant with a purple beard and a tri-barreled machine gun strapped to his right arm. Until now, their attention had been solely focused on Robin, but upon witnessing Hades' audacious demeanor, they began to scrutinize this audacious young man. Capone Becky smirked, revealing a sinister smile. It was evident to all that Hades was mocking them for their audacity in invading his vessel. However, those bold enough to speak to him in such a manner were likely dancing on the precipice of death. Click, click. The unmistakable sound of bullets being chambered resonated simultaneously, as Becky raised his pistol, aiming it directly at Hades' head. In response, Hades commanded a gun to levitate before him, equally poised to target Becky. Tensions escalated as the two men faced off, transforming the atmosphere aboard the ship into one of palpable anxiety. At that moment, Vito, who stood beside Becky, sprang into action. His agile form darted across the deck like a flickering specter, charging towards Hades with alarming speed, as though he had anticipated this moment. Unbeknownst to him, from the instant he boarded, he had been marked by Robin, who stood behind Hades. As Vito made his move, a waft of floral fragrance filled the air, and countless petals danced around him. 12 arms sprouted from his body, precisely striking at his joints and rendering him immobile. 12 blooming flowers, restraint reversal, with a thunderous crash. A familiar scene unfolded as Vito found himself seized by Robin and hurled forcefully onto the deck, utterly incapacitated. Unlike their previous encounter, Robin had now matured significantly, having traversed the pivotal developmental years of 8 to 12. Her strength, stamina, and endurance had vastly improved, and as she wielded her fruit's power with finesse, she not only managed to restrain Vito effortlessly, but also had the presence of mind to observe the other individuals aboard the ship. Indeed, her vigilance proved not to be in vain, for Vito was not the sole aggressor. "Watch out," Robin warned Hades, directing his attention to the left. The enormous man with the purple beard, standing opposite Becky, sprang into action. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance between them, wielding his massive tri-barreled machine gun not as a firearm but as a bludgeon, swinging it menacingly towards Hades. The weighty metal weapon sliced through the air, producing a deafening roar. Just as the weapon was about to collide with Hades, he raised his right arm. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he leaned back slightly, channeling all his strength into his right fist, which met the giant's machine gun with a resounding thud. The impact reverberated, producing a cataclysmic sound that echoed in his ears. Hades' fist struck with the ferocity of a branding iron, crashing into the metal casing of the machine gun arm, causing it to dent inward. Simultaneously, the burly man with the purple beard trembled under the recoil, his towering figure forced several steps back by Hades' formidable blow. The impact nearly toppled him, but he swiftly secured himself to the deck with his mechanical arm, narrowly avoiding embarrassment. It was only at this moment that he grasped the truth in Vit's words. The young men and women aboard this vessel possessed strength that could rival, if not surpass, that of the two of them. No wonder the Godfather held such high regard for them. The battle was ignited the instant Capone raised his firearm. Yet, in reality, only the two family enforcers flanking Becky initiated the attack, while the remaining gray-clad individuals stood motionless, akin to emotionless automatons. Even as Vit and the burly man found themselves at a disadvantage, they remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, Hades marveled at the force behind his recent strike. Not only was he astonished by his opponent's resilience, but he was equally taken aback by his own strength. His power had surged by over 30% since his last encounter with that mafia giant, a revelation that left him in awe. Reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, he realized that aside from unlocking the achievement of his prime years, nothing else had transpired. Could it truly be that the mere passage of 4 years in his life had such a profound impact? However, clarity soon dawned upon Hades. For an ordinary child, the difference between 12 and 8 years old is akin to that between a middle schooler and a primary school student. Coupled with the system ensuring that his bodily functions were in peak condition, this sudden enhancement of physical prowess became a logical explanation. Hades cast another glance at Robin. Unsurprisingly, she had become increasingly adept at wielding her devil fruit powers. However, This was not the moment for Hades to revel in unexpected delight, for he understood that the ordeal was far from over. For a mafia family, the most formidable threat was not its elite combat prowess, but rather its innumerable tactics of overwhelming numbers, especially considering that their leader, a devil fruit wielder, had yet to make his move, casually puffing on a cigar while grinning and brandishing a handgun at him. On the other side, the burly man with the purple beard, having been repelled by Hades with a single strike, refrained from further aggression, gazing at the young man before him in astonishment, before turning back to rejoin Becky. Meanwhile, Vito remained bound to the ground, desperately attempting to free himself from Robin's restraints, yet finding himself utterly powerless in his efforts. Hades observed that Capone Becky appeared to lack any fighting spirit. Considering the previous intentions of the two family officials, it seemed their assault was merely a test. Consequently, he refrained from pursuing an aggressive confrontation. Both parties tacitly acknowledged the recent events as a mutual probe. Regrettably, the machinations of a cadre of adults were thwarted by two children. Chapter 61. The arms factory on the deck. An eerie silence prevailed for a full 60 seconds. During this interval, the world seemed to fall into a tranquil hush. The surrounding air felt as though it had congealed into a viscous mass, immobilizing all within its grasp. The young boy and the seasoned mafia don stood at an impasse, weapons drawn, each testing the other, the tension palpable. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Becky unexpectedly lowered his raised handgun and erupted into hearty laughter. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, he exclaimed, "How delightful! I have long heard of the infamous Nico Robin, but what is your name? Care to join my ranks? I find your flirtation with danger quite intriguing." Becky suddenly expressed interest in Hades, lowering his weapon and scrutinizing the audacious youth who dared to threaten him. Hades, however, scoffed dismissively. The mafia leader's retreat signified a truce, which Hades understood. Although he and Robin had the upper hand, now was not the time for bravado, especially with Robin's identity precariously held by their adversary. As the adage goes, without the assurance of eliminating their foes, every step must be taken with utmost caution. Thus, Hades also lowered the handgun that floated in the air. Observing the apparent easing of tensions, Robin contemplated and subsequently relinquished her devil fruit powers, freeing the bound Vit. Vit, upon regaining his footing, stretched his limbs that had long been restrained, casting a resentful glare at Robin. Having been bested by this girl twice, he felt a bitter sense of defeat. With the realization that he would soon be deprived of any opportunity to reclaim his honor, given that the two before him were the future partners of the Godfather, he resigned himself to the ignominy of being labeled as subservient to mere children. Fortunately, Vit was not one to dwell on his misfortunes. Accepting his defeat, he recalled something after hearing the Godfather express admiration for Hades, turning to whisper something in Becky's ear. Subsequently, Becky chuckled, "So your name is Hades? Fascinating. From my perspective, you seem more like the captain of this vessel." As Becky spoke, his gaze flitted between Hades and Robin. This remark caused both Robin and Hades to furrow their brows, and even Vit, who had long been acquainted with the two, paused in surprise. Was this true? Upon reflecting on the behavior and dialogue shared between Hades and Robin aboard the ship, it appeared that although the girl was referred to as captain, the true authority had consistently rested in the hands of the boy. Vit gasped, upon consideration. It indeed seemed that Hades embodied the essence of a captain. The Godfather's perceptiveness was commendable, as he discerned what Vit had overlooked. Hades and Robin exchanged glances, astonished by Becky's keen insight but untroubled. The title of captain, bestowed upon Robin by Hades, was a matter of respect rather than secrecy. In a vessel manned by only two, the designation of captain bore little significance. Hades respected Robin, and she willingly heeded his counsel. This was sufficient. "Mr. Capone, have you come here merely to probe or to unveil secrets?" "Such behavior is unbecoming of a guest," Hades remarked, displeased by Becky's inquiries into their private matters. As anticipated, Becky smiled and replied, "Indeed, the secrets you both harbor pique my curiosity, but as future collaborators, I must exercise a modicum of decorum." With that, he gestured, parting the crowd of sharply dressed gray-clad men, allowing one to ascend the deck bearing several leather cases, which he positioned between Capone, Becky, and Hades. "You are both astute individuals. The nuances of our collaboration need no elaboration from me. Thus, I shall present my sincerity, hoping for acceptance rather than refusal." Capone Becky regarded the pair not as mere children, but engaged them in the discourse of adults. Today, Hades had already witnessed such a scene, and without hesitation, He directed his innate awareness towards the leather cases. As expected, they were filled with bundles of banknotes, each worth 10,000 berries, meticulously stacked and filling several cases to the brim. Hades roughly calculated that the sum of the money within these several trunks was nearing a 10-digit figure, surpassing the amount brought by Barmel by several magnitudes. In an instant, the phrase wealthy and extravagant flashed through his mind. No wonder they disregarded Robin's bounty of 79 million berries. In comparison to this wealth, Robin's reward appeared almost laughable. Is this the financial prowess of the 5 major mafia families of the West Sea? Hades, in a moment of deep contemplation, pondered why, with such remarkable abilities, Capone Beach would still choose to assemble a pirate crew and venture out to sea 2 decades later. What kind of grand treasure could possibly outweigh the comfort of ruling over the underworld of the West Sea, leisurely counting riches each day? Perhaps it is simply a matter of finding no further challenges on land, prompting the desire to conquer the ocean instead. Indeed, these individuals are truly mad. Hades glanced over the money in the trunk, yet Capenbeck displayed no intention of concealing it. He unveiled this substantial sum, utilizing the majority of his family's wealth, solely to showcase his financial prowess to Robin and Hades. Thus, he commanded his men to open box after box of money, laying it bare in the open air, exposed to the gaze of all present. Hundreds of millions of berries were arrayed upon the deck, creating a visual impact that was not to be underestimated. Even under the dim light of night, the sheer magnitude of wealth was a phenomenon beyond the grasp of mere imagination. Only by witnessing such an amount could one truly comprehend the oppressive sensation that accompanies great riches. However, Robin merely cast a cursory glance before averting his gaze, and Hades, having been forewarned, exhibited little astonishment. It was Capenbeck who felt belittled, pondering the significance of such an enormous sum, enough to procure weaponry many times that of his ship. What, may I inquire, does Mr. Capenbeck intend to achieve? Hades, weary of beating around the bush, posed a direct question. It seemed that Becky had finally awaited the words she longed to hear, and thus she spoke. I believe you should take the head of Hefog to Notice Island and seize control of the arms factory there. Chapter 62, The History of Notice Island 3 days later. Bammer successfully completed the transformation of the Hades, equipping it with an energy converter and the Bammer propulsion system. Shortly thereafter, he escorted the children back aboard the Sagsun warship. Hades bid farewell to the plump, noble inventor, watching as he too departed from Kinual Island. With all preparations in place, it was time for us to embark. Robin made another trip to the supply station at the port, returning to update Hades on the current situation. Hades nodded. Has Becky sent the member of the Notice family yet? Not yet, but according to our agreement, it should be soon, 3 days prior. On the evening when Siglard and the other children were dispatched, Hades and Capone Becky discussed the particulars of their collaboration. The process could be described as both smooth and tumultuous, for both parties understood that failure to reach an accord would inevitably lead to conflict. After all, the gang possessed far too many secrets about Robin, and for Hades, collaboration was the only means to silence them. For Becky, the immense profits brought by Hades were essential. However, the crux of their negotiation lay in how to achieve this partnership and balance the distribution of interests. As for the nature of their collaboration, as Hades had surmised, Capone Becky sought not merely the shipment of arms, but the entirety of the armaments factory on Notice Island. In his words, it was the long-term benefits that the Capone family valued. The limited arms on that vessel were utterly insufficient. Regarding the armaments factory on Notice Island, some speculate that its annual production constitutes 1/10 of the total weapons in the West Sea, yet Becky insisted that this figure was grossly underestimated. The actual share was far more staggering. Historically, this island was once a penal colony under a large kingdom in the West Sea, housing a multitude of pirates and convicts. Though small in size, it boasted a well-established weapons production line and a plethora of free labor, the inmates. Consequently, this vast kingdom relied solely on the profits from this penal island to fulfill its tributes to the world government, leaving enough surplus for its royalty to live a life devoid of worries. However, the reasons for the kingdom's eventual demise remained shrouded in mystery, leading to a change in governance that allowed the prisoners to claim dominion over the island. Hades inquired of Capone Beach why. Given the allure of the arms factory on the island, their gang did not send operatives to reclaim it. With the prowess of Hayfuge and Gary, they would surely be unable to withstand Beach. The response revealed that the island was inhospitable to anyone other than criminals, and every leader of the mafia families residing there was, without exception, a wanted fugitive by the Navy. Hayfuge and Gary were merely a faction among many. Strangely enough, despite the presence of so many criminals and pirates, the Navy found themselves powerless against them. This was largely due to Notice Island having regained its status as a member of the world government several years prior, leveraging its small territory in the arms factory to pay tribute, while audaciously demanding that neither criminals nor pirates be pursued by the Navy. Alarmingly, the Celestial Dragons acquiesced to this demand, resulting in the world government and Navy having no choice but to comply. Thus, Notice became a natural refuge for countless pirates evading capture, although many perished at the hands of other pirates on the island. In summary, it was a veritable den of chaos. Given Capone Beach's current mindset, he had no intention of becoming a pirate. His family, backed by the Marshal Kingdom, was one of the 5 major mafia families in the West Sea, maintaining a decent rapport with the Navy. To risk becoming a target for the sake of an arms factory would be a folly, unless he chose to forsake his enterprises elsewhere and retreat to Notice Island, which was an impractical notion. However, his desire for the island's benefits remained, prompting him to seek collaboration with Hayfuge. Now, his ambitions were directed towards the notorious pirate with a bounty of 79 million, Nico Robin. Suddenly, Robin spotted several figures approaching the port. She and Hades were awaiting the arrival of the final member of their party, a guide for their expedition to Notice Island, previously a subordinate of Hayfuge. From the distance, several members of Capone's gang escorted a man towards them. He appeared young, slender, and short, barely reaching the shoulders of the gang members. He carried a square box in his hands, presumably containing Hayfuge's head. Beach recounted how Hayfuge had once arrived at his doorstep with a group of subordinates seeking refuge, only to be entirely slaughtered by him, save for one crafty fellow who had managed to escape after landing. That very subordinate was later discovered by the gang, initially marked for elimination, yet spared due to the necessity of having someone familiar with the island to guide Hades and his crew. They sent him forth, ensuring he carried Hayfuge's head to legitimize Robin's party's claim to power. It is known that on such an island, upon the death of a leader, the one who vanquished him typically assumes control over the former faction, a normal transition of power. The gang reached Hades' vessel, hesitating to board, likely recalling their previous encounter. They understood Hades' disdain for unauthorized intrusions into his domain and chose to exercise caution. Miss Bella, Mr. Hades, we have brought the individual as per our prior agreement regarding the first batch of arms. The Mafia subordinate's words were cut short as wooden crates began to soar from the ship, gracefully ascending into the sky before landing in an orderly fashion at their feet. 20 crates of arms arranged with precision, each perfectly aligned. This display of unseen power left the gang members wide-eyed. They had heard tales of the formidable partner of the Godfather, yet had missed the earlier confrontations. Coming now to witness the figure of the much-discussed individual. Was this the ability of a devil fruit? Chapter 63. The Guide. Silva. The Mafia members exchanged glances. But before they could form a conclusion, a youthful figure emerged from the deck. He appeared to be around 12 or 13, tall and dressed in black, his eyes shimmering like morning stars, scanning the group below before settling on the diminutive figure being escorted. This was one of the 2 infamous boys mentioned. Indeed, he was merely a child. The disparity between hearsay and first-hand experience was striking. The men watched as Hades descended the deck, striding towards them. Despite his youth, he radiated an aura of authority comparable to their godfather. Exchanging glances, they instinctively straightened, standing at attention as though inspected by a commanding officer. Please verify the quantity of the goods, and as I previously mentioned, I do not require cash. I hope you have brought the equivalent goods for this transaction. Hades had stipulated this condition while negotiating with Beach. Since he and Robin were compelled to collaborate with the gang, they aimed to secure advantageous terms. Berries, the currency of the Pirate King's world, held little value for Hades aside from acquiring supplies for his ship. What he truly sought were items that could be exchanged for system credits. As for the arms factory on Notice Island, Hades believed the 48 million berries brought by Bamer would suffice for operations. Beyond that, converting currency into system coins and utilizing them to enhance his own strength would yield greater benefits. Mr. Hades, we have brought the items and placed them here. Upon hearing the sound, a subordinate of the Mafia promptly presented a small pouch, which upon opening revealed an astonishing collection of gold. The billions of berries that Becky had showcased to Hades that day were certainly not entirely his. The primary intent was merely to exhibit the financial prowess of the gang and thereby enhance the trust in their cooperation. The actual sum allocated for the procurement of the batch of arms brought by Hayfuge and others amounted to merely 10 to 20 million berries. Thus, the gold within the pouch was not exceedingly abundant, and Hades immediately tossed it into the system marketplace to inquire about its value. The response indicated that the gold could be exchanged for approximately 12 million system coins. This unexpected delight left Hades somewhat astonished, if memory serves. When he previously inquired about the exchange rate for the 20 crates of arms, the system had quoted 8 million coins. Thus, after selling to Becky and converting to berries, and subsequently to gold, he not only avoided depreciation but also gained an additional 4 million coins. Regrettably, purchasing and selling goods through the system does not equate to equal value. Typically, a discrepancy of at least double, if not more, exists. For instance, the price for selling 20 crates of arms to the system was 8 million, while acquiring the same from the system necessitated over 16 million coins. Were it not for this price disparity, Hades could have easily bypassed seeking out arms factories on Notice Island, instead establishing himself as the largest arms manufacturer. Using 8 million to procure materials from the system, then selling to Becky, converting to gold, and reselling to the system. This would have allowed him to profit 4 million coins effortlessly. However, such a loophole exists only within the realm of dreams. Hades retracted his beautiful dreams, along with the gold clasped in his hands. Mr. Hades, this is the only surviving subordinate of Reputed, as mentioned by our godfather. We have brought him to you. The transaction was swiftly completed with silver and goods exchanged, and the bandit members immediately pulled out the diminutive figure they had escorted, initially appearing unperturbed. The moment he laid eyes on Hades, he froze, and upon locking gazes with him, his body involuntarily began to tremble, his eyes betraying a profound terror. The members of the Capone gang stood in stunned silence, oblivious to the underlying reason. Yet, Hades had an inkling. It was likely that the sight of his own malevolent form had instilled fear within him, leaving lingering repercussions. Ever since Hades had harnessed the prime of his years to preserve the optimal condition of his organs and youthful vitality, he felt his memory had sharpened somewhat. If he recalled correctly, this small man had been forced to observe the battle between himself and the hulking figure bound in chains, witnessing the entirety of his sinister transformation, and had even been ensnared by the cold-blooded gaze he had wielded during that bloodthirsty state. Such an experience, he believed, would undoubtedly haunt him for a lifetime. Very well. I understand, Hades replied nonchalantly. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. I wish you success in your endeavor to take control of the arms factory on Notice Island, Mr. Hades. With that, the members of the Capone gang departed. The dock was left with only Hades and Silva. For Silva, this was undeniably a calamity, if given the choice. He would prefer to languish in the bandits' dungeon for another 3 to 5 years rather than endure the company of this terrifying individual. Contemplating this, he could not help but mourn for his wretched existence. Silva was a native born on Notice Island, which meant that his father was a notorious pirate who had once massacred an entire town on a certain island in the West Sea, abducting numerous young women, including his mother. Ultimately, his father's heinous actions led to his pursuit by the Navy, forcing him to take refuge on Notice Island. Upon arriving, Silva's father, like a dragon entering the sea, found himself in a world that suited him perfectly. In less than 5 years, he carved out a significant territory in the eastern part of the island, ascending to the rank of a well-known mafia leader. Consequently, Silva's adolescence was spent amidst decadence and vice. Then came the turning point. All inhabitants of Notice Island knew that no faction could remain unscathed indefinitely, for there would always be another ambitious soul lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. In a single night, Silva's father was murdered, and all his territory was seized by others. Fortunately for Silva, he had been indulging himself elsewhere on the island that fateful day, narrowly escaping disaster. While his life was spared, the loss of his father, who had served as a shield, left him adrift. Thus, having lived for over a decade as a feckless libertine, he was now burdened with the weight of familial vendetta. Regrettably, he was not the protagonist of a tale destined to defy fate. Thoughts of revenge had never once crossed his mind. All he desired was to survive, to find a place on the island where he could endure. Days turned into weeks, and Silva gradually evolved from an ignorant wastrel into a seasoned survivor on the island, successfully integrating into the mafia organization under Reputed. Just when he believed his life had finally regained its footing, Hades has emerged. This entity, bearing the appearance of a child yet capable of rending apart the demon Gary, instills an involuntary tremor within him at the mere thought of it. Chapter 64. The trial of the bomber propeller. Silva found it peculiar, upon their reunion. He noticed that this little imp seemed to have matured several years in just a few days. This realization sent chills down his spine, intensifying his terror. By all that is damned, he must be the very embodiment of a hellish fiend. How else could one possibly manipulate their own age to grow so significantly within mere days? And the purpose of the gang that brought him here, could it be A sacrifice to the demon? A gruesome image flashed through Silva's mind. Hades flaying him alive, devouring him piece by piece. His already pallid complexion drained further, nearly causing him to faint. It was only when he heard the words of the gang members as they departed that he regained some semblance of composure. They wished Hades success in seizing control of the arms factory on Notice Island. Wait, what does this imply? Silva was never a fool, otherwise he would not have been the sole survivor among the many underlings of Hayfuge. However, his life had been characterized by an extraordinary streak of luck, leading him to encounter a plethora of bizarre events, resulting in a life of tumultuous highs and lows. Although fear, trepidation, and cowardice occupied 90% of his thoughts at that moment, the remaining 10% of his rationality allowed him to deduce the meaning behind the gang's dialogue with the demon. They were heading to Notice Island. Silva paused, and then his mind began to race, rapidly clarifying his predicament. The reason they had brought him here was, he was a native of Notice Island. What is your name? Though Silva's mental whirlwind seemed prolonged, it lasted but a second or two. Meanwhile, Hades was engrossed in examining the system's gold count, 10,023 for 100, entirely oblivious to Silva's expression, and thus unaware of the internal struggle the slender figure had just endured. I am called Silva. Despite his burgeoning suspicions, Silva could not suppress the tremor in his voice, ultimately lowering his gaze to the ground rather than meeting Hades' eyes as he responded. Do you understand the purpose of your being brought to me? Hades inquired again. Initially, I did not know, but I surmise it is because of Notice Island? Silva articulated his thoughts, revealing the apprehension that lay within. Hades chuckled softly, displaying a certain cleverness. It is no wonder he could emerge from a throng of the deceased. Come aboard with me. Having spoken, Hades returned to the deck of the Hades and lowered the rope ladder for Silva to ascend. The latter climbed aboard with trepidation. And the moment he stood on the deck, a sudden, resonant whoosh pierced the air. In an instant, a sharp metallic spear hurtled towards him, causing Silva to shut his eyes in fright, mentally resigning himself to his fate as images of his life flickered through his mind, awaiting the arrival of death. With a thud, Silva remained still for 2 seconds, feeling as though his heart might burst, yet no pain followed. Opening his eyes in confusion, he discovered that the spear, which had been aimed at his throat, had somehow pierced his clothing and pinned it to the ship's railing. Though he had survived, his body trembled in spasms. The spear resting a mere few millimeters from his flesh, its icy touch palpable with the slightest movement. This was Hades' display of authority. Regardless of your previous standing within the Mafia or your activities on that island, now that you are aboard my vessel, I advise you to suppress any ulterior motives you may harbor. I prefer to lay my cards on the table, should I discover any inappropriate conduct on your part. Next time, it will not simply be your clothing that is pierced. Do you comprehend? Hades truly wished to preserve the sanctity of his world with Robin. Yet their utter ignorance of Notice Island left him with no choice but to intervene. A display of authority was both necessary and imperative. However, what Hades did not anticipate was the remarkably poor composure of someone who had navigated the treacherous waters of the Mafia for years after his intimidation. A stream of yellow liquid unexpectedly escaped from Silva's trousers, trickling down his thigh. In that instant, Hades could no longer contain himself. After all, the ship was his essence, and there was little distinction between soiling his deck and soiling himself. With a resounding crash, Hades lifted a plank of wood and unceremoniously sent Silva tumbling into the sea. Meanwhile, Robin, who was busy organizing things in the cabin, emerged at the sound, peering out with a puzzled expression and inquiring, what happened? Hades wore a grim expression, shaking his head, uncertain of how to explain this revolting matter to a young lady. 15 days had elapsed since their departure from the fisherman uncle's Polly Island. After a series of unexpected twists and turns, it was beyond anyone's imagination that Hades and Robin would eventually return to the course leading to Notice Island. On board the Hades, after setting sail, the ship successfully retracted its sails, opting to navigate using the Barmel propeller installed by Barmel. One must concede that the seemingly jovial rotund man demonstrated considerable expertise in his craft, coupled with the ancient energy converter left by the Sky Islands. The Hades not only liberated itself from sail navigation but also doubled its speed. However, it was not long before the swift vessel experienced a sudden deceleration, gradually coming to a halt. The system prompted, insufficient energy power for the vessel. Please check energy levels and replenish promptly. Note, according to system diagnostics, electrical energy is the most compatible energy source for the converter and can be directly exchanged for gold coins. Out of energy? Hades paused for a moment, realizing that despite diligently following the manual provided by Barmer and adding a myriad of seemingly random substances into the energy converter, It had only functioned for a few hours before faltering. It appeared that the so-called universal energy converter was not as convenient as he had envisioned. While certain waste materials could be introduced for conversion into power, their low compatibility rendered the results far from satisfactory. Several dozen kilograms of scrap could barely sustain the vessel for an hour, and upon further reflection, this approach proved to be more costly in the long run. Thus, it became evident that identifying the energy source with the highest compatibility was the most economical and efficient strategy. Hades observed the system's notes, which similarly highlighted concerns regarding this matter, and subsequently noticed the reference to electrical energy. Indeed, electricity. Not only did the system suggest this, but even Ballmer had remarked that introducing charged materials directly into the converter seemed to be the most effective means of providing power. However, in the world of One Piece, due to the varying levels of technological advancement across the islands, most advanced technology was concentrated within the Grand Line, making it exceedingly difficult to locate any electrically charged items. Thus, there remained but one option: to exchange gold coins for energy in the marketplace as instructed by the system. Chapter 65. Everyday transformations accordingly. Hades opened the marketplace to examine the prices for recharging the energy converter. Upon doing so, he was taken aback, inhaling sharply. A mere 10,000 gold coins would only afford him enough power for 1 hour of navigation. Hades could not help but furrow his brow. At first glance, the price seemed negligible for someone like him, who possessed a substantial fortune. However, this expense was not a one-time fee. Rather, it was a cumulative cost that would accumulate over time, with a rate of 10,000 gold coins per hour. A day at sea would amount to 240,000 gold coins. Over the span of 10 days, that would total 2,400,000 gold coins. And after a month and a half, the 12 million gold coins he had just acquired would be nearly depleted. In the world of One Piece, navigating the boundless ocean for 10 days or even half a month is a common occurrence, and such expenditures could easily become a bottomless pit. Just as Hades reveled in his newfound wealth of 12 million system gold coins, he was once again plunged into despair. Realizing he had a long way to go before achieving financial freedom through the system, with numerous expenses looming ahead. Ultimately, Hades resolved to temporarily recharge with 200,000 gold coins to experience the joy of sailing without wind power, after which he would revert to the traditional sails and make adjustments when truly necessary. The ship sped up. On the deck, Robin, who was engrossed in her book, suddenly felt the refreshing sea breeze caressing her face. The wind tousled her hair, revealing her exquisite features. It had been 3 days since she had achieved her best years, and considering her accelerated physical development, Robin had matured an additional month compared to her state 3 days prior. At this moment, she had fully adapted to her body, not only in her choice of attire and style but also in her personality and worldview, all gravitating towards a more mature disposition. In Hades' words, she was gradually transcending the realm of girlhood and transforming into a woman. The ship's increased speed was attributed to the discovery of the most compatible energy source, which enhanced the efficiency of the energy converter, allowing the vessel to sail swifter. Hades, witnessing yet another enhancement in the vessel's speed, contentedly explained to Robin, though undeniably costly, such a sailing velocity could certainly be regarded as top tier within the realm of One Piece. Henceforth, the embarrassing scenario of failing to catch up with an enemy ship, as had occurred during Robin's previous capture, would never befall them again. Robin, tilting her head to gaze at Hades' cheerful demeanor, could not restrain her curiosity and inquired about Silvers. Seizing the opportunity of his good spirits, she felt it was time to address the predicament concerning this individual. Hades glanced at the trembling figure huddled in the corner. Since the moment he had terrified the man into wetting his trousers with a single thrust of his spear, he had been unceremoniously tossed into the sea to soak for 10 minutes before being permitted aboard. Once on the ship, Hades showed him no favor, merely directing him to a random spot where he could remain unnoticed, and thereafter neglected him entirely. Thus, Silva had been cowering in the corner, clad in drenched attire, until this very moment. As the speed of the Hades vessel increased, the biting sea breeze howled against him, striking his skin like 1,000 icy daggers. His face and lips had long lost their color, rendering him as though he had been frozen solid. "Do you recall what he was doing aboard the ship of Hayfuge?" Hades inquired of Robin. The latter carefully recalled the members of the Mafia he had encountered after being captured aboard the ship, noting that none bore the visage of Silva. Thus he shook his head. No impression. Hades let out a cold snort, deeming it fortunate for him. The fact that Robin had not seen him implied that this Silva was not among the Mafia members who bullied the children. However, it was understandable. Those responsible for supervision and guarding were invariably robust and formidable fighters, given Silva's physique. Hades had half a mind to think he was merely warming the bed for that brutish Gary. Consequently, Hades exchanged for a set of inexpensive clothing from the system and approached Silva. Upon seeing Hades approach, Silva's demeanor shifted from displeasure to alarm, trembling even more violently. Change into these clothes, and from now on, you will reside in this room. You are responsible for the cleaning and maintenance aboard the ship. Remember, unless necessary, refrain from wandering about. You are quite bothersome. As Hades spoke, he gestured towards a vacant space, and with the flick of his wrist, an abundance of wooden planks materialized out of thin air, swiftly assembling into a rudimentary room upon the empty ground. The miraculous nature of this process was akin to that of a deity wielding the power of word and spirit, leaving Silva utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief as he absorbed the unfolding spectacle. From Hades' utterance to the room's completion, the entire sequence transpired in less than 3 seconds. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a once barren chamber that now boasted a bed, a table, a cabinet, and a compact restroom with a shower. The sheer impact of this scene transformed Silva's gaze towards Hades. It was no longer merely fear that flickered in his eyes, but profound reverence. The process of Hades constructing a room was, of course, an exchange of resources with the system. With a staggering sum of 12 million system coins at his disposal, it would be a disservice to his hard-earned wealth not to spend generously. Although he held no affection for Silva, the room he created for him was quite commendable, equipped with all necessary amenities. After all, it was his own ship, and Hades aspired to transform it into a vessel that was not only formidable in combat but also aesthetically pleasing and reflective of his own tastes. He could not suffer for the sake of another. Furthermore, once Silva departed, the room would serve other purposes. It was far more efficient to construct it well from the outset rather than to dismantle and rebuild later, saving both time and money, albeit at the expense of this individual. To that end, Hades deliberately showcased the astonishing spectacle of his creations before Silva, aiming to dispel any rebellious thoughts lingering in his mind, asserting through action that he was the ultimate authority aboard the ship. After completing this task, Hades glanced at the almost unchanged coin count in the upper right corner of the system interface and felt reassured. He still possessed ample funds. With that in mind, he resolved to complete all the living facilities he had long envisioned for the ship in one go. Subsequently, Hades embarked on a grand renovation of the Hades, and after conferring with Robin, he established a kitchen, 2 private rooms for himself and Robin, expanded the storage and armory, and added a gymnasium. This expenditure amounted to around 3 million system coins, and the Hades was instantly revitalized, shedding its previous desolate appearance and imbued with a sense of humanity and life. Meanwhile, Silva, hiding in his room, peered through the crack of the door at the transformative scene outside, utterly astonished, having completely succumbed to Hades' creative prowess. Not only he, but even Robin stood with her mouth agape, her expression brimming with wonder. "What is the matter?" Hades inquired, observing Robin's demeanor, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a hamster, prompting him to playfully pinch her cheek. Robin blinked, reflecting. Is this what it means to be a ship spirit? That temporary bathroom was also constructed overnight by you? Indeed, Hades replied, having no reason to conceal the truth from Robin, especially since she had previously confided in him, acknowledging that everyone has their secrets. She would not pry into matters Hades preferred to keep private, and thus he felt no need to hold back. However, it seemed this revelation had indeed startled her. Robin, as agreed, refrained from questioning how Hades achieved such feats, simply expressing her astonishment before beginning to explore the interior layout of the Hades. Notably, when it came to furnishing Robin's room, Hades decided to allow her the freedom to choose, inquiring about her personal preferences and tastes before gradually adding the furnishings. Yet, upon completion, Hades surveyed the array of peculiar items in the room and could not suppress a frown. Having long recognized that Robin's aesthetic sensibilities were somewhat unconventional, he was struck even more profoundly by the reality of her choices. The dark-hued wallpaper cast an eerie pall over the room, and the bizarrely shaped bed and wardrobe were only the beginning. Amidst the black and white color scheme, there stood a vibrant flower pot, wholly incongruous with the room's atmosphere. Most absurdly, beside the flower, Robin had requested a skeleton's framework, claiming it was for observing human joints to practice her abilities and develop new techniques. However, the juxtaposition of a skeleton and a flower was lost on him. Thus, throughout the entire process of Robin arranging her room, Hades wore an expression of utter bewilderment. In stark contrast, Robin reveled in the newly transformed environment, strolling about the room with her hands clasped behind her back, appearing thoroughly content. This, perhaps, epitomized the chasm between genius and the ordinary. Perhaps one day, when he too achieved a doctorate at the tender age of 8. He might come to understand Robin's unique taste. Hades shook his head and chose to give up. After managing the living quarters of the ship, he shifted his focus to the combat area of the Hades. Following the recent extensive renovations, he deeply appreciated the formidable power of the skill known as spirit ship sharing. Although it belonged to the first tier of skills in the ship spirit enhancement tree, being one of the most basic skills learned, its effects were anything but ordinary. With Hades' modifications to the vessel, spirit ship sharing enabled all enhancements made to the ship to be reflected back onto Hades, the ship spirit. For instance, during the last renovation, the addition of a cannon allowed Hades to comprehend the skill of the underworld's artillery. Furthermore, in his quest to fortify his ship, Hades had replaced certain crucial components with a sturdier wooden material, which in turn enhanced his defensive capabilities and physical form. Thus, during this extensive renovation, Hades had a clearer direction for the modifications to his ship. With the remaining 9 million gold coins, Hades procured 2 new cannons, which were installed on the left and right flanks of the ship. These cannons, distinct from the commonly seen smoothbore cannons in the world of pirates, were rifled grenades personally selected by Hades from the marketplace, boasting impressive range, accuracy, and explosive power. This marked the initial step in Hades' endeavor to modernize the weaponry aboard his vessel. He then replaced all the inferior wood that had not been upgraded during the last renovation. At this point, the Hades was constructed entirely from a premium wood known as iron birch, which indeed existed in the original world. This wood was renowned for its density and weight, regarded as exceptionally sturdy, and claimed to be a substitute for steel, bearing a resemblance to the famous Adam tree wood in the world of pirates. However, Hades had inquired about the price of the Adam tree from the system, only to find the cost beyond his wildest imagination. Even with 12 million gold coins at his disposal, Hades found himself somewhat financially constrained in the face of the exorbitant price of the Adam tree. Hades, without hesitation, chose to abandon the cause. After all, iron birch was far more practical. Thus, after enduring a lengthy second overhaul, only 3.05 million gold coins remained in his possession. He intended to reserve a portion of his wealth for emergencies, for he was no longer a solitary figure. It was his customary mindset to retain a little for unforeseen circumstances. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed during this maritime journey. Early on, when the Hades ship's energy reserves of 200,000 gold coins had dwindled by 10,000, he reluctantly altered the vessel's navigation method and unfurled the sails. There was no alternative. Occasionally experiencing the joys of affluence served as entertainment, yet to indulge in such extravagance continuously would be folly. Money ought to be spent judiciously. Had one not observed how the protagonist's ship, the Sunny, only employed its wind cannon for low-altitude flights in times of peril? If they were to soar daily, how much sustenance would be squandered? Frankie would soon be drained dry. Meanwhile, on Silva's side, he had thoroughly succumbed to Hades' extraordinary abilities during these 2 days at sea. The boy's creative prowess, akin to a living word, his acute perception of all happenings aboard, and his terrifying strength capable of felling sea monsters with a single blow were nothing short of astonishing. If someone were to inform him that Hades was one of the legendary sea emperors among pirates, he might well believe it. After all, aboard this vessel, he had genuinely experienced the boundless power of the youth, as if the ship were an extension of his very being. The more Silva pondered, the more peculiar he found it. Could it be possible that this boy and the ship beneath him were somehow entwined? No, such a notion was utterly impossible. Silva abruptly slapped himself, realizing how absurd it was to entertain such bizarre thoughts while living under constant pressure. Human beings were human. How could one be akin to a ship? It was simply inconceivable. He successfully dismissed the correct answer. Chapter 67. The overhaul concludes on the deck. Hades activated the system. A familiar foundational interface greeted his eyes. Ship name, spirit name, Hades overall length, 1,300 centimeters overall height, 1,100 centimeters structure, keel, hull, deck, mast, helm, warehouse, cannon room. Master bedroom, male, master bedroom, female, ordinary bedrooms, gym, kitchen, and dining room. Detailed description. This is a small wooden brigantine, equipped with energy propulsion, constructed entirely from iron birchwood. The hull is exceptionally sturdy, capable of withstanding the bombardment of ordinary cannonballs. Its interior boasts a refined living space, decorated with a degree of aesthetic appeal, rich in a vibrant atmosphere. The ship's propulsion is divided into 2 forms, sail navigation and energy drive, showcasing a strong sense of technology. Overall, it is a well-equipped, high-quality small vessel suitable for both habitation and combat, with agile handling. Due to unique influences, It has developed self-awareness, commonly referred to as a ship spirit. Gazing at the revitalized foundational interface of the Hades ship post-reconstruction, Hades felt a wave of contentment wash over him. However, his intention in accessing the system was not merely to admire its appraisal of him. Hades swiftly bypassed the basic interface and arrived at the spirit ship enhancement zone. Indeed, he was here to allocate points. During this brief 2-day voyage, he fortuitously encountered 2 sea beasts, each possessing strength comparable to that of the serpent near Poly Island. This made him feel as though he were under the auspices of a fortunate star. Of course, given Hades' current prowess, the threats posed by these 2 sea beasts were negligible. However, as a means of testing his abilities and techniques, they proved to be adequate. He proceeded to experiment with his enhanced skills on each sea beast. One technique involved a powerful combination of 2 newly added cannons, executed through the shared capabilities of the spirit ship, known as the underworld artillery. The explosion unleashed by this technique was so potent that it devoured a significant portion of the sea beast's body, as if an invisible colossal creature had taken a bite out of it, reducing half of its form to mere remnants. Witnessing this, Hades hesitated to engage the second sea beast recklessly. Instead, he opted for a simpler approach, relying solely on his formidable physical prowess to deliver a standard punch. Unexpectedly, this seemingly mundane strike tore a terrifying gash into the sea beast's flesh. This left Hades perplexed about his current strength. Were these sea beasts truly that feeble? Or had his abilities, augmented by a series of enhancements from the system, grown unimaginably powerful? What was intended as a self-assessment instead deepened his confusion regarding his own capabilities. The good news was that these 2 sea beasts granted him a total of 4 soul points, 2 points from each, adding this to the 5 points he had previously accumulated. Hades' soul points once again reached the commendable total of 9, sufficient to illuminate another icon on the 3rd tier of the enhancement tree. The 3rd tier of the spirit ship enhancement tree featured 4 skills. After meticulously examining each, Hades discovered that they were all categorized as support functions or buff effects. This realization left him, a combat enthusiast who typically favored offensive techniques, somewhat disenchanted. Nonetheless, upon closer inspection, he recognized the utility of these abilities. Apart from the long voyage skill he had already unlocked, the remaining 3 skills were Strong Break, Mighty Heart, and Life Vitality. Strong Break activated passively when the spirit ship sustained significant damage or when its stamina fell below 50. Upon activation, it dispelled all negative buff effects, except for the evil form, and granted 1 second of absolute defense, during which all damage would be nullified. The skill had a cooldown period of 1 day. Mighty Heart enhanced the spirit ship's recovery speed when it received damage and ensured that it would not immediately lapse into a coma after combat but would first assess its condition. Only when it detected substantial injury, life points below 50, would it enter a coma, during which its recovery rate would be doubled. Life Vitality stimulated the potential and explosive strength of the body, allowing for a temporary restoration of a certain amount of life points to enable continued combat. However, after 3 hours, the user would experience fatigue, and the previously restored health would revert. The commonality among these 3 skills lay in their association with defense and damage management, which had initially led Hades to choose Long Voyage without hesitation. At first glance, these skills appeared lacking in appeal. Yet upon revisiting them, Hades uncovered new insights. Firstly, Strong Break was undoubtedly a life-saving technique, as it offered a chance to avert instant demise when life points fell below 50 by dispelling negative effects and providing a moment of invulnerability. Hades had previously dismissed this skill, believing that sufficient strength would preclude the possibility of being defeated in one blow, rendering Strong Break seemingly unnecessary. Secondly, Mighty Heart, while seemingly a simple enhancement to recovery speed, also provided a practical benefit. It eliminated the concern of being forced into a coma after sustaining injuries. He recalled a prior encounter where, after a minor injury in a battle with a burly gangster, the system had deemed him incapacitated, leading to an unwanted period of unconsciousness that had alarmed Robin, who had vigilantly watched over him. Lastly, Life Vitality, which Hades had tended to view with disdain, offered rapid and timely recovery. While Mighty Heart provided slow but steady healing, Life Vitality could instantly restore a combatant to the battlefield, reminiscent of the potent restorative effects used by Zoro on Onigashima. However, the notable downside was its temporary nature. After 3 hours, the skill would fail, leading to exhaustion and a return of any previously restored health, which left Hades feeling quite displeased. He had never favored skills with such pronounced side effects, having learned from experiences that reality often diverges starkly from the narratives portrayed in comics or films. The protagonists might triumph over foes while enduring such drawbacks, but in reality, The consequences could be dire if one failed to defeat their adversary in time, leaving them vulnerable and defenseless, akin to a fish on a chopping block. However, Hades soon discovered an intriguing aspect of this skill. It was not explicitly labeled for use on the spirit ship or the host, but referred to the target instead. This raised a tantalizing possibility. Could this skill be employed not only on himself? Hades suddenly conceived a possibility, and his eyes brightened. If this were indeed the case, then his understanding of the life fortification skill would undergo a significant transformation. Those who frequently engage in gaming are well aware that buff-type skills or healing abilities typically are not cast upon oneself, but rather bestowed upon allies. If this skill could continuously be applied to various injured comrades, it would not be as inconsequential as he initially perceived. Imagine a multitude of fallen companions suddenly revived by his use of life fortification, as if blessed with the aura of a protagonist. Each one springing back to life with renewed vigor. In the context of large-scale battles, this would undoubtedly play a pivotal role. After Hades completed the analysis of the three skills, he found himself in a quandary. With only 9 soul points at his disposal, and each skill icon requiring 8 points, it was evident that he could only select one. The uncertainty surrounding the skill of vitality was too great. Should he misinterpret its description and be forced to use it solely on himself, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, he promptly eliminated it from consideration. The skill of forceful cut, while undeniably a game-changer in critical battles, was overshadowed by Hades' confidence in his current strength, especially after having effortlessly vanquished 2 sea beasts. He believed that, at least in the Western Sea, he had no true adversaries. Consequently, despite its formidable nature, forceful cut lacked the necessary context for application, leading to its dismissal as well. This left only the skill of Mighty Heart. This was the one. Hades employed the method of elimination to select it, directly expending 8 points of soul energy to illuminate the skill icon of the Mighty Heart. Instantly, he felt a warm current coursing through his entire being, nurturing every limb and organ within his body. This must be the restorative effect bestowed by the Mighty Heart, Hades mused, as he promptly summoned a metal spear and aimed it forcefully at his palm. With perfect control over his strength, he pierced his palm just enough to create a small incision, allowing a droplet of crimson blood to escape the wound. As the sensation of pain washed over him, Hades raised an eyebrow and stifled it. Immediately, the warm current within him converged at the center of his palm. To his astonishment, the freshly inflicted wound began to close at a visibly rapid pace. Within 5 seconds, the blood had vanished. After a minute, only a faint scar remained on his palm. 3 minutes later, even that scar had completely disappeared, restoring his hand to its uninjured state. Hades gazed with satisfaction upon the remarkable creation of a powerful heart. Such a recovery rate may not prove exceedingly useful in the heat of battle. However, it should suffice for minor injuries and ailments. The most crucial aspect is that he no longer needs to fret about slipping into a state of unconsciousness from the slightest injury. Boss, it's time for lunch. Just as Hades was still immersed in his system, a knock echoed from outside the door. It was Silva, who had prepared the midday meal, calling him to dine. Ever since Hades constructed a kitchen and dining area aboard the ship, they had not resorted to the tasteless rations meant merely to stave off hunger. Naturally, the task of cooking fell to Silva, who was responsible for the menial chores. His daily responsibilities involved consistently tending to the needs of the 2 gentlemen aboard, including serving meals, pouring drinks, and maintaining cleanliness. As long as they were content, his days would be pleasant as well. As for any fear that he might harbor malicious intent and poison their food, what a ridiculous notion. The ship is Hades' very essence, and being one who does not require sleep, he could effortlessly skin Silva's actions, knowing even the slightest details of his activities. Cough. Rather unsettling. In summary, Silva lacked the audacity, and even if he possessed it, Hades would not be intimidated. I understand, I'll be there shortly. Hades responded with a faint acknowledgement, then skillfully closed the system interface. In an instant, he transformed into a constellation of starlight and reappeared upon a chair in the dining hall. Silva, already accustomed to such occurrences, smiled as he served plates to both him and Robin, presenting the day's main course, Silva's signature fish fillet accompanied by seaweed tofu soup. Once the 2 esteemed guests aboard the ship were settled, Silva promptly approached with a distinctive sauce and offered them utensils, his attentive service nearly reaching the point of cutting the meat and feeding them himself. Hades nodded in satisfaction after tasting a morsel. Quite good, I must admit. Aside from his history with the Mafia, this fellow appears to have no significant issues. Over the past few days aboard the ship, he has been remarkably well behaved. And after Hades' discreet observations, it seems genuine rather than feigned. As long as the boss is pleased. Silva referred to Hades as boss and to Robin as captain. Initially, Hades found the term somewhat unrefined and requested a change, prompting Silva to then address him as Big Boss. Upon hearing this new title, which sounded even more mundane, Hades decided to let it be and contentedly embraced his role as boss. If there are no other matters to attend to, let us sit and dine together, Hades suggested. Oh, no, I insist. Boss and captain should eat first. I am not hungry, Silva quickly replied with a sycophantic smile, then quietly stood aside, becoming nearly invisible, refraining from further chatter. Chapter 69, once again hooked. Hades dines not merely for sustenance, but to savor the delights of gastronomy and to relish the essence of being human. After sampling a small portion of fish fillet, he chose to cease his indulgence, refraining from further consumption. In contrast, Robin, whose physical growth has accelerated tenfold during her prime years, has experienced a significant increase in her appetite. Having polished off her own share of fish fillet, she seamlessly accepted the half-portion Hades offered, continuing her meal with graceful ease. Once they had collectively devoured 1.5 servings, Robin finally set down her knife and fork, wiping her mouth with a sense of satisfaction before playfully winking at Hades. Observing this, Hades could not suppress a knowing smile. In the initial days, she had felt a twinge of embarrassment for her own hearty appetite, yet after 2 days, even Robin had begun to adjust to her burgeoning intake. The benefits of her increased consumption soon became apparent. The vitality of their prime years ensured that their bodily functions remained in peak condition, allowing her to consume food without any adverse effects on her physique. Any excess nourishment was either transformed into energy required for her growth or stored within her body as stamina. Throughout these days, Robin has not only acclimatized to her physical development, but has also adapted to the changes in her strength and devil fruit abilities. This newfound power facilitated a greater fluidity in her joint techniques, while her boundless stamina enabled her to manifest a greater number of limbs when utilizing the abilities of the flower fruit. 36 blooms. As a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, countless petals twirled gracefully from above, and arms began to sprout from the dining table. Robin exhibited remarkable progress in her fruit abilities, advancing from 12 blooms directly to 36, all while appearing utterly unfazed, even poised for further enhancement. However, one tree, a sharp axe, rather than focusing on the sheer number of blossoming limbs, Robin concentrated intently on transforming the form of the arms she had conjured. Before her, the arms that had emerged from the table began to merge into one another, and 36 limbs fused into a singular, colossal arm. Although this endeavor proved increasingly strenuous, Robin persevered, summoning all her strength to manipulate the gigantic arm. Suddenly, that arm swung down forcefully from the air, its palm transforming into a knife-like strike. This fierce maneuver cleaved through the table as if it were a sharp axe, continuing its trajectory towards the wooden floor beneath. Just as it was about to make contact with the ground, Robin skillfully reined in her technique, retracting the arm and halting it just above the floor. With a resounding crash, the dining table split cleanly in two. Hades applauded with a sense of gratification, while Robin's face radiated genuine excitement. I have succeeded. Indeed, you have succeeded. Petals drifted and scattered as the colossal arm, formed by 36 merged limbs, vanished into thin air. Robin, her cheeks flushed, had exhausted much of her stamina, yet the elation of her success allowed her to overlook her physical fatigue, rendering her extraordinarily exuberant. This was a new technique she had developed herself, a concept that had long resided in her mind. As her body matured and the burdens imposed by the devil fruit's power became more manageable, the idea behind this technique also evolved into a more refined form. Just a couple of days ago, when Robin attempted to utilize the book's tree axe, she had already begun to shape this technique. But the evident lack of stamina in her petite frame had hindered her from fully manifesting it at the crucial moment. Today, however, she had finally achieved her goal. Hades was aware of Robin's impending success even before she was, for although he had entrusted her with the authority to advance her skills, the system would still kindly notify him whenever his companion, Nicole, earned skill points and embarked on learning new abilities. Thus, upon receiving the morning alert from the system, he began preparations to celebrate Robin's achievements. How peculiar it is, just 2 days ago, I could distinctly feel the physical gap between myself and the execution of this technique. Yet today I have succeeded. You seem to have forgotten what I mentioned. Our rate of physical development has accelerated, with each passing day equating to 10 days of growth. Hades elucidated. Robin blinked, partially understanding, and inquired, so, this growth comes with no cost? Rest assured, there are no side effects. Furthermore, once our bodies reach their optimal state, The process will automatically cease, preserving the best condition of our physique. Hades had previously shared with Robin some insights regarding the effects of the optimal years. However, at that time, the primary objective was to address the threat posed by Admiral Gumi, which resulted in a lack of clarity in his explanation. Consequently, although Robin has begun to perceive the changes in her body, she remains uncertain about the specifics. Seizing the moment, Hades synchronized the system's introduction to the optimal years with Robin, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. Observing the expression on her face, Hades knew this astute and cunning individual had likely begun to associate some unique applications of the optimal years. For instance, the reason my appetite has increased without any weight gain is that my physique has already been established in its optimal state. Indeed. Does this mean that no matter how much I eat, I want to gain weight? Hades nodded affirmatively. But who stated that being slender is the epitome of perfection? What if I prefer to look a bit fuller rather than too thin? Robin raised a valid concern. Perhaps one could prioritize their own aesthetic preferences, provided they adhere to health standards. Does this imply that, aside from rigid criteria such as intelligence, memory, and health, the more subjective standards, like aesthetics, allow for personal interpretation in my growth and development? Hades truly underestimated Robin's intellect. She consistently poses peculiar questions and perspectives. However, since the matter has been broached, one must respond with fortitude. Thus, Robin fell into a sudden silence and then leisurely clasped her hands behind her back, reminiscent of the way she arranged her room on that particular day. Suddenly, Hades felt a chill at the nape of his neck as he recalled Robin's unique aesthetic, instilling a sense of fear within him. Do not act recklessly. What I meant was merely to preserve the most favorable features of your subjective beauty along the path you ought to grow. Those who are inherently unattractive cannot rely on such means to enhance their appearance. Conversely, those who are already beautiful cannot become ugly through this. He feared that Robin's aesthetic sense might distort her future visage. Yet, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Robin's eyes as she rose on her toes, deliberately bringing her face closer to his. Do you think I am inherently beautiful or ugly? As their hearts drew nearer, Hades could even feel the warmth of her breath. Thump. He gazed at Robin's exquisite countenance for an extended moment, instinctively swallowing hard. Then suddenly realizing that such an action seemed rather unbecoming, he hastily averted his gaze, his cheeks flushed. However, it appeared that Robin had indeed matured, noticing Hades' evasive glance. She moved even closer. By the way, let me share a secret. When a devil fruit user bathes, if too much of their body is submerged, it is akin to falling into the sea, resulting in a loss of strength. What does that mean? Hades was perplexed by Robin's sudden declaration. If I encounter danger while bathing, I might call for you, and you must remember to come to my rescue. Robin winked at Hades. This teasing demeanor and playful words were. Hades was profoundly astonished. She must be alluding to something about herself. However, upon further reflection, he sensed a discrepancy. Have you not always taken showers? When did you ever soak? Suddenly, Hades realized the incongruity and hastily retracted his half-spoken words, yet it was already too late. Robin's playful demeanor immediately transformed back into a serious one, not only retracting her stance but also adopting an expression that seemed to say, "You've caught me." She fixed her gaze on Hades, her look suggesting, "You indeed were peeking while I bathed." Once again, he had been ensnared. Hades hurriedly feigned a cough, swiftly concocting an excuse to make his escape. He left behind a gleeful Robin, who was not only pleased with having outwitted Hades, but also felt a flush of warmth creeping across her cheeks. Chapter 70. The Alt Family at this moment. Hades fled in a panic. However, as he burst through the door, he suddenly realized that his hasty retreat would only serve to confirm the suspicion that he had been spying on Robin while she bathed. Alas, there was no way to clear his name now. Although Robin had begun to embody the graceful contours of womanhood, her youth made such an advance inappropriate. He was no pervert, after all, and how could he deliberately choose to look? Yet, his lack of intention did not negate the fact that he had indeed seen her. Being a ship by nature, Hades could scarcely ignore the presence of someone bathing upon him. Nevertheless, having come to terms with the situation, Hades had already regained his composure. The heat of embarrassment fading, stealing another glance at Robin, he confirmed that she was indeed teasing him. Otherwise, how could she have brought their unspoken understanding into the open? Meanwhile, Sylvag was already busy with the daily cleaning on the deck, casting a peculiar gaze at the boss's retreating figure. He sensed that Hades was troubled. Yet his intense stare quickly caught Hades' attention. Hades abruptly turned around, catching Sylvag in the act, which startled the latter into averting his gaze and silently returning to his tasks. At 10 o'clock northwest, a few ships seem to be entangled with one another, likely indicating some trouble. Please take a look from the lookout point and report back to me. Hades has found a task for the idol Silva. All right, boss. He replied promptly. Silva has now learned to agree before contemplating Hades' commands, dutifully obeying orders. He hastily ascended the lookout tower, using the telescope hanging above to scan the northwestern horizon, where he spotted several small dark figures clustered at the meeting point of sea and sky. His admiration for Hades surged even higher. The boss's keen eye matched precisely what he saw through the telescope from his elevated position. Such power. Is this truly the boss? If Silva were not a man, he would have surely fallen in love with him. Unbeknownst to him, his initial fear had transformed into a reverence for the unknown, and now, having allied himself with the boss, he felt a sense of pride that no one could rival his esteemed leader. Not good, Mr. Alt. We've encountered the Navy on our way from the island. A pirate ship, adorned with the flag of guns and gunpowder, housed an elderly man with silver hair neatly styled, clad in a light brown suit. His wrinkled face remained calm as he listened to the reports from his subordinates, before his deep blue eyes flickered with hidden wisdom. Patrolling warships? They are once again scouring the area around Notice for plunder. Perhaps we should offer them some coin to send them on their way. Old Alt responded with an air of nonchalance. Sir, it seems it's not that simple. There are 4 warships. They are nearly surrounding our vessel. What? Upon hearing this, Old Alt immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. He rose from his seat, moving to the window to gaze into the distance. Indeed, he spotted a familiar blue and white warship adjusting its direction to align its cannons with the Alt family ship. Do you think it could be the work of young Master Parson? A subordinate cautiously suggested. A fleeting shadow crossed Old Alt's eyes. He had not ventured off the island for years, apart from a few trusted confidants. Only that rebellious son knew his route and timeline of departure. Regardless of who it was, this was not the time for hesitation. They must first devise a plan to navigate past the Navy. A sudden intensity ignited within Old Alt, dispelling the frailty that had enveloped him. His subordinate, witnessing this transformation, found himself overwhelmed with nostalgia for the days of his youth. Having not seen his master exhibit such vigor in many years. I understand. I will notify everyone on board to be on alert. The subordinate promptly exited the room, pulling out a communication device while hastily moving throughout the ship, relaying Old Alt's orders. However, he was unaware that shortly after he left, Old Alt hunched over, succumbing to a severe coughing fit. The forceful aura he had summoned dissipated within minutes, and he had no choice but to concede to his age, returning to his chair, closing his eyes and leaning wearily against the backrest. He was no longer young. Boss, it's a naval warship. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are a total of 4. And they are encircling the pirates emerging from Notice Island. As the Hades ship drew nearer to Notice Island, Silva's view sharpened. Knowing that the boss could hear him from anywhere, he stood on the lookout tower and relayed his observations. ISNT, it said that the Navy has no authority to apprehend pirates and criminals on Notice Island. As Silva's words faded, a cluster of starlight converged on the lookout tower, gradually forming into the figure of Hades, who had teleported there. Boss, you may not be aware, but the West Sea Navy is quite displeased with the directive given by the Celestial Dragons. However, bound by the orders of the world government, they cannot enter the island to make arrests, which is why they frequently patrol the waters surrounding Notice Island. Once they spot any pirates leaving the island, they move in to apprehend them. This is well known among the island's inhabitants. Finally, Silva fulfilled his role aboard the ship, providing Hades with insights about the island. Nevertheless, it was peculiar. The patrolling warships typically appeared once every 10 days or so, and even then, usually just one at a time. Over time, the islanders had learned to avoid them, rendering such patrols largely ceremonial. Why then had 4 ships suddenly arrived today? Silva pondered aloud. Hades furrowed his brow at the mention, instinctively recalling Robin but quickly dismissing that thought. If they were there to capture Robin, it would imply that their previous deception of Gumi had been uncovered. And the Navy would not come alone, but with that formidable vice-admiral. Observing the ongoing skirmish between the warships and others at sea, it was clear they were not targeting him. He had been overly sensitive. Just then, Silva exclaimed, "Wait, that pirate ship's flag is the Alt family." Startled by the astonishment in Silva's voice, Hades urged, "Elaborate." "Yes, boss. The Alt family is among the many crime syndicates on Notice Island, dominating the northern inland territory. Although their control over arms manufacturing is limited, they possess most of the raw materials needed for weapon production, such as iron, ore, saltpeter, and sulfur. Thus, they have remained established on the island for many years, making them one of the largest crime syndicates here. And how do they compare to your notice family? Hades recalled the user of the stare fruit and the ferocious Gary. We are certainly not their equals, Silva candidly admitted. Additionally, Boss, Notice is the name of this island. So outsiders refer to all crime syndicates on it as the Notice family. This is also why Capone Beach addresses us in this manner, but in reality, the crime syndicates here have distinct factions, and our faction belongs to the coastal Strauss family in the west of the island. Oh, Hades replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the multitude of crime families. Silva felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, no matter how powerful a crime family on the island might be, they could scarcely rival the formidable strength of the boss. The emergence of the bloodthirsty and violent Gary had already sent shivers through many factions, and while they outwardly remained silent, they were covertly plotting to eliminate this threat. Now, the boss was exponentially more powerful than Gary. Observing Hades's contemplative gaze towards the direction of the disturbance, Silva cleverly inquired, "Boss, do you have any thoughts?" Hades nodded and said, "Although we possess the head of the Hayfuge, allowing us to seize control of the Strauss family, we still lack a threshold for landing." Threshold? Silva scratched his head, unable to grasp the meaning behind Hades' words. "What I mean is, we are missing an official pirate identity." Silva was instantly taken aback. Ever since he had been coerced onto this ship by Capone's gang, he had never doubted the identities of these two individuals. Though Captain Bella did not seem like someone who could commit murder, her identity as a devil fruit user assured her combat prowess. Moreover, having witnessed the boss's malevolent form, he was further convinced that the two were indeed part of a burgeoning pirate faction in the West Sea. Now, however, the implication of the boss's words was unsettling. Were they not pirates? Silva's expression shifted dramatically. This complicates matters, for the Mafia on Notice Island never welcomes the righteous. But fret not, just because it has not happened before does not mean it cannot happen in the future. Go and sink 3 of their warships for me. Then reveal your face to the 4th ship and deliberately allow them to escape. I assure you, within 7 days, your visage will be immortalized on a brand new bounty poster. Hades gently patted Silva on the shoulder. Startled by the unexpected display of affection from his superior, Silva trembled and, with a quivering finger, pointed to his own nose, exclaiming, Me? Boss, you must be joking, right?" Hades remained silent. Yet his expression conveyed that he was not jesting. In truth, with a bounty of 79 million on Robin's head, gaining access to Notice Island should be a mere formality. Capone Beach chose to collaborate with them precisely because he recognized Robin's overwhelming advantage in terms of reward, even among criminals and pirates. However, Hades was not inclined to pursue such a course of action, having finally allowed Robin to mature for 4 years and temporarily escape the Navy's pursuit. How could he permit her to once again expose herself and return to the Navy's wanted list? Nevertheless, having resolved to ally with the gang, it was imperative to infiltrate Notice Island, assuming the identity of a pirate was a trivial matter that could easily be fabricated. Hades contemplated for a moment, then directed his gaze towards Silva. Were it not for the constraints imposed by his departure from his true form, he would have taken matters into his own hands. However, the maximum distance for long-distance travel, skill advancement, was merely 50 meters, and even with the activation of his skills, he was limited to just 1 hour of freedom per day. Such a brief period would be utterly insufficient to deal with the affairs of the Mafia on the island. Thus, he turned his thoughts towards Silva, deciding to let him play the leading role in this grand spectacle. "I am not jesting. Once you ascend to the rank of a great pirate, we shall have our key to the island," Hades declared. Meanwhile, Silva, listening to his boss's serious tone, could not suppress a swallow of trepidation. Although he was unclear about the reasons behind his boss's reluctance to reveal himself, he comprehended the scheme all too well. Initially, he felt a mix of fear and disbelief. Despite the boss's nonchalant remarks about sinking warships, the burden of facing the naval forces fell squarely on him. Why should he possess the capability to instill fear in those sailors? A wave of tension washed over him, enveloping him from head to toe. Yet, it wasn't long before an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. This enthusiasm stemmed from the recognition of Hades's formidable strength over the past few days and a subconscious acceptance of his boss's words as truth. If Hades could indeed bestow upon him the identity of a great pirate, a fervent thrill spread across Silva's face. He had always asserted that his life would never be mundane. It would either soar to great heights or plunge into deep valleys. Just recently, he had endured the humiliation of being captured and forced into menial labor on a ship, and now he was on the verge of being elevated to the status of a puppet leader. Moreover, Considering the role of a puppet from another perspective, it could be seen as being the third in command, above countless others. How splendid and liberating that would be. As for the safety of this puppet chair, Silva stole a glance at Hades. He had no doubt that his boss would emerge victorious. Some battles could only reveal their outcomes through confrontation, while others were already won before a single blow was struck. With this thought, Silva became so exhilarated that he stumbled over his words. "Boss, what do you need me to do?" he inquired eagerly. "Oh, you are not afraid?" Hades had anticipated some reluctance from Silva. Yet the seemingly frail figure before him appeared emboldened by the allure of power. "With you backing me, what is there to fear?" Silva quickly ingratiated himself. Hades curled his lips, forgetting to inquire about your skills. "Skills?" Silva paused for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "Boss, do you intend for me to confront those warships alone? That would be tantamount to courting death." Hades furrowed his brow, and Silva quickly realized that his demeanor was amiss. Promptly adopting a more submissive posture, it was futile. Someone had to take the initiative. Hades spent 100,000 gold coins from the system to acquire a katana, identical to the one he had exchanged upon entering the world of pirates, tossing it to Silva. "Grip it tightly, do not stray too far from the ship. And remember to maintain the appropriate expression on your face. Leave the rest to me." Subsequently, Hades leaped down from the lookout tower, activating the system interface. He commanded, "System, engage the energy converter, activate the Barmal propulsion system, and accelerate. It is time for the Navy to experience the might of our new artillery." Chapter 72, The Terrifying Power of the New Artillery not far from the harbor of Notice Island. For small naval vessels from the West Sea Branch had encircled the ship of the Alt family. In contrast, the Alt family's vessel was somewhat larger, with an equal number of cannons and combat personnel. However, the Navy ships coordinated seamlessly, effectively trapping the Alt vessel, which found itself besieged and quickly began to show signs of defeat. On the deck, a tall, silver-haired elder stood resolutely in the most perilous combat zone. He observed the Navy personnel who had boarded his ship, engaging in close-quarters combat with his subordinates. The clash of swords echoed amidst the gunfire and cannon blasts, creating a cacophony of metallic clashes. The crew were loyal followers who had accompanied Old Alt through a lifetime of battles, and he fixated on the deck, witnessing familiar figures fall one after another before his eyes. Finally, he drew the pistol from his waist, aimed at the deck, and decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air, striking its target, blood gushing forth. 1, 2, 3. "Mr. Alt, it is too dangerous on the deck. Please return to the cabin." The old steward, bloodied, turned to see the elder had personally entered the battlefield. Recalling the scene he witnessed when the elder had returned to the lounge after announcing the ship was battle-ready, Old Alt leaned back on the sofa. I squinted. Despite emanating an aura of authority, he resembled an aging lion, unable to display his former ferocity. Indeed, the elder had grown old, his heart willing but his body weak. In his youth, he would have been confident enough to break through even double the number of enemies. But now, "Eugene, tell me honestly, what are our chances of winning?" Old Alt inquired. At that moment, a Navy soldier suddenly broke through the blockade of the Black Hand and charged towards Old Alt. "Damn pirates, prepare to die." A flash of white light fell as the Navy soldier attacked. Old Alt's eyes narrowed, and he barely managed to sidestep the blow, instinctively grasping the soldier's wrist, seizing the weapon, and thrusting it back. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed onto him. It was the soldier's blood, but the act shocked Eugene, who stood nearby. "Mr. Alt." The steward Eugene gasped in horror, wanting to vociferously question who had allowed enemies to breach their defenses. However, upon noticing the dwindling numbers of their own men and the increasing presence of the Navy on the deck, he could not help but feel a wave of despair. "Mr. Alt, are you unharmed?" Huffing and puffing, Old Alt had subdued the Navy soldier with ease, yet time was not on his side. His aging body could not withstand much more exertion. He panted heavily but still repeated, "Tell me, what are our chances of winning?" "Sir." Eugene hesitated, unable to voice the grim truth. In reality, Old Alt was well aware of the battlefield dynamics after so many years of commanding. He needed no servant to interpret the conditions for him. Yet now, he could scarcely believe that he was nearing the end of his life. Desperately wanting to hear a different answer from Eugene's lips. "Sir, I have prepared a small boat for you. We can break through from the rear and escort you to safety." A fighter named Tim suddenly appeared, wielding a nearly 2-meter-long spiked club. Its once black surface now stained a dark red with the blood of countless foes. "Tim, you have arrived just in time. Quickly, take the sir to a safe place, and I will handle things here." Upon seeing Tim, Eugene found renewed purpose, entrusting old Alt to him and raising his weapon to rejoin the fray. "Sir, we must leave," Tim urged again. At that moment, old Alt's once straight posture seemed to bend under the weight of reality, and he shook his head with a wry smile. "Tim, if our men had surrounded the enemy like this, would you allow their leader to escape in a small boat?" Tim paused, momentarily taken aback, but without hesitation replied, "I will protect you, sir, until the moment of my death." However, the tide had turned. It no longer mattered. Old Alt finally acknowledged the truth. No longer wishing to engage in a futile struggle, he recalled Eugene's words and gazed upon the advancing navy, a certain visage flickering in his mind. Parson, the adopted son he had raised, who had ultimately conspired to see him dethroned through the navy's hand. What a good son he was. Just as the morale of the entire Alt family sank, and they prepared to surrender, a thunderous cannon roar echoed from the distance. Two conical shells, distinct from traditional round cannonballs, transformed into streaks of white light, piercing straight into two of the Navy ships on either side. A tremendous explosion followed, engulfing a significant portion of the ship in roaring flames, turning the tide of battle in an instant. The precision of the strike and the terrifying firepower meant that the soldiers aboard the two ships did not even have time to scream before being torn apart by the massive shockwave. "What is happening?" The Alt family gasped in astonishment, incredulous as they gazed toward the source of the booming cannon fire, seeing nothing at first. A ship far in the distance. One person raised a telescope, searching for a long while before finally spotting the silhouette of the Hades. On board, cannons were mounted on either side, both massive barrels emitting plumes of smoke, shortly followed by a billow of white steam pouring from the cannon mouths. The familiar roar returned. And once again, two shells streaked through the sky, striking the already battered Navy vessels with pinpoint accuracy. With a resounding explosion, the two small Navy ships were utterly obliterated. Their wreckage scattered and consumed by flames, the stark contrast of water and fire igniting the sea. What in the world is that? How could such a vast distance be traversed, and with such accuracy and power? Two cannon shots, for shells, sank two small naval vessels. This terrifying combat scenario undoubtedly left an indelible memory for all present, one they would carry for a lifetime. Chapter 73, The Assault. Raging flames engulfed the two warships. Such an unexpected turn of events took everyone by surprise. Not only the members of the Alt family, but also the remaining two ships were left in shock. Trembling, they watched as their comrades, mere dozens of meters away, vanished into the inferno and the roar of explosions. From where did the enemy emerge? Up to this point, they had yet to ascertain the precise location of the Hades. "Commander, the enemy is approximately 10 kilometers to the southeast." Suddenly, someone spotted the Hades' enigmatic silhouette through the telescope and promptly reported it to the naval colonel aboard. 10 kilometers away? How is that possible? The naval colonel seized the telescope from the soldier's hands, gazing in the indicated direction. This time, although he could see the entire outline of the vessel, the distance rendered it impossible to discern the personnel aboard clearly. Yet, the two ominous cannons seemed to signal to all, the architects of the recent chaos were indeed them. Truly commendable, the boss. 2 naval vessels have already been sunk, and at this rate, the remaining 2 will surely follow suit. Silva, while admiring the flames consuming the ocean, lavished praise upon the Hades. In truth, it was not mere flattery. The 2 shots from the Hades had genuinely astonished him. Such remarkable range, precise strike force, and terrifying power would elicit awe from anyone. However, the Hades refrained from firing at the remaining 2 vessels any further. Instead, it ceased its bombardment and swiftly closed the gap between friend and foe, heading straight for the naval ships. "Boss?" Silva inquired, perplexed. "That's enough. Destroying 2 warships is sufficient to instill fear in them. As for the remaining 2, one is for you to confront, while the other shall be allowed to escape." Hades squinted and remarked that no matter how brilliant the director and editor may be, if the lead actor does not appear, the scene loses its significance. Indeed, it is time to grant the Navy a chance to take photographs, and it is hoped that they will bestow a reasonable bounty upon Silva, preferably a generous one. Consequently, Hades retracted the artillery from both wings, thoroughly pleased with their inaugural display today. If one were to inquire about the most troublesome aspect of Hades' second modification of the vessel, it would undoubtedly be the replacement of the ship's wooden planks. The complexity of this task, even with the assistance of the system, kept him occupied for an extended period. Yet the gold consumed in the process was not as exorbitant as anticipated. However, if one were to ask what the priciest component of this transformation was, it would unquestionably be the 2 new artillery pieces, which accounted for the majority of Hades' expenditures. It is well known that in the world of One Piece, smoothbore cannons have consistently been the mainstream weapon of war, akin to wooden sailing ships, representing the peculiar technological tree of this world. Yet, Hades' mindset was unbound by such constraints, particularly upon discovering the possibility of exchanging gold for advanced weaponry in the system's marketplace. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity. These two new artillery pieces differ from the cannons found in One Piece. They are rifled rather than smoothbore. And the projectiles are not solid rounds, but have transitioned from a spherical design to a conical-shaped shell. Moreover, Hades increased the caliber and flight speed of the cannons, installing a hydraulic recoil mechanism to enhance firing speed and accuracy. Thus, the two cannons aboard the ship have achieved a generational leap in distinction from those in the One Piece universe. Whereas the range and precision of the cannons in the One Piece world are measured in meters, Hades' artillery has successfully liberated itself from this constraint, now calculating range in kilometers, with the capability to accurately strike targets from 10 kilometers away, resulting in explosions that could obliterate enemy vessels. This level of destructive power represents the most significant achievement of Hades' modifications. Robin, once you approach, remember to conceal yourself well. Naturally, it is also time to assist in clearing out the foot soldiers aboard the warship, as their numbers are considerable. Relying solely on that fellow Silva to dispatch them one by one could take an eternity. Hades descended from the watchtower, sharing his plans with Robin, who deftly grasped Hades' intentions and nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Hades activated the electric power, steering the Hades vessel at breakneck speed toward the remaining two warships. Meanwhile, the last naval commander aboard one of the warships promptly issued commands, directing the sailors to intercept the Hades. Quickly, open fire and retaliate. Do not let them come closer. Although it was perplexing why they would choose to close the distance when long-range strikes could easily suppress their foes, the commander sensed an ominous shadow looming over the warships, as if heralding their demise. Boom, boom, boom. With the commander's orders, the previously dominant navy retreated, turning their artillery toward the terrifyingly swift two-masted vessel. Countless shells rained down upon the Hades, but due to its incredible speed, the already inaccurate smoothbore cannons failed to find their mark, missing entirely, though small in stature. The pressure exerted by the Hades was magnitudes greater than its size. Thanks to the Hades, the battle on the deck of the Alt family ship became considerably easier. Yet, while they dispatched the retreating sailors, they remained vigilant regarding the vessel's movements, for they were unfamiliar with it and needed to ascertain its intentions. Finally, one naval shell, as if fortune favored it, struck the Hades squarely. With a thunderous roar, a cloud of smoke erupted from the ship. Hit. We hit it. The sailors cheered. Yet in the next moment, a silhouette burst forth from the smoke, hurtling toward one of the naval warships with even greater speed. The section of the hull that had been struck by the solid projectile remained almost unscathed, marked only by a few scratches as evidence of the cannonball's passage. How? Is this possible? Quickly, evade. It's going to collide. It was too late. As the sailors realized that the Hades intended to ram their ship, they were unable to reposition in time to avoid the frenzied little vessel. With a resounding crash, the small two-masted ship pierced the heart of the naval warship like a sharpened arrow. In an instant, where the two vessels met, a towering spray of water erupted, and the warship was cleaved in two, its mangled remains resembling the aftermath of a colossal sea creature's bite. Chapter 74. The Thespian Silva. The deck lay in disarray, with masts shattered and wood splintered. Countless naval soldiers, sensing the impending doom, leaped into the sea, desperately swimming toward the other warship. Those already on deck stumbled as the ship swayed, their bodies battered, most too weakened to rise and face the battle. Seizing the opportunity, Silva finally made his grand entrance. To the eyes of the sailors and the Alt family, a slight figure stood expressionless at the bow of the ship, wielding a katana. Coldly, he surveyed the chaos wrought by his actions, devoid of any emotional response, standing erect like a statue. Click, click, on the warship. Someone produced a recording device to capture the moment of Silva in action. Hades observed the actions of the Navy and subsequently relayed a message to Silva, stating, "Well, they have completed their photographic documentation. We can now proceed to the next step." "Understood, boss." Silva responded, promptly initiating his actions. He leapt from the Hades ship onto the Navy vessel that was on the verge of sinking. With swift precision, he dispatched the dazed sailors, wielding his blade with ruthless efficiency. Occasionally, a Navy sailor would attempt to resist, only to find themselves ensnared by the tendrils of the flower fruit or struck down by Hades' telekinetically launched metal spears. In that moment, Silva was consumed by a fervor for battle, charging through the ranks of the Navy as if he were an unstoppable force. "Fire! Fire!" commanded a naval colonel from another ship, barking orders to his subordinates. Thus, the cannon fire, which had paused for less than a minute, erupted once more. This time, with proximity and the Hades ship remaining stationary, the Navy's accuracy dramatically improved. Countless cannonballs rained down upon the Hades vessel. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Hades remained undaunted. The entire vessel of Hades is crafted from iron birch wood, possessing a hardness comparable to metal, specifically designed to withstand the impact of these seemingly harmless solid cannonballs. Upon striking the ship, these solid projectiles do not explode, nor do they possess the capacity to ignite a fire. They merely rely on their rudimentary force of impact, incessantly battering the hull of the Hades. A process akin to a gentle tickling. Hades lurked in the shadows, coldly laughing, unmoved. When the occasional ship hull was punctured, he promptly activated his system, purchasing new iron birch wood from the marketplace for repairs. In summary, for anyone to breach his defenses, that group of naval officers would need at least another decade of training. Moments later, the last remaining naval warship finally faltered. The sight of the stationary two-masted sailboat had become a nightmare for them all. As they watched helplessly, their comrades were mercilessly dispatched before their eyes. Yet none dared to offer assistance. The cannons roared, bombarding the enemy vessel, but not even a plank was dislodged. At last, the will of the lieutenant colonel crumbled, and he bellowed, "Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! Sir, are we just going to leave like this?" A soldier gazed incredulously at his superior, unable to believe his ears. There was but a single enemy aboard the opposing ship, and he was slaughtering naval soldiers, yet their commander commanded immediate withdrawal? The lieutenant colonel blushed in embarrassment, shooting a glare at the questioning soldier. "Those unwilling to leave may stay and fight. The rest, set sail, retreat. But, no buts. Use the recording phone bug to transmit our situation to the West Sea base. We have ample justification to choose retreat. That is an order." At that moment, the blood-crazed Silva wiped the blood from his knife and glanced back at the last naval ship with an eerie gaze. The look in his eyes, the emotions, and the bloodied visage would have made even Hades exclaim, "What a performance!" This single glance rendered the lieutenant colonel of the West Sea Division speechless. He could not wait for the helmsman to navigate the ship. He dashed into the helm room and took the wheel himself, abruptly turning the vessel to flee from the cursed demon. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the last remaining warship finally depart, Silva let out a long sigh of relief. He had successfully scared it away. Observing that the third warship had been nearly dealt with, he pondered what to do if the fourth ship did not flee as well. Watching the warship's panicked retreat, a smile crept across Silva's face. After such a fright, he was now someone with a bounty, with an identity. The thought thrilled him. Unbeknownst to him, he stood atop the third warship, surrounded by the bodies of naval officers. Amidst this sea of corpses, his smiling face, no matter how genuine or innocent, would be perceived by others as something grotesque. The ships of the Ort family had initially intended to approach, but upon seeing Silva's smile, they immediately abandoned that notion. Butler Eugene gazed incredulously at Silva and asked, "Mr. Ort, what do you make of this? A bloodthirsty pirate, perhaps? I have encountered a few in my youth, but it has been ages since I roamed the seas. I wonder when this newcomer emerged. He likely does not intend to save us. Rather, he seems to crave a massacre." Eugene's analysis resonated with the sentiments of those around him, who nodded in agreement. Only the simple-minded fighter Tim scratched his head and said, "I think this guy's method of killing and wielding his knife seems rather clumsy. He doesn't strike me as someone who frequently takes lives. What do you know? He aims to inflict pain with a blunt knife, torturing his enemies. Did you not see how he needed 3 or even 4 slashes to finish off those naval officers? Clearly, he views that warship as his playground, not even noticing the last ship's escape," Butler Eugene remarked. Instantly, everyone concurred. What a cruel fellow indeed. Just then, another peculiar scene unfolded before their eyes. Having dispatched all the naval officers, Silva prepared to return to Hades' ship, only to realize he could not ascend without a rope ladder. Left with no choice, he quietly awaited his boss Hades to drop the ladder. Thus, to the Ort family members watching from a distance, the once dominant pirate, who had just indulged in a spree of slaughter, began to bizarrely circle his own ship. Chapter 75. A narrow escape. As a group prepared to analyze Silva's actions and intentions, a rope ladder was tossed down from the ship. The once imposing Silva awkwardly climbed the ladder, tiptoeing back aboard, shedding all semblance of a formidable figure. He appeared more like a mere lackey unable to leap up to a deck just a few meters high. Immediately, Butler Eugene and Mr. Old Ort, who had been analyzing the situation, were left dumbfounded. They wanted to say something to lighten the mood, but found themselves at a loss for words. A few exchanged glances, their minds filled with confusion regarding this sudden appearance of a ship whose allegiance remained unknown. "Boss, I have returned from my mission. What do you think?" Upon returning to Hades' ship, Silva cautiously approached Hades, eagerness etched across his face. "Well played. If all goes according to plan, we have secured our tickets to the island." Hades nodded, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as events unfolded meticulously according to his design. "We must be nearing Notice Island," he mused. "Boss, we are close. It will only take about an hour by water," Silva replied, before inquiring, "Which port shall we land at?" "Let us proceed to the territory of Reputed," Hades answered. "That is on the western coast." "Boss, we need to adjust our course slightly and head this way." As they drew nearer to Notice Island, Silva was able to furnish Hades with increasingly detailed intelligence. Hades then realized that this individual, despite lacking combat skills, possessed a comprehensive array of abilities in navigation, cooking, seamanship, and steering, making him quite a versatile asset. It was no wonder that, despite his apparent weakness, he was kept close by figures like Reputed. He was likely fulfilling a minor managerial role within the Strauss family. After confirming the direction, the Hades altered its course, and as it sailed, it brushed past the vessel of the Alt family, so close that even from the deck, Hades could discern the harrowing state of battle aboard that ship. Hades beheld these individuals, who undoubtedly perceived his presence as well. A youth, seemingly no older than his teenage years, donned a sleek black suit, his coolly arched brows betraying a hint of arrogance. His innate aura stood resolutely amidst the world, as if nothing within it could disturb his composure. Beside this young man stood a girl of similar age, exuding an identical charm, her back turned to them, rendering her visage obscured. Most astonishingly, adjacent to these two, the previously bloodthirsty pirate now wore a fawning expression, bowing and scraping as he attended to them. This scene struck the onlookers like a thunderclap, revealing that the ship possessed other masters. "Boss, do you not mind being seen by these people?" Silva, oblivious to Hades and Robin's reluctance to reveal themselves, sensed that they had their justifications. Thus, as the vessel of the Ort family brushed past, he immediately noted that the individuals aboard had spotted the duo. Perhaps the malevolence of their recent actions still lingered, as he soon felt a surge of murderous intent towards them. Yet Hades appeared unfazed. "It matters not. We simply prefer not to expose ourselves to the Navy. Upon reaching this island, we shall inevitably be seen, so rather than skulk in hiding, we might as well be forthright." Hades offered a brief explanation, revealing his reluctance to have himself and Robin placed on the Navy's bounty list. Although the Navy in this world is far from virtuous, pirates are no better. Moreover, if Robin were to be targeted under the alias Bella, her appearance would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Should her identity as a survivor of O'Hara be exposed, all the effort they had invested would be rendered futile. As for the inhabitants of this island, Hades mused, they would not have the opportunity to leave and spread tales of their adventures. Even if they did, such chances would diminish upon his arrival. "Boss, shall we greet the members of the Ort family?" Silva inquired, casting a glance at the hesitant figures aboard the opposing vessel. It appeared that the Ort family patriarch, old Mr. Ort, was among them. With keen observation, Silva recognized the elder. Had he not previously been entangled in the machinations of the Mafia, he would have rushed forward to curry favor with the old man, for the Ort family is one of the largest Mafia factions in the northern interior of Notice Island. However, having gained a perspective more aligned with Hades, he remained composed, merely indicating the group's identity to his boss and awaiting his judgment. No need for that. Approaching them now would raise suspicions of favoritism, and besides, I did not come here to engage in social niceties. Hades decisively rejected Silva's suggestion. Observing this, Silva ceased to speak further, allowing his presence to fade into the background as he quietly awaited developments. If memory served, Hades had come to the island with the intention of seizing control of the arms factory, which meant he would have to confront all the Mafia organizations present, including the Ort family's influence. Contemplating this, Silva acknowledged Hades' astute foresight, recognizing his own shortcomings in comparison. On the Ort family's vessel, a subordinate reported to old Mr. Ort on the deck, "Sir, we signaled the ship across from us, yet they show no intent to halt. Furthermore, judging by their course, they appear to be heading for the island." In truth, the elder had already witnessed the scene with his own eyes. His silver hair billowed in the wind, and his brow furrowed deeply. His 70 years of life experience warned him that the true master of that ship seemed to regard them with utter disdain. Their actions resembled a wealthy individual tossing a piece of bread to stray cats and dogs on the roadside, an act of charity, yet devoid of respect. A flicker of anger surged within him. Since he had single-handedly established the Orlt family, he had never been so underestimated. Yet the anger on his face quickly dissipated, extinguished by a wave that crashed upon the sea. From a short distance away, a wave surged, carrying the remnants of a Navy ship. Its flag, a symbol of justice and peace, burned to tatters, fluttering helplessly atop the debris, rising and falling with the waves. Old Mr. Orlt suddenly snapped back to reality, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. For the first time in his twilight years, he felt a profound fear of the unknown, a sensation that even the Navy of the West Sea had never instilled in him. Chapter 76. Notice Island, sir? The urgent voice of butler Eugene called in his ear. Seeing the elder drenched in sweat, he quickly produced a handkerchief to wipe his brow. Mr. Orlt, you must take care of your health. The family still needs you to maintain your authority. Gradually, old Mr. Orlt regained his composure, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the remnants of the Navy ship, where flames continued to consume the remains. A fierce blaze snapped the ship's mast, crashing down and splashing the water. The last traces of anger faded from old Mr. Orlt's eyes, now replaced by resignation. Surely, he had lost his mind to be angered by the lives aboard that ship. Let us depart. Return to the island. Yes, sir. Regarding young Master Parson, Eugene voiced the unspoken suspicion shared by all, that this naval assault was undoubtedly connected to old Mr. Orlt's adopted son. Upon their return, the elder would likely resolve to eliminate any dissent. Yet unbeknownst to all, old Mr. Orlt was not concerned about that. Forget that ungrateful wretch. Upon our return, gather all family members stationed abroad, issue the highest order within the clan, and expedite their return to our territory. During this period, everyone must remain discreet and refrain from engaging with anyone. Eugene, rarely at a loss for understanding, questioned, has the sir discovered something amiss? Amiss? Old Mr. Orlt pondered for a moment, fearing that a storm was brewing over this island. Boss, we are about to enter the port under the jurisdiction of the Strauss family. Our ship has two options. After more than half an hour, the Hades ship was nearly upon Notice Island. Throughout this time, Silva had been enlightening Hades and Robin about the island's inherent culture and unwritten rules, though all its inhabitants were rogues. Notice Island was the only nearby refuge for replenishing supplies, with the closest island being over 4 days' sail away. Consequently, many vessels docked at its ports daily. The Mafia on the island had designated 2 docking zones, one for family protection and another for free docking. Silva unfurled a blank piece of paper and drew the areas where ships could dock along the west coast. Here, and here to here, these are all family protection zones. Merchant vessels entering these areas will be subjected to protection fees levied by the nearby Mafia family. For a set price, they can avoid plundering and harassment by the Mafia, securing their safety on the island while replenishing supplies for the journey to the next destination. Silva elaborated. Beyond the designated family protection zones, all other areas are considered free docks. At the free docks, all vessels can enjoy complimentary services, but if they encounter the predations and plundering of the Mafia, they must fend for themselves. Generally, unless one possesses a large ship with ample guards and fighters, few venture into the free docks. Attracting the Mafia's attention often results in not only the loss of goods, but potentially one's life as well. Silva's explanations regarding these 2 zones were straightforward. One pays for safety, while the other confronts danger head-on. Ironically, larger merchant ships, boasting substantial guard protection, were less likely to dock at the free ports. Despite their capacity for self-defense, they preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble by paying a small fee, while smaller vessels, seeking to gamble on fortune, would risk entering the free dock area to save costs. Silva then inquired of Hades, "Boss, where shall we go?" Naturally, to the family protection zone. Do I appear to be someone who enjoys stirring up trouble? Hades revealed a seemingly innocuous smile, as if he had not just obliterated 2 warships with 4 cannon blasts. Silva scratched his head. Indeed, the boss was correct. This family protection zone on the west coast was our own territory, and I had been foolish. For a fleeting moment, Silva's mind had faltered. The boss was set to take over Strauss's domain. How could he possibly bypass our family as territory and head towards the free port? However, considering the nature of the people at the port encountering the boss, Silva suddenly recalled something and could not help but mourn for those former colleagues. Time passed swiftly, and the Hades had already entered the Strauss family protection zone. Boats from all directions queued in a long line, undergoing inspections by the Mafia, paying fees. And only then could they officially enter. It must be said, as Silva noted, that Notice Island, long under the Mafia's control, had developed its own unique culture. To align with this culture, all vessels, large and small, had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, leaving the island would require an additional 4 or 5 days' journey to find the next resupply island. Gradually, unspoken rules emerged, transforming into a common secret known to all, lending an air of orderliness to the island at first glance. For instance, Hades observed the boats lined up, with no one cutting in line or expressing discontent, as they passed through the Mafia members' inspections, paying their dues in an orderly fashion to enter the port. Were it not for the underlying truth, one might never guess that a band of desperate individuals orchestrated this entire process. It seemed the Mafia assessed fees based on the size of the ship and the value of its cargo. Robin relished the opportunity to experience the diverse cultures of various islands, even if this one was rife with vice. Early on, she exercised the powers of her flower fruit, creating countless eyes that blossomed on every ship, peering into the transactions and methods of others. The captain's intuition was correct, Silva praised. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the protection fees collected at the port would fall into 5 different tiers. The more esteemed the individuals aboard, and the greater the cargo, the more assistance required, the higher the payment. However, these amounts were determined by the dock guards, who pocketed a handsome profit by setting exorbitant fees for many vessels. Silva was well versed in the intricate workings of the Mafia, even the most obscure details. Chapter 77, Island Inspection. 50, 000, 100, 000, 200, 000, 500, 000, 1, 000, 000 berries. Robin counted the various price tiers. So far, she had only encountered these 5 categories, and some individuals had even obstructed the Mafia from conducting inspections, opting instead to slip them a hefty sum to avoid the scrutiny altogether. Robin was particularly attentive to these details, as she believed that such small matters reflected the island's unique culture. Captain, that is because those individuals have something to hide in their holds. They fear the Mafia's inspection. So it is more expedient to offer a substantial bribe to bypass the process. This is a common practice among merchant ships with questionable backgrounds, Silva explained. Just as he spoke, a ship ahead of the Hades completed its inspection and entered the port. Next, it would be their turn. Hades stood on the deck, leaning against the railing, awaiting the arrival of visitors. From the rope ladder ascended 2 figures. One was a gaunt man, his features reminiscent of a monkey, twirling a small knife with evident delight. The other, somewhat sturdier but with a missing arm, had an empty right sleeve flapping in the wind as he followed closely behind the slender man onto the deck of the Hades. The leading figure, the slender monkey, had been in charge of the docks for the Strauss family for many years, a seasoned veteran accustomed to the ways of the world. He ambled about, surveying the arrangements on the Hades, kicking and touching things as if touring his new home. Suddenly, in a moment of mischief, he dragged the knife against the wooden wall of the ship, producing a loud clang that startled him. A glint of realization flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed, "What kind of wood is this? In all my years of being around ships, I've never encountered such a sturdy material." With that, he ceased his antics and struck the wooden wall with considerable force. Accustomed to the protection of the Strauss family, he had never considered the potential consequences of his actions. Nor had anyone ever dared challenge his recklessness. With a decisive thrust, he managed to embed the knife into the wood, but only to a depth of about half a centimeter. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not push it further. "Come help me," he called to the one-armed man behind him, but before assistance could arrive, he lost his grip, and with a sharp crack, the knife broke against the wall. "Damn it!" He cursed loudly, kicking the wall twice in frustration, but it stood resolutely, unyielding to his anger. Just as his ire grew, the one-armed man called out to him, "Stop squabbling with a piece of wood. Look over there." "What?" The slender man replied impatiently, turning to follow the direction indicated by the one-armed man. There, he spotted a young nobleman surveying him with an amused expression, while another individual beside him spoke animatedly, occasionally gesturing towards the two of them. "What is going on?" The slender man was bewildered by the one-armed man's urgency. "Isn't that the little fellow who follows Boss Hayfuge around?" The one-armed man finally articulated. "You mean Silva?" It was clear that the slender man and his companion recognized Silva. After the one-armed man's reminder, he found an angle to clearly see Silva's face and instantly recognized him. "Damn, it really is that brat." He hurled the broken knife at Silva, the hilt striking his head, causing Silva to turn around in pain. "Hey, Silva. Why didn't you greet us?" Where's Boss Hayfuge? Aren't you always by his side? The slender man questioned, his tone condescending as if addressing a subordinate. Just moments ago. Silva had recounted his position within the Strauss family, his experiences, and his responsibilities. Indeed, Silva's life had been tumultuous. Merely recounting his journey within the Strauss family could fill a novel rich with peaks and valleys, as Hades had suspected. Despite Silva's diminutive stature and frail build rendering him overlooked in the Mafia, Hayfuge had recognized his latent talents and had been grooming him for cerebral tasks. In the volatile underworld, the presence of even a few astute individuals was a rarity, making Silva's rise to a senior position within the Strauss family commendable. Unfortunately, his personal strength was lacking, and his rapid ascent led to resentment among many, including the slender man before him. Upon being struck unexpectedly on the head, Silva turned in irritation, only to have his expression betray his annoyance, revealing his discomfort at being seen conversing amiably with the nobleman. "Hey, you've gone too far," the slender man scoffed, taking advantage of the situation. Having spent over half a month alongside Boss Hayfuge, he felt entitled to act as if he were superior. The slender man had long harbored disdain for Silva. Previously, he had not had the opportunity to confront him, but now, without hesitation, he aimed to deliver a beating. In the underground society, violence needed no justification. He struck first, delivering a kick that sent Silva sprawling to the ground. Is that all it takes to flatter and ingratiate oneself? After a few months climbing from a lowly foot soldier to this position, you think you can forget who truly holds power in the Strauss family? The slender man continued to kick at Silva, relishing his dominance. Before looking down at the fallen figure with the satisfaction of a victor, Silva, acutely aware of the slender man's disdain, knew he was not alone in his unpopularity within the Strauss family. Despite his promotion by Hayfuge, he had maintained a low profile, addressing everyone as brother. However, having spent too long in the company of the boss, he had almost forgotten to wear his mask of subservience. After enduring the beating, Silva recognized the harsh reality and was about to rise with a sycophantic smile when, suddenly, he felt a gust of wind from a fist approaching. Realizing the slender man was not finished with him, he braced himself for another onslaught. Just as he closed his eyes in resignation, the punch halted. To his surprise, he opened his eyes to find Hades, who had been leaning against the railing, now standing between them, gripping the slender man's bony wrist. Chapter 78. A net to catch all. Who are you, to dare meddle in the affairs of the Strauss family? The slender man sneered. Having never regarded Hades as a threat, in his mind, such well-dressed nobles were generally cowardly, despite the ominous reputation of the wealthy on the island. The naval forces could not intervene, and the nobility's safety was often compromised, leaving them vulnerable to the Mafia's whims. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to confront the underworld. You saw Silva departing with Hayfuge, and now you see him returning with me. Can you not deduce my identity? Hades nonchalantly grasped the slender monkey's wrist, rendering all its futile attempts to escape utterly ineffectual. Upon realizing that a mere child had him under control, the slender monkey's ire intensified. Just as he was poised to draw his weapon, a hand landed upon his shoulder, halting his movement. It was the one-armed man who intercepted the slender monkey's action, subsequently regarding the child before him with a peculiar expression, inquiring, "Have you been summoned by the esteemed leader, Hayfuge?" Hades' response was rather ambiguous, leaving the two individuals utterly perplexed about his origins. However, considering the formidable reputation of the Hayfuge leader, it could not be underestimated, especially after this young one showcased his prowess. Hades tilted his head and pondered for a moment before responding, "I suppose so." Initially, he intended to storm into the headquarters of the Strauss family, ruthlessly eliminating anyone who stood in his way. However, after Silva described the chaotic and diverse distribution of power within the Strauss family, he abandoned that notion. It was not that he doubted his ability to prevail, but rather he found the undertaking to be excessively troublesome. Thus, he conceived a more straightforward approach, to summon the leaders of the various factions and ensnare them all at once, thereby simplifying the task considerably. Hades successfully assumed the guise of a guest from Hayfuge, rendering the gaunt monkey and the one-armed man hesitant to act rashly. The gaunt monkey, teeth clenched in frustration, withdrew his fist and spat onto the deck, muttering that they had been fortunate. "Fortunate indeed," Hades replied with a calm smile, "although I am a guest. I am well aware of your family's customs. This is the fee for the ship's entry into the harbor. Accept it." With that, he tossed a stack of 1,000,000 berries into the gaunt monkey's arms, thereby circumventing the need for them to inspect the ship's cabin. The latter's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of such generosity from this young lad. However, his muddled thinking did not extend to the one-armed man, who scrutinized the surroundings and noted that, aside from Silva, no familiar faces from the gang were present. If these were indeed guests invited by the leader of Hayfuge, how could there be no evidence of their presence? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Silva, you left with the leader of Hayfuge. Where has he gone?" Silva struggled to rise from the deck, ready to respond, but Hades interjected, "Rest assured, it won't be long before you see him." Hades, with a calm demeanor, produced an additional 1 million berries along with a wooden box containing the head of a sea fokker, presenting them to the lean monkey. "These are gifts for you, separate from the protection fee paid earlier." "Oh." The lean monkey, upon witnessing Hades' generosity, broke into a smile, weighing the box in his hands and contemplating its substantial heft. "You should have done this sooner. I find it most irksome when the affluent hoard their wealth." However, the one-armed man harbored an inexplicable sense of unease deep within him. Despite Hades' gentle disposition and radiant smile, he could not shake the feeling that this man was far from benevolent. "Unless there is something pressing, I suggest you make haste to enter the island," he advised cautiously. "And while you may be guests of the Sea Fokker's esteemed leader, do not assume this identity until he returns. We must confirm your status with him." "And what if I have a request for assistance?" Hades suddenly posed a question. The lean monkey, engrossed in counting the money in his hands, lifted his head greedily upon hearing Hades' words and replied, "It's simple. Just provide the payment, and we can proceed. The Strauss family never shies away from wealth. Then I shall feel at ease." With a click, the sound of a safe being unlocked resonated, and the box that Hades had been holding opened before them. Instantly, 48 million berries lay bare in front of the two, the sheer shock of it causing their pupils to constrict sharply. Hades observed the expressions on the faces of the two men with great satisfaction. He waved the sum of 500 million in front of them before sealing it away in the box, and then chuckled. "I wonder if you two can manage with this amount?" Of course, of course." The emaciated monkey's lips nearly dripped with drool. It is said that inspecting ships at the port is a lucrative task. Yet only when one holds a prized possession in their hands can they discern whether it is genuine or merely a facade. No matter how much one extracts from the merchant vessels, it ultimately necessitates sharing with others. Brothers receive a share, underlings another, the boss takes his cut, and even the boss's superior demands a portion. In the end, the spoils merely vanish into others' pockets, leaving little for oneself. Now, with this sum of 500 million berries laid before him, how could he not be tempted? "What do you intend to do?" The emaciated monkey's eyes sparkled with greed, fixated on the box in Hades' hands, and even the way he regarded Silva softened somewhat. He had long heard that the Strauss family was a revered syndicate on the western coast of Notice Island. Prior to my arrival, I had admired the leaders of the family for quite some time. This visit, facilitated by an introduction, is to meet them. I wonder if you have any means to assist in this endeavor? As Hades concluded his speech, he presented a conundrum to the slender monkey. Casting a glance at the one-armed man, both furrowed their brows in unison, unable to fathom the true intentions of the aristocratic youth before them. Though avaricious, the slender monkey possessed a modicum of intellect. If this young scion merely sought their assistance in exacting revenge or leading the mafia to trouble someone, it would be within the realm of reason. However, the young man's words, sweetly delivered yet laden with complexity, hinted at ulterior motives far from simple. The one-armed man contemplated a refusal, yet the slender monkey's fixation on the substantial sum of money in the box rendered him reluctant to withdraw. They took a step back, whispering to each other, unaware that aboard this vessel, no matter how softly they spoke, their words were merely a futile attempt to deceive themselves. At this juncture, the injured Silva discerned the unfolding situation. He had always believed that one must consider the master when striking a dog. After enduring a beating, he now understood the boss's initial silence. It was a tactic to feign weakness, subsequently summoning the leaders of the Strauss family to eradicate the threat entirely. Chapter 79. Summoning the leaders. Thus, Silva resolved to lend his support to the boss. Upon returning from his discussion with the slender monkey and the one-armed man, he approached them at an opportune moment. The slender monkey, ever disdainful of Silva, scrutinized him with a mocking smile, as if to say, "So, after a beating, you found your place again?" Silva, bearing a bruised and swollen visage, paid no heed to the derision. His junior had recently failed to recognize the esteemed monkey brother, and it was only fitting that he received a lesson. Yet, for the sake of family interests and to preserve the reputation of Boss Hayfuge, there were matters he wished to discuss with them. The slender monkey, seeing Silva revert to his obsequious demeanor, scoffed. "What is it?" The one-armed man, more discerning, interrupted the slender monkey's mockery as soon as he heard Silva mention Hayfuge. "It is as follows. This time, Hayfuge and Big Gary returned late because they discovered a more favorable buyer for that batch of goods. Yes, you guessed correctly. The distinguished guest is this young master behind me, who was invited by Boss Hayfuge." Both the slender monkey and the one-armed man paused, surprised. Although they had speculated about this noble youth's significance, they had never imagined he was the financier for arms purchases. Seeing he had startled them, Silva continued, "You both acted impulsively just now. Although the guest was not directly harmed, my injury is trivial. However, if we offended him, it would be a grave matter when Boss Hayfuge returns." As he spoke, Silva suddenly retrieved an object from his possession. "Boss Hayfuge anticipated that my unremarkable status would render me inconspicuous when accompanying the guest, so he entrusted me with this token. Surely, you recognize it?" With that, Silva produced a whale figurine, a diminutive version crafted from the powers of Hayfuge's devil fruit. This item, a testament to Hayfuge's abilities, lent credence to his words. Upon seeing the figurine, the slender monkey and the one-armed man were taken aback. Glancing at the box in Hades' possession, it was evident that the young man's opulence was no coincidence. Even the one-armed man, who had been cautiously skeptical, was now convinced. For Silva bore the boss's insignia. Casting a reproachful gaze at the slender monkey, he lamented his reckless behavior without discerning the full context. With Silva's endorsement of Hades' identity, their demeanor shifted to one of newfound respect, and the possibility of assisting Hades became more tangible. However, after a brief consultation, the slender monkey stated, "It is not that we refuse to assist you, but rather that we are merely minor figures within our family. Beyond this port, our words carry little weight. The Strauss family's influence is deeply rooted. Aside from Boss Hayfuge, there are few leaders you could command." Having established Hades' identity through Silva, he now exuded an air reminiscent of the haughty celestial dragons, kicking the box containing Hayfuge's trophy back and securing the money within. Since it is so, we find ourselves at an impasse. This action darkened the slender monkey's expression. Though unaware of the box's contents, its weight suggested it held something valuable. Not only had he lost the money, but the gift he had anticipated was now out of reach, and the young man's status was not something he could contest. Who says there is no way? The slender monkey, struck by inspiration, halted Hades from collecting the money. A sudden thought had crossed his mind. If you insist on meeting the leaders of the gang, you could do so under Boss Hayfuge's name. He gestured toward the whale token in Silva's hand. A creation known only to Hayfuge, recognized by all within the Mafia. Noting the one-armed man's frown, as if he wished to counter, the slender monkey, driven by greed, stepped on his foot to silence him. "I believe even Boss Hayfuge would agree to this, as it would present no issue to introduce the leaders to a potential business partner." With the name of the boss invoked, the one-armed man remained silent, standing still and unresponsive. Upon witnessing this, Hades cast a knowing glance at Silva, who promptly relinquished the artifact belonging to Hayfuge, passing it to the thin monkey. "How confident are you? How long until you can assemble the leaders?" "As long as it is the token of Hayfuge's chief, they will all gather within a day," the thin monkey fervently assured. "Then I leave this matter in your hands. My time is quite pressing, and I hope to see them soon." Hades subsequently nonchalantly discarded the box containing 48 million berries, reminiscent of a spendthrift aristocrat, yet the box that held the head of the hayfugger was not relinquished. The lean monkey, brimming with excitement, clutched the box, a stark contrast to his earlier carefree demeanor upon boarding the ship. He eagerly echoed assurances, though his gaze greedily lingered on the wooden box containing the severed head, unable to suppress his curiosity. Then what about this? Silva was well aware that the contents of the box were the heads of the hayfugger, and he understood that they could not be presented at this moment. He stopped the lean monkey, stating that the box contained items gifted from hayfugger to this young master, promising that it would be given to him once he accomplished his task. In this instance, Silva omitted the formal title typically accorded to hayfugger, simply addressing him by name. However, the lean monkey, blinded by avarice, paid no heed to Silva's choice of words. Upon hearing of the boss's valuable possession, he nodded vigorously, assuring that he would indeed fulfill the mission and instructed them to await at the gathering place of the Strauss family the following day. Before long, as the lean monkey and the one-armed man wandered off, Silva inquired, "Boss, the Strauss family's gathering place is within the castle, where both Hayfugger and Gary's men are present. Will it be safe for us to meet with those leaders there?" Silva's concern lay with the potential dangers. while Hades was solely preoccupied with the distance, asking, "Is it far?" "Not overly so," came the reply. "It is merely about a kilometer from the port." Hades nodded and remarked that it sufficed. As long as it was within the range of the Hades, the destination mattered little. Upon hearing Hades' words, Silva seemed to grasp something profound. Images of the two naval warships, which had been utilized for testing and subsequently sunk by 2 cannon shots, flashed in his mind, seamlessly transitioning to the imposing castle of the Strauss family. Contemplating the terrifying destructive power of such artillery, one could only surmise that even a fortress constructed of stone would be unable to withstand its onslaught. He couldn't help but silently mourn for the leaders who would arrive the following day. Chapter 8. Preparations before the battle, Vitality and Fortitude. The waiting period was indeed tedious and monotonous. The 3 individuals aboard the Hades were acutely aware that they were on the brink of a ferocious power struggle within the Strauss family on the morrow. Although such acts of murder and usurpation were commonplace on this island, the audacity of an outsider like Hades attempting to seize power was indeed rare. The face of Sylvan was alight with anticipation, as he envisioned the moment when their boss would ascend to the pinnacle of the family, and he, as the foremost lieutenant, would relish the opportunity to confront those who had previously underestimated him. Uncharacteristically, Robin had forsaken his reading, instead engrossed in the intricate mechanics of firearms, deftly disassembling and reassembling several guns with increasing proficiency. Hades activated the system, embarking on a new round of skill enhancements. The parameters displayed in the upper right corner indicated a soul count of 31, a reward earned from 4 cannon volleys earlier that morning. Although most of the Navy personnel were dispatched by Silva in a theatrical display, the power of those 4 cannon shots was not to be underestimated. Each shot claimed nearly 10 lives on average, primarily targeting the hull of the ships rather than the soldiers on deck. Otherwise, the soul count he amassed could have doubled. The abundance of soul points allowed Hades to illuminate the entirety of the 3rd tier of the ship spirit enhancement tree, acquiring the final 2 skills, strong break and vitality enhancement. The remaining 15 soul points were insufficient to unlock skills in the 4th tier, compelling him to pause. Hades couldn't help but reflect on his journey. Once, he had scoured vast ocean expanses hunting sea beasts for a mere single soul point, and now he found himself unable to advance further with 15 points. It was evident that as he grew stronger, the system's demands escalated correspondingly. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. Upon stepping foot on Notice Island, it symbolized an end to his scarcity of souls. Every individual on this island was undoubtedly a villain, and eliminating these pirates and criminals would not burden him psychologically. Soon enough, his soul points would likely accumulate to an unimaginable extent. "Boss, are you there? Is there any medicine on the ship?" Outside, Silva stood at the door, cautiously knocking and inquiring of Hades. Just moments ago, he had been lost in a daydream of trampling the emaciated monkey underfoot, while gingerly rubbing his bruises. The pain, however, shattered his reverie, prompting him to seek out medicine. Unfortunately, Hades had constructed most of the ship's facilities but neglected to include a medical room, leaving Silva to beseech the omnipotent boss for assistance. Upon hearing Silva's call, Hades perused the newly acquired skills within the system, his spirits lifting instantly. He had been concerned about the lack of utility for his new abilities. Yet fortune smiled upon him. He recalled that strong break was a life-saving skill triggered at half health, and Hades was reluctant to test it frivolously. Instead, he was eager to explore the other skill, Vitality Enhancement. Vitality Enhancement. By harnessing the latent potential and explosive power of the human body, it restores a target's health temporarily, granting them the ability to continue fighting. The effect lasts for 3 hours, after which the target will succumb to fatigue, and any previously healed wounds will return. The familiar description of the skill once again captured his attention. While this desperate skill to restore combat capability for a brief period before reverting damage did not resonate with Hades' personal inclinations, he had noted during his last enhancement session that if this skill merely served this singular purpose, it would not be placed alongside other skills in the 3rd tier. After research, he discerned that the skill's target was not limited to himself, the host ship spirit, but utilized the term target. It is well known that a healer's restorative abilities extend beyond themselves. If one could heal others, then this skill would indeed possess its merit. Just as Silva approached, it was an opportune moment. "Come in," Hades replied. The door swung open, and Silva entered, greeted by Hades' smile. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, boss. The pain from my injuries is quite severe. Do you have any medicine? If not, I would like to request a little coin to purchase some in town." Though Silva spoke in such a manner, he gazed eagerly at Hades, anticipating the emergence of remedies from his boss's pocket. To Silva, Hades was akin to a deity. possessing the ability to turn stone into gold and conjure objects from thin air. The notion that he could manifest some medicine seemed trivial. Moreover, Silva believed he had performed commendably on the ship that day, participating in a grand performance for the Navy while assisting Hades in persuading the emaciated monkey and his companion to summon the leaders of the Strauss family. In his estimation, he had accomplished at least something worthwhile, and thus, requesting a bit of medicine should pose no significant issue. While he was not entirely mistaken, under normal circumstances, Hades would have exchanged some medicine for him. However, today, Hades suddenly broke into an enigmatic smile and instructed, "Sit tight. I shall show you how to heal." Huh? Heal? Heal? Silva gazed at the youth before him in astonishment, wondering if the boss was truly capable of curing ailments. Hades paid no heed to the inquiries posed to him. He simply activated the system and employed the life enhancement skill. As anticipated, the system did not directly confer healing effects upon him but awaited his selection of a target. This confirmation of his suspicions lifted his spirits immensely. To Silva's astonishment, he witnessed the boss inexplicably beckoning him to sit down, then raising his left hand and gesturing in the air. Subsequently, a radiant orb of white light enveloped him. Silva blinked in bewilderment, awaiting the absorption of the luminescence into his being. Instantly, he felt a warm current coursing through him. The pain dissipated, and his previously weak and weary limbs regained their vigor. Rising once more, he felt as if he were floating lightly, as though treading upon clouds. In amazement, Silva sought out a mirror, and upon gazing into it, he beheld a revitalized version of himself, free from the bruises that had marred his skin, exuding an invigorated spirit. With even the fatigue from the previous night's sleeplessness vanished. This, boss. Silva's understanding of Hades was once again transformed. He realized that each time he believed he had grasped the entirety of the boss's essence, Hades would unveil a new aspect for him to comprehend. It was utterly extraordinary. How could one possess the ability to heal another so instantaneously? Could it be the devil fruit? Yet, as Silva scrutinized Hades for a while longer, he discerned that it did not seem to fit. If each of the boss's abilities were indeed derived from a devil fruit, he would have consumed an overwhelming number of them. Chapter 81. The Strauss Family Meeting. What are your thoughts? Hades, observing the evident effects of the vitality restoration, inquired about Silva's feelings. The latter candidly expressed his current physical condition to him. Hades nodded in satisfaction after listening, then exchanged some pain-relieving ointments from the system, handing them to Silva. Take them. Huh? Boss, there's no need for that. You already healed my injuries, didn't you? Silva, thinking Hades didn't believe him, stood up and did a little spin to showcase his healthy physique. However, Hades's meaningful gaze met him as he remarked, "You are well now, but in 3 hours. That may not be the case." What do you mean? Silva listened to his boss's words, utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, Hades insisted he take the ointment, not daring to defy him. And thinking it was a reward for his excellent performance that day, Silva repeatedly thanked Hades and excitedly left the room with the newly acquired pain relief. Until 3 hours later, in Silva's room, anguish cries echoed, sounding as if he were being beaten anew. To his astonishment, he discovered that the bruises, recently healed, had returned. The following day, at noon, the castle of the Strauss family was bustling with various mafia leaders who had rushed from the western coast of Notice Island. Although they belonged to the same family, they seldom met unless necessary, resulting in only a few casual greetings, often laced with sparks of tension. Isn't that old man Hankel? I've heard there's been a bit of trouble in the new district. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. We're all family here. That won't trouble you, Mr. Wofford. As long as there are no outsiders meddling, our new district is doing just fine. Let us not let our tempers flare. We're in the family castle, after all. It would be rather embarrassing for the boss to see us bickering over some trivial street matters. At this moment, someone intervened to defuse the argument between the two leaders governing adjacent territories. By the way, did the boss summon us for something important? It's been quite some time since we've had such a formal meeting. Most of the island's leaders were involved in local industries, while the renowned arms factory on the island was a privilege exclusive to the patriarch of the Strauss family, Hayfuge. Consequently, Hayfuge rarely interfered with his subordinates, as long as they didn't encroach upon his share of the arms factory's profits, allowing them to resolve their internal disputes independently. Thus, gatherings like this had not occurred for over a year. Is everyone here? It seems a few are missing. Oh, I suspect it's Bonus who hasn't arrived. Haha, that's hardly surprising. That little brat only listens to Big Gary. He wouldn't heed Hayfuge's summons either. As soon as the words left his mouth, the conference room door swung open. Inside stood a young man with an expression as cold as ice. Bonus? No one anticipated that the one they believed would not show up, Bonus, was the first to arrive and appeared to have been waiting in the conference room for quite some time. He was tall, with muscular lines that were explosive and well-defined. His head was shaved, and a long scar ran from his hairline down to his cheekbone on the right side of his face. At first glance, one would hardly believe he was merely a child, yet the truth was that he was only 14 years old. No one knew Bonus's origins, only that he was brought back by Big Gary during one of his outings. Initially, he roamed the island seeking battles, but after countless defeats against Gary, he finally chose to submit. His days were spent either aiding the equally combat-hungry Gary or tirelessly training, challenging Gary every 10 days or so, returning to his obsession with training after each defeat, never pausing. Regarding the territory given to Bonus by Big Gary, he rarely concerned himself with it. As long as no one caused trouble, he placed little value on wealth, but should anyone intentionally bring trouble to his doorstep, his muscles, second only to Gary's, would become a blade, effortlessly severing the heads of those who dared to provoke him. He had done so more than once. Thus, while the leaders spoke disdainfully of him behind his back, laden with sarcasm, none dared to provoke such a battle maniac when face to face. TCH. He*s just a devil fruit user. One of these days, I'll toss him into the sea when he*s not paying attention and see how arrogant he is then. As the leaders entered the conference room under Bonus's watchful gaze, one among them, unable to tolerate Bonus's demeanor, muttered a few words. Immediately, he felt a piercing glare directed at him, causing him to jump in fright. Bonus, this is the Strauss family castle, if you dare cause trouble here. Hey, Fuge. No, Big Gary 1T let you off. The speaker, having touched the tigress whiskers, quickly invoked Gary's name out of fear. Remarkably, Bonus's demeanor wasn't overly hostile. He simply asked coldly, Gary and Hayfuge have been gone for half a month. Shouldn't they be here for this gathering? The leaders had grown accustomed to Bonus directly addressing the names of both bosses. Understanding that he was looking for Gary, they quickly affirmed that Gary would certainly be with Hayfuge, as they were inseparable. Upon hearing this, Bonus nodded, choosing to remain silent. The leaders finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer feeling the need to provoke him. Outside, sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the elegant conference table, bringing a touch of light to the dim room. Inside the conference room, the leaders sat, awaiting the arrival of their summons. However, an hour passed with no sign of anyone coming. Being men who dealt with life and death, they were not inclined to remain patient. And the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly somber amid their anxious waiting. When the maid entered to serve tea, the air felt as if it had been sucked out of the small space, making it hard to breathe. Just then, the large door of the conference room creaked open again. A dozen pairs of eyes turned as a thin monkey led a young nobleman into the room. Following closely behind him were a black-haired girl of the same age and a small, slender man. Someone with keen eyes immediately recognized the last man as Silva, who had left the island with Big Hayfuge, stirring up a wave of curiosity. Chapter 82. Announcement. Skinny Monkey. You've finally shown your face. You sent someone to inform us that Big Hayfuge wanted to see us, yet we just asked his subordinates. And there haven't been any family ships at the docks in recent days. How do you explain that? In the moments of anticipation while the heads of various factions awaited, some could not contain their impatience and set out in search of Hyfog. To their dismay, they found no trace of him, only encountering a few underlings. Upon inquiry, they learned that Hyfog had yet to return, leaving all present leaders utterly astounded. They had received summons bearing the emblem of Hyfog, the fiery tear of iron, a unique artifact associated solely with him. Consequently, none dared to depart hastily, awaiting an explanation from the messenger, the slender monkey. The slender monkey, seasoned by years of navigating the treacherous waters of the Mafia, merely smiled and urged patience in response to the barrage of inquiries from the gathered leaders. Internally, he cursed Hades for his protracted delay, taking his sweet time before finally arriving, while outwardly he prepared to introduce the new benefactor of the Strauss family to the assembly. Just yesterday, Hades had invested $500 million, leaving the slender monkey's mind still clouded with disbelief regarding the benefactor persona shaped by Silva. As he prepared to speak, unexpectedly, the benefactor himself stepped forward. Hades surveyed the attendees, glancing at the time. The active effect of his skill, far journey, lasted only an hour. Thus, he had delayed his arrival until all were present to avoid wasting precious moments waiting. Yet, his time was still limited. Observing that everyone had gathered, he decided to forego any pretense of being a benefactor and instead chose to eliminate the entire leadership of the Strauss family and assume control. With this resolve, Hades instructed Silva to retrieve the wooden box containing Hayfog's severed head. As Silva opened it, Hades spoke. "It was not Hayfog who summoned you here today, but I." His words ignited a wave of uproar in the conference room. Many furrowed their brows, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this noble youth. Hades paid no heed to their reactions. "The purpose of this gathering is to inform you. Your leader has been replaced." A palpable silence fell, hearts momentarily stilled, eyes wide with disbelief as if they could not fathom the gravity of his declaration. Particularly, the slender monkey, who had worn a smile just moments before, now froze in shock. "What nonsense are you spouting?" he retorted. This was not what they had been led to expect. Hadn't this individual been a guest of Hayfog? The slender monkey's tone had lost its previous courtesy, yet he glanced at Silva, hoping for an explanation. Surely, this spineless one would provide clarity, otherwise. Upon looking towards Silva, the slender monkey was taken aback to find the formerly obsequious sycophant now transformed, his demeanor grave, his gaze filled with a sinister amusement reminiscent of their encounter on the ship. In that moment, a sense of foreboding gripped the slender monkey's heart, as if disaster loomed. In truth, the ploy devised by Hades and Silva was not particularly intricate. It was merely the backdrop of wealth and Hayfog's insignia that lent it some semblance of credibility. If one were to pause and reflect, the numerous flaws in their narrative would become glaringly apparent. The slender monkey's mind finally cleared as he recalled Hades' various statements. Pointing a finger at Hades, Robin, and Silva, poised to articulate his thoughts, a gunshot rang out, heralding the dawn of a new era. Silva's facade of politeness evaporated as he leveled his weapon at the slender monkey's chest, pulling the trigger without hesitation. His expression was devoid of emotion, mirroring Hades' demeanor. Whether it was an act of vengeance or a demonstration of power, he emptied the gun, each bullet striking the slender monkey, who had only moments ago been preparing to introduce the benefactor. In an instant, the once greedy sycophant lay lifeless before the assembly of mafia leaders, inciting a stir among the younger, more impetuous faction heads who rose in outrage. Meanwhile, the wooden box on the table finally opened, revealing the severed head within. "Silva, you dare kill a member of the family in public? Even with Hayfog's protection?" Yet, upon gazing into the box, the speaker's words trailed off. The head of Hayfog, preserved and grotesque, stared back at him, instilling terror in a man who had stained his hands with the blood of many. For reasons unknown, he found his legs weakening, collapsing back into his chair, words unuttered. A hush fell over the assembly, all eyes fixated on the head of Hayfog. If the noble youth's earlier claims and Silva's brazen act had raised mere doubts, now the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. The Strauss family was on the brink of transformation. While changes in leadership were not uncommon on Notice Island, the Strauss family was different. With Hayfog, a man capable of discerning the human heart, and Gary, whose ferocity struck fear into the hearts of all, these two brothers had elevated their once obscure family to unprecedented heights, even securing a share of the island's arms factory profits from the stingy old guard. Now, with the death of one brother, Hayfog, the dynamics had irrevocably shifted. "Now, my earlier words should be deemed credible," Hades proclaimed. Hades was quite pleased to witness the sudden silence that enveloped the atmosphere. Such extreme displays often signify either submission or the onset of rebellion. Regardless of which it may be, both scenarios align perfectly with his comprehensive scheme. "I hereby declare that the Strauss family shall be under my dominion, reclaiming all private estates and fragmented territories, which I shall reshuffle and reorganize." As Hades spoke, he keenly observed the expressions of the various leaders around him. Truly, they were seasoned veterans who had navigated the complexities of island life for many years. Even when confronted with a seemingly mere teenager, none were willing to take the first bold step. Chapter 83. Uprising and Suppression. Hades certainly did not believe that they would simply submit to him. He was waiting, anticipating a rebellion. Meanwhile, this group of cunning old foxes was also waiting for others to rise against him. To expedite the process, Hades decided to take the initiative in exacerbating the conflict. He then spoke. "As for the newly allocated territories and family resources, I will have Silva convey them to you. By the way, I forgot to mention, Silva will henceforth serve as the representative of the Strauss family. I will communicate any matters to him, and he will be responsible for managing you." Hades smiled as he announced an astonishing matter, elevating Silva's status above the gathered individuals. Instantly, he could feel countless gazes converging upon the diminutive figure of Silva. In a bid to embody the persona of an agent, Silva, undeterred by authority, straightened his back, exuding an air of triumph as though he had risen to greatness. This demeanor provoked a sense of irritation amongst several mafia leaders present, who could scarcely contain their discontent. Some seasoned vixens chuckled quietly, believing the new leaders to be rather naive, incapable of perceiving such an evident provocation. This young lad was evidently fishing for a contentious figure to ignite his inaugural spark of power. Consequently, the seasoned foxes began to regard Hades with a newfound respect. Although the tactic was simple, it was not the kind of stratagem one would expect from a mere child of 10. The audacity to identify a troublemaker indicated that he possessed the means to suppress dissent. Moreover, the menacing cabbage from the Hefogre brand still lay on the table. Could it be that this young lad truly possessed some degree of competence? If there are no further objections, I would like to extend an invitation for everyone to reside in this castle for a few days. After all, we are amidst a transition of familial power, and I fear that the external conflicts may pose a threat to your safety. Once the tumult subsides, I shall arrange for your return. Hades, with a measured demeanor, added fuel to the freshly ignited flames. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves. Observing from the third seat on the right side of the conference table, a man with curly hair abruptly stood up, exclaiming in a fit of rage, "Bastard! The Strauss family has relied solely on guns and fists for over a decade. The one with the mightiest fist claims the most territory. Anyone daring to redraw my boundaries or attempt to confine me shall first contend with me." With a thunderous crash, the table splintered, with shards flying. What? No one witnessed the unfolding chaos, yet in the blink of an eye, Worf, who had been speaking moments earlier, found his head forcibly pressed against the table, making intimate contact with the sturdy cedar surface. A colossal force drove his head deep into the wood, and as his hair was seized, his forehead was already stained with blood, mingled with bits of flesh, rendering his face unrecognizable. This sudden eruption of violence startled everyone present. Several mob leaders, who had been biding their time, rose to take action, only to realize that their firearms had mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, a peculiar floral scent wafted through the air, followed by a series of gunshots, bang, bang, bang. Before the standing mob leaders could react, they collapsed, blood blooming like vibrant flowers, staining their attire. The handguns, which had vanished from their possession, had been deftly liberated by Robin, who had swiftly disarmed them. With meticulous precision, he disengaged the safety, pulled the trigger, and orchestrated a volley of fire with remarkable expertise. The metallic scent of blood rapidly pervaded the room, leaving the remaining leaders frozen in place, their eyes fixated on their fallen comrades. The tumultuous sequence unfolded swiftly, from Worf's violent outburst to the few leaders attempting to follow suit, culminating in the emergence of lifeless bodies. Hades, with a firm grip on Wover's head, keenly observed the expressions of everyone present. "Does anyone still have objections?" he inquired, clearing his throat. Wover's face was a blur, blood gushing into his mouth from his nostrils. The intense irritation provoked an uncontrollable cough. However, with his head firmly held, he found himself powerless to resist, appearing now as a feeble worm in stark contrast to his earlier brashness. What swiftness! This was the singular thought that filled the minds of all those present. They speculated about how he had managed to kill the notorious leader of Hayfiage. Some conjectured that it was mere luck, while others suspected the involvement of unseen forces from other islands seeking to meddle in the affairs of the Strauss family. Yet, none anticipated that this seemingly cultured and affable young noble would take matters into his own hands, and with such remarkable prowess. Some among them furrowed their brows, drawing comparisons between him and the madman Gary. At that moment, Hades reclined casually on the battered conference table, still gripping Wover's head. With ease, he lifted him as if discarding refuse, casting him aside without a second thought. He then procured a handkerchief from the chest of a nearby mafia boss, wiping the blood from his hands and resuming his guise as the gentle and amiable youth. Observing the intimidation he exerted over those present, Hades nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he had harbored concerns that activating the skill-long journey might diminish his strength, rendering him unable to control the desperate rogues. The skill's description clearly stated that once activated, for 1 hour, the ship spirit could leave its vessel without distance constraints, but at the cost of a 90 reduction in its own strength. Yet, it seemed his worries were unfounded. After Hades eliminated the mafia boss Gary, he underwent only 2 significant enhancements to his power. The first was the pinnacle of his youth, which not only matured his appearance but also ensured that all his organs remained in their prime condition. Although the effects of this achievement may seem unrelated to combat, the disparity between a 12-year-old middle school student and an 8-year-old elementary student is indeed reflective of the magnitude of his enhancement after attaining this youthful peak. This became profoundly evident during his second confrontation with the members of Capone's gang. Aside from this enhancement, He also augmented his abilities through the modification of his vessel, channeling enhancements to the spirit of the ship via the shared synchronization with the spirit ship. Hades transformed the vessel into a formidable warship constructed entirely of iron birchwood, further enhancing its might with the addition of 2 powerful howitzers, far surpassing the technological advancements of this era, coupled with the propulsion speed provided by the Baimer propulsion system. These 3 significant modifications, reinforced through the spirit-sharing skill of the vessel's spirit, Hades, resulted in a remarkable enhancement of its defense, attack, and speed, akin to a meteoric ascension in strength. Consequently, even though he was currently weakened by 90 due to the active effects of the long-distance travel skill, the balance of increase and decrease meant that, when compared to his former self during the defeat of Gary, he had not diminished significantly in power. Chapter 84. The list of 5 in the spacious conference room. Following the actions of Hades and Robin, the Mafia leaders once again fell into silence. It appeared that there were no objections remaining. Excellent. Hades leaped down from the table. If there are no dissenting opinions regarding my arrangements, let us conclude today's meeting here. Hades announced the adjournment of the meeting. He cast a sweeping glance around the table at the various dignitaries, observing that their expressions had undergone a significant transformation since his initial arrival. Hades knew that among these individuals, there were certainly many who would not easily capitulate, especially those seasoned figures who had long wielded significant power within the Strauss family. Therefore, he had prepared a magnificent gift for them, awaiting the opportune moment to present it after his departure. Boss, the intelligence and roster concerning the Strauss family, along with the distribution of their influence, have been compiled and are here, came the report. It turned out that while Hades was demonstrating his might, Silva had not been idle. He adeptly leveraged the aura of authority bestowed by Hades to assert dominance, successfully securing a few maids and guards from the castle to procure this list. The maids and guards within the castle were astutely aware of the shifting tides. They were merely hired to serve the master of the estate, and, when it came to matters of familial upheaval and power struggles, they neither had the means nor the courage to intervene. Upon witnessing the arrival of the new master bearing the decapitated head of the former lord and successfully subduing all the leaders, any lingering doubts about allegiance would undoubtedly be a matter of intellect. Once Silva made his request, these individuals promptly rummaged through the former Lord Hayfuge's study and cabinets, retrieving the list that Hades required and presenting it forthwith. Hades meticulously examined the scene, first selecting the deceased leaders and setting them aside. As anticipated, the individuals bold enough to emerge first were either novice leaders or utterly foolish imbeciles, whose demise posed no significant loss. Subsequently, he identified those seasoned veterans who had held their positions for over a decade. These individuals had long served under Hayfuge and Gary, even if they appeared outwardly loyal. It was inevitable that they would conspire against him in private. Hades adhered to the principle of preferring to eliminate rather than to overlook, especially when considering the individuals on this island, where the possibility of wrongful execution was virtually non-existent. After a meticulous selection process, only 5 names remained on his list. Individuals who were relatively young, possessed a modicum of intelligence, and, most importantly, understood the currents of the times as leaders of the Mafia. 5 individuals was already quite sufficient, Hades mused, feeling content with his choices. He set the list of these 5 aside with satisfaction. Were it not for the necessity of swiftly consolidating control over the Strauss family, he would have wished to retain none of them. However, without external witnesses, today's gathering would render his emergence as the new Mafia godfather unnoticed. Thus, to economize time and to assert dominance over the unruly elements beneath these individuals, he deemed it necessary to retain a few old hands from the Strauss family. Boss, time is running short. At that moment, Silva unexpectedly interjected, prompting Hades from his reverie. Although he was unsure why the boss had instructed him to remind him as the hour approached, Silva never forgot his duties. Observing the time drawing near, he hastily interrupted Hades's contemplation as he continued to scrutinize the list. Oh, has it come so soon? Hades glanced at the time upon hearing the sound. In just 2 minutes, he would be forcibly summoned back to his original form. Thus, he succinctly instructed Silva, take these 5 individuals to another room, not too far from the meeting chamber, preferably somewhere they can observe the proceedings. The others shall remain in the meeting room. Once I return, present them with the prepared gifts. Should anyone dare to resist, let Robin handle the situation. After everything concludes, have these 5 come to the ship to meet me. Understood. Boss, Silva replied. Hades nodded, confident in Silva's capabilities after their days of interaction. At that moment, Robin timely entered the room. evidently aware that Hades could not be away from his true form for more than an hour. "It's time for you to leave," she reminded him, though her words carried an undertone of reluctance. "Yes, I understand. I shall leave everything in your hands. As for those individuals, rest assured. They are all intimidated by you and will not resist our plans for the time being. Even if someone causes trouble, I can handle it," Robin spoke softly. Yet her eyes reflected an unwavering confidence in her strength. Hades nodded, not out of doubt regarding Robin's abilities, for he had witnessed her mastery of the devil fruit powers evolve beautifully as she matured. He had even taken the time to familiarize himself with the workings of firearms for this mission. However, perhaps due to their inseparable companionship and the prolonged hours spent together, even the briefest of separations stirred a sense of reluctance within him. "Take care." As Hades imparted his final words, he sensed the time was nigh and voluntarily dissolved his ship spirit form, scattering into a constellation of starlight. Under the awestruck gaze of Silva, akin to a devotee in reverence, he transformed into a beam of light and ascended back to the Hades vessel, inside the conference room. After both Hades, Robin, and Silva had departed, the castle's maids and guards entered to transport several corpses of the leaders and to cleanse the remnants of blood from the scene. If the prior events unfolded too swiftly to evoke a sense of reality, witnessing the bodies being dragged away rendered the remaining leaders profoundly affected. One mafia leader, adorned with a white top hat and fingers bedecked with rings, incessantly tapped the table, his mind beginning to stir. He surveyed the surroundings and, with an almost tranquil tone, remarked that while the succession of the Godfather on Notice Island was a commonplace occurrence, it must be noted that their adversaries were merely two insignificant boys and a worthless individual. Did they truly intend to remain here, waiting passively for their fate? Upon his utterance, he instantly became the center of attention. He spoke truthfully. The position of the Strauss family godfather had been supplanted by a trifling trio, effectively suppressing these mafia leaders. Such news, if disseminated, would surely render them utterly ashamed to face others. Yet, what recourse did they possess? Not all leaders were endowed with extraordinary prowess. Many had attained their current status through sheer recklessness and the legacies forged in their earlier years. They could contend with ordinary individuals, but from the moment the noble youth had made his move, they comprehended the futility of opposing him. Upon reflection, it seemed that only Big Gary or Bonus might stand a chance of engaging him. With this thought, their gazes involuntarily shifted to the bald youth seated at the far end of the conference table, Das Bonus. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that this seemingly incongruous young madman had tilted his head and fallen asleep, as if utterly indifferent to the events that had just transpired. In that moment, a wave of speechlessness cascaded over the assembly of mafia lords. Chapter 85. The fireworks display. After Hades departed, Robin and Silva remained industrious. The hour was fleeting, barely sufficient for Hades to manage the overarching matters, while the intricate details would require the adept oversight of Robin and Silva. Initially, there were the subordinates accompanying the mafia leaders, although Hayfuge had decreed that no outsiders were permitted during the assembly. Each leader nonetheless brought their followers to the outskirts of the Strauss family's castle, simply without issuing orders to prevent their entry. Hades has confined these leaders, initially unnoticed by his subordinates. However, as time passes, they are likely to perceive the oddities within the castle. Thus, it becomes imperative for Robin to address them promptly. At this juncture, the assassination prowess of the flower fruit is vividly demonstrated. Robin steps out of the castle alone, confronting the numerous well-dressed men in suits, adorned with top hats and sunglasses. With a mere gesture, she extends hands from their bodies, extracting firearms from their pockets, disengaging safeties, and pulling triggers. She successfully claims their lives using their own weapons. This seamless execution has become second nature to her. In an instant, the area she traverses resembles a hell on earth, echoing with gunfire, as countless mobsters fall into pools of their own blood, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Inside the castle, the first leader to speak continues. "I understand what troubles you all. However, the fact that this brat has chosen to confine us rather than eliminate us indicates that, despite his formidable strength, he lacks the confidence to extinguish our lives all at once. He stirs the spirits of his comrades. We are not alone. My deputy and several subordinates await me outside. If they do not hear from me in due time, they will realize something is amiss. At that moment, we can coordinate our escape. And once we return to our territory, no matter how far the reach of that brat extends, he will be powerless to intervene." His words resonate with the leaders, as none wish to languish here, awaiting the dismemberment of their territories. A collective contemplation of the feasibility of a human wave tactic ensues. With a dozen mob leaders and their subordinates numbering in the dozens outside the castle, they surmised that should they all strike together, that Brat would be overwhelmed. Just as they waver in indecision, the sound of gunfire erupts in a relentless barrage, akin to the crackling of firecrackers. The mob leaders inside the castle are startled, rushing to the windows to peer outside. They behold the dark-haired girl who was with the noble boy, standing alone in front of the castle, amidst a sea of blood and corpses. The very subordinates who had just been discussed as potential saviors now lie lifeless. The girl, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell, turns her gaze towards them, her expression calm and even hinting at a warm smile. In that instant, the leaders, who had just deliberated on the human wave tactic, feel a chill within, dumbfounded as they slump back into their seats. What manner of monster have they encountered? Meanwhile, as Robin dispatches the lowly adversaries outside, Silver re-enters the conference room with a list of 5 mob leaders to be apprehended. He instructs the guards to escort these 5 individuals to other rooms within the castle. Having just experienced Robin as terror, the leaders possess no thoughts of resistance. No one dares to obstruct or refuse. Notably, among those chosen by Hades is the bald, scarred youth named Desbonus. He is led away, having just been awakened, his expression dazed and compliant. The other 4, in contrast to his calm demeanor, exude panic. In truth, these 5 chosen individuals are among the most compliant of the mob leaders, having recently aligned with the Strauss family and holding a lesser status among their peers, with the smallest territories and manpower. Thus, when they learn of Hades' intention to reclaim and redistribute their domains, they are indifferent. With the demise of the boss, they lack the ambition to vie for power and prefer to remain unassuming. The identity of the new godfather, whether it be the noble boy or another leader, bears little consequence to them. Upon being summoned by Silva to another room, they find themselves utterly bewildered, unable to discern the reason for their summoning, until they witness a grand display of fireworks. In the sky, a shell streaks towards the summit of the Strauss Castle's conference room. The 5 mob leaders, seated in a small room on the ground floor, feel an explosive shock that lifts them from their chairs. What has transpired? The deafening noise forces them to cover their ears. They exchange bewildered glances, preparing to approach the window for a closer look, only to be halted by an emerging hand. Robin appears, calmly approaching the frightened group amidst Silva's respectful greeting. The godfather is addressing internal dissent within the family. Please remain calm. This room is the furthest from the explosion and the safest place for you. Stay here and do not wander. Suddenly, upon hearing the term godfather, several individuals instinctively lost their focus, only to realize that the person she referred to as the noble youth. Confronted by the girl who had annihilated the mafia outside the castle, the leaders were uncertain whether to fear her or the sudden explosion. Yet, in the next moment, another resounding boom interrupted their thoughts. A flash of light streaked across the sky, and the stone walls of the castle began to tremble. The deafening roar threatened to numb their eardrums, but evidently, as the dark-haired girl had indicated, this was merely the prelude to a grand fireworks display. In the ensuing minutes, the sounds of explosions, shattering glass, and collapsing stone walls echoed continuously. These noises pierced through the air like sharp needles, embedding themselves into the flesh and invoking a sense of impending dread. Amid this cacophony, the absence of human voices was striking, if memory served. The site of the explosion was the very conference room they had vacated moments ago. The leaders exchanged glances, unable to fathom the calamity that had transpired. Chapter 86. The bombing concludes at last. Everything appeared to settle. Robin, sensing that Hades had ceased the bombardment, stepped forward to draw back the curtains and partitions. The small room's windows lay shattered, strewn across the floor, but fortunately, the grenades seemed to possess a keen aim, targeting solely the conference room within the castle. Thus, they, situated farthest from the room, had only endured negligible residual damage. As Robin cleared away the obstructions to visibility, it became evident that the top floor of Strauss Castle had been reduced to ruins. The sturdy stone walls and roof had collapsed, creating a chaotic sea of debris. The conference room, once a place of congregation, was now unrecognizable, filled with charred remains of tables, chairs, and lifeless bodies, forming a grotesque tapestry. Those mafia leaders who had recently shared the same table with them had now become part of this grim tableau. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and occasionally, fragments of stone tumbled from the rooftop, crashing heavily to the ground. This jolted the leaders from their stupor, adding a few sounds to the grim depiction of desolation. Thud, thud, thud. The surviving mafia leaders felt their hearts race, their bodies trembling in response. Though they had anticipated such a fate, Witnessing it firsthand was an experience beyond description. While they had witnessed many violent confrontations on the island, the power of blades and firearms paled in comparison to the devastation wrought by artillery striking its target from several kilometers away. Among them, only Das. Bonus stepped through the window, surveying the damaged castle from the outside. Finally, when one mafia leader regained his composure, he turned to Robin with a question. She responded with a reassuring smile, congratulating them for becoming the only 5 leaders of the Strauss family. The inquiry regarding the fate of the others lingered on the tip of the speaker's tongue, but he hesitated. Indeed, what more was there to ask? The horrific scene before them spoke volumes about the fate of the others. With a swift motion, Bonus returned to the small room after surveying the surroundings. Silently resuming his seat, Robin noted his presence, surprised by his agility. Unlike those weighed down by indulgence, this man's every move showcased his prowess. Unbeknownst to her, among Hades' chosen 5, there existed a uniquely capable individual. While Robin remained vigilant, she continued her discourse about the allegiance of the others. Each was a pillar of the Strauss family, and the Godfather had recognized them at a glance while reviewing the roster of leaders, which was why they had survived. What did he see in us? One inquired, still grappling with addressing Hades properly. What do you think? Robin replied with a smile. Loyalty? No. Perhaps it is the absence of threat? Or perhaps ease of control? This time, it was a man with a mohawk, Morris, the leader of the southwestern faction of the Strauss family, who spoke up, having somewhat recovered from the explosion. His clarity of thought led him to grasp the reason for his survival. Robin regarded him calmly, while Silva wore an amused expression. The silence that followed their exchange served as the most eloquent response. At this point, the remaining mafia leaders shared a collective sigh of relief. Though the notion of surviving due to their weakness stung, if that were indeed the case, it was a fortunate circumstance. After all, compared to others, their lives were spared. Furthermore, there is a saying that risk is often proportional to reward. With such a decisive leader at the helm, they might elevate the family to greater heights, thereby reaping significant benefits. In light of the current situation, with so many leaders deceased, the smallest among them suddenly found themselves with an opportunity to reclaim vast territories, a veritable feast awaiting them. By this point, each individual had made their choice. Regardless of what you believe the boss sees in you, you shall meet him soon. Let us reserve further discussion for after that encounter. Silva cast a glance out the window at the grim situation, aware that he still had a precarious endgame to resolve. Hence, he promptly dispatched a few individuals, instructing Robin to escort them to meet Hades. With a shift in their mindset, the group finally found a semblance of calm as they stepped out of the castle. Mere hours had passed, yet it felt as though they had traversed epochs. Having encountered so much, today would likely become one of the most indelible days of their lives. On the way, Des Bonus appeared comparatively composed, unlike his companions who were apprehensive about meeting Hades. He first inquired about the whereabouts of Big Gary, and upon learning of his probable demise, his expression momentarily faltered before he questioned who had dealt the fatal blow. At that moment, the remaining 4 mafia leaders confirmed that this individual was indeed in a deep slumber. Remarkably, despite the cacophony in the conference room, including gunfire, he remained undisturbed. Thus, someone recounted the events that transpired in the meeting room in their entirety. Bonus had come to the meeting solely to confront Gary and issue a challenge, displaying indifference to the discussions and happenings that unfolded. Consequently, he had dozed off while waiting for Hades and the others. Only vaguely aware of the chaos that ensued around him, as it did not affect him, he simply closed his eyes once more. It was only now that he comprehended the profound shift within this mafia family. A flicker of surprise crossed Bonus's eyes, quickly followed by an uncontrollable surge of elation as his lips curled into a smile. The fact that someone could kill Gary implied that this person possessed even greater strength. He had heard whispers of a mere teenager being responsible. Bonus felt the blood in his veins begin to boil, as anticipation grew within him for the encounter with the new patriarch of the Strauss family. Chapter 87. Random Reinforcement Returning to Hades. Once the active effects of his long voyage skill upgrade dissipated, he found himself back on the deck of the Hades ship. While departing from the port and seeking a suitable vantage point for shooting, he maneuvered the ship's artillery to target the Strauss family castle, situated a kilometer away. Upon receiving a telepathic message from Robin, he unhesitatingly ordered the launch of artillery shells, with both cannons firing simultaneously. Instantaneously, a gaping hole was blown into the roof of the castle a kilometer away, shrouding it in a cloud of black smoke. Witnessing the might of the artillery once more, Hades could not help but reflect on his earlier caution on Cornell Island. Had he known that a few million gold coins could procure such devastating power, he would not have felt compelled to collaborate with the gang. He could have simply sold the munitions aboard his vessel, replaced them with long-range, high-precision, and high-power artillery. And even the castle fruits of Cape Becky would have been reduced to rubble. Regrettably, circumstances had been urgent at the time. He had been preoccupied with his limited operational range and neglected the advantage of utilizing advanced weaponry to extend his attack distance. After spending an extended period in the world of pirates, his thinking had become assimilated. The mere mention of cannons instinctively conjured images of ineffective smoothbore guns, overshadowing the existence of cutting-edge technology. However, serendipity arose from misfortune. Had it not been for Cape Becky, he would not have arrived at the island of Notice. Nor would he have had access to such an ideal locale for leveling up and battling foes. As for the gang, once he concluded matters on Notice Island, he would return for vengeance. Indeed, following the upheaval within the Strauss family, Hades had unequivocally come to regard this island as his own sanctuary for system enhancement. Contemplating the fact that the owner possessed a factory capable of producing a significant share of weaponry, he realized that seizing control of this island equated to possessing unparalleled wealth. The implications of wealth on the system, surely, require no further elaboration. Additionally, the simple act of gathering souls on this island for ship spirit enhancement posed no challenge whatsoever. In the face of universally malevolent individuals, Hades bore no psychological burdens. Killing was an everyday occurrence in the conquest of the island and the acquisition of arms factories. Much like the artillery shells he had just fired, he swiftly harvested the souls of several mafia leaders from a kilometer away. With dozens of soul points added to his tally, he was now poised to unlock the fourth tier of the ship spirit enhancement tree. The ease with which he garnered rewards allowed him to envision unlocking the fifth, sixth, and seventh tiers of skills. Transforming Hades into a true ruler of the underworld seemed increasingly feasible. With newfound purpose, Hades opened the system interface, navigating to the ship spirit enhancement section, where he noted the parameters in the upper right corner. Soul value. Souls, 41, remaining 15 points, 26 points gained from the artillery's elimination of the leaders. Unlocking the fourth tier of the skill tree required 16 soul points, thus with his current soul value, he could select 2 skills within the fourth tier to enhance. Hades paid a moment's attention. Unlike the previous experience when he unlocked the first 3 layers of the skill tree, he discovered that upon unlocking the 4th layer, although the number of skills had increased to 5, each skill description bore a question mark. Not only were the skill descriptions absent, but even the names of the skills were concealed, which struck him as quite peculiar. He then noticed that this particular layer of the skill tree was designated with a unique title, Random Enhancement. Random Enhancement, given that the host possesses a certain number of skills, to prevent most skills from becoming less frequently applied as the host's strength increases. Random Enhancement has been introduced to bolster weaker skills and enhance their practicality. Consuming 16 soul points. Randomly enhance a learned skill. The direction of enhancement can be determined by the host. Having comprehended the relevant information, Hades gained a general understanding of the skill enhancement at this layer. In essence, it involved randomly selecting one of his learned skills for a second stage enhancement, akin to the distinction between the skills Long Journey and Long Journey skill upgrade. This was indeed an intriguing method of enhancement. Unfortunately, the selection of skills was not predetermined but random. Otherwise, Hades would have undoubtedly chosen to enhance Long Journey 5 times in succession, liberating himself from the constraints of his original form. After expending 16 soul points for the first random enhancement, a spinning wheel appeared on the system's enhancement interface. This wheel recorded all the skills he had acquired from the system and began to spin. Moments later, under Hades' unwavering gaze, the pointer of the wheel gradually came to rest on the skill Evil Form. Hades' expression darkened, for it was indeed unfortunate that he had chosen such a skill. One must remember that after his battle with Gary, although Hades had experienced the formidable power of the Evil Form, he was also plagued by the psychological shadows cast by its side effects, rendering the skill merely ornamental. Now, having expended 16 soul points to enhance a seldom used ability, his mindset crumbled in an instant. Yet, the system remained indifferent to Hades' state of mind. Upon randomly selecting the Evil Form, it presented 2 divergent paths for skill enhancement, offering him a choice. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of hope flickered within Hades. Perhaps there existed an option to mitigate the adverse effects of the Evil Form. However, as he scrutinized the 2 enhancement paths, his brows furrowed in dismay. The left enhancement path merely augmented the numerical values, amplifying the effects of the passive life form and battle form from a 2-fold increase to a 4-fold one while the Evil Form was activated. In other words, The originally 20 boost to all attributes would now be a 40 increase, a substantial enhancement indeed. Yet, regardless of how significant the attribute improvements were, as long as the negative effects persisted, it would not be readily employed. In contrast, the right enhancement path stood apart. Its effect combined the spirit ship-sharing skill, allowing the benefits of the evil form to not only apply to the spirit of the ship but also to the corporeal vessel itself, enhancing its attack, speed, and defense. Wait a moment. Upon witnessing the introduction of the system, Hades suddenly pondered a thought. If only the main body, the Hades, were to be endowed with a malevolent form, would he, as the spirit of the vessel, still be subjected to the adverse effects of this malevolent transformation? Chapter 88, DAS. Bonus. Hades suddenly discovered a flaw within the system. It is important to note that although the Hades vessel is his true form, due to the shared abilities of the spirit ship, they only exchange beneficial buffs, while the transmission of negative debuffs is mitigated. For instance, when the main ship sustains damage, the repercussions felt by the spirit are negligible. If the effects of the malevolent form could indeed influence the main vessel, it would imply that by activating the malevolent state, he could share the advantageous effects with his spirit form without enduring any adverse consequences. Contemplating this, Hades felt he had uncovered the essence of this enhancement. Since 16 soul points had already been expended, he reasoned that rather than opting for the straightforward enhancement on the left, it would be more prudent to explore the possibilities on the right. Once Hades made his decision, he immediately determined the direction for skill enhancement. The evil form skill advancement. The ship spirit can apply this skill to either the main ship or any belonging on board. Upon activation, the object enjoys the benefits of both its living and combat forms, effectively doubling its effectiveness, resulting in a 20 comprehensive enhancement. However, there exists a negative effect. Items imbued with the evil form bear a slight risk of damage during use. Indeed, Hades was overjoyed, since objects are immune to detrimental emotions such as bloodlust and cold-heartedness. The original adverse effects of the evil form were rendered ineffectual. Consequently, the system replaced the negative effect with a mere slight probability of damage. This minor drawback was entirely acceptable to Hades. After all, damage is reparable, isn't it? Moreover, being a low probability event, matters that can be resolved with money are trivial. Thus, Hades eagerly activated the evil form skill advancement on the Hades ship. Surrounding the vessel, a visible shroud of black mist began to swirl, resembling the morning fog that envelopes the ship. Through this veil, Hades sensed the ship's structure becoming increasingly robust. Whereas the hull previously bore marks after enduring the naval artillery's fire, it now stood fearless against any soft bombardment. Most importantly, Hades' earlier theoretical bug had manifested. As the Hades ship transitioned into evil form skill advancement, Hades, as the ship spirit, also received a portion of the enhancement effects without incurring any negative consequences. Hades realized that this was the transmission shared by the spirit ship. Even more astonishingly, he discovered that the evil form skill promotion and the malevolent form were classified by the system as two distinct skills. This meant that if necessary, he could simultaneously activate both skills, one for the main ship and the other for himself. By channeling this feedback into the spirit of the ship, he could enjoy a double enhancement. Hades was thoroughly pleased with the recent enhancement of his skills. The notion of channeling the essence of evil into his vessel, allowing it to reflect back upon him, was an idea he had never conceived before. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he expended another 16 soul points for yet another round of random skill enhancement. This time, the system's roulette selected a skill he had only recently mastered, the Powerful Heart. Powerful Heart. This formidable skill enables the ship spirit to accelerate its healing process when it sustains damage. Unlike before, when it would immediately lapse into a state of unconsciousness post-battle, it now assesses its condition first, only upon detecting substantial harm specifically. When its health dips below 50, will it succumb to unconsciousness, awaiting restoration. Moreover, during this interval, its healing rate is significantly doubled. This encapsulates the original description of the Powerful Heart skill. Similarly, upon the system's random selection of this skill, two distinct pathways for skill advancement unfurled, extending to the left and right. After a brief examination, Hades discerned that the two enhancement paths of the formidable heart were no longer as abstract as the malevolent form. The left enhancement route increased the life recovery rate twofold when damage was sustained. Conversely, the right enhancement route doubled the system's speed in restoring the spirit of the ship when it fell into a state of unconsciousness or met its demise. In simpler terms, the left path accelerated Hades' healing during combat, while the right path hastened the revival process following severe injury or death of the ship's spirit. After a moment of contemplation, Hades, adhering to the principle that skills effective during battle outweigh those that take effect post-combat, opted for the former. Thus, Hades expended all remaining soul values, leaving him with a mere soul value of 9. Furthermore, his own power experienced a significant transformation, elevating his capabilities once more. After Hades completed the system's attribute allocation, he glanced at the time. Anticipating the return of Robin and Silva with their entourage, he took a moment to tidy his appearance and waited in quiet anticipation. Before long, he noticed 6 indistinct figures gradually approaching from the end of the path leading from the dock. As he discerned that they were Robin and the 5 chosen mafia leaders, Hades breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was aware that these mafia leaders posed no threat to Robin, he could not help but feel a sense of concern. Akin to the way parents often remind their children to be cautious before heading out, even when those children are already grown. "Welcome back." Hades stood on the deck, welcoming Robin, whom he had not seen for a brief moment. She smiled gently and, as she brushed past him, whispered softly in his ear, "Pay attention to the person on your left. Everything else appears normal." Upon hearing Robin's warning, Hades paused momentarily before directing his gaze towards Desbonus. He discovered that this individual was also intently scrutinizing him, and most alarmingly, there was a fierce combat spirit gleaming in his eyes. The man before him was tall, with explosive muscle definition that was both fluid and taut. His head was shaved, and a long scar extended from his hairline down to his cheekbone on the right side of his face. He appeared to be in his 20s. Yet if Hades remembered correctly, the identification of this mafia leader indicated he was merely 14 years old. Among the 5 individuals present, they had all seemed rather unremarkable during the Strauss family meeting, which was precisely why Hades had chosen them later as leaders. Particularly, this Desbonus was intriguing. His profile revealed that he had only been on Notice Island for just over a year, and his jurisdiction was alarmingly limited. What was particularly interesting was that his territory did not fall under the control of the formidable Highfog brothers, but belonged to the robust Gary, suggesting a closer relationship between Daz and Gary. For someone with scant territory, minimal experience, and no significant ties to the original patriarch of the Strauss family, Highfog, yet possessing youthful potential, Hades found himself somewhat admiring Daz. However, the current situation, underscored by Robin's warning and the unabashed battle intent in Daz's gaze, hinted at something unforeseen lurking within him. Chapter 89. Mr. 1. Upon seeing Hades, the remaining 4 mafia leaders dared not stare at their future boss as brazenly as Bonus. They diligently endeavored to maintain their impeccable first impressions, bowing respectfully to Hades and, in unison with Silva, calling out, "Boss." After enduring such a day, they had wholly disregarded Hades' age, for in the face of absolute power, all else seemed trivial. "Are you the one who killed Gary?" However, just as the 4 leaders pondered how to express their loyalty to the boss and secure their share of the spoils, an audacious voice suddenly rang out from beside them. Among them, Morris discreetly raised his eyelids to ascertain which insolent individual dared to speak. Upon recognizing it was Desbonus, he painfully covered his face and cautiously distanced himself from the madman, signaling that he was unfamiliar with him. "You mean Gary?" "Yes, it is I who killed him." Upon hearing this individual directly call out Gary's name, Hades discerned that their relationship was likely far from harmonious. As he continued to scrutinize the man before him, an unsettling familiarity began to surface, though he could not quite pinpoint its source. "Are you the one he faced in combat and ultimately perished at your hands?" The intensity of Bonus's fighting spirit surged, yet he still sought to clarify certain matters. Indeed, that fellow had become quite ferocious. His aura had at least multiplied several times over. Alas, his abilities were woefully inadequate, manifesting only in impotent rage. "What? Do you intend to avenge him?" Hades provocatively regarded the individual before him, seemingly indifferent, yet he sensed an underlying desire for combat emanating from this man. Upon hearing Hades mention that Gary had succumbed to a frenzied state, Bonus's pupils contracted momentarily, a manifestation of profound astonishment. As someone who had previously challenged Gary on numerous occasions, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by that monstrous figure, having witnessed firsthand the astonishing surge in both ferocity and power during his violent episodes. Thus, the emergence of someone claiming to have triumphed over the rampaging Gary was nothing short of shocking. Bonus stepped forward towards Hades, articulating his intentions. "My objective upon arriving at this island was to vanquish its strongest inhabitant. Initially, that was Gary, But with his demise, my sights are now set upon you. In exchange, should I be defeated, I shall submit to your will. Bonus's declaration not only conveyed his challenge to Hades, but also illuminated the nature of his previous relationship with Gary. It was evident that each time Gary triumphed over the challenger Bonus, he would gain an unwavering subordinate devoted to managing his affairs without complaint. The other 4 leaders present appeared equally astonished, having never before heard of the arrangement between Bonus and Gary. Very well, I accept your challenge. Hades did not hesitate to agree, for the prospect of exchanging a beating for a free laborer was an opportunity too good to refuse. The more, the merrier. Especially after several moments of scrutinizing Des Bonus' face, Hades seemed to have confirmed why this individual appeared familiar. Upon Hades accepting the challenge, Bonus could no longer conceal the fierce determination glimmering in his eyes. With a thunderous shout of "Then I shall advance," he crossed his arms before his chest. In the next instant, his arms transformed into 2 sharp blades, and with a swift movement, akin to a flash of light, he lunged towards Hades with a deadly strike. Superhuman. The swift/fruit. At this point, Hades had fully recognized this person's identity. Des Bonus? If this name seemed somewhat obscure, referring to him as Mr. One from the Baroque works would surely invoke recognition. Indeed, he was none other than the foremost lieutenant of Crocodile in the original narrative. The blade-wielding man who had consumed the swift/fruit. So, this fellow hails from the West Sea, does he? Hades vaguely recalls his origins as an assassin. And given his current age and actions, it appears he is honing his skills in preparation for future endeavors at sea. As Hades confirmed the identity of Bonus, this individual had already unleashed a dual-blade strike, formed by his outstretched arms, aiming directly at Hades. With a swift and lethal move, he executed the shattered cleave, narrowly missing Hades. The rapid strike pierced through Hades' body, fracturing the deck along with him into numerous small fragments. The sound of metal clashing against metal resonated sharply. Remarkably, the ironwood deck was cleaved, leaving a visibly discernible gap between the planks. A gash marred Hades' cheek, blood trickling down along the jagged cut. As Boines executed a penetrating attack while brushing past, he was momentarily taken aback. However, instead of capitalizing on his advantage, he turned his head, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Hades' silhouette. I apologize, my excitement got the better of me. Consider that a sneak attack. Let us start anew. The future assassin of the Baroque works, Mr. One, still held the principles of honorable combat, eschewing ambushes. He could have aimed his recent devastating strike at Hades' neck, heart, or any vulnerable part of his body. Yet upon realizing his opponent's momentary lapse in reaction, he abruptly ceased his ambush, merely grazing Hades' face in passing. This encounter, however, left him considerably disheartened regarding Hades' strength. Previously, in his skirmishes with Gary, no matter how he attempted to strike from the shadows, he was effortlessly subdued. Although his proficiency with the swift/fruit had significantly improved over the past month, elevating his power, he believed that anyone capable of defeating the rampaging Gary should not have been able to evade his probing strike. Was this individual merely a figurehead? While Boines pondered this, the youth across from him had already turned to face him. It is I who should apologize. I was momentarily lost in thought during our skirmish. My apologies. Hades lightly brushed his cheek, indifferent. Bonus lifted his gaze, locking eyes with his opponent. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the strike he believed had struck the right side of his adversary's face had merely left a faint scratch. As time passed, the next moment revealed that the shallow mark had vanished entirely when the youth raised his hand to touch his face. His right cheek had returned to its original fair and delicate state, as if nothing had ever transpired. This, Bonus's previously waning fighting spirit rekindled in an instant. It appeared he had been overly sentimental. What he assumed was a decisive blow was perhaps something his foe felt no need to evade. Chapter 90. A single strike to overcome an enemy indeed. Hades had momentarily lost focus, but it was not that he could not evade Bonus's assault. Rather, he was testing the recuperative capabilities of his newly acquired powerful heart skill upgrade after sustaining injuries. In retrospect, the effect of double life recovery had become significant in combat. While the powerful heart skill upgrade merely doubled the healing speed compared to the regular powerful heart, it was precisely this enhancement that transformed a once sluggish recovery, capable only of addressing minor wounds and ailments, into a viable asset in the heat of battle. After witnessing his formidable resilience, Hades felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, and he bestowed a smile upon the opposing Bonus. Now, I must be serious, he thought. Bonus momentarily froze. his years of relentless combat having endowed him with remarkable reflexes and exceptional battle instincts. Yet, upon beholding the youth's smile, he found himself instinctively wanting to take a step back. Such a reaction is characteristic of prey upon encountering a predator. How could this be? However, in the next instant, he realized that his retreat was genuine. The boy, who had moments ago remained stationary, suddenly vanished from sight. Bonus's pupils constricted as he swiftly transformed his fingers into razor-like blades, assuming a clawed stance, and unleashed a preemptive strike into the air before him. This technique, the Tiger Claw Slash, was his most practiced maneuver, converting his 5 fingers into 5 lethal blades, combining the sharpness of a knife with the brute force of a claw. Should he strike his opponent, it would inflict grievous wounds. His assessment was accurate. Although he could not discern the youth's movements, Hades was indeed advancing towards him. The anticipated slash descended upon Hades' head even before he reached Bonus, ensuring that regardless of whether Hades chose to defend or evade, it would serve to shift him from a defensive to an offensive posture. Yet, what Bonus did not foresee was that, upon noticing the impending strike above him, Hades did not opt for either defense or evasion, but rather adopted a third strategy. He continued his assault. Just as the 5 slashes were about to connect with Hades' head, an astonishing aura erupted from before him. Hades clenched his right fist, channeling the formidable force of a cannon from the ship, and unleashed his skill with a single hand. Cannon simulation, Hades' high artillery. A thunderous roar erupted. At that moment, the moisture in the air surrounding Hades seemed to evaporate under the onslaught of an overwhelming heat wave. The terrifying intent of his punch, coupled with the cannon's might, struck Bonus with an unstoppable force. In that instant, even a body forged of steel could not withstand such an explosive blow. With a resounding clang, a shocking dent marred Bonus' metallic chest as he was sent flying from the ship, crashing heavily onto the dock's surface. Bonus was defeated. The entire confrontation transpired in the blink of an eye. This lightning-fast assault left the remaining 4 Mafia leaders, who were spectating, utterly astonished. As the residual heat wave washed over them, their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had witnessed a ghost. They had seen Bonus challenge Gary before. Although he had been consistently overwhelmed in battle, it was undeniable that Bonus possessed remarkable talent each time he had faced Gary. He had managed to endure for increasingly longer periods. In his most recent challenge, witnesses claimed that Bonus had lasted over 10 minutes against Gary. Yet even so, he was effortlessly dispatched by this youth, who could hardly be regarded as a boss. Did this not serve as a stark testament that this boss was vastly superior to the former leader, Gary? Hades retracted his battle aura, flexed his right hand, and cast a glance at Das. Bonus, who lay unconscious on the dock, rolling his eyes in a daze. A frown creased his brow. It appeared he had indeed struck with excessive force. Although the move he had just executed was one of Hades' signature techniques, the cannon's might he had harnessed was derived from the former ship's artillery, rather than the 2 newly acquired howitzers. Moreover, in an effort to show restraint, he had altered the technique's form to a more benign state and employed only one-hand strength, which was undoubtedly a significant concession. Yet the outcome was all too evident. Hades cast a glance at the system, which indicated that the soul value remained at a mere 9 points, confirming that this individual had not been directly vanquished by his hand. Thus, he instructed Robin to disembark and assess whether there was still a chance for salvation. After all, she was a wielder of a devil fruit ability, a promising candidate to become the elite assassin of the Baroque works. It would indeed be a profound loss for such a fine prospect to perish under his command. Meanwhile, Robin proceeded to tend to Bonus's injuries. Hades turned his head, his gaze settling upon the 4 bewildered Mafia bosses. Noticing their stupefied expressions, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What? Do you also wish to attempt a challenge?" Although his words were merely playful, the 4 men responded as if the Grim Reaper had arrived at their doorstep, shaking their heads vigorously in a frantic display of refusal. "Since you are unwilling to accept the challenge, then come with me. It is time to discuss matters concerning the Strauss family." As night descended, the gentle sea breeze swept through the harbor, and the waves crashed against the hull of the ship, producing a soothing sound. The 4 Mafia leaders, who had boarded the vessel around noon, finally acquiesced to Hades' commands after he employed a strategy of both intimidation and enticing rewards. Under the cloak of darkness, they contacted their subordinates using their communication devices, instructing them to come to the western coast dock to fetch them. Upon returning to their territory, they had scarcely a moment to dine before they promptly set about the tasks assigned by Hades. Their diligent work ethics so admirable that even capitalists would shed tears at the sight. There was no escaping the profound realization they had come to that day regarding the preciousness of life. The task assigned to them by Hades was, in essence, remarkably straightforward. Succinctly summarized in a few words, incite chaos. The Strauss family's dominion on Notice Island was predominantly situated along the western coastline, governed by a multitude of mob leaders, most of whom had now perished, leaving only the four of them and the severely injured Bonus. In Hades' own words, what were they waiting for? Should they not swiftly divide the territories left by others, rather than risk being discovered by rival mob factions, who might seize the opportunity to profit amidst the turmoil? Hades instructed them that as long as the four of them did not engage in infighting, they could seize as much territory as possible from the remaining leaders and their subordinates. Within 3 days, any jurisdiction they managed to acquire would belong to them. Chapter 91. Affiliated Forces. In addition to claiming territory, Hades tasked them with disseminating the information regarding the demise of the Hayfoge brothers, which had precipitated the power shift within the Strauss family. The further this news spread, the better, ideally. It would be linked to the chaos they caused during the reclamation of territory. Furthermore, they were to discreetly reveal the location of their encampment, specifically the dock where they were anchored. As for the motive behind such actions, it was, of course, a means to bait their enemies. Hades' current sphere of activity remains constrained. Even with the proactive effect of long-distance travel skill enhancement, he is limited to merely 1 hour per day. To swiftly conquer the entire island within such finite time and space is evidently impossible through individual efforts. Thus, the only recourse is to entice them to come to him. By disseminating the news of the internal conflict within the Strauss family, he seeks to attract any ambitious power seekers who might take advantage of the chaos to offer their allegiance. Consequently, Hades can remain in situ, effortlessly dispatching these mafia families, while simultaneously garnering soul points and resources, achieving dual objectives. Of course, the four mafia leaders receiving the assignment remain oblivious to Hades' true intentions. The leader of the Morris faction, concerned that Hades might not grasp the intricacies of the situation, benevolently advises him on the principle of securing the interior before addressing external threats, cautioning that spreading such news could provoke the covetousness of other mafia factions, potentially jeopardizing his position. The result, naturally, is met with Hades' derisive glance, prompting the leader to fall silent. After the mafia leaders departed, Robin returned to the ship. The Iron Man should be all right now. I entrusted him to Morris to ensure he returned safely. It wasn't arduous. The bandaging work was quite engaging, Robin remarked. Upon hearing this, Hades nearly succumbed to laughter. Had he not witnessed Robin wrap Bonus like a dumpling with a tight knot, he might have genuinely believed she possessed some medical expertise. At this moment, Silva, who had been occupied all day managing the aftermath within the Strauss family castle, returned, accompanied by several maids and guards, driving a carriage. Boss, I have tidied up the castle, although the rooms near the conference hall on the top floor remain under repair. The ground floor has been organized. Let me take you and the captain back to stay. Silva was unaware of Hades' true identity as the ship spirit, nor did he know that Hades only ventured from the ship for an hour each day, having endured restless nights at sea due to the tumultuous waves. He presumed that both the boss and the captain had experienced similar hardships and hastily prepared the rooms to welcome them back to the castle. Little did he know, this flattery would land awkwardly. Hades gently declined, stating, "No, I have grown accustomed to sleeping on the ship, so I shall not go. You may let Bella. I shall not go either." Robin replied without a moment's hesitation. What? Silva was left utterly perplexed as he gazed at the two figures on the ship, unable to comprehend why the warm and comfortable grand bedrooms within the castle failed to entice them. How could both esteemed individuals refuse such an inviting offer? However, there was little he could do. With both of his superiors opting out, he, as their subordinate, dared not occupy the finest quarters alone. Thus, in a state of disappointment, he instructed the maids and guards to turn the carriage around, commanding their return to the castle, while he resolved to handle the remaining affairs the following day. On the next day, Silva arose early to prepare breakfast for the two dignitaries. He then hurriedly made his way to the Strauss family castle to continue addressing the unfinished matters concerning the mafia takeover. In contrast, the two who truly held power within the family experienced a leisurely morning. One stood at the bow of the ship, basking in the sea breeze, while the other sat comfortably at a table, engrossed in a book, savoring the tranquil passage of time. Meanwhile, Hades accessed the system. Following his successful establishment on Notice Island and the acquisition of control over the Strauss family, the system appeared to undergo a subtle transformation. A brand new interface titled Affiliated Forces was unlocked behind the options for ship spirit enhancement and character companions on the basic interface. Hades, filled with curiosity, meticulously examined the panel designated for affiliated forces, which served to categorize the relevant personnel aboard the ship. At first glance, it bore a resemblance to the function of character companions. However, a fundamental distinction existed. The character companions documented individuals with whom Hades shared an exceptionally close bond, akin to Zaro, Sanji, and Nami from the Straw Hat crew. Currently, only Robin occupied this role aboard the Hades vessel. Conversely, individuals like Silva, who had coexisted on the ship for an extended period and consistently regarded themselves as subordinates, managing affairs for Hades and Robin, fell short of being true companions. Yet, labeling them as strangers would be an understatement, as their relationship was slightly more intimate than that of mere passers-by. Thus, such individuals could be classified under the category of affiliated forces. In simpler terms, affiliated forces resemble the various divisions under the banner of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. The condition for unlocking these affiliated forces was that Hades must possess his own faction, one that garnered widespread recognition. This was readily comprehensible as just yesterday he had recently dealt with the Strauss family, eliminating a significant portion of its leaders and reclaiming 5 subordinates. The standing and territorial influence he acquired were evidently acknowledged once these leaders returned to their domain, thereby naturally triggering the conditions for the system's unlocking, resulting in the emergence of entirely new content. Hades opened the interface for his affiliated forces, which was categorized into 4 distinct ranks: the captain of the affiliated forces, the cadre, the management, and the general members. Currently, due to Hades' limited influence in territory, he has been allotted only 1 squad within the affiliated forces. This consists of 1 captain, 3 cadres, 10 management positions, and 50 members. To unlock additional squads, Hades must acquire more territory and establish a more formidable influence. Hades was profoundly astonished upon discerning the description of the affiliated forces. He had long believed that the direction in which the ship spirit system was cultivating him resembled the legendary Pluto, the ancient weapon of the underworld, perhaps augmented by a few allies linked by bonds, thereby forming a maritime fleet of unparalleled combat prowess, both in terms of crew and vessel. However, it now appeared that the evolution of the system was entirely open-ended. As long as he encountered a myriad of experiences, the system would invariably bestow upon him unexpected marvels. Hades named the first division of his subordinate forces the Notice Mafia. All positions within this division were vacant, and he could only appoint individuals who were willing to obey his commands. Thus, the first person that came to Hades' mind was Silva. The rubber fruit has been renamed the human fruit and has the mythical Zoan type, Nika form. Chapter 92, The Kiss and the Kissed. What position should be assigned to Silva? Captain of the 1st Division? Clearly, that was not feasible, as he currently only had this 1 division. If he appointed Silva as captain and later wished to revoke it, it could lead to significant trouble. Therefore, Hades opted for a subordinate position for Silva instead. Instantly, a delicate line connected Hades, the ship spirit, to Silva on the system panel. Soon after, Hades sensed a faint power, nearly imperceptible, returning to him. Was this the reciprocal power granted to him by Silva in his new role? It seemed rather inadequate. It is important to note that subordinate forces are not merely a trivial arrangement of an organization. Their true purpose is to establish a community for mutual empowerment. Lower-tier individuals can receive a percentage of power enhancement from those of higher tiers, while higher-tier individuals do not lose any of their power in the process. For instance, after being appointed, a division captain can enhance their power by a factor of 10 based on Hades' strength. Subordinates, once appointed, can enhance their power by a factor of 10 based on the division captain's strength. Management and general members follow suit accordingly. As the leader of all divisions, Hades will receive a tenfold power return from every individual within all divisions. This means that Silva, newly appointed as a cadre in the Notice Mafia, received a power enhancement of 1, due to the 2-tier difference with Hades, effectively gaining 10 from Hades' 10. Do not underestimate this enhancement of 1, as it is a significant increase relative to Hades' strength. Immediately, 1 kilometer away in the castle, while working, Silva felt an inexplicable surge of power erupting from within him. His entire being was suddenly brimming with an abundance of energy, yet it was so overwhelming that he stumbled and fell onto the corridor floor. In contrast to Silva's considerable enhancement, Hades' reciprocal gain was a tenfold increase based on Silva's power. How should one describe this? Perhaps as 100 plus 0. 0001 would suffice to illustrate Hades' acquisition. Thus, if Hades wishes to gain more from his subordinate forces, he must rely on quantity to achieve quality. Of course, if he could somehow find an emperor or an admiral willing to submit to him as a subordinate, he could instantly acquire an emperor-level strength of 10. However, such a dream is best saved for a day when he drifts into slumber. After Hades appointed Silva, it became quite challenging to find a second person for the position. Logically, the 5 mafia leaders he selected could suffice, yet Hades was reluctant to bestow benefits upon them so soon. After all, Silva had already approached a state of near unconditional obedience to his commands, whereas these 5 individuals merely capitulated under his authority. Hades pondered for a moment, realizing that he did not particularly require the feeble enhancement of strength from those 5 individuals. It would be prudent to await a more opportune moment. As he contemplated this, he suddenly recognized that the subordinate forces could indeed serve as a veritable factory for the mass production of formidable warriors. Take, for instance, his currently unoccupied position as the captain of the first team, the Nautis Mafia. By simply recruiting an individual, that person could benefit from a baseline strength of 10. Even if they were merely an ordinary person. Given Hades' recently surging power, even a mere 10 would suffice to make a significant impact in a vast ocean. As his influence expanded and he unlocked additional captain positions, he could potentially cultivate multiple warriors, each wielding a strength of 10. Coupled with the inherent capabilities of those team captains, he could rally a formidable army behind him. Thus, the selection of the team captains became of utmost importance. Hades retracted the system and turned his gaze towards Robin, who sat beneath the sunshade, quietly engrossed in her book. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. How could he have forgotten about his own companions, who decreed that characters among allies could not be appointed within subordinate forces? After all, the captains of the various divisions under Whitebeard reside on the mother ship, the Moby Dick, on a daily basis. Being both a companion and a captain of a subordinate force seemed, in fact, quite reasonable. Enlightened by this thought, Hades endeavored to locate Nico on the panel for subordinate forces. Indeed, he found Robin's character icon, confirming his idea. With a joyful stride, he approached Robin. Meanwhile, the girl, savoring the tranquility of the morning, sensed his presence as he drew near. She empathetically perceived his good mood but chose to ignore him. Continuing to peruse the pages of her book with her head bowed. I have some delightful news to share with you. Hades moved a chair and seated himself beside Robin. What? Robin blinked in surprise. I have a gift for you. A gift? Although Robin could sense Hades' emotions, the bond they had cultivated through their shared experiences did not equate to telepathy. Thus, he remained unaware of the mystery Hades was alluding to. Do you desire it? Hades chuckled softly, then playfully tapped his cheek with his finger and said, Kiss me, and I shall tell you. Robin stared at Hades in astonishment, witnessing an act that was utterly uncharacteristic of him. It was the first time he realized that a joyful heart could lead one to sudden enlightenment. Robin couldn't help but burst into laughter, then cupped his face, gazing flirtatiously at the boy before him. This gaze left Hades momentarily flustered, caught off guard. Suddenly, he felt a gentle, moist brush against his lips, as delicate as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. What had begun as a playful provocation for Hades left him utterly dumbfounded. After kissing Hades, Robin's cheeks flushed crimson, and he retreated to his chair, carelessly flipping through the pages of a book. You, I. Their voices intertwined, only to be interrupted and fall silent. Thank you. Hades was somewhat incoherent. Despite being a grown man, he reacted to a mere kiss with an inexplicable fluster, resembling a lovesick middle schooler. In his bewilderment, he uttered a disjointed thank you. Robin, still enveloped in the shyness of kissing his beloved, couldn't he help but find Hades' reaction utterly amusing, which lightened the previously tense atmosphere. The gift I just mentioned. Hades finally recalled the original intention behind his journey. Upon hearing this, Robin sweetly remarked, So you truly do have a gift. What else could it be? Robin thought to himself, momentarily darkening with mischief. I assumed you were merely concocting an excuse to steal a kiss. Hades gazed into Robin's devilish eyes, and in that fleeting moment, he felt that as time passed, he was increasingly unable to contain this enchantress. Chapter 93, Captain of the First Division. Let us return to the main topic. Hades intends to appoint Robin as the captain of the First Division of the affiliated forces. This signifies that Robin is about to acquire a power level of 10. Benchmarked against Hades, which is a far greater enhancement than Silva's modest increase of 1. Even as a wielder of a devil fruit, if Robin does not adequately prepare, she may find herself harmed by the sudden surge of power. Consequently, Hades took the initiative to communicate with Robin, carefully explaining the situation while deliberately omitting any mention of the system's existence. Initially, Robin believed that Hades would require her to sacrifice 10 of his power to grant her this enhancement, leading her to vehemently refuse. However, upon realizing that Hades would not incur any loss, but rather gain mutual strength, she finally acquiesced. Thus, Hades accessed the affiliated forces system panel and skillfully located Robin's character icon. After selecting it, he added her name among the captains of the Notice Blackhand gang in the 1st Division, instantly alongside the pink emotional line in the system. A new connection emerged, symbolizing their hierarchical affiliation. In reality, both Hades and Robin felt an influx of external power, with seeds being sown within their bodies, taking root and sprouting at an astonishing pace. This represented their mutual enhancement of power, calibrated to a level of 10 based on each other's strengths. While Hades experienced a subtle increase, Robin's acquisition of power was monumental. The chair upon which she sat shattered into several splintered pieces due to her surging strength. It was inevitable. Although Robin's overall prowess had significantly improved during her maritime journey with Hades, the majority of her strength stemmed from the abilities of her devil fruit, leaving her physical stamina and strength somewhat lacking. However, the power reciprocity of the affiliated forces does not enhance fruit abilities or combat skills. Rather, it augments the most fundamental aspects of human strength, physical endurance, stamina, and explosive muscular power. The disparity between Robin and Hades in this regard was substantial, rendering the acquisition of a mere 10 points, benchmarked against Hades, challenging for her to adapt to. Fortunately, Hades had forewarned Robin about this possibility, allowing her ample time to mentally prepare. Robin's genius is not confined solely to her scholarly pursuits. Her intelligence, emotional acuity, and control over power grant her a distinct advantage over the average individual. After inadvertently damaging 7 decks of the ship, breaking 3 pieces of furniture, and bending a railing within a single hour, Robin gradually began to acclimate to her newfound strength. It had been a strenuous endeavor. Hades stepped forward and gently wiped the forehead of Robin, which was glistening with fine beads of sweat. Despite the arduous effort, he understood that it was indeed worthwhile. Every formidable warrior among the ranks of the Pirate King either possesses unparalleled mastery in the cultivation of hockey or exhibits extraordinary prowess in the development of devil fruit abilities, with some excelling in both domains simultaneously. Regardless of the path chosen, none can escape the necessity of boundless stamina and endurance, which serve as the foundation for the utilization of devil fruits, as well as the practice of hockey. This holds true for the 4 emperors and the admirals alike. Thus, even if Robin aspires to awaken her devil fruit abilities, she must inevitably enhance her physical attributes, which is precisely why Hades deems this endeavor commendable. Conversely, Robin finds herself immersed in the profound transformation within her. It's not burdensome. I feel splendid at this moment. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance as she activated her devil fruit power. 2 books tree. Gallows. Surrounding Hades, dozens of arms unfurled from the petals, merging to form a colossal human gallows that ensnared Hades firmly. Just days prior, when Robin employed 36 florets and 1 book tree, sharp axe, she barely managed to do so. Now, however, she effortlessly wielded the capabilities of 2 books tree. This remarkable feat was made possible by the immense physical strength that underpinned her mastery of devil fruit abilities. Here, Hades, bound by Robin's power, refrained from struggling, remaining in the gallows to observe the joy radiating from the girl as she grew stronger. Meanwhile, Robin reveled in the development of her abilities. After experiencing the application of 2 books tree, she leaned closer to Hades, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Thank you." A light, melodious voice echoed in his ear, followed by a gentle touch. In the system panel, the companions' interface erupted with pink bubbles, indicating that their emotional bond was rapidly ascending, unknowingly reaching a value of 23. In the southern coastal region of Notice Island, an urgent meeting of the Mafia Coalition was convened. Unlike the Bart family, which controlled the central arms factory, the Ort family, which supplied raw materials from the north, or the burgeoning Strauss family in the west, the southern part of Notice Island was not under the dominion of a single mafia entity. Instead, it was a territory governed collectively by multiple mafia factions. This region had long been characterized by a plethora of families, ceaseless factional disputes, and a constant turnover of power, leading to the widespread reputation of chaos that enveloped Notice Island. It could be described as a veritable epicenter of turmoil. The current Mafia Coalition meeting was spearheaded by several of the more substantial factions in the south, with a figure named Fengyue Jianyang at the helm. Amidst the gathering of Mafia bosses, a burly one-armed man stood before them, articulating his observations to the assembled representatives. Had Hades and Robin been present, they would have undoubtedly recognized him as the one-armed individual who had inspected the ship alongside the lean monkey at the port. On that day, Hades had given the lean monkey 500 million berries, clouding his judgment with wealth. The following day, when the lean monkey led them to the Strauss family castle, the one-armed man had vanished from sight. Silva had inquired about his absence, but the lean monkey had skillfully evaded the question, leading to speculation that the one-armed man had been dismissed due to greed in pursuit of the 48 million berries. Little did they expect that, just 2 days later, he would unexpectedly reappear in the south of Notice Island. Mr. Fengyue Jianyang, based on my observations, the Strauss family appears to be in turmoil. Their leaders, the Hayfuge brothers, have been absent for several days, and rumors of an internal rebellion are circulating, with several obscure leaders having seized control of most of the territory. The one-armed man detailed his knowledge meticulously, capturing the attention of the assembly. The emergence of the one-armed man was entirely unforeseen, even to Fengyue Jianyang himself, as none were aware of his covert surveillance of the island's various factions. Now, his ambitions began to surface amidst the escalating chaos. During the meeting, a representative from the Southern Mafia Alliance glanced at Fengyue Jianyang at the head of the table and remarked, "Mr. Fengyue Jianyang is truly astute. Having implanted an informant in the West so early on, this is indeed significant news." Fengyue Jianyang, a round-faced man with a buzz cut, wore peculiar symbols tattooed on his visible scalp, clad in a kimono and draped in an outer robe, leaning against 2 unadorned longswords on his chair. He had not been on Notice Island for long, but upon his arrival, he had swiftly noted the various dynamics at play, establishing his foundation in the south while strategically placing his spies to prepare for future ambitions. After a period of observation, he had finally seized the opportunity at hand. The one-armed man relayed the internal strife within the Strauss family and specifically mentioned a sailboat that had recently entered the port, emphasizing the presence of a pair of noble youths aboard. Although he expressed great caution regarding these 2 individuals, to the ears of the mafia, it sounded like trivial information, easily disregarded. Consequently, when the one-armed man referenced them once more, Fengyue Jianyang, seated at the head, grew impatient. "Since you are so concerned about these 2, let us take action against them first. After all, did you not mention that the young lad is quite wealthy? A few tens of millions of berries would suffice. Let us eliminate him and see if there is anything of value aboard his vessel." The focus of Fengyue Jianyang shifted from Hades to the Hades ship. Upon hearing that there were sheep to be slaughtered, the other mafia families expressed their agreement. Thus, the meeting transformed into a coalition of the Southern Mafia led by the Fengyue Jianyang family, drawing personnel from various aspiring mafia families, preparing to encroach upon the Western Strauss family. Before long, a formidable group composed of 10 mixed mafia families was established. Fengyue Jianyang unsheathed his simple long knife, caressing its blade. Initially, he believed that leaving his homeland would be a painful experience, yet he discovered that the outside world could be equally exhilarating. Within the castle of the Strauss family, Silva, having been appointed as an officer in the first team by Hades, experienced a surge in power. However, due to his poor foundation and lack of talent like Robin S., he spent an entire day acclimating to his newfound physical changes. Once he fully adjusted to his enhanced strength, he felt an overwhelming joy, akin to a person who had languished in mediocrity for most of their life, suddenly discovering a miraculous opportunity on the edge of a cliff. Unable to contain his elation, he hurried back to the dock to share the news with the boss. Upon learning that all of this was orchestrated by Hades, he widened his eyes in astonishment, remaining in a daze for quite some time, yet he quickly accepted this revelation. Perhaps it was due to witnessing so many extraordinary occurrences involving Hades that he began to take them in stride. By the 3rd day, as the deadline for the tasks assigned by Hades to several mafia heads drew to a close, the individuals convened at the imposing Strauss castle. In merely 3 days, this weathered edifice, ravaged by the relentless onslaught of artillery, had been revitalized under Silva's meticulous renovations. Remarkably, a statue resembling Hades had even been installed in the fountain garden beneath the castle. "Boss, what do you think?" Silva inquired, noticing the speechless expression of delight on his superior's face. He hurriedly added, "I have also commissioned a statue of Captain Bella, which will be delivered in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Hades raised an eyebrow. "Well done, but refrain from such actions in the future. There is no need to send anything that has not been transported. Remember to destroy it on the spot. If you truly wish to erect a statue, let it be one of yourself." "What, boss?" Silva realized, at this moment, that his flattery had missed the mark. As he contemplated saying something further, he noticed that Hades, in his haste, had already entered the castle. In the span of 3 days, Hades was not idle. He meticulously organized and classified the information regarding the Strauss family's enterprises that Silva had compiled, discovering that the Mafia was indeed a remarkably lucrative venture. Although the former chief, Hayfuge, had allocated all the territories of his family to his subordinates, retaining only a port for himself, the annual tributes received from these leaders amounted to a staggering sum. Beyond this, Hayfuge also held a modest stake in the largest arms factory on the island. According to Silva, after defeating the original Mafia in the Western Sea and establishing the Strauss family, Hayfuge and Gary had openly declared their ambitions to expand their influence further. However, following a conference orchestrated by the Notice Island's Central Baki Mafia, during which discussions were held, the two brothers fell silent. Subsequently, while the Strauss family adopted a more subdued approach, they acquired a small portion of shares in the Central Arms factory on the island. Though this stake appeared insignificant, the factory's production dominated over 10% of the market in the Western Sea. From that point onward, the brothers amassed considerable wealth and constructed a smaller arms factory on the territory of the Strauss family, mirroring the central factory's operations. Despite the production cycle and scale being far inferior to that of the central facility, profitability was assured. For instance, the shipment sent to Capone Beiji comprised weapons manufactured by their own factory. According to Silva's incomplete statistics, the combined wealth of Hayfuge and Gary amounted to approximately 470 million berry, with most of it being tangible cash. Upon seeing this staggering figure, Hades experienced the joy of the affluent. He could even foresee the expansion and comprehensive renovation of the Hades ship. However, given his presence on the island, Hades' aspirations could not be confined to a mere corner. Reflecting on the financial prowess possessed by a coastal mafia family, he speculated that the true masters of the island's largest arms factory must possess a mountain of wealth accumulated over the years. Thus, Hades grew increasingly intrigued by the riches that Notice Island could offer him. Chapter 95. Renaming at the conference table of the Strauss family, Des Bonus made his appearance. He wore an open coat that left his bandaged chest exposed, seated at the end of the table with a pale complexion. Despite his apparent malaise, the fact that he had recuperated within 3 days after sustaining a blow from Hades indicated a solid constitution. Meanwhile, Mafia leaders reported on the status of their assignments, leading to a summary by Morris. Boss, we have reclaimed 70% of the territories previously under the control of the former leaders. Our progress has been swift. But the news of the internal troubles within the Strauss family has spread too rapidly, causing various factions to intervene. As for the remaining territory, it is unlikely we will reclaim it, although the leaders felt triumphant for having regained control over more land than before. They were nonetheless concerned about the overall detriment to the Strauss family's interests and feared Hades' potential wrath. Thus, they cautiously conveyed this information to him. However, Hades, seated at the head of the table, expressionless, directed his gaze toward the injured Bonus. What have you been doing these days? Resting, Bonus replied, as succinct as ever. How is your injury healing? I am fit to work now. What tasks do you have for me, boss? Bonus had been unconscious due to his severe injuries during the time Hades assigned tasks to the 4 leaders. Having remained bedridden for the past 3 days, he was the only one among the 5 who had taken no action, maintaining his usual territory. Yet, he seemed unconcerned, eager to inquire about any assignments Hades might have for him now that he was on the mend. Hades nodded and inquired, "Did you hear what they just said? The Strauss family has lost 30% of their territory to other factions. Please assist me in reclaiming that land." "What? Boss, this." The 4 Mafia leaders were taken aback, their faces betraying their shock. Only the designated Bonus remained composed, responding calmly, "Understood." The expressions of the 4 darkened simultaneously. Delegating an unachievable task to Bonus was clearly an overestimation of the young man's capabilities. Furthermore, based on the division of power, the 4 of them had barely secured 70%. If Bonus single-handedly reclaimed the rest of the territory, he would possess an influence comparable to that of 2 of them combined. Morris quickly interjected, "Boss, despite Bonus's imposing stature, he is still just a child. Assigning him such a significant responsibility may leave him utterly perplexed as to where to begin." Hades cast a glance at the group and concurred, "That makes sense." However, just as the 4 leaders breathed a sigh of relief, he swiftly changed his tone, stating, "Allow me to impart a strategy. Heed my words. Reclaiming territory does not necessitate direct confrontation. In the absence of subordinates or allies, there is no need to engage in clashes with those individuals. Are you familiar with assassination? Identify the leader among them, utilize your fruit powers to eliminate him, and then make your swift escape. If anyone dares to encroach upon your territory, strike them down. If one attempt fails, try again, and if that fails, persist until they are too fearful to approach. This, boss. Such a ruthless and unreasonable method, would this not provoke the surrounding mafia of the Strauss family? Is the boss declaring war upon them? I understand now. Amidst the exchanged glances of the four leaders, Bonus had already nodded in agreement. He found governance cumbersome and managing subordinates a burden. Yet, taking lives was far simpler, especially when it involved those who posed a challenge. As the other four mafia leaders contemplated interjecting, they were silenced by Hades's keen gaze. Within 3 days, the overwhelming power had nearly submerged their self-awareness, causing them to inadvertently forget the terrifying nature of the youth before them. Their judgment was not erroneous, just moments ago. Had any of them dared to defy his wishes or challenge him covertly, Hades was prepared to kill. After all, these four mafia leaders had been elevated by him. He required obedient subordinates who would not cause trouble. Should anyone fail to comprehend their position, he would not hesitate to replace them with more compliant individuals. Following their discussion on territorial divisions, the four mafia leaders cautiously broached another topic. Boss, the reason those external forces dared to meddle in our affairs is that they believed we were embroiled in internal strife, preoccupied with our own turmoil. However, with the death of the Hayfuge brothers and the downfall of the Strauss family, which bore their surname, we should consider renaming our family to signify your existence. Indeed. We could rename the family after you, boss, or even directly adopt the name of the boss pirate crew, along with changing our flag to a pirate banner, which would effectively intimidate those individuals. Regarding Hades's presence, the leaders unhesitatingly perceived him as a burgeoning pirate force from the West Sea. Since he was a figure of notable reputation and promise, once he revealed his identity, particularly with a bounty that signified a threat to the Navy, it would instantly restore the standing of the currently tumultuous Strauss family. This method was commonly employed by pirates on Notice Island to consolidate their connections. And the higher the bounty, the more effective the impact. Unfortunately, while their calculations seemed sound, Hades and his companions were not pirates. As for the bounty, Robin's identity must remain concealed, and Hades was a blank slate. The only feasible candidate, Silva, would likely require several more days before the Navy issued his bounty. However, who said that naming the Mafia family after a pirate crew was the only way to instill fear? Hades suddenly recalled the name he had designated for the first division within the affiliated forces. Thus, he proclaimed, "The name shall be changed. Let it be Notice Family." Notice Family. The boss's audacity was astonishing, a feat that had surpassed comprehension on numerous occasions. It is well known that the chaotic mafia families on Notice Island are collectively referred to as the Notice family by outsiders. Yet this is merely a misconception for those unacquainted with the island. For the islanders, each mafia family possesses its own distinct name. And should anyone dare to name their organization after Notice, it would surely elicit laughter. Unless, suddenly, several leaders conceived a remarkably peculiar possibility. Could the boss be aiming to unify the forces across the entire island? Upon the emergence of this thought, a profound fear surged within them. The boss harbored grand ambitions. Yet, as they pondered further, the notion began to seem plausible, given the boss's prowess, if he truly wished to enact change on this island. Who could possibly stand in his way? This island. It appeared a storm was brewing. Chapter 96. The 50 million berries great pirate on this day. The messenger gull graced Notice Island, delivering momentous news to its inhabitants. 50 million berries. What? 50 million? The Navy reported that a band of pirates with a bounty of 50 million berries had landed on Notice Island, led by a pirate who single-handedly demolished 3 Navy warships. This pirate was known as the Demolisher, Silva. Would yet another infamous pirate meddle in the underground society of Notice Island? The Navy indicated that their arrival on the island occurred 5 days prior. Was this not precisely coinciding with the internal strife within the Strauss family on the West Coast? Wait, could it be? Instantly, someone connected these two events. Meanwhile, at the Alt family in northern Notice Island, Butler Eugene presented the newspaper to old Mr. Alt. "Sir, the latest bounty notice from the Navy features the individual we witnessed at sea that day, the Demolisher, Silva." Old Mr. Alt perused the newspaper's layout. This news prominently occupied a significant portion of the West Sea's publications, capturing considerable attention. "What about the other two?" the butler inquired. Shaking his head, he replied, "We have found nothing. We have scoured nearly a decade's worth of Navy bounty notices without encountering any information on those two, suggesting they may not be criminals." Not criminals. Yet they have set foot on Notice Island. The wrinkles on old Mr. Alt's face deepened, and he sighed. What progress has been made on my previous instructions? Sir, we have recalled everyone from outside. They are all remaining in their respective places and have not ventured out again. Though some of young Master Parsons' subordinates are somewhat uncontrollable. Humph. Old Mr. Alt snorted disdainfully. Let him be. It would be best if you were to encounter this band of pirates, thus sparing me the effort of devising a means to deal with this rebellious son. Meanwhile, within the Southern Mafia Alliance of Notice Island, several factions had received the news. A group of individuals approached Fengyue Jianyang with newspapers in hand. Now, everyone is claiming that the internal strife of the Strauss family was instigated by external pirates, and that the pirate with the 50 million bounty is likely operating within the Strauss territory. And what about the individuals we previously dispatched? No hurry. Our focus is merely on causing trouble for that noble youth mentioned by the one-armed man. It has no connection to the demolisher, Silva. At that moment, a message arrived. Boss, we have just received word that all our people dispatched to the west coast have lost contact. What? The mafia leaders present were astonished to hear this news. Utterly perplexed. Only the one-armed man, gazing at the bounty notice affixed to the newspaper, exhibited no surprise. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grave. For he recognized the individual depicted in the photograph, and that noble youth was, indeed, aboard the same vessel as him, the demolisher, Silva. Boss, my bounty notice has been posted. Aboard the Hades, Silva acquired a newspaper for 100 berries from the hands of a news-seeking Gaul. Since his arrival on the island, regardless of his busy schedule, he has never neglected the task of purchasing a newspaper, as he has been eagerly awaiting his bounty notice. The photo featured within displays a full-length portrait of Silva, standing at the bow of a ship, his expression grave, wielding a katana. It is the very image captured by the Navy on that fateful day at sea. Hades, upon noticing the bounty amount of Silva, exhibited a hint of astonishment. You possess a bounty of 50 million berries. Have the naval forces of the West Sea lost their minds? However, a moment's reflection led him to realize that the magnitude of a bounty does not necessarily correlate with one's strength. Rather, it merely signifies the level of threat posed by a pirate, perhaps in the eyes of the Navy. A considerable portion of Silva's worth is attributed to those two formidable cannons that obliterated 2 warships, which might explain why he has been dubbed the Demolisher. Boss? Where did these individuals come from? Silva, having rushed over from the castle, was so eager to share news of his bounty that he initially failed to notice the mountain of mafia corpses piled beside the Hades. I'm unsure. I was just about to inquire with you. How did a group of outsiders manage to infiltrate the area? Given that the port is surrounded by members of the Notice family? Hades pointed to the lifeless bodies of the mafia. Previously, although he had attempted to disseminate information about himself through the 4 leaders, hoping to lure in those willing to bite, he soon realized the futility of this strategy. The Notice family's geographical location, situated on the western coast of the island, with Hades' ship docked at their own family's pier, left them surrounded by their own forces. Unless a mafia faction declared war on them and penetrated the inner sanctum of the Notice family, the prospect of catching a willing participant was as improbable as reaching the heavens. Consequently, Hades chose to cast this matter aside, only to discover that someone had indeed found them. Boss, these individuals appear to belong to the Southern Mafia Alliance on the island. Silva examined the emblems and tattoos adorning these people and concluded that they had likely arrived by boat through the island's outflow river. Outflow river? Hades pondered. The weapons produced by the arms factory in the heart of the island are directly channeled into the sea via the outflowing river, destined for trading locations. One segment of this river runs perilously close to our territory. Recently, it has been overrun by an external mafia clan, allowing these intruders to ashore and encroach upon our land. At this moment, both Hades and Silva paused, struck by a realization, though their thoughts diverged significantly. Silva surmised that the heartland of the Notice family had been breached, given that this group had infiltrated. There could potentially be a second or even a third wave of invaders. He promptly dashed off to orchestrate necessary measures, determined to seal this breach and reclaim control over the Lost River territory. Conversely, Hades' mind wandered to a different concern. His initial journey to Notice Island was predicated on a purported collaboration with Capone Becci. After seizing the Strauss family's holdings, the modest factory he acquired had satiated the appetite of his gang. Yet, he now set his sights on the more substantial arms factory. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, who would wish to revert to hardship? The wealth amassed by the Strauss family was staggering. Thus, One could only imagine the immense fortune wielded by the true masters of the island's largest arms production facility. The mere ability to pay for celestial gold was beyond the means of an ordinary individual. However, to pursue this ambition, a critical obstacle loomed: the Hades vessel. Despite Notice Island's modest size, Hades had merely 1 hour of freedom each day. The notion of storming into the island's core for a massacre within such a fleeting window was evidently implausible. Although the 2 cannons aboard the Hades were formidable and possessed remarkable range, they lacked the capacity to strike directly from the sea to the island's center. Chapter 97: The Invasion Plan of the Outflowing River. Although the 2 cannons aboard the Hades vessel possess formidable power and an extensive range, they are insufficient to strike directly into the heart of the island from offshore. Consequently, Hades contemplated 2 methods. The first was to undertake a third major modification of his ship. With over 400 million berries left by the Hayfuge brothers, coupled with his own 48 million, he could invest 500 million berries to install an amphibious landing device on the Hades, transforming the vessel into a waterland carrier that could penetrate the island's core. Once the Hades could make landfall, Hades's operational scope would significantly expand, subsequently resolving numerous challenges. The second approach involved upgrading his weaponry, acquiring a modern cannon with greater range, enhanced power, and improved precision, allowing it to encompass the entire island within its striking radius. Thus, as long as he remained within the cannon's range, the entire island would effectively become his private garden. Upon learning of a river that flowed from the sea directly to the island's central armory, Hades felt a surge of inspiration as his 2 ideas merged into one. He could utilize the river to gain direct access to the island, eliminating the need for amphibious modifications, and upon reaching the island's center, the required range for the Hades's cannons to cover the entire island would be halved from a diameter to a radius. This plan illuminated the feasibility of swiftly conquering the entire island. "Boss, are you intending to navigate the ship along the river into the island?" Silva exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Hades's scheme. "Shall I gather the crew?" His immediate thought was to rally support for the boss. Although the Strauss family had recently rebranded themselves as the Notice family and was still in the nascent stages of rebuilding, time was of the essence. Nevertheless, upon the boss's command, numerous individuals would mobilize without hesitation. The name Demolisher had spread across the West Coast in recent days, and many members, upon discovering their leader's identity, were brimming with excitement. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries, an exceedingly rare figure even in this infamous island. No need. Remain here to continue reorganizing the family affairs. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek assistance from Bonus. He is far more reliable than those 4 leaders of Morris. Hades instructed. Upon hearing this, Silva scratched his head. Ever since he acquired the power of one from his boss, he had been eager to find an opportunity to hone his skills. When Hades mentioned the plan to set foot on the island, he felt a surge of excitement, only to find himself assigned to stay behind. However, Silva dared not voice any grievances. He understood the significance of guarding the Notice family. Thus, he swiftly took the opportunity to discuss some crucial decisions with Hades before his departure. Once everything was settled, Hades remarked, "By the way, I may need to borrow your esteemed reputation as a pirate." With that, he picked up the bounty notice bearing Silva's name and photograph from the table and tucked it away. "Additionally, I require a pirate flag. The design is of no consequence. So feel free to be creative, but do remember to act swiftly." Hades harbored no aspirations of becoming a pirate. However, in this island realm, the renown of great pirates proved to be more potent than anything else. No matter how formidable his fists to subdue others, he would need to teach them one by one. Yet, esteemed pirates require no such effort. A mere bounty notice and a pirate flag would summon forth countless cheers and accolades, thereby saving him considerable time. Silva's movements were swift. In the blink of an eye, the pirate flag was crafted and delivered to Hades aboard the ship. The flag, with its inky black backdrop, displayed 2 skulls standing side by side. The skull on the left was notably larger, seemingly representing Hades himself, while the one on the right, though smaller, was adorned with a scattering of pink petals, symbolizing Robin of the flower fruit. Behind the 2 standing skulls, 2 crossed bones were illustrated, adhering to the traditional format of pirate flags while also infusing a touch of unique style. Hades unfurled the banner and observed it for a moment. One must admit that aside from his inability to fight, Silva possesses a remarkable array of skills. Quite impressive. Robin's aesthetic sensibilities coincidentally aligned with Hades, and after a brief contemplation, she utilized the powers of the Hana no Mi, suspending the banner from the mast. Thus, Our makeshift pirate crew is formed. Shall we choose a name? Hades inquired. Let us call ourselves the Persephone Pirates, Robin replied. Persephone. Hades pondered for a moment. If memory serves him right, this is indeed the name of Hades' wife, the queen of the underworld. The significance of Robin choosing this name is quite evident. Shall the lord of the underworld, Hades, embark on a journey across the seas with the queen of the underworld pirates? Hades chuckled. Let us name it the Persephone Pirate Crew. In the southern region of Notice Island, a little-known coastal mafia family received alarming news. Boss, a pirate ship is approaching from the west coast, following the shoreline, and has already entered the river. A pirate crew? This year. There have been no fewer than 8 pirate crews that have landed on the island. What is there to be alarmed about? The Mafia Don scoffed. However, in the next moment, a blinding flash of light illuminated the room. A cannonball, engulfed in a fierce wave of heat, crashed through the walls. A deafening explosion ensued, reducing the entire room to ruins. Amidst the debris, the Don lay buried in rubble, his body coated in dust, as he coughed up blood, his eyes vacant and bewildered, as if he could not comprehend the unfolding chaos. B-Boss, that is, the Demolisher, Silva's pirate crew, the informant, exhausted from delivering the message, finally uttered the words before collapsing in a heap. Only the gravely injured Mafia Don remained, his vision darkening, his mind clouded with confusion. The Demolisher. Silva? Was he reported to have landed on the west coast? How did he end up here? The Don's last coherent thought flickered through his mind, but before he could grasp the situation, another blinding flash pierced through the darkness, followed by the searing sensation of heat against his skin, and then he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hades and Robin entered the river from the estuary, delivering devastating blows to the surrounding coastal mafia along the way. Prior to their arrival, he had meticulously gathered intelligence regarding the distribution of the southern mafia of Notice Island. Throughout their voyage, any mafia family within his range would be met with cannon fire without hesitation. Those who survived would be met with negotiation, while those who perished could only be deemed unfortunate. Chapter 98. Southern Bombardment. On this fateful day, the Mafia Alliance in southern Notice Island faced its inevitable demise. As Hades navigated his vessel into the river, the ship's cannons unleashed a relentless barrage upon the island, saturating the air with the acrid scent of war. Under the overwhelming firepower, chaos erupted wherever the Hades ship appeared, with cries of despair echoing in the air. The majority of the mafia families, caught unprepared, suffered catastrophic losses. Those with audacity rallied their entire clans, attempting to engage Hades in a desperate struggle to the death, the outcome of which was all but predictable. Those unfortunate enough to be targeted by Robin's fruit abilities found themselves with broken bones, a stroke of luck compared to others. The more unfortunate met their end either pierced by metal spears or obliterated by direct hits from grenades, experiencing firsthand the might of modern weaponry. As the Mafia members grasped the stark disparity between their forces and those of Hades, they began a frantic retreat, eager to escape before the vessel carrying the demon arrived, fearing for their very lives. Upon his arrival on the island, Hades devoted 3 days to reclaiming the Strauss family, subsequently renaming them the Notice family. He reveled in his swiftness, often reflecting on his achievements with a sense of pride. However, were he to look back now, he would likely shake his head in disbelief. In stark contrast to this overwhelming conquest, the outcomes of peaceful negotiations unfolded at a painfully slow pace. The initial map that Silva had drawn for Hades did not depict the river flowing into the island. Had he been aware of it beforehand? He might have opted for a more audacious approach, directly targeting the heart of power. After all, the exhilaration of such unrestrained advancement is a sensation only truly understood by those who experience it. On board the Hades, the skull and crossbones flag, a symbol of piracy, fluttered proudly in the wind. Rumors regarding the emblem on the pirate flag and the presence of Hades and Robin aboard had spread like wildfire. Some claimed that the vessel belonged to the destroyer Silva, whose crew was busy consolidating the mafia families along the western coastline, dispatching subordinates to seize control of the south. Others suggested that it was another pirate crew, likely enemies of the destroyer Silva, who had come to the island to uncover his whereabouts. The bounty poster affixed to the deck served as the most compelling evidence. In a whirlwind of speculation, the news not only stirred the southern riverbanks but also reached the munitions factory at the island's heart. At that time, Fengwei Jianyang was negotiating with the formidable Baker family, the largest mafia on the island, when the family's steward posed a question that left him momentarily speechless. By the time he departed, Hades and his companion had yet to set sail, and upon reaching the munitions factory, all communication with the outside world had been severed. Uninformed about the alleged mafia conflict in the south or the pirate incursion, his credibility was called into question, significantly impacting the negotiations. Once the negotiations concluded, he rose to leave. Glancing at a photograph of a couple standing back-to-back on a two-masted sailboat, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Another image depicted the fierce clash between the two factions, the deck stained crimson with the blood of numerous mafia members. The two individuals faced their adversaries with remarkable composure, their unique pirate flag billowing in the wind, an emblem that Feng Jianyang had never encountered before. Where did these two emerge from? The one-armed man followed closely behind Feng Jianyang, and upon seeing the individuals in the photograph, his expression shifted dramatically. "What? Do you recognize them?" he inquired. "Sir, these two are the nobles I previously urged you to take note of." "Oh," Feng Jianyang exclaimed, suddenly recalling that the one-armed man had mentioned them a few times, though he had dismissed the notion due to their youth. Although he had once dispatched a team to plunder them, that endeavor had ended in failure when the entire crew went missing. It now seemed likely that they had all perished. What connection do they have with the destroyer Silva? Feng Jianyang asked. Previously, when Silva's notoriety had soared with a bounty of 50 million berries, the one-armed man had informed him of Silva's background and prowess. Upon learning that Silva had once been a mere sycophant, Feng Jianyang had suspected his rise to power was merely a stroke of luck following an encounter with a devil fruit. Under that assumption, he had dismissed Silva entirely. However, the newly emerged young couple seemed inextricably linked to the destroyer Silva, as the one-armed man had been among the few to witness the trio together. He was not swayed by the swirling rumors and candidly recounted the connections he and the lean monkey had observed during their arrival at the port. Hearing that the renowned destroyer Silva was, in fact, a servant to the noble youth sharpened Feng Jianyang's gaze. His left hand caressed the twin swords hanging at his waist. "Let us go. Matters are becoming increasingly intriguing." On this day, Hades embarked from the western coast, and at his original pace, he would reach the central armory of the island within a day. However, upon entering the waterway, a series of skirmishes ensued, impeding the speed of the Hades and causing it to slow down. Yet, as afternoon approached, the attempts by the Mafia to thwart him diminished, leaving behind only the frantic silhouettes of those fleeing. The vessel's speed began to pick up once again, and if this continued, he would likely arrive by dawn. Throughout the day of fierce combat, Hades amassed countless soul points, and the bond between him and Robin experienced an unprecedented enhancement, increasing by 2 points due to their shared trials in battle. His only loss was a single artillery piece. The cannon met its demise during the most intense moments of conflict, as he employed a newly acquired dark form skill upgrade, which amplified both its power and range. However, with repeated use, the damage attribute bestowed by the dark form triggered, ultimately leading to the premature end of this cannon, which had cost over 1 million to procure. Nevertheless, this minor setback was hardly significant for Hades, who was now in possession of considerable wealth. Were it not for the shallow waterway, which posed a risk of grounding, he would have eagerly invested heavily in the third comprehensive overhaul of the Hades. Spending a few million gold coins to acquire a new cannon was merely a trifle. In contrast to the need to reserve funds for purchasing a new ship design from the system, soul points could be freely spent without restraint. Hades opened the system interface, and in the upper right corner, the soul value had reached 126. Chapter 99, A Bounty of Souls has been credited. Speaking of soul values, earlier that afternoon, after Hades had once again completed the harvesting of his soul, he received a system notification. The current ship spirit had accumulated 200 soul points, and it detected that low-level souls no longer contributed to the enhancement of the ship spirit, thus nullifying the acquisition of soul points rated as 1. Upon receiving this notification, Hades was taken aback. This meant that henceforth, even if he were to engage in a frenzied slaughter of ordinary people, he would no longer gain soul points. The system deemed all souls rated as 1 as ineffective for enhancing the ship spirit. Only formidable adversaries, with soul values of at least 2, could be regarded as his legitimate prey. It was no wonder that when Hades glanced at the system's soul value in the corner that afternoon, it was already at 120 points, yet after an entire night, it had only increased by a mere 6 points. This was due to the fact that the petty thugs of the Mafia were no longer worthy of providing him with souls. Consequently, Hades felt a profound disappointment. One must understand that the system's evaluation of human souls is exceedingly stringent. Most of the Mafia members on the island are merely lowly thugs, recklessly firing weapons, and thus only qualify for a soul rating of 1. Only higher-ranking officers or leaders possess greater strength, with soul ratings of 2 or 3, but such individuals are not commonly encountered. Previously, Hades regarded Notice Island as his training ground, valuing the multitude of weak mafia members burdened with lives. Now that these lowly thugs no longer served any purpose in his quest for souls, Hades felt somewhat disinclined to continue his righteous endeavors. Nevertheless, despite his disappointment, the soul points he had acquired were still meant for allocation. Within the ship's spirit enhancement, there remained 3 opportunities for random skill enhancement on the 4th layer. Hades unhesitatingly expended 48 soul points to partake in 3 rounds of the system's roulette, resulting in the acquisition of the skills Far Journey, Skill Advancement 2, Meteor Crash, Skill Advancement, and Morph Switch, Skill Advancement. Hades has been fortunate, once again drawing the enhancement for the skill of remote travel. Among the 2 enhancement directions provided by the system, active effects and passive effects, he chose to focus on the passive effects. Remote Travel, Skill Upgrade 2 Passive Effect, increases the distance the ship spirit can depart from its vessel, as well as the maximum range for manipulating objects off the ship. The original limit was 50 meters. After enhancement, the limit has changed to 500 meters. Consequently, Hades can now move away from his main ship, extending his range from 50 meters to 500 meters. At this distance, provided he does not venture too far, he can freely navigate around the vessel. Additionally, concerning the enhancement direction for Meteor Collision, Hades opted for a weight enhancement. Meteor Collision, skill upgrade when the ship's spirit leaps into the air. It can gather a portion of the ship's weight, up to a maximum of 10 tons, to launch a collision attack against adversaries, crushing them. Note 1. This skill is a lock-on technique. Enemies cannot evade it through ordinary means. Note 2. This skill is applicable only in the air. The ship spirit must have both feet off the ground to activate the skill effect. Initially, Meteor Collision was limited to a weight of 1 ton. It has now been enhanced to 10 tons, achieving a gravitational force comparable to that of the float fruit, coupled with its 100 hit rate. The potency of this skill far surpasses Hades' expectations, whereas he previously regarded this skill merely as a functional one with guaranteed hits. It now possesses its own inherent damage and destructive capability without the need for combination with other skills. Lastly, regarding the enhancement of the transformation skill, the system has provided Hades with 2 enhancement options. One focuses on augmenting the values of his existing forms, while the other grants him an entirely new form. In a moment of hesitation, Hades opted for the latter. Form Transformation, Skill Advancement 1. Life Form. In this state, all non-combat skills are enhanced by 10%. 2. Combat Form. In this state, all combat skills are augmented by 10%. 3. Learning Form. In this state, the ship spirit gains exceptional learning abilities, acquiring a chance to comprehend the skills of enemies after observing them unleash their abilities multiple times, excluding devil fruit powers and race-specific skills. Upon witnessing the newly transformed state of shapeshifting skill advancement, Hades was struck with inspiration. His mind immediately wandered to the 6 styles in hockey. In the world of One Piece, although individuals possess diverse combat styles and abilities, most of these distinctions stem from the powers granted by devil fruits, alongside racial-specific skills intimately tied to their lineage. Given that he could not acquire either of these through his current form, the remaining options appeared to be limited to the 6 styles, hockey, and swordsmanship. For Hades at this juncture, the pivotal factor in enhancing his prowess lay undeniably in hockey. With Hades' modifications to his vessel, he, as the ship's spirit, had indeed garnered formidable strength through the shared essence of the ship and had learned numerous skills via the enhancement of his spirit. Yet, when confronted by opponents wielding natural-type abilities, he feared that all his talents might prove futile. It would be unwise to underestimate such adversaries. After all, Aokiji has never truly let his guard down around Robin. Should Robin once again emerge upon the seas, even under the guise of Bella, her true identity would inevitably be unveiled in due time. Moreover, the significance of armament hockey extends beyond merely countering elemental devil fruit powers. It plays an essential role in both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Thus, mastering armament hockey is imperative for Hades, regardless of the circumstances. The newly introduced learning form within the shapeshifting skill advancement process is indeed the key to Hades acquiring hockey. After mastering all the skills of the 4th tier in the ship spirit enhancement tree, Hades still retains 78 soul points, while unlocking the skills of the 5th tier requires merely 32 soul points. Hades could illuminate 2 icons even within the 5th tier of the hierarchy. Thus, without hesitation, he ascended to the 5th level, according to the principle that each ascent would yield an additional skill to learn. There should ostensibly be 6 skills available for selection at the 5th tier of the ship's spirit reinforcement. However, upon his initial glance, Hades discerned only a singular skill, entitled Preparation Against Adversity. Hades, in a moment of perplexity, perused the system and subsequently discovered that the remaining 5 skills were concealed behind the skill titled Preparedness. Only upon mastering Preparedness could the subsequent skill be unlocked, and this pattern continued in succession. The 5th tier, comprising 6 skills including Preparedness, constituted a unique amalgamation of abilities associated with the spirit of the ship, which could only be acquired upon the complete mastery of all preceding skills. Chapter 100, The Baker Family. Hades took an interest in the introduction of the current skill, Preparedness, when the ship's spirit or the main body is ambushed. This skill is activated passively, rendering the user immune to the damage inflicted during the ambush. Note, whether it constitutes an ambush is subjectively determined by the system. It is a rather conventional skill, not particularly powerful, yet its effects often manifest at critical moments. One must recognize that even those possessing observation haki may still fall victim to an ambush, for instance, during the fierce battle atop Onigashima. Did not Luffy and Kaido find their focus diverted by an assault from CP0? Hades did not hesitate to expend 32 soul points to illuminate the skill icon of Preparedness. As the status of Preparedness transitioned from gray to vibrant color, a line emerged, linking it to the next skill in the 5th tier of the skill tree, known as Fearless Resilience. Fearless Resilience. When confronted with an attack, the host, emboldened, will face the enemy's assault head-on, triggering the passive effect of this skill, which reduces incoming damage by 30. The description of this skill is straightforward. In simpler terms, the less one fears death, the less likely one is to succumb to it. From a numerical standpoint, a 30 reduction in damage taken from frontal assaults is indeed a significant figure. In conjunction with the 2 skills currently available in the 5th tier, Hades began to discern the tactical synergy formed by these 6 skills. First, Preparedness is employed to mitigate damage from ambushes, followed by Fearless Resilience to confront enemies directly. Hades reasonably deduced that all 6 relevant skills at this level pertain solely to defense. Furthermore, these defensive skills are not singular in nature. Rather, they encompass various aspects to mitigate enemy attacks, thereby achieving a comprehensive defensive effect. After Hades expended 32 soul points to illuminate the icon of Indomitable Resilience, the 3rd skill was revealed, corroborating his earlier hypothesis, Elemental Resistance. Elemental Resistance, an active skill that, when activated, grants immunity to all damage from elemental attacks for a duration of 10 seconds, encompassing, but not limited to, damage from fire, lightning, freezing, and storms. The cooldown period for this skill is 1 day. As he had anticipated, the 3rd skill provides protection against attacks from the perspective of elemental damage, which in gaming terms translates to magical immunity. In the world of One Piece, Hades was profoundly astonished, for this skill is the nemesis of all natural-type devil fruits. Regrettably, in comparison to the first 2 skills, Elemental Resistance is an active skill that can only be activated once a day for a mere 10 seconds. However, one must consider that if this skill were passive, all natural-type devil fruits would undoubtedly regard him as their father. Hades cast a glance at the soul value displayed in the upper right corner of the system, revealing a mere 14 souls remaining. Clearly, the dwindling souls were insufficient for him to acquire elemental resistance. However, at present, aside from confronting certain firearms, he found no immediate need for such resistance, and thus remained unperturbed. After this excursion, Hades expended a total of 112 soul points, enhancing 3 skills and acquiring 2 new ones, marking the most significant achievement since obtaining the system. Upon accessing the system panel, the interface for the ship spirit enhancement displayed all the skills he had learned. They included Spirit Ship Shared Voyage, Skill Advancement 2, Meteor Collision, Skill Advancement, Form Transformation, Skill Advancement, Malevolent Form, Skill Advancement, Powerful Heart of Strong Severance, Skill Advancement, Vitality, Skill Advancement, Preparedness, Skill Advancement, Fearlessness, Skill Advancement, Indomitable, Skill Advancement. In total, there were 10 skills. Among them, Hades deemed Spirit Ship Shared Voyage, learned during his initial point allocation, to be the most beneficial, as it allows his combat prowess, stemming from the modifications to his corporeal form, to be reflected in the ship's spirit. It could be considered the very foundation of all Hades' combat capabilities. Unfortunately, this skill was not randomly selected for enhancement by the system and remains at its first stage. Hades is indeed curious about how formidable a ship spirit would become after skill enhancement. The sound of the telephone worm echoed. Brulu. Brulu. Hades answered the phone. The only person who could possibly know his ship's number and choose to call him at this moment was Silva, situated far away on the west coast. Boss, congratulations. Throughout the day, rumors concerning you and the captain have been circulating all over the island. As anticipated, Silva's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Is there something you need? Hades discerned that Silva would not intentionally call to disturb him if there were no pressing matters at hand, so he directly inquired about the situation. Silva conveyed that the territory previously reclaimed by Boris under the boss's orders was nearly restored, and with the boss demonstrating significant prowess in the south today. The Mafia factions attempting to take advantage of the internal turmoil had retreated from the Notice family's domain. However, despite delivering this seemingly joyous news, an undercurrent of tension permeated his words. The recent substantial activities undertaken by their side had drawn the attention of all Mafia families on the island. While the other Mafia bosses could be disregarded, special caution was warranted regarding the Bark family, which dominated over 80% of the island's arms production. Hades acknowledged this, for it was within the realm of his expectations. It would indeed be peculiar if such a commotion were to provoke no reaction from the island's Mafia factions. Aware of the boss's formidable strength, Silva had merely reached out to offer a timely reminder, elaborating on the Bark family's origins. Unlike the other foreign Mafia and pirates on the island, the Bark family originated from the very land itself, composed of slaves who were initially imprisoned here under the guise of criminals. The laborers were individuals whose crimes warranted the death penalty. They were dispatched to the island to toil for the nobles of the nation. Following the downfall of the Western Sea Kingdom, the island's criminals, devoid of oversight, slaughtered their captors and seized control of the vast arms factories, thus naming themselves the Bark family. This, in essence, was their genesis. Silva further noted that, although the Bark family possessed significant weapon production capabilities, they lacked effective sales channels. Several years prior, they seemingly forged an agreement with a notorious pirate from the Grand Line, which subsequently opened extensive avenues for arms sales, granting them the means to pay exorbitant sums and enabling them to join the ranks of the world government, selling the island's weaponry to other nations. Consequently, Notice Island gained a formidable reputation, achieving its current stature. Silva's warning to Hades was to remain vigilant against the pirates allied with the Bark family. The multitude of Mafia families on the island refrained from antagonizing the Bark family, partly due to this reason. After all, it is not the small-time Mafia of the Western Sea that dares to provoke those known as great pirates on the Grand Line. P.S. Gratitude is extended to the generous patronage from the occasional wanderer. The boss's generosity is deeply appreciated. Chapter 101. The sudden arrival of the warrior. The call ended. Hades stepped out of the door. On the deck, Robin was sipping coffee, gazing up at the night sky. During Hades' phone call, she had tidied up the bloodstains on the ship, and later, out of boredom, began experimenting with her fruit abilities. With the physical strength provided by her subordinate forces, she became increasingly adept at utilizing her powers. The massive arm she had previously created by merging dozens of her own arms could now be executed with ease, and it had even undergone a transformation. For instance, flowers bloomed behind her, and she fused her arms into a pair of wings, attempting to take flight. After several attempts, Robin was beginning to grasp the concept, preparing to refine her illusory wings when Hades emerged from the cabin. Are you developing new skills? He inquired. Robin nodded. Often, her insights into the devil fruit were inspired by Hades, which made her eager to discuss her abilities with him. The night had grown deep. Having lost interest in harvesting the souls of ordinary people, Hades also turned his attention away from the Mafia families that had been bombarding them. The daytime skirmishes had established their strength. The immediate priority was to seize the arms factory at the island's center, thus taking advantage of the undisturbed night. Hades accelerated the ship towards their destination. After about 10 minutes, just as the Hades was navigating the river, he suddenly felt the vessel collide with something. A white slash surged across the water's surface, aimed directly at the ship. The speed of the attack was astonishing, catching even Hades off guard. As the slash cleaved through the river, it divided the waters to the left and right. The violent impact caused the Hades to come to an abrupt halt, and the terrifying sword technique swept past the ship's bow, penetrating the deck and cabin, splitting the iron birchwood vessel down the middle. At that moment, the Hades activated its protective ability. The skill, recently learned, proved invaluable. The passive effect of the shield meant that when the ship's spirit or the vessel itself was ambushed, it would be immune to the damage inflicted by the surprise attack. Even though the slash was formidable, a transparent membrane enveloped Hades, successfully blocking the once-splitting sword technique. There is an enemy. Hades and Robin were simultaneously drenched in a cold sweat. Both had long since shed the innocence of youth they possessed when they first met. Having endured numerous trials upon the sea, they had developed a keen sense for impending danger. Yet, the recent strike, before it collided with the vessel's hull, had gone unnoticed by either of them. Hades immediately transferred his consciousness to his corporeal form, utilizing the vision provided by the Hades ship to survey his surroundings. Soon, he discovered a short-statured warrior seamlessly blending into the night. Clad in a kimono, the figure wielded two unsheathed longswords, their white blades gleaming like the scythe of death against the dark backdrop, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Upon realizing that the vessel before him had not been cleaved in twain by his strike, a flicker of confusion crossed the warrior's gaze, followed by the raising of his dual blades, crossing them over his chest. In that moment, under Hades' scrutiny, the swords were enveloped in a layer of pitch-black hue. It was Haki, a warrior capable of wielding Haki. This marked the first instance since Hades' arrival in the world of One Piece that he encountered an individual proficient in such abilities. Although he was aware that this skill would become a fundamental capability for many within the Grand Line, especially in the latter half of the New World. The unexpected sight still left Hades in awe, particularly after having grown accustomed to preying upon the weak on Notice Island. Now aware of his opponent's position, Hades resolved that he would not allow further reckless assaults upon his ship. As the warrior prepared to unleash another flying slash, Hades leaped from his vessel without hesitation. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, he immediately imbued himself with enhancements. He transformed into his combat form, bestowed an evil aspect upon his ship, skill enhancement, which resonated with the ship's spirit, and invoked his passive skill, fearless and indomitable, in defiance of the impending strike. Hades braced himself and deliberately collided with the sword technique aimed at him, absorbing the full force of the samurai's long-prepared second strike. The razor-sharp blade shredded the upper half of his garments into countless fragments and lacerated his skin. Yet, as it delved deeper, it was thwarted by the sinewy muscles beneath. Blood trickled down the contours of his physique. Instead of being intimidated, his eyes gleamed with an intense battle fervor. Throughout his encounters with various adversaries, only the sea serpent near Polaro Island had posed an equal challenge. Thereafter, he had faced either feeble opponents or those of overwhelming strength, like Admiral Gomer. Although he had finally crossed paths with the likes of Capone Beach, their engagement was thwarted by numerous complications, preventing any skirmish. Now, however, Hades relished the anticipated exhilaration of combat. The samurai's armed Haki slash was formidable, yet under Hades' indomitable spirit and the enhancement of his ship's malevolent form skill upgrade, it failed to inflict any true harm. Following his injury, his robust heart skill upgrade activated immediately, visibly mending the gaping wounds across his body at a remarkable pace. The samurai, taken aback, was clearly astonished by Hades' formidable recovery ability. Meanwhile, as Hades' wounds gradually healed, an astonishing battle intent surged through him. He was no longer concerned with the identity of his opponent, their origins, or their motives for attacking him. They could merely be a mafia leader, a hired assassin, or even a cadre sent by a formidable pirate from the Grand Line behind the Buck family. Such matters were inconsequential. In a sudden burst of acceleration, Hades propelled himself forward, aided by the shared barmal propellers of the spirit ship, transforming into a fleeting shadow that surged towards his foe. He delivered a powerful blow to the samurai's nasal bridge. The samurai, undeterred, infused his long blade with Haki, anticipating Hades' movements, and pierced his shoulder with a swift thrust. The exchange of injuries did not yield a moment's pause. In fact, Hades even abandoned his combat form skill upgrade in favor of a learning form. As the Haki-infused blade embedded itself into Hades' body, he experienced a fleeting spark of inspiration regarding the application of Haki through his learning form. Yet, before he could seize this ephemeral insight, the samurai raised his other hand. The blade lodged in Hades' shoulder resonated with the long knife raised by the samurai's left hand. The two blades, united through the samurai's form, launched a lethal strike against Hades. Two sword style, wind and moonflash. The samurai's form flickered, having penetrated Hades' body, leaving a gash nearly half a meter long. This time, even the indomitable reduction in damage could not withstand the imminent slash. The blood of Hades gushed forth, cascading through the air and staining his entire being in crimson. An intense agony enveloped him, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones with malevolence. Yet, in the following moment, a radiant orb of white light enveloped his form, infusing him with vitality. Hades, harnessing his skills, awakened the latent potential and formidable regenerative abilities within him, enabling his body to restore itself instantaneously. However, this came at the cost of succumbing to exhaustion 3 hours later, during which he would experience the repercussions of his prior injuries. Opposite him, Fengwei Jianyang felt the veins on his forehead bulge as he was once again struck by the astonishing resilience of Hades. Was this the essence of immortality? Despite having inflicted multiple strikes upon the youth, leaving tangible scars upon his flesh, those wounds vanished the moment he turned away. Even a Zoan-type devil fruit user would not possess such rapid recuperation. The expression on Fengwei Jianyang's face shifted, yet Hades granted him no respite. Just having glimpsed the rudiments of Busashoka Haki through diligent study, the moment was ripe for further enlightenment. He leaped into action, pinpointing Fengwei Jianyang as his target. Unleashing his upgraded skill, Meteor Collision. With an unavoidable 100% hit rate and an overwhelming force equivalent to 10 tons, he transformed himself into a projectile, delivering a tremendous kick to Fengwei Jianyang's body. Initially, upon witnessing the youth's leap, Fengwei Jianyang sensed something amiss, prompting heightened vigilance as he sought to evade the impending strike using Kinbunshika Haki. Yet, regardless of his attempts to maneuver, predicting the trajectory of his adversary's attack through the flow of air, it seemed as if the youth defied gravity, evading his every evasive maneuver. Realizing this, Fengwei Jianyang promptly ceased his use of Kinbunshika Haki and activated Busashoka Haki to reinforce his arms, bracing himself against Hades' powerful kick. The impact resounded with a thunderous roar, akin to an earthquake, obliterating the ground adjacent to the riverbank and leaving behind a crater approximately half a meter deep. The formidable strike of Hades, weighing 10 tons, crushed the ground beneath the body of Fengwei Jianyang, creating a profound dent. His arms, numbed by the shock, especially his left hand, suffered a grievous fracture. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his short forehead. Damn it, how could this brat be so powerful? He had underestimated the situation. Ever since emerging from the arms factory in Baku, he had been seething with indignation over the events of the day. To think he would lose face before others because of a pair of young individuals. As the second son of the Fengwei family in Ueno, he was not as rigid as his father, the renowned Shimi. When the combined forces of Guangyue, Fengwei, Yuyue, and Shuangyue united to fend off invading pirates, he had fled his homeland at the first sign of danger, seeking a place where he could thrive. Upon arriving on Notice Island, he had envisioned it as his domain, only to be met with disdain from the Baku family and, worse still, suffering a setback at the hands of an unremarkable youth. Instantly, the visage of a defeated, spineless soldier emerged upon his face, compelling him to consider retreat. Hades was oblivious to Fengwei Jianyang's intentions. He noticed the warrior's body sway slightly, indicating a forthcoming action, prompting him to advance immediately. After several exchanges, Hades, having learned through observation, gained a profound understanding of the armament Haki. Recognizing that his opponent had sustained significant injuries from his technique, the meteor crash, he softened his approach and shifted to close-quarter combat involving multiple contacts. Encountering someone proficient in armament Haki was a rare opportunity he could not let slip away. Thus, under the cover of night, two silhouettes engaged in an intricate dance of combat. Meanwhile, Robin was not at peace either. Upon witnessing Hades leap from the ship to shield his comrades from a devastating strike capable of cleaving the vessel in two, her concern for him was abruptly overshadowed by the sight of a figure on the riverbank. Not far from where Hades was engaged, a man stood atop an earthen slope, observing the clash. His form blended seamlessly into the darkness, merging with the backdrop. Had it not been for Robin's keen observational skills, she might have entirely missed his presence. Worried that Hades might be ambushed, Robin deployed her recently developed technique, the floral mirage, ascending into the air. Although her mastery of the fruit's abilities was not yet sufficient to enable her to fly with the blossoming wings, gliding was well within her capabilities. After gliding a short distance, she approached the mysterious figure. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as the one-armed man who had been at the Strauss family's port on the west coast a few days prior, alongside the Slim Monkey, inspecting the ships. It was he and the Slim Monkey who had promised Hades to summon all the leaders. Yet only the Slim Monkey returned the following day to escort them to the castle. Since then, the one-armed man's presence had not been seen within the family. Hades speculated whether the lean monkey sought to monopolize the bounty, thus orchestrating harm against the one-armed man. However, Silva swiftly dismissed this notion, deeming it improbable. The one-armed individual had only recently joined the Strauss family, initially donning a traditional kimono and referring to himself in a manner that unmistakably identified him as a samurai. Despite his enigmatic origins, his prowess was astonishing. Though he possessed but a single arm, he could effortlessly sever bullets mid-air, a feat unattainable by an ordinary individual. Moreover, he was not merely a brute. He approached tasks with remarkable shrewdness. Silva surmised that such a person could not fall victim to the lean monkey's treachery. Thus, the perplexed individuals chose to abandon their inquiries, accepting the disappearance as a commonplace occurrence in the notoriously chaotic Notice Island. Chapter 103. The swift combat of the flower fruit. As footsteps drew nearer, the one-armed man seemed to sense Robin's presence. He turned, his gaze cold and piercing, fixating on the young girl before him. Today, clad in samurai attire, he appeared drastically different from his earlier self within the Strauss family. As he scrutinized Robin, she, in turn, appraised her adversary. Some matters required no words, they were self-evident. Slowly, the one-armed man unsheathed the long blade at his waist. Muttering to himself, "Indeed, my initial impression upon encountering you was not a mere illusion. It is not Silva who has pilfered from the Strauss family, but rather, it is you. You too have betrayed the Strauss family," Robin replied with a faint smile. However, the one-armed man shook his head. "I am a retainer of the Kazuki clan. I have always been a member of the Kazuki family, thus there can be no talk of betrayal." The Kazuki clan? Upon hearing this name, so incongruous within the context of Notice Island, Robin recalled the text that spoke of a distant land where samurai had established a nation known as Wano. This one-armed man, along with the samurai who had battled Hades, seemed to hail from that very realm. Mr. Kazuki is the son of the great lord of Wano, having been compelled to leave his homeland due to certain circumstances. I had thought he had found a fitting place here, only to encounter you. A great lord's son? Observing the one-armed man's lack of combativeness while Hades maintained the upper hand, Robin, half curious and half stalling for time, inquired further. How does one of noble lineage descend into the underbelly of society, consorting with the mafia? Her words seemed to strike a chord of pain within the one-armed man, who let out a soft sigh and slowly pointed his sword at Robin. "There is no use in further dialogue. Mr. Kazuki is engaged in battle with your companion. I harbor no desire to overpower the weak, yet since you have descended from the ship, it appears an inevitable clash awaits us." With that, he raised his long blade, abandoning any intention of continuing the conversation. Robin, however, wore a resigned smile. "In truth, I prefer listening to stories over fighting." With those words, she stepped back slightly, distancing herself from the one-armed man as the night breeze lifted the fabric of his tattered sleeve. Yet, as the fabric fluttered, it transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Robin at an astonishing speed. Robin's expression turned serious, her amiable smile vanishing as her petite frame swiftly evaded the blade. In that moment, the enhancement from Hades' power became evident. Otherwise, with Robin's physical abilities, such agility would have been unattainable. The one-armed man, having missed a strike, remained unfazed, pivoting the hilt of his sword to make a horizontal cut. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of floral fragrance, and petals began to descend around him. From the ground behind him, countless blossoming arms coalesced into a towering 3-meter hand. A melodious voice rang out, "One tree, splitting axe." The gigantic hand transformed into a slicing motion, crashing down with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, the one-armed man quickly withdrew his blade. The massive hand fell precisely where he had stood moments before. After observing the colossal appendage for a brief moment, realization dawned upon him. A devil fruit user? Truly terrifying. Under the effect of Robin's one tree, splitting axe, the ground beneath them was visibly cleaved. The one-armed man dismissed his earlier disdainful gaze, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Futile, Robin mused, her gaze rapidly tracking his movements. Thanks to the abilities granted by the flower fruit, unless her opponent could move faster than her sight, he could never escape her grasp. 36 petals bloom. Restraint. This time, Robin refrained from employing any elaborate floral formations, instead utilizing her most fundamental abilities to ensnare the swiftly moving one-armed man. Instantly, arms blossomed from his figure, immobilizing his movements. 2 hands constricted around his neck, while 12 arms, grouped in sets of 4, bound his limbs and legs. Additional arms emerged from the ground, forming supportive ropes that secured him tightly. Having completed her task, Robin remained unfazed. Under the substantial enhancement of her physical strength, this application of her powers posed little challenge. In contrast, the one-armed man, upon witnessing the burgeoning arms, sensed impending doom. He swung his sword in a flurry of blades, aiming for Robin's hands. However, his efforts were thwarted before his blade could descend. Another hand executed a joint lock that seized his wrist, its strength astonishingly disproportionate to that of a mere girl. Ultimately, the one-armed man found himself unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of arms sprouting from his body. Each of the 36 arms bore strength equal to his own. And through the application of joint locks, they effectively confined him to the ground, even if he were granted double his strength. Liberation from Robin's binding would remain an impossible feat at this moment. He could scarcely believe his defeat had come so swiftly. Faced with the capabilities of the flower fruit, he had not even been afforded the opportunity to wield his sword before being compelled into a struggle of strength. Yet, he found himself unable to escape the grasp of a young girl. "I concede. You may take my life at your convenience." After several futile attempts to break free, he surrendered, closing his eyes in resignation. Observing this, Robin finally exhaled, releasing the tension that had gripped her. "It is over," she sighed. Indeed. What appeared to be a swift conclusion to the battle harbored crises only known to Robin, the adversary. Should this foe wield his blade in close quarters, the outcome of this clash would indeed be uncertain. Once she had resolved the conflict at her end, her gaze shifted to the battlefield below. Meanwhile, as Robin's skirmish with the one-armed fighter came to an end, Hades and the spirited Windy Moon continued their fierce combat. Hades, who had activated his learning form, seemed to have ensnared his opponent. It was as if he had sworn not to relent until he had gleaned the secrets of the armament hockey from this individual. One sought to retreat, while the other relentlessly pursued. Hades, with the upper hand, skillfully measured his strength, neither overwhelming his opponent's defenses nor allowing Windy Moon to evade the necessity of employing armament hockey for protection. Gradually, Hades began to grasp a flicker of insight. In the midst of Hades' comprehension of armament hockey, Windy Moon too discerned something unsettling. Was this imp attempting to humiliate him? This was his immediate reaction. His interpretation was not unfounded, for Hades' behavior was undeniably irrational. Despite having the capacity to unleash that devastating instant strike against his foe, he deliberately chose to engage in a protracted duel. Even Windy Moon, who valued life over dignity, found himself unable to endure such affront. As the battle persisted, Windy Moon's attention was drawn to the defeated one-armed fighter upon the earth embankment, a solemnity clouding his expression. Then, suddenly, he began to survey his surroundings. Noting the river that coursed towards the ocean, one step at a time, he lured Hades closer to the riverbank. Abruptly, Windy Moon thrust his katana into the water, exclaiming, "One sword style, water flow slash." The blade, imbued with armament hockey, drew forth a considerable volume of water from the river, akin to a sponge absorbing liquid. Subsequently, the wave surged upwards, merging with the technique of his right-hand sword style, and struck fiercely towards Hades. He could not fathom what devilish fruit this young scoundrel had consumed. But the myriad of bizarre manifestations suggested he was indeed a wielder of extraordinary powers. This water flow slash, reminiscent of a colossal tsunami, posed a formidable threat to all devil fruit users. As long as water was present, he could potentially turn the tides of battle to his favor. For the first time, the timid Windy Moon felt a fire ignite within him. In that fleeting moment as the water flow slash surged towards Hades, he disregarded the fracture in his left hand and unsheathed another katana. With the two blades crossed, a resonance was created, and he unleashed his ultimate technique once more. Two sword style, Windy Moon flash. In that instant, Windy Moon seemed to grasp the essence of the sword techniques passed down through generations of his family. His mind was flooded with a kaleidoscope of memories, his elder brother's unsheathing of his sword, the silhouette of his father, the esteemed Heim, departing for battle, the rallying cries of his compatriots, and his own foolishness as he cowered in a corner, waiting for an opportunity to escape Wayno. The twin blades in his grasp resonated with his newfound sword intent, delivering a strike more exaggerated than ever before, hurtling towards the figure submerged in water. With a resounding hum, the immense white slash cleaved through the tsunami-like river, splitting it asunder. It accurately struck Hades, who was engulfed by the flowing waters. Had he succeeded? Windy Moon gasped for breath, but in the next moment, he beheld that the colossal slash had passed through Hades' form without leaving even the slightest trace of injury. How could this be? Just as Windy Moon executed the one-sword style, water flow slash, Hades simultaneously grasped the utilization of armament hockey. After enduring over 2 hours of combat with Fengyue Jianyang, he assimilated the techniques and force application methods exhibited by his opponent through his form-switching learning ability, thereby summarizing them into his own skill set. His hands were enveloped in a pitch-black armament hockey, shielding him in front, as he switched to a combat form. The passive effect of his indomitable resilience came into play, enhanced by the buff of his Sinister form skill upgrade. In a state of maximal defense, Hades astonishingly withstood Feng Wei Jianyang's slashing assault, breaking through the waves like a monstrous entity, charging towards him. Feng Wei Jianyang was on the brink of collapse. Faced with an individual who resembled a power wielder yet was unperturbed by the sea, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Most terrifyingly, this creature could even negate his slashes, rapidly recovering from any injury sustained. His very existence seemed purposefully designed to counter him. Ignoring his left hand's fractured state, Feng Wei Jianyang began to wildly swing his long blade. However, Hades, having comprehended armament hockey, effortlessly blocked all of his attacks, fortified by an already formidable defense. Why? Feng Wei Jianyang bellowed in fury, his swordsmanship devoid of any coherence. Throughout his life, he had always been the one dealt an unfair fate. Born as the second son in one of the 6 great families of Wano, he possessed superior talent compared to his elder brother, yet was destined to be a mere warrior sacrificed for his sibling. His philosophy of survival was undeniably correct. Yet those around him engaged in futile endeavors leading to their own demise. Having finally arrived at this juncture, he still found himself subservient to others' whims. Even the sword technique he had just comprehended, breaking through his limits, failed to breach this young man's skin by even a fraction. He was unwilling to accept this fate and yearned for the day he could, like the foolish warriors of Kairi, charge towards the enemy, shouting his name with abandon. Suddenly, Feng Wei Jianyang relinquished his longsword from his left hand, grasping tightly the weapon that symbolized his lineage. His frenzied and restless gaze gradually calmed. As if he had come to a profound realization. Young one, reveal your true prowess. I shall no longer endure humiliation, despite the pain and sense of collapse overwhelming him. Rendering it difficult to maintain a standing posture, there was an undeniable conviction in his voice as he uttered these words. Hades was still immersed in the elation of mastering the Busashoka Haki when he regained his senses, only to discover that his opponent had crumbled beneath his might. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed a transformation in the warrior before him. Initially, he had perceived this figure as a mere enforcer of the Mafia. But now he felt that the man, who was on the brink of collapse, had evolved into a true samurai. Itoryu, Shimenshi, Feng Wei Jianyang bellowed, unleashing a formidable aura. Under this influence, Hades instinctively unleashed the most potent technique at his disposal. All buffs, except for the evil form, were activated. The meteor crash skill locked onto its target. Busashoka Haki enveloped his fists, and the spirit ship shared its enhancement effects. Pluto, meteor, cannon. The 2 combatants surged forward in a direct line, undaunted by the impending clash. In their crossing, the samurai's blade struck the spirit ship, while the spirit ship's fist penetrated the samurai's form. Feng Wei Jianyang's final assault abandoned all defenses, transforming his momentum into a cutting strike, leaving a crimson mark upon Hades' body with all his might. However, the cost was steep. A ghastly wound appeared in his chest. The samurai smiled silently, as if he could already see his father and elder brother beckoning him. In that moment, his longsword snapped with a sharp crack, shattering into 2 pieces, and he fell heavily to the ground, never to move again. Meanwhile, behind him, the bloodied mark on Hades' chest rapidly healed, aided by the remarkable power of his heart skill upgrade. Chapter 105, The Vassals Embrace Death. Hades is not one to indulge in the whims of the wind and moon. He cannot fathom the thoughts of his adversary. Yet, in their clash, he senses that this individual has seemingly come to a profound realization, achieved enlightenment, and transcended his limits. From the unwavering smile that graced his face before his demise, Hades glimpses the indomitable spirit of a warrior who forsakes life and death for the sake of honor. Even when his last breath is spent, he is driven by a terrifying will to fulfill his aspirations. Unfortunately, such a spirit, which exacts the toll of one's very life, is something Hades respects but cannot condone. Recalling the battle cry uttered by this warrior in his final moments, Hades remembers it to be a dialect from the samurai of Wano country. Indeed, he hails from Wano. Yet the reasons for his appearance in the West Blue and his entanglement with the Mafia remain shrouded in mystery. By the reckoning of time, it is likely that Kazuki Oden has already met his fate in the boiling pot, as the island falls under Kaido's dominion. And the tyranny of Kurozumi Orochi spreads like a blight. Did he depart from his homeland for such reasons? Meanwhile, on the hillside, Robin, having restrained the one-armed man, chose not to take his life but rather awaited the conclusion of the battle below. It seemed she yearned to convey her thoughts. And after the one-armed man relinquished his struggle, he unexpectedly began recounting tales of his encounters with Hades. Coincidentally, the enigmatic land of Wano and its secrets were precisely the subjects that piqued Robin's interest. Thus, they engaged in a tacit understanding, neither interrupting the other. One spoke freely while the other listened intently. The one-armed man's narrative was a jumble of thoughts, as if he spoke whatever came to mind. Robin silently organized the myriad tales she heard, gradually sketching a rough image of the nation that had only existed in the pages of books. He spoke of recent events, the terrifying beast pirates led by Kaido, the fall of the Kazuki clan from the position of shogunate, and Orochi's usurpation. He also mentioned Hiyori, the daughter of Kazuki Oden, and the tragic tale of how the famed samurai, together with the likes of the Rabbit Man, Reizo, and Kinemon, fought against the Korazumi clan before meeting their end at the hands of Kaido. Only then did Robin realize that the samurai who clashed with Hades had fled Wano out of fear for his life. Yet, observing the fierce determination of that warrior in battle, she found it curious. This was in stark contrast to the image painted by the one-armed man of a coward who abandoned his family to escape. To this, the one-armed man smiled and replied, "People are always capable of growth." Ultimately, upon witnessing the demise of Hiyori at Hades' hands, the one-armed man, lying on the ground, displayed no sorrow, rather, a look of contentment graced his features. "Lord Hiyori, no, it should be young master. Ever since I left Wano, I have felt indebted to my brother and father. To see his heart unburdened, even in death, is a worthy end for me." He explained the reason behind his smile before turning his gaze to Robin. "I am grateful that you did not slay me immediately after our confrontation. Otherwise, I would have missed witnessing the young master's growth. Now, I can embark on my journey with peace." Before Robin could respond, she suddenly felt the cold touch of metal against the one-armed man's arm. An overwhelming sense of weakness surged through her as if all her strength had been siphoned away, leaving her a mere husk on the ground, incapable of exerting even the slightest force. This sensation was characteristic of a devil fruit user encountering seawater. In disbelief, Robin looked at the one-armed man, who, with ease, freed himself from the grip of her devil fruit powers. In an instant, the floral restraints that bound him transformed into a flurry of petals, dissipating into the air. It was then that Robin realized what he had done. He had produced a pair of cold, metallic handcuffs, fastening them to the hand that had grown from her powers. These handcuffs, imbued with the essence of the sea, effectively sealed her abilities. That is, Robin gasped, recognizing the handcuffs as seastone. The remnants of the one-armed man's other limbs had vanished, leaving only the hand trapped by the seastone cuffs, which not only drained her strength but also rendered her incapable of utilizing her powers. Upon hearing Robin's exclamation, the one-armed man remarked, "These cuffs are crafted from the iron or produced in our Wano country, what you refer to as seastone." Robin had read about the origins of seastone, hailing from a mysterious island, yet she had never realized that it was Wano itself. Surprised, she regarded the one-armed man, reflecting on their battle and perplexed as to why he had only now revealed this critical weapon against devil fruit users. However, the one-armed man seemed to anticipate her thoughts. "Fear not. I lost our fair fight, so I shall not harm you. The key to these cuffs is right here. When your companions arrive, they can assist you in freeing yourself." Having spoken, the one-armed man retrieved the key to the sea prism stone handcuffs and tossed it onto the ground near Robin. He then picked up his long blade, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he knelt, facing the lifeless body of Fenghui Jianyang. With a solemn gesture, he raised the blade in reverse, directing its edge toward his own body, and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, Robin suddenly grasped the true meaning behind his declaration of embarking on a journey. As a retainer of the Fenghui family, his duty was to protect Fenghui Jianyang. Yet with the young master now deceased, he found himself devoid of both the desire for vengeance and the means to achieve it. Thus, he saw only the path of following his master into the afterlife through self-termination. Robin, unable to comprehend the peculiar sentiments harbored within the samurai's heart, watched in horror as the one-armed man plunged the blade into his own abdomen. Blood began to flow steadily from the wound, cascading down the blade. "If it is possible, please take the young master's garments and sword back to Wano, and bury them in the northern cemetery behind the bell," he murmured, his vitality waning. While he still drew breath, he turned to Robin and spoke. Since embarking on the journey with Hades, Robin had fired weapons and taken lives. But this was her first encounter with an enemy choosing to end their own life before her eyes. In that instant, she found herself nurturing thoughts akin to those of Hades, respectful yet hesitant to concur. Noticing that Robin had not responded, the one-armed man summoned the last remnants of his strength and whispered, "As a reward within the underground chamber of the castle where the young master resided on this island, there lies the sea prism stone, a treasure brought from Wano." His voice, barely a whisper, grew weaker with each passing moment, until finally, if one did not strain to listen, his words were lost to the ether. Chapter 106. The hopes of Wano. Robin's wrists were encumbered by the sea prism stone handcuffs. Already fatigued, She had just begun to formulate a response to the one-armed man's faint voice when she realized that he had already departed this world, following his young master. Stunned, she stood rooted in place, her mind awash with myriad thoughts. A faint click echoed, the sound of a lock being opened. Unbeknownst to her, Hades had ascended from the slope below. Since his second promotion during their distant voyage, his range of movement had expanded significantly. Upon assessing the situation, he offered solace to the still-shocked Robin and used the key to unlock the sea prism stone handcuffs binding her wrists. Hades, you mentioned these samurai, Robin began, feeling a surge of emotion, but was abruptly interrupted. Do not emulate them. Remember, living is always more meaningful than succumbing to death. Hades understood what Robin was contemplating. Having endured numerous hardships since childhood, she grew up under the influence of her prime years. Yet the weight of her experiences made her susceptible to the allure of the warrior spirit, prompting her to ponder peculiar thoughts. Hades gently ruffled Robin's hair and embraced her. His clean voice awakened her, reminding her that those who could reach this island were not virtuous souls. Let us find a place to bury them and, in the process, examine their belongings for any crucial information. Hades certainly has not forgotten the original purpose for which these two individuals arrived. Besides their identities as warriors from Wano, they must also hold a significant status on this island. Judging from the snippets revealed during the battle, it is highly likely that they are affiliated with the Southern Mafia Alliance. By the way, take that fellow's sword with you. If an opportunity arises to visit Wano, it would be fitting to return his blade to its homeland. Hades also heard the words of the one-armed man before his demise. Robin gazed at Hades in astonishment. Are we truly heading to Wano? We shall go there eventually. Did I not promise to take you to uncover the complete historical text of this world and restore the century of blank history? Indeed, upon hearing a topic of interest, Robin's demeanor instantly brightened. Are you suggesting that Wano possesses historical texts? Hades smiled in silence. Not only was it a place of great significance, but it also served as the very origin of historical texts. Regrettably, for the ensuing 2 decades, a formidable beast had taken residence there, rendering the prospect of escorting Robin to witness that historical manuscript a rather daunting endeavor. After laying to rest both Feng Wei Jianyang and the one-armed man, the dawn of the east pierced through the inky darkness of night, heralding the arrival of day. Having gone nearly 10 hours without respite since yesterday, Robin began to feel a hint of weariness. Hades urged him to take a moment's respite, yet Robin remained resolute, determined to accompany him to the Bark family's arms factory. At that very moment, the 3-hour limit imposed upon Hades, who had exerted himself to enhance his vitality, had elapsed. A grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, suddenly marred his once intact body, startling Robin beside him. Hades chuckled, pointing to his chest. You see, even I am contemplating taking a rest, yet you remain awake? However, this playful banter did not deter Robin. Rather, it intensified her resolve to find bandages and ointments to tend to Hades' wounds. As Robin clumsily applied the materials to Hades, the warmth of her breath almost grazed his skin. The two young souls felt their cheeks flush with the customary embarrassment. After much effort, when Robin finally managed to wrap Hades like a zongzi, the knife wound she had pressed against her chest had nearly healed, thanks to the remarkable regenerative abilities of his robust heart. How can a ship spirit bleed? I could almost see your bones just now. What is so strange about bleeding? I can still eat, wear clothes, and even sneak a glance at someone taking a bath. Hades cast a fleeting glance at that individual. However, in a rare turn of events, Robin, who typically reveled in his wicked humor at Hades' expense, remained unusually silent this time. Instead, he regarded something with an odd expression, his gaze roving up and down, ultimately settling on a most peculiar spot. What are you contemplating? Hades finds it somewhat challenging to grasp the boundless imagination of the whimsical young girl. I ponder, is it possible for you to bear children? Hades finally understood why Robin was observing him so intently, her demeanor so composed, as if she were genuinely conducting some form of research. The fact that she could bleed indicated that her body possessed bodily fluids. Thus, it would stand to reason that she should be capable of bearing children. However, considering that she never seemed to relieve herself, I have my doubts. Oh dear. Hades could no longer tolerate the peculiar knowledge that cluttered the mind of this eccentric little doctor. With a swift chop of his hand, he struck her on the head. Rather than delving into trivial pursuits, you would be better off spending that time in slumber. In response to Hades' remarks, Robin dismissively retorted, How can you presume to know what is of no use to me? Hades paused for a moment, observing the girl's raised eyebrow and serious demeanor, and was momentarily amused. Very well, it pertains to you. However, even if it does, it is not something to ponder at this moment. When the time comes, I shall reveal whether it is possible or not. Hades appeared to be somewhat flustered by Robin's presence, momentarily expressing himself with an unexpected candor. Just as he began to contemplate the potential impropriety of his words, Robin tilted her head in contemplation and, to his surprise, nodded in agreement. It seemed reasonable. Perhaps they would address it later. In the blink of an eye, dawn had fully arrived. Hades' original plan to launch a nocturnal assault on the central armament factory of Notice Island was thwarted. Having learned from the past experience with Fengwei Jianyang, Hades abandoned his previous underestimation and began to acknowledge the formidable Bark family, who controlled over 10 arms trades in the West Sea. In preparation for the impending conflict, Hades navigated aboard the Hades, once again accessing the system interface to assess potential areas for enhancement. The soul value in the upper right corner, having risen from 14 to 30 after defeating a samurai from Wano, indicated the impressive strength of his opponent, as a single adversary had yielded a remarkable 16 soul points. Unfortunately, Hades found that illuminating an icon now required 32 soul points, rendering his current tally ineffective. Although the next skill, elemental resistance, would greatly counter natural abilities, it was not crucial for his immediate power enhancement. Thus, Hades turned his attention to using system currency to bolster his strength. Prior to departing from the Notice family on the west coast, Hades had instructed Silva to purchase gold or other resources with a portion of his 500 million berries. Subsequently, he sought a secluded spot to sell these resources to the system, converting them into over 10 million gold coins, which, combined with the 3 million coins he had retained in the system, totaled 20 million. Thus, he found himself with a modest savings. Chapter 107. Defenses as fragile as tofu to prevent unforeseen complications like those posed by Fengwei Jianyang when reclaiming Notice Island. Hades reluctantly opted to utilize these funds to enhance his combat capabilities. The reason he had refrained from undertaking a third transformation of his corporeal form was due to the substantial funds he had amassed for a comprehensive expansion and renovation of his vessel. Such extensive modifications required Hades to find a moment of tranquility to thoroughly explore options in the System S marketplace, akin to previewing a property before purchasing a home. Therefore, even as he sought to enhance his combat strength, Hades decided against altering the ship itself, instead focusing on upgrading its weaponry. In simpler terms, acquiring new weapons was akin to purchasing furniture before moving into a new home, an investment that would not be deemed wasteful. With this mindset, Hades perused the selection of artillery available in the system, ultimately fixating on a laser cannon priced at 8 million gold coins. The items listed in the Ship Spirit System S marketplace did not represent a singular world. Indeed, Hades could procure cutting-edge weaponry from his original world as well as various items from the Pirate King universe, occasionally stumbling upon bizarre artifacts from beyond both realms. The laser cannon he purchased leaned more towards the technological advancements of the Pirate King universe, resembling the laser cannons carried by the PX series pacifists developed by Vegapunk 2 decades later. The distinction lay in the fact that the pacifist laser cannons were mounted on their persons, whereas Hades acquired a legitimate cannon. With his considerable resources, Hades extravagantly purchased 2 of these laser cannons, installing them on his ship and connecting their energy supply to the universal converter provided by Balmer, utilizing the electricity purchased from the system to replenish the energy expended during laser discharge. Thus, Hades had procured a total of 6 cannons for his vessel. One antiquated smoothbore cannon had outlived its usefulness and was sold back to the system. He had initially acquired 2 rifled howitzers, but one was damaged due to the effects of an evil transformation, skill upgrade, prompting Hades to purchase another, resulting in a total of 3 such artillery pieces. The 2 newly acquired laser cannons, each valued at 8 million gold coins, brought the total operational artillery on the Hades to 4. After successfully installing the new cannons, Hades conducted tests on them. He discovered that these laser cannons differed from the pacifist models developed 2 decades hence, boasting an extraordinary range. While the range of Hades' howitzers only covered half of Notice Island, the laser cannons could project their firepower across the entirety of the island, far exceeding the attack distance of the pacifists. The only drawback was the lack of satellites or radio devices for precise targeting, which diminished the cannon's accuracy. Fortunately, with the Hades' extensive visual range and the system's deviation correction feature, he could employ manual targeting on open waters without obstructions. In concluding his comparison, Hades evaluated the power of the laser cannons against the howitzers. In terms of individual damage, the laser cannons undoubtedly surpassed the howitzers, delivering relentless penetrating damage that the howitzers could not match. However, the howitzers had their own strengths, particularly in battlefield clearing and eliminating swarms of foes, where their area damage proved superior. Hades entered the system's construction options, aiming to enhance his individual explosive power to confront formidable adversaries like Feng Wei Jianyang or even those with superior strength. In this regard, the acquisition of laser cannons proved to be a wise decision. At last, after updating the equipment, the Hades vessel approached the central armory of the island, fully armed, enveloped in an atmosphere of tension before battle. Meanwhile, Robin, having taken a brief respite, donned her attire and ascended to the deck. The fate of controlling the entirety of Notice Island hinged upon this confrontation, contrasting sharply with the atmosphere surrounding Hades and Robin. The Barker family in the armory remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. Their ignorance was understandable. The Barker family's position on Notice Island was unparalleled, having ascended from their criminal origins to become the rulers of the island, establishing a mafia family that dominated arms trafficking in the West Sea. Even when evading naval captures, they had never found themselves in dire straits. Several years prior, a collaboration with a faction from the Grand Line further fortified their power, and with the island's wealth, they became one of the numerous member states of the world government. Their previous criminal identities were transformed, and the Barker family ascended to a nominal nobility. Consequently, they became disinterested in their mafia roles, indulging in lives of opulence and excess. Their wealth seemingly infinite, enough to secure the unwavering loyalty of other mafia factions on the island. As for why other mafia families refrained from challenging them, perhaps few could fathom that the descendants of a notorious lineage of ruthless killers had devolved into their current state of weakness. Thus, when Hades piloted the Hades vessel through the seemingly non-existent defenses of the Barker family, he was taken aback, despite meticulous preparations, including assessments of potential enemy firepower and vigilance against skilled adversaries. Upon entering the vast armory, Hades was astonished to find it devoid of any competent guards, save for workers engaged in weapon manufacturing. He even speculated whether these individuals had mastered the art of war strategy, playing a deceptive game of empty city tactics. In light of this unprecedented absence of enemy forces, Hades and Robin exchanged glances. Facing such feeble resistance, akin to tofu, they effortlessly seized control of the armory. Chapter 108. Indiscriminate bombardment inside the armory. The workers engaged in weapon production were primarily island residents, either descendants of former criminals or weak pirates who had fled to the island to escape naval pursuit. In essence, this group harbored more fear than loyalty towards the Barker family, and shortly after Hades and Robin initiated their assault, defections began, with many surrendering. Consequently, Hades, without any pressure, followed the guidance of a few defectors and aimed his cannons at a grand residential area situated a kilometer away. This area housed the castles of the influential leaders within the Barker family. With a hum, 2 laser cannons fired, and the immense beams collided with the thick stone walls of the castle, resulting in a thunderous collapse under their terrifying penetrative force. Hades relentlessly breached the defenses of each stronghold with his laser cannons, swiftly transitioning to artillery for indiscriminate bombardment. The thunderous roars of cannon fire drowned out all other sounds, as a barrage of explosions nearly razed the residents of the Baker family to the ground. Aboard the Hades, the castle, devoid of its stone wall defenses, maintained a clearing operation with 2 artillery pieces for nearly an hour. Thus, this assemblage of opulent and indulgent aristocrats, who had wallowed in excess, remained ensconced in their slumber, unaware that they would once again drift into eternal rest, this time for good. Thud, thud. Before Hades, several corpulent nobles, as round and plump as swine awaiting slaughter, were forcibly brought to their knees. These unfortunate souls were the remnants discovered by the rioting workers who had surged into the residence of the Barker family amidst the cacophony of cannon fire. Aside from the few before Hades, most had perished during the initial barrage of cannon fire from the Hades. The foremost among them, a disheveled and portly figure, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. He glared around at the rebellious workers, bellowing commands, until a particularly irate individual delivered a few sharp slaps, prompting him to cease his bluster and slowly begin to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Who are you?" "I am Count Kelson. Do you know the Barker family? It was established by my grandfather's generation. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, prepare to be hunted by the island's most formidable mafia." Hades, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle softly. He turned the so-called Count Kesson's head to face the remnants of the Bark family estate, allowing him to witness the tragic transformation it had undergone. As Kesson was forcibly dragged from his bed, he was herded out with his back to the castle, his head held down, unable to lift it. Following the direction indicated by Hades, he gazed in disbelief and felt an instant chill wash over his face. That was. Before him lay what was once the resplendent estate of the Bark family, now shrouded in the acrid smoke of devastation. The once towering edifices had been reduced to crumbling ruins, with massive stones continuously tumbling from the heights of the debris, crashing to the ground and shattering into countless fragments. Kessin could scarcely fathom how a place that had echoed with revelry just a night prior could have been transformed into such desolation overnight. Do you see? Your family can no longer save you. In fact, it seems that the entire Bark lineage may be reduced to just a handful of you. Hades gestured toward the individuals kneeling before him, each adorned with incredulous masks. What is it that you desire? Summon your master to speak. I am a recognized noble of the world government, and you have no authority to treat me in such a manner. Count Curson exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed intently at Hades, mistaking his refined attire for that of an aristocrat from an outer island. He hastily invoked his status as a noble appointed by the world government, demanding to see Hades' elder by virtue of their shared nobility. Dear Count Curson, it seems you have misconstrued the situation. I'm not a noble, but rather here to supplant your family. The Barkers, Hades replied, his patience waning for this foolish man. How dull-witted one must be to be invaded yet remain oblivious to the identity of their adversary. At that moment, the butler kneeling beside Count Curson recognized Hades' visage, as if a memory had sparked within him. My lord, they are the culprits behind yesterday's Southern Mafia conflict, he exclaimed urgently. Count Curson paused, recollecting the events of the previous day when the leader of the Southern Mafia Alliance, a swordsman named Feng Weijianong, had come to discuss collaboration with them. However, the Barker family, unwilling to relinquish their interests, had sought an excuse to decline, which had been the very ruckus caused by Hades and his companions in the south. He had assumed the intruder was merely a new pirate faction causing chaos in the southern territories, unaware of the vast ambitions that led him directly into the heart of the Barker family's domain. Those incompetent fools, Count Curson seethed, wishing to berate the guards stationed along the riverbank. The defenses had been breached, and such audacious pirates had infiltrated the family stronghold without a single messenger to alert them. The fees paid annually had seemingly vanished into the abyss. In truth, Count Curson was misplacing his blame. Though the Barker family had reigned with power for many years, their internal corruption had set in, yet the guards at the checkpoints remained diligent. Unfortunately, the coordination between Hades and Robin was simply too flawless. The overwhelming disparity in strength was akin to an insurmountable chasm. The guards, before even laying eyes on the individuals aboard the vessel, had already been targeted by the duo, one leveraging Hades' ship's extensive range for reconnaissance, while the other utilized the terrifying assassination capabilities of the Hana Nomi to thwart any chance of communication. Thus, this ambush transpired silently, with not a whisper of awareness from the Barker family. Hades felt somewhat weary conversing with this group of pampered worms. From among the defector factory workers, he selected a few who caught his eye and instructed them to detain Count Kessin and the remaining members of the Bark family in a secure location. He planned to execute them collectively, once all the bodies of the Bark family members had been gathered from their residence, thereby proclaiming that the island had welcomed a new ruler. When Hades spoke, he did not shy away from Count Kessin, for in his eyes, the man was already a dead man, rendering any need for concealment unnecessary. However, upon hearing that his time was limited, Count Kessin immediately collapsed in terror, shouting, You cannot kill me. The Barker family is recognized as the head of the Mafia on this island. Any incident here will quickly spread, and soon all the Mafias on the island will come for you. Without me, you will all perish. Chapter 109. A dual collapse. Count Kessin's alarming words successfully intimidated several individuals who were about to imprison him, causing them to hesitate and refrain from taking action. After all, the Barker family had maintained a complex web of influence on Notice Island for many years, and even in their downfall, their lingering aura of intimidation remained undeniable. Seeing that his words had struck a chord, Kessin seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope for survival. The godfather of the Southern Mafia Alliance was just discussing cooperation with our Barker family yesterday. If I were to concede even a fraction of our interests, it wouldn't be long before you are all confronted with a multitude of guns pointed at your heads. With your mere two-masted pirate ship, each of you would be reduced to a single bullet, turning you into a sieve. I advise you to release me quickly. Or else, Count Kessin grew increasingly animated, as if he could already envision Feng Weijianong leading a throng of Mafia families to rescue him. In his view, this young man before him had merely seized the opportunity to catch the Barker family off guard. The true scene of a Mafia clash would likely terrify him to death. Moreover, the nearby that several corpulent members of the Barker family finally noticed a stunning young woman standing behind Hades. Given their status, they had encountered numerous women. Yet this girl was not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possessed a unique aura that rendered one unable to look away at first glance. Hades was taken aback to find that these corpulent swine, facing their imminent demise, still possessed the audacity to gaze upon women. Just as he was about to make a move, a gentle breeze swept by, whisking away a few petals. Suddenly, 6 arms emerged from each of the individuals, seizing their pig-like heads and lifting their bodies to spin them 360 degrees before crashing them savagely onto the ground. The onslaught did not cease there. Additional arms sprouted forth, targeting every bone in their bodies except for the spine, applying relentless force to shatter them. The air was filled with blood-curdling screams, led by Count Kisin. As the agonized cries echoed in succession, the orchestrator of this chaos was none other than the stunning maiden they had deemed ethereal. Robin wore a benevolent smile, employing the gentlest of methods to carry out the most ruthless of acts. Her delicate hands, seemingly devoid of bone, effortlessly crushed the bones of the members of the Bark family, led by Count Kisin. The horrific sounds intertwined with the crisp snaps of breaking bones, composing a haunting melody. After completing this gruesome task, Robin appeared unsatisfied. She unleashed the abilities of the Hananonomi, retrieving 2 samurai swords left behind by the deceased Fengwei Jianong from the cabin, placing them before the incapacitated Count Kisin. In his soliloquy the previous night, the one-armed man had mentioned his and the young master's identity on this island. He was indeed the godfather of the Southern Mafia Alliance, as Count Kisin had referred to him. Initially, Robin had no inclination to engage in a verbal spar with this wretched soul. Yet Kisin's imagination of imminent rescue led him to speak with increasing arrogance, his gaze growing bolder as it fixated on her. The corpulent swine, clad merely in a nightgown, found a button popping loose during his struggles, revealing something unsightly within. Robin's expression shifted multiple times. Having been influenced by Hades, she resolved to inflict both physical and psychological torment. She understood that to annihilate a person, it was essential not only to physically torment them, but also to dismantle their mental defenses. With a cunning demeanor, Robin strategically displayed the weapons of Fengwei Jianong. Those swords were readily identifiable, crafted by the renowned artisans of Wano. Count Kisin had previously coveted them during their last meeting, thus he was well aware of their significance. Already tormented by the agony of shattered bones, upon seeing the 2 swords, Kisin's last vestige of mental fortitude crumbled. A melodious voice inquired, "Is the godfather of the Southern Mafia Alliance, whom you claimed would come to your rescue, the owner of these blades? How did his swords come to be in your possession?" This was indeed an astute question. Robin's youthful voice, combined with her innocent expression, would lead any observer to perceive her as a naive girl. However, having learned a lesson, Count Kisin dared not entertain strange thoughts. He suddenly felt that his lifeline might have perished, yet he refused to accept this reality. "No, it cannot be. That fellow claimed to be quite powerful," Kisin shouted in despair. In the wake of Robin's revelations, the others began to recollect recent events. Indeed, just the day prior, news had spread across the island regarding the dismantling of the Southern Mafia Alliance by the pirate crew of the destroyer Silva, which had resulted in a significant reshuffling of the Southern factions, annihilating countless smaller syndicates. If the Southern Mafia families truly had a means to contend with these 2 pirates, they would not have allowed them to escape the South. Particularly, if memory served correctly, the Strauss family along the western coastline had already fallen into their grasp. Rebranded as the Notice family, initially this name had provoked laughter, as many believed that only a madman would dare to name a family after an island. Yet now, it seemed, with internal strife in the West, the South in ruins, and even the Bark family facing obliteration, it appeared that the Notice family was destined to become the sole ruling family of Notice Island. Just then, the phone bug in Hades' pocket began to ring. Hades answered the call. On the other end, Silva reported, "Boss, I hear you've successfully seized the Barker family's arms factory in the Central Island. Are you aware of this?" The news travels so swiftly, Hades inquired with a hint of confusion. From the moment he arrived at the heart of the Barker family's territory to the complete control of the arms factory, followed by the bombardment of the Barker family's stronghold, and finally the clearing of the battlefield while escorting Kisin and others back, the entire sequence, though seemingly complex, transpired in a mere 3 hours. It was astonishing that Silva, stationed on the west coast, was so well informed. Indeed, Notice Island is relatively small. Once the cannon fire erupted, the smoke soon followed, and the news spread like wildfire. However, most merely assumed that the Barker family faced an attack and likely remain unaware that you have decisively defeated them. I anticipated the timing would align, which prompted me to call and inquire, Silva continued, exhibiting a confidence in Hades that surpassed even Hades' own belief in himself. This confidence stemmed entirely from a devotee's admiration for his idol. Even Hades had not anticipated that he could occupy the arms factory within 3 hours, yet Silva upon hearing of the conflict, had promptly declared victory to the Notice family, disregarding the actual circumstances of the battle. In his mind, the boss was invincible. Chapter 110, The Decision of the Alt Family Boss. The latest news indicates some activity in the northern region of Notice Island. Silva's call was not merely to extend congratulations, he had vital intelligence to relay. The western side of the island has been under our watch, and all remains stable. The Southern Mafia Alliance, having been purged by you yesterday, is too preoccupied to make any moves. The eastern part of Notice Island consists mainly of mountainous terrain, inhabited by minor factions that pose little threat. It is the northern region that warrants your caution. It is the territory of the Alt family. Hades had meticulously examined the map depicting the distribution of the Mafia's influence on the island, and was well aware of the factions to which Silva referred. Among them, the Ort family was the very faction encountered that day prior to their landing on the island, aboard a vessel besieged by the Navy. This family possessed an abundance of raw materials essential for the production of armaments within their territorial domain. In terms of their underlying strength and the legacy of the family, they were nearly the foremost mafia power on the island, second only to the Barker family. However, the rumored might of such backgrounds paled in comparison to the reality witnessed firsthand. For instance, who could have anticipated that within the modest Strauss family, two formidable brothers, Hyfog and Gary, would emerge? From Hades' perspective, although the Southern Mafia Alliance's Fengwei Jianyang was the smallest in size, it was, thus far, the most powerful, albeit hesitant to confront these ostensibly formidable mafia families. As for the Ort family, given that their mafia godfather could be encircled by 4 naval vessels in the open sea, they appeared to be, much like the Barker family, mere pretenders lacking in true substance. Nevertheless, Hades would not allow himself to be complacent. He promptly summoned several seasoned veterans from the Barker family who had recently defected to his side to keep watch. These individuals, akin to reeds swaying in the wind, lacked fortitude, yet they were suitable for surveillance. When trouble arose, they would flee faster than anyone else, thus ensuring the timely relay of information. Boss. According to the latest intelligence, Old Order the Ort family has personally arrived with his men upon hearing of the Barker family's ambush. I estimate they should soon reach the island's center. On Hades' hand, the telephone bug emulated Silva's expression, articulating with a rhythm that ebbed and flowed. The sound spread, akin to a potent tonic, rekindling a flicker of hope for Count Kesenberg and his companions. The Ort family had arrived. Salvation was at hand. It is worth noting that the partnership between the Ort family and the Barker family had been established since the previous generation. The Ort family was responsible for the extraction and provision of raw materials, while the Barker family handled the manufacture and sale of arms. Their relationship resembled that of a master and a devoted servant. The Barker family had consistently supported the next generation of the Ort family. For instance, the current heir of the Ort family, Parson, was a close friend of Count Kesen. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kesen nearly burst into laughter. The members of the Barker family, led by him, began to anticipate the arrival of the Ort Mafia, though this group of fat pigs had previously suffered both physically and psychologically due to Robin's admonitions. Thus, even amidst their excitement, they could only stifle their laughter within, hoping that the elder Ort would seize the opportunity to capture these audacious pirates, allowing Kesen to exact retribution for the grievances he had endured. Sure enough, shortly after Hades hung up the phone, the sentinels he had dispatched returned, each clamoring about witnessing a vast throng of mafia members, brandishing an arsenal of weapons and flying the banner of the Ort family, advancing towards their location. The sentinels inquired how Hades intended to proceed. Despite recognizing the remarkable strength of the 2 young individuals before them, there remained a prevailing belief that the numbers of the seasoned mafia family would tip the scales in their favor. After a day of relentless combat, both Hades and Robin were somewhat fatigued. However, as they approached the final stretch, with the defeat of the Northern Ort family, the entirety of Notice Island would soon be within their grasp. Thus, exchanging a knowing glance, both invigorated their spirits. Just then, a piercing and resonant cry echoed through the sky. Everyone was startled to see a colossal eagle soaring with astonishing speed, piercing the clouds and circling above the Barker munitions factory. Hades furrowed his brow and gazed upward at the sky. The majestic eagle, although soaring gracefully, wore a white top hat and a white suit, with 2 pistols holstered at its waist, clearly representing a human who had consumed a devil fruit rather than a mere animal. Upon observing Hades and Robin with eyes that sparkled like lightning, the eagle descended rapidly, transforming midair. At a height of merely a few meters above Hades and the others, it abruptly morphed, shedding its feathers, as its wings transformed into human arms, landing gracefully among the group. This creature, a Zoan-type human-eagle hybrid, took the form of a plump young woman with a round face. Adorned with a white top hat and a suit that fit tightly, seemingly on the verge of bursting at the seams. It was quite challenging to reconcile her human appearance with that of the agile and robust eagle. The eagle woman wore a stern expression, blinking as she scrutinized Hades and Robin intently for several moments. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I forgot to introduce myself. Why aren't you responding when I speak?" Clearing her throat, she continued, "I am Jama from the Alt family. Mr. Alt mentioned that you two have rendered him a favor in the past while at sea. Upon learning of your conflict with the Barker family, he sent me here to repay your kindness, as I have consumed the bird fruit." Jama, the eagle woman, was the fastest among the Alt family members and had arrived first, but as she surveyed her surroundings, she scratched her head, noting, "It seems you have concluded your business." Jama's words fell like a stone into the ocean, sending ripples throughout the crowd. Upon hearing that the Alt family was not here to assist the Barker family, but rather to aid the two pirates standing before them, the expressions of the onlookers transformed dramatically, akin to famous paintings coming to life. The individuals from the Barker family, led by Count Curson, were filled with disbelief. Their eyes bloodshot as they murmured, "How could this be? I demand to see old Alt. I want to meet Parson." Jama, noticing the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, recognized it after some time as that of Count Curson. "Ah, so it is you, Count. Young Master Parson has made a mistake and is confined at home. So I fear you won't be able to see him. However, Mr. Alt has long wished to meet you." Count Curson had encountered Jama before. She was the adopted daughter of old Alt, and typically, she had spoken to him with great deference. Yet, the dynamics had shifted entirely this time. "Old Alt. Is he doing well? Where is he? Bring him to me." Curson's body trembled with agitation. Observing Curson's almost deranged state, Jama hesitated. After all, Mr. Alt was quite elderly, and meeting a distraught Count Curson might pose a risk to his health. Thus, she diplomatically stated, "It's not absolutely necessary for you to meet. This is not a major issue, it's merely that Mr. Alt mentioned that the material fees owed to the Barker family over the past 6 months have not yet been received. He kindly asks that you settle this matter before your passing, or else we shall not know whom to approach for the funds later." Jama spoke in the most innocent tone, delivering the most infuriating message. Upon hearing this, Count Curson was so enraged that he turned pale and fainted. In contrast, Hades, observing Jama's demeanor and the exchange between the two, wore a knowing smile. Though the Alt family's decision was unexpected, it was nonetheless understandable. After all, these individuals were among the first on Notice Island to witness the prowess of Hades and his companions, even being aware of the so-called destroyer, Silva, who was merely a subordinate of the two. It was inconceivable that a mere subordinate could lead a pirate crew with a bounty of 50 million berries, which no local mafia could hope to contend with. Perhaps this was also why, after Hades renamed the Strauss family to the Notice family, the Alt family promptly withdrew their forces from territories likely to clash with the Notice family in the northern part of the island. This old fellow may be aging and his strength waning, but his intellect far surpassed that of these younger individuals. Hades gazed intently at Jama before him. He expressed his profound gratitude for the esteemed Mr. Alt's long journey to offer assistance. Once he arrived in the vicinity, Hades hoped to have the pleasure of meeting him. Upon hearing this, Jama hastily nodded, momentarily frozen in place. After a brief pause, she realized she had forgotten to respond verbally. "Very well, I shall inform the gentleman," she said. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, Jama raised her arms, transforming them into a pair of magnificent wings. With a single, graceful motion, she summoned a powerful whirlwind that lifted her into the sky, and within moments, she vanished from the sight of the crowd. Hades gazed into the distance as Jama's silhouette gradually faded into a mere speck within the clouds. Despite the seemingly foolish demeanor of the old eagle, the cunning intellect of the aged figure behind her was anything but dull. Hades had ample reason to believe that the old Alt was not merely there to assist himself, but rather to support the victor. Regardless of whether the triumphant party in this conflict was the Barker family or himself, Hades only needed to lead his men to be the first to arrive nearby, and when the outcome was revealed, he could rush forward to extend his congratulations. This would ensure he did not choose the wrong side while also securing his family's status as the second most powerful force on the island. In the past, Hades might have indulged in a game of wits with the scheming old Alt. However, after a day and night of fierce combat, Hades was weary of engaging in such subterfuge. As long as the inhabitants of the island remained compliant and did not obstruct his ability to earn, he had little desire to act as a micromanaging ruler. Ultimately, matters had come to a conclusion. Hades waved his hand, instructing the guards to escort the members of the Barker family away, not wishing to have them linger and become an eyesore. Witnessing the submission of even the Alt family, the fickle onlookers bowed their heads in deference, almost inclined to kneel and prostrate themselves before Hades. This caused Hades to furrow his brow in annoyance. He resolved to call Silva and request a contingent from the Notice family to assist him with matters, for relying on this unreliable lot would inevitably lead to his downfall. Much like that of the Barker family. As Count Kessin was dragged away, his consciousness teetering on the edge of oblivion, he continued to mutter to himself, "I still have the Night Demon. They won't abandon me. Joker will come to rescue me." Yet this time, the subordinates dragging him away were impervious to his fervent declarations, dismissing his words and tossing him into a warehouse to await further developments. Even Hades, turning back to his ship, was oblivious to Kessin's ramblings. Meanwhile, on the route to the Alt family, Zhao Si and the Falcon, Jama, conveyed the message received from Hades. Upon learning that the noble young couple had successfully subdued the Barker family, the wrinkles at the corners of old Alt's eyes relaxed in astonishment. "Really?" Jama stammered, prompting the butler Eugene to remind him to speak. "Oh." Jama shook himself from his stupor, slapping his forehead. "It is true. When I arrived, I circled above the Barker family stronghold and observed for a time. The entire area has been leveled, and the once magnificent castles have been reduced to rubble." Old Alt exchanged a glance with butler Eugene. To obliterate such a vast stronghold in a mere morning would likely require the might of the Western CS Navy, which would hesitate to claim such a feat was easily accomplished. Even if it could be done, it would necessitate the firepower of over 10 warships to stand a chance. Yet they had achieved this with a single ship, 2 individuals, and 2 cannons, conquering the Barker family. Had old Alt not witnessed the devastating power of the artillery aboard the Hades, he might have deemed it unbelievable. He had anticipated such an outcome, yet did not foresee the Barker family would be so feeble. With a sigh, old Alt closed his eyes, unsure whether to lament the terrifying prowess of the new generation of pirates or mourn the obliteration of the Barker family. "Sir, what then is the significance of our visit?" Butler Eugene, having heard numerous grim tales regarding the Notice family and their ruthless crew, couldn't help but worry for old Alt's well-being. Preserving the Alt family was paramount. If that was not feasible, they might have no choice but to become part of the Notice family. Before old Alt could speak, Eugene had already arrived at his own conclusion. However, upon hearing the patriarch voice such thoughts, he could not restrain his gaze from falling to the ground. Who could have imagined that the chaos of decades on the Mafia Island would be consolidated in less than 10 days by a band of outsiders? Moreover, it was possible that these pirates were not truly pirates at all. Butler Eugene recalled the bounty poster that old Alt had instructed him to investigate, which contained no information regarding the 2 noble youths. The island had finally undergone a transformation. Chapter 112. Family meeting upon arriving at the former arms factory of the Barker family. Old Alt found the air still thick with smoke and the remnants of battle yet to be cleared. He was escorted by several former subordinates of the Barker family to the Hades, although he had seen the ship once before at sea. Stepping aboard for the first time brought forth a wave of curiosity from old Alt and butler Eugene. On the surface, it appeared to be an unremarkable small 2-masted sailboat. However, Eugene, who had previously been responsible for the family's ship acquisitions, immediately recognized that the deck beneath their feet was crafted from an extraordinary wood, the type of which he could not identify. Observing the ship's flanks, he noted that this seemingly modest vessel was equipped with 4 cannons, each uniquely designed and differing from conventional artillery. Notice Island was renowned for its arms manufacturing, which encompassed not only dealings among the Mafia but also included many powerful pirate factions in the Navy, all of whom had sought weaponry from this locale. Countless different cannon blueprints had been introduced to the island, yet none bore resemblance to those mounted on the ship. It was no wonder that the Hades outstripped all conventional notions of artillery in both power and precision. It was likely that they utilized special craftsmanship and technology to produce weaponry far ahead of its time. Consequently, the several key members of the Alt family aboard cast envious glances at the cannons, reluctantly diverting their attention only after several reminders from their guide to stay close. Among the Alt contingent were Butler Eugene, Combat Commander Tim, and his adopted daughter Jama, along with a substantial number of other prominent family members. At this moment, a throng of over 10 individuals stood outside the captain's cabin of the Hades, knocking on the door and awaiting a response. Upon receiving a youthful voice from within, the door opened, and they cautiously peered inside. In stark contrast to the fully armed Alt family, Hades was alone. After all, the bulk of the Notice family's forces were stationed on the western coast. Robin, having endured a day filled with tension, was sent to rest by Hades, leaving him as the sole occupant. However, that sufficed, for Hades' singular presence was enough to overshadow the collective aura of the Alt family's members. Before him, there was a table adorned with 5 bounty posters, arranged from left to right. They detailed the following. 1. The patriarch of the Alt family. Former captain of the Undertaker Pirates, Alt Roston, bounty of 35 million berries. 2. The Alt family butler, former vice captain of the Undertaker Pirates, Eugene. Bounty of 18 million berries. 3. The Alt family's combat commander, former member of the Undertaker Pirates, Tim, bounty of 17 million berries. 4. The Alt family's leader. Daughter of Alt Roston, the Falcon Jama, bounty of 32 million berries. 5. And finally, the future heir of the Alt family, son of Alt Roston, the Scavenger Parsons. Bounty of 39 million berries. Hades lifted his gaze, aligning the bounty notice on the table with the core members of the Alt family who had just entered the room. It soon became apparent that one individual was conspicuously absent, the one with the highest bounty, the future heir of the family, the Carrion Eater Parsons. After contemplating the group for a moment, he set aside the bounty notice and gestured casually for them to take their seats. Within the captain's cabin, aside from the sofa occupied by Hades, 5 chairs had been deliberately arranged across from him, specifically reserved for the 5 individuals listed on the bounty notice. However, to his surprise, only 4 seats were filled. The quartet, led by the Elder Alt, took their places, while the remaining core members, due to Parsons' absence, were naturally unqualified to occupy the 5th chair. They stood quietly behind, hands clasped in front of them, simultaneously as Hades scrutinized them. The members of the Alt family observed the young man before them with curiosity. Although they had heard rumors about him and learned of the so-called destroyer from the gentleman known as the Godfather, Silva was merely one of his subordinates. Yet, upon encountering Hades in person, they were struck by his youth and demeanor. It was difficult to fathom that such an ostensibly refined noble youth could be associated with the words mafia and pirate. Even more astonishing was the realization that his expertise in both domains surpassed their own, despite their years of experience. "Mr. Hades, may I address you as such?" The Elder Alt inquired after taking his seat. "We have indeed crossed paths many days ago. Though you departed hastily at that time and did not have the opportunity to accept my gratitude. It was but a trifling act. There is no need for you to dwell on it, Mr. Alt. However, I have heard that the Alt family has come to assist in full force. Is everyone present here with you?" Hades was still curious about the whereabouts of the vanished Parsons, despite the outwardly equal discourse with the Alt family. Any discerning individual would recognize that this equality was entirely contingent upon Hades' demeanor. Should Hades choose to withdraw his favor, the notion of equality would become utterly non-existent. To Hades, Parsons' disappearance resembled the ancient practice of an emperor leading his troops into battle while leaving a prince behind to manage state affairs, should misfortune befall him on the front lines. The prince would ascend to the throne without fear of the imperial authority falling into the hands of others, thereby preventing chaos within the realm. From the Alt family's perspective, such a strategy was entirely rational. However, from Hades' vantage point, this attitude of measuring others by one's own standards felt rather insincere. Old Alt, a cunning fox who had lived many years, immediately discerned Hades' dissatisfaction upon hearing his question. Yet, the reality of Parsons' situation was vastly different from what Hades imagined. The wayward son was absent not of his own volition, but rather confined within the family due to the exposure of a conspiracy orchestrated against him in collaboration with the Navy. However, discussing such family secrets with outsiders was fraught with difficulty, just as Old Alt lifted his eyelids, intending to steer the conversation elsewhere. He suddenly caught a glimpse of the subtle expression on Hades' face. This expression was familiar to him. It was the very countenance Hades wore when he had decimated 2 warships with 4 cannon shots at sea, a sight that had been indelibly etched in Old Alt's memory. A chill ran down his spine, and he momentarily set aside concerns of family scandal, mustering the courage to clarify the situation regarding Parsons in hopes of alleviating Hades' discontent. In the aftermath of this brief exchange, despite the Alt family's numerical advantage, they found themselves thoroughly defeated in spirit, suffocated under the overwhelming presence of Hades. Thus, it became clear. The expression on Hades' face was inscrutable, revealing neither belief nor disbelief, merely a subtle nod of acknowledgement. It was only at this juncture that the conversation finally turned to the matter at hand. Surely, Mr. Alf had heard about the downfall of the Barker family during his journey here. Now, the territories once governed by the Barker family have been appropriated by the Notice family. Indeed, the elder Mr. Alf nodded in affirmation. Hades continued, stating that he had just spoken on the phone with several dons from the Southern Mafia Alliance. They informed him that their leader, Feng Wei Jianyong, had mysteriously vanished. Now, the Southern Mafia was left without a guiding force, desperately in need of a powerful figure to lead them. Consequently, they collectively elected me as their leader. Hades' deliberate tone undoubtedly unveiled yet another significant revelation for the Ort family. Have even the scoundrels of the Southern Mafia chosen to submit? This region is notoriously regarded as the most chaotic on Nadi's Island, to the extent that the former Barker family had long ceased to concern themselves with it. Recalling the rumors from yesterday, which suggested that Hades, while navigating the river, had effortlessly dismantled several mafia families along his path, it becomes evident that the so-called election of a leader was merely a facade to mask their fear. In the past, the Ort family would have been indifferent to the affairs of the Southern Mafia. However, with the western coast now established as the stronghold of the Nadi's family, the central Barker family having fallen under their control, and the eastern mountain clans proving inconsequential, the submission of the Southern Mafia Alliance has become the proverbial last straw, pushing the Ort family to the precipice, leaving them no choice but to lead. Mr. Ort, feel free to voice any concerns or thoughts you may have without hesitation. Hades observed that old Alt's emotions had reached a breaking point and unexpectedly offered him a reprieve. Although I once stood as an adversary to the Barker family, I find that our philosophies resonate closely. In matters of mafia affiliations or pirate identities, I prefer to embrace the role of a simple merchant. Earning a living and savoring life is my true aspiration. As for power and conquest, they merely serve as tools I wield to achieve prosperity and command respect. Hades feigned benevolence, speaking in a manner that blurred the lines between truth and deception. I can present you with two options. The first is to adhere to the original collaboration you had with the Bark family. I shall make no alterations to the terms of this partnership. The agreement you signed with the Bark family can be seamlessly transferred to the Notice family and yourselves. However, you may also opt for a second proposal that promises far greater rewards, that is to join the Notice family. At this moment, Hades bestowed the choice upon the elder Alt. Yet, rather than displaying joy, the elder Alt, beneath his graying hair, broke into a few beads of perspiration. Hades professed to treat the Orte family with the same regard as the former Bark family, yet in reality, such a comparison seemed implausible. The island's mafia landscape was previously a chaotic amalgamation of various families, each commanding their territories, engaging in alliances, rivalries, and conflicts. The Orte family, dominant in the north, stood as the foremost mafia entity aside from the Bark family. Their substantial profits stemmed from businesses beyond their dealings with the Bark family. The raw materials and arms trade with them yielded no profit, serving merely as a means to curry favor. Now, Hades proposed to adhere to the old contracts established with the Bark family. However, the circumstances on the island had drastically shifted. The multitude of mafias had been consolidated into a singular family. Though the Orte family remained the second most powerful faction, it was, in essence, the smallest family on the island, given that only two families now existed, bereft of lucrative ventures with other families, and with their dealings with the Notice family merely sustaining their operational costs, they were destined to dwindle into oblivion. Despite Hades offering a choice, the first option appeared to lead to certain demise, while the second presented the only viable escape. The astute individuals present recognized the implications of Hades' words. Instinctively, several of Orte's lieutenants reached for their sidearms, poised to act at the slightest command from old Orte to confront the youth. Yet, this confrontation did not materialize. Old Orte, resembling a monk in deep contemplation, closed his eyes, disregarding the signals from his followers and refraining from an immediate response. As he pondered, Hades did not press him. Since the cancellation of the soul acquisition from the ship's spirit enhancement, he had lost interest in bloodshed on the island. Securing a family's allegiance through dialogue was undoubtedly less taxing than through force, a strategy of conquering without conflict. His patience proved fruitful. After half an hour, the air in the captain's chamber felt as if it had been drained, enveloped in silence. At last, as if reconciling with himself, old Orte rose, a flicker of resolve igniting in his gaze, and pledged his loyalty to the Notice family. In making this decision, his steward Eugene, military leader Tim, and adopted daughter Gamma sighed, aware that this was old Orte's reluctant concession. This choice unmistakably signified the Orte family's surrender and demise, inevitably inciting discontent among some. Mr. Orte, how could you arrive at such a decision? You stood firm even against the arrogant Bark family. At that moment, several family lieutenants behind him erupted in agitation. seemingly unable to accept this resolution. Old Orte frowned. In the past, he would have swiftly dealt with subordinates who dared to challenge him publicly. However, after acquiescing to Hades's demands, he felt a decade older, even neglecting to reprimand his questioning lieutenants. You have truly aged. The agitated subordinates seemed to recognize the inappropriateness of their public challenge to the patriarch, yet at that juncture, they no longer cared. With a dismissive remark, one stormed out of the captain's chamber, leaving the Hades ship. I apologize for any amusement this may have caused you, Mr. Hades, Old Orte stated. It is a natural reaction, understandable, Hades replied with a smile. However, Mr. Orte, perhaps it is time for you to address me as boss? The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Hades' words struck Old Alt with a final blow, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, before long, an unusual smile crept across Alt's face, and he nodded with a sense of acceptance. At his age, what could possibly be worth clinging to? Power and status ultimately amount to nothing but an empty endeavor. Originally, Old Alt sought only to preserve the legacy of his family, but under the relentless pressure from the young noble before him, he had an epiphany. In truth, there was no harm in joining the Notice family. With no heirs of his own and a rebellious adopted son, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders, granting him a newfound sense of freedom. Chapter 114, A World for Two. Subsequently, Hades and Old Alt, along with their entourage, began to meticulously discuss matters concerning the merger of their families and the transfer of power. With Silva absent, these affairs required his direct involvement. Remarkably, Old Alt had brought along financial reports and information regarding the extraction of iron, ore, saltpeter, sulfur, and other raw materials. This revelation opened Hades' eyes, as it became evident that this cunning old fox had anticipated the potential for his family's involvement. You are mistaken. I have never harbored a penchant for coercion. I merely relish in the annihilation of certain bothersome microorganisms. Regrettably, you happen to be one of them, Zhang Xuan remarked, a chilling malice emanating from him. Above, thick ominous clouds loomed, casting a shadow over vast stretches of land, nearly 1,000 miles in radius. The celestial realm is far more expansive than the mortal world, with countless uninhabited territories. This particular area was a seldom trodden wilderness within the kingdom of Biyun, characterized by gentle hills. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Zheng Tianhua, fully aware that once Nalan Wuwei uttered that fateful statement, the duel would become inevitable. Xing Jie, the deputy minister of war, served as the governor for the ongoing anti-Mongol campaign. Although he had initially declared his role was limited to logistics, leaving combat decisions to the frontline commanders, he could not entirely disregard his subordinates. The sound of clashing weapons reverberated in the air, followed by a faint ringing that signaled the aftermath of the skirmish. Farina could scarcely believe her eyes as a massive explosion erupted from the orc camp 3 miles away, a colossal crimson mushroom cloud rising into the sky, an unimaginable sight. Enough. If the young master finds me displeasing, then I implore you, young master, to expedite the healing of my leg so that I may swiftly vanish from your presence. Gu Linger exclaimed, her dark, grape-like eyes fixed intently on Long Lin Fei. Indeed, Gu Fengchun nodded in agreement. In the face of such a bloodthirsty beast, survival is all that matters. Brother Zhong, is business faring well at the shop? Qiu Xiang inquired, gently wiping the sweat from her brow, her voice laced with concern. However, this leader appeared significantly younger. He let out a heavy sigh, prompting an inexplicable pang of sorrow within Gu Fengchun. From the tone of his voice, she sensed his helplessness. What is there to complain about? If you dare to voice any grievances, I shall take Dong Dong to reside with you, Sheng Yan teased. Tang Huang waved his hand, and the guard holding the old man released him from confinement. The old man curled up in a corner, exhaling deeply. You owe me an apology, or I will not let this matter rest. Lin Jing shouted angrily at Zhang Jingfei. Nausea is a common symptom of a concussion. I can only prepare ordinary meals, which will not alleviate your discomfort, Shi Mianyan lamented. With humor and grace, evening snow blankets the mountains, a name both exquisite and profound. Yet, after such poetic praise, I find myself utterly mundane in comparison. His extreme perfectionism prevented him from allowing others to witness his disheveled and frantic state, which was entirely reasonable. Shi Mianyan was diligently ignoring the extra arm draped over her shoulder, thus oblivious to the probing gaze directed her way. To evolve into a moon elf, an EV must meet certain intimacy requirements with its trainer during the night, at which point it is capable of transformation. However, Z was aware of all this. as he had been chosen to be the designated user of that entity. In truth, Z did not wish to be that entity's user. He hoped to be perpetually assigned to it by Kai Luo. My dear brothers, this is still broad daylight. These children are merely enforcing the law. There is no reason to demand they leave, Captain Qian asserted as he approached. Niu Dingtian and Yi Jun exchanged glances and then broke into laughter. Meanwhile, a significant event was unfolding in the domestic internet landscape, as the E-Min Forum and E-Foam Forum engaged in a fierce rivalry, both employing user-friendly strategies to retain their clientele. Chapter 115. Half a year later, the warship emerges. Ship name, Spirit name, Hades. Overall length, 7,600 centimeters. Layout, hull, deck, control center, solar energy receiving panels, energy supply room, ceiling, storage, cannon room, master bedroom, male, master bedroom, female, standard bedrooms, gym, kitchen and dining area, library, aquarium, planting area. Detailed description. This is an unconventional amphibious warship, constructed entirely of alloys, capable of navigating on water, submerging, and landing operations. The ship features an aesthetically pleasing design with an exceptionally sturdy structure, equipped with formidable firepower. The living quarters on board are ample and suitable for long-term habitation, representing a powerful synthesis of modern technology and the world of piracy. Due to special circumstances, it has developed a self-awareness, commonly referred to as a ship spirit. At the port of Notice Island, a colossal steel beast, rivaling the might of a large naval warship, rests majestically beneath its silvery armor. The blinding sunlight reflects off its surface, asserting its dominance over these waters. The vessel features a streamlined solar canopy that envelopes the entire ship, and as it gradually opens, it reveals a meticulously designed interior. The deck is adorned with a layer of soft turf, while the space originally intended for sails has been supplanted by receivers, leaving the ship reliant solely on energy propulsion for navigation. The living quarters are divided into 2 levels, equipped with rooms featuring ensuite bathrooms, as well as a gym, study, kitchen, dining area, and aquarium. In stark contrast to the serene exterior, the lower deck houses an armory and storage filled with combat necessities. The energy supply room is linked to laser cannons, howitzers, automatic machine guns, and anti-aircraft artillery, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice under the control of the command center, shedding its disguise and entering combat mode. Beyond the living and combat areas, the ship boasts a cultivation zone brimming with fresh fruits and vegetables, essential for supplementing vitamins during prolonged maritime journeys reliant on meat. This steel leviathan stretches 76 meters in length, yet within its expansive confines reside only 2 youths, appearing around 17 years of age. At this moment, they sit comfortably beneath a sunshade, engrossed in books while sipping freshly brewed coffee, indulging in a life of leisure. These 2 are Hades and Robin, who have resided on Notice Island for 6 months. As time has passed, under optimal conditions and a 10-fold growth rate, Hades and Robin's bodies have nearly reached maturity. Compared to their youthful selves from 6 months prior, they now exhibit traits that place them within the realm of adulthood. However, their lives have not been solely tranquil during this period. Quite the contrary, since the day they vanquished the Barker family, they have been in constant motion. Hades, in particular, finds himself inundated with numerous responsibilities requiring his attention and decisions from various sectors of the island. Despite being a ship spirit who requires no rest, he remains as busy as a top. In addition to the affairs of Notice Island, Hades must also manage his own system. With newfound wealth, he diligently sifts through construction options within the system, selecting blueprints that align with his own enhancements. After perusing countless ship designs, he ultimately settled on an amphibious warship that marries modern technology with the innovations of the pirate world. Remarkably, it took him merely a week to complete the transformation of this vessel. Upon accessing the system, the coin parameter in the upper right corner now stands empty, a stark contrast to the 10-digit sum that once resided there just a week ago. Indeed, Hades expended 1 billion system coins on the transformation of this ship, the Hades. One might consider this amount substantial, yet it reflects a reduced cost due to the application of various advanced technologies from the pirate world. Had he relied solely on modern technology, the vessel's price would have been inflated by at least an additional 0. It is time to recharge the funds. Hades cast a glance at the now depleted number of coins, set down the book in his hand, and snapped his fingers in the direction of the warehouse. In an instant, a beautifully crafted box emerged from within the warehouse, landing gracefully in his palm. Hades retrieved a key, inserted it into the lock of the box, and gently turned it. A crisp sound of the mechanism unlocking resonated, and the lid opened. Inside lay a devil fruit, adorned with a spiraling floral pattern. Hades gently placed his hand upon the devil fruit, accessing the system's marketplace, and selected the option to sell. In an instant, the animal-type devil fruit, which had only arrived that very morning and was valued at 100 million berries, vanished from his sight. Concurrently, the gold parameter in the upper right corner of the system transformed to read, gold, 99, 999, 999. Thus, this 100 million berry worth of devil fruit was exchanged as an intermediary item, converting into an astonishing 99, 999, 999 gold coins usable within the system's marketplace. This represented the highest exchange value Hades could find within the world of One Piece. He recalled the time he intercepted the arms of Hayfuge, where the 15 million berry worth of weaponry yielded a mere 8 million gold coins when sold to the system. Fortunately, he had refrained from hastily exchanging it. Instead, he sold it to the Capone gang, who converted the funds into gold, allowing him to subsequently exchange the gold for coins within the system. Even then, the gold conversion yielded only 12 million coins. The exchange rate between berries and the system's gold coins hovered around 1 o'clock, 8, resulting in a 20 loss. Thus, during the ensuing 6 months of leisure, Hades embarked on a quest, experimenting with a variety of items to discover the highest exchange rate with the system. His perseverance bore fruit, and after a particularly audacious test, Hades finally uncovered the optimal intermediary for converting berries into system gold coins, the devil fruit. Hades developed a profound interest in the unique products of the world of One Piece. Regardless of the means he employed to acquire the devil fruits, the system would price them at the value of the berries he spent, -1. This indicates that the system disregards the type, rarity, and abilities of the devil fruits. As long as Hades was willing to spend, it would offer a nearly identical price for them in the marketplace. This undoubtedly saved Hades a considerable amount of money on his journey to exchange berries for system coins. However, it also led to Hades acquiring the title of a devil fruit collector on the island over the past 6 months. After all, many had witnessed him spending lavishly to procure these fruits, yet none had seen him consume one. Was this not a manifestation of a collecting obsession? Only Robin, who shared the ship with him, truly understood Hades's genuine intent behind collecting the devil fruits. Chapter 116, The New Achievements of His Companions. Beneath the shade of a sun umbrella on the Hades, Robin reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, engrossed in the day's newspaper. Her cool attire accentuated her tall, statuesque figure, exuding a unique allure amidst her languid demeanor. Suddenly, something intriguing in the newspaper caught her eye, prompting her to raise an eyebrow and glance towards Hades, who lay not far from her. "What is it?" Hades responded affectionately, sensing Robin's gaze. "The world government has announced the appointment of Don Quixote Doflamingo as one of the 7 warlords." Robin's soft voice chimed in. With the passage of time, her voice had matured, retaining the essence of its former self while acquiring a subtle resonance, distinguishing it from the slightly more mature tone she possessed 6 months prior. Hades was uncertain whether this was Robin's preference or merely a choice of her prime years, but combined with her exquisite visage and tall, well-proportioned figure, she eclipsed every woman he had ever encountered. However, this was not the time for admiration. Upon hearing Robin's words, Hades also turned to the newspaper. As expected, the headline dominating the largest section of the paper was the announcement of Don Quixote Doflamingo's appointment as a warlord of the sea by the world government. It appeared that the world government had chosen to compromise, as this was a tribute to the celestial dragons, if a group of pirates were to hold it hostage. It would indeed be a farce. Hades set aside the newspaper. The reason he and Robin paid attention to this matter and were privy to certain aspects of its intricacies was not solely due to his identity as a traveler, but rather because they had been compelled to become participants in this affair. To discuss this topic, one must begin with the Bark family. Hades had long been acquainted with the rise of the Bark family through Silva. Despite controlling the largest munitions factory in the West Sea without appropriate sales channels, any surplus weaponry they produced would merely become scrap. In this context, a group of pirates from the Grand Line played a pivotal role in establishing these channels for the Bark family, enabling their complete emergence and ascent to their current status. Indeed, this band of pirates is none other than the Don Quixote family, led by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo is an exceptionally unconventional pirate, unlike the majority who drift across the seas. He prefers to manage his crew in a familial manner. After initially decimating several towns, he grew weary of a life of slaughter. Consequently, he established the North Sea as his stronghold, gradually extending his influence across the four seas, the Grand Line, in the New World. Rarely does he personally lead his crew into criminal endeavors, yet his enterprises involve a myriad of illegal activities, including arms dealing, drug trafficking, and human smuggling. Those familiar with him refer to him as a spark of malevolence, while others may not comprehend the rise of the Don Quixote family. Hades understands that their ability to navigate both the underworld and legitimate society stems not only from Doflamingo's formidable strength, but also from his unique background. This time, Doflamingo has set his sights on the celestial gold offered to the celestial dragons by various nations, attempting to leverage this to coerce the world government into bestowing upon him the title of Warlord of the Sea, thereby legitimizing his piracy. As a transmigrator well-versed in the original narrative, Hades is aware of how Doflamingo ascended to the rank of Warlord. However, he never anticipated being unwittingly drawn into this intricate web. Notice Island, recognized as a legitimate member state by the world government, is obligated to present tributes to the celestial dragons at regular intervals. Following the collection of tributes from Notice Island, the vessel dispatched by the world government was promptly approached by Doflamingo, who sought the navigational routes and detailed information of their ships. Thus, the Bark family, in the throes of their alliance with the Don Quixote family, unhesitatingly acquiesced. Consequently, the Don Quixote family's successful heist of the celestial gold, which they used to threaten the world government, owes a significant debt of gratitude to the Bark family. Had it not been for the discovery of pertinent information while sifting through the remnants of the Bark family leaders, Hades might still be oblivious to these machinations. Now, this burden inexplicably rests upon his shoulders following the Bark family's demise, especially since he is currently the sole authority of Notice Island. Will there be any repercussions? Robin inquired with concern. Rest assured, the Don Quixote family has already sent us the next batch of collaboration lists with Notice Island. Given their disposition, should we be marked by the world government, they will likely choose to forsake us. After all, they have successfully attained the title of Warlord of the Sea and have no need to continue opposing the world government. Hades reassured himself. However, he could not guarantee how the eccentric pirate Doflamingo would react. The reason he could remain composed in the waters of Notice Island, without exhibiting any signs of panic, was primarily due to his newfound confidence. Indeed, after 6 months, Hades had transformed, both in essence and as a ship spirit. He was no longer the pawn of the navy he had been on Conure Island. The formidable firepower equipped on the Hades ship ensured that, as long as he could afford the energy consumption and the cost of ammunition, no naval vessel could approach within 5 kilometers of him. As for those navy commanders capable of flying with moonwalk, Hades, in his ship spirit form, was confident he could engage them in combat and prove his mettle. If the battlefield were to shift to his corporeal ship, his chances of victory would double. In essence, his confidence stemmed from his enhanced capabilities. Naturally, it was preferable to avoid conflict with the Navy and maintain a low profile. At that moment, the interface of the System S character partners, which linked the emotional connection between Hades and Robin, suddenly turned a vibrant pink. Love hearts filled the System S background, and their emotional value reached 35 points. Unlocking a new system achievement. Hades, invigorated by a surge of inspiration, eagerly anticipated the updates regarding his companion's achievements. It is worth noting that he had been waiting for quite some time. Initially, Hades was content to simply sit with Robin each day, engaging in reading and conversation to nurture their bond, which yielded a modest gain of 1 emotional point. However, as the relationship between Hades and Robin evolved into something more profound, akin to that of lovers, the system's requirements for accumulating emotional points between them began to increase. Unless faced with significant trials where they could support each other and foster mutual affection, their progress stagnated. What once yielded 1 emotional point after a day together gradually extended to 5 days, 10 days, a month, and eventually 2 months for a single point. Hades spent nearly 70 days to elevate his emotional value from 34 to 35, achieving a pivotal breakthrough today. Thus, it can be deduced that since reaching 15 emotional points on Conure Island to obtain the best year's achievement, it took an additional 6 months for their bond to evolve from 15 to the current 35 points, culminating in the acquisition of the 3rd achievement on the partner interface. Chapter 117, Perceptual Transmission. Perceptual transmission. The system facilitates a mutual exchange of awareness between the ship spirit and its companion, allowing them to discern each other's physical condition and surrounding environment through shared or separated perceptions. When both are present on the same battlefield, their awareness melts, enabling each to gather dual battlefield information, thereby enhancing their ability to assess adversaries and combat strategies. When situated in different locales, they can share intelligence remotely. Transmitting vital information, derived skill, descent. Descent, a derivative of the perceptual transmission achievement. This active skill allows one party, whether the ship spirit or its companion, to be instantly teleported beside the other, thereby evading peril. This skill can be activated by either party. Cooldown period, 1 day. Hades was taken aback to discover that upon reaching an emotional value of 35 points, he not only attained an achievement but also received an additional derivative skill. This could be described as a case where good things come with challenges. The effects of perception transmission need not be elaborated upon. It is undoubtedly an advanced version of mutual accomplishment. This enhancement elevated the connection between Hades and Robin from mere telepathy to shared perception. Such an improvement allows them to wield significant influence, whether on the battlefield or while apart. Although it may not match the telepathic abilities found in fantastical or magical realms, it suffices for their needs. However, what truly exhilarated Hades was the arrival of the derivative skill associated with perception transmission. Despite its seemingly unremarkable appearance and a cooldown period of 1 day, only those well-versed in the game understand the vital importance of displacement skills. Moreover, this skill is not merely a simplistic means of relocation. Its literal interpretation suggests that there are no distance limitations. This implies that it is a global teleportation skill that disregards distance. At this point, Hades could already appreciate the utility of this skill, without needing to provide extreme examples. The ability to summon an otherwise impossible ally during combat or to teleport oneself to evade danger is more than sufficient to justify its status as a derivative skill. Hades was savoring the notion of skill emergence when Robin, languidly reclining on a deck chair engrossed in her book, suddenly sensed an unusual shift. Her fingertips, poised to turn the page, trembled slightly as if electrified, halting just shy of the paper, her brows knitting together in confusion. Robin, startled, lifted her gaze to the large umbrella shielding her from the sun. Although she lay in the cool shade, an inexplicable warmth of summer sunlight enveloped her. Typically serene and absorbed while reading, she now found herself inexplicably exhilarated. Wait, this sensation was not originating from her own perception. With a delicate unfurling of her brows, Robin turned her attention to Hades nearby, moving under the sun with an air of heightened energy. Could it be him? With keen intuition, she swiftly deduced the source of this awareness. Armed with the answer, Robin chose to close her eyes, earnestly seeking to discern the intertwining sensations. Before long, she delineated the two distinct feelings, concentrating her perception entirely on Hades. Reclining on her chair, she appeared tranquil, as if in slumber. Yet her awareness merged with Hades. Not far away, she could feel the cadence of his pulse, the rhythm of his breath, the searing heat of the sun against his skin, the crisp sound of waves crashing against the hull, and a refreshing sea breeze filling her nostrils. In that moment, she genuinely grasped the essence of Hades as a spirit of the ship. Although this awareness did not stem from visual, olfactory, auditory, or tactile sensations, it was profoundly accurate, conveying both Hades' emotions and experiences into her consciousness. If one were to articulate it, this feeling resembled a profound communion of souls. Hades seemed to sense that Robin was attuned to his own awareness, turning his gaze towards her. The latter opened her eyes, appearing as though she had yet to fully emerge from that ethereal state, her hazy expression betraying a hint of confusion as she looked at him. What transpired? Why is it like this? Robin, it's nothing, perhaps merely an enhancement of our telepathic connection. At that moment, when Silva from the island came aboard the Hades to seek the boss, Hades and Robin are both acclimating to this extraordinary sensation. Remarkably, both possess an exceptional innate talent for perception, having learned within a brief hour to distinguish which sensations originate from themselves and which emanate from each other, thus avoiding any confusion that might disrupt their daily lives. At present, one stands at the bow of the Hades ship while the other occupies the stern, engaging in experiments unique to their extraordinary abilities. Robin covers his eyes with a blindfold, while Hades inscribes a phrase on a sheet of white paper. They are testing the extent to which they can extract specific information through their perceptual capabilities. Hades harbors feelings for Robin. Hades had yet to complete his writing, but Robin at the stern had already recited it aloud. The fair complexion beneath his eye mask was instantly tinged with a delicate blush. He then quickly masked his embarrassment by shifting the topic, remarking that it was far too simple, and since he had not yet finished, it was already apparent. If we are to conduct an experiment, he suggested, let us craft something truly challenging to decipher. Hades smiled knowingly and agreed, subsequently inscribing a series of numbers on paper, the significance of which eluded even him, approximately consisting of a dozen digits. This time, Robin managed to utter only the initial few digits before she found it increasingly difficult to perceive more. Following this, the pair conducted numerous related perception experiments. Some tested the distance of perception, others examined its range, and some measured the sensitivity of their perceptions. The results revealed that the transmission of perception did not merely connect their sights, sounds, thoughts, and feelings, but rather linked them through a sixth sense. In essence, the perceptions Robin received were derived from Hades' awareness of the external environment. When Hades attempted to write that he liked Robin, he had already conveyed this sentiment to her through his perception before he could even finish penning it down. Conversely, when he jotted down a string of numbers whose meaning he himself did not grasp, his lack of sensitivity to these figures meant that Robin lost the capability to perceive them. Thus, when Silva stepped onto the deck of the Hades ship, he beheld the boss and the blindfolded captain standing side by side. Neither spoke. The boss observed the surroundings of the ship, mindful of the obstacles beneath his feet, while the captain nimbly navigated past various hindrances as if her eyes were not shrouded. Silva stared in astonishment at the two. "Silva, are you here to see Hades for something?" As Silva watched the captain's remarkable movements, poised to express his admiration, he was suddenly greeted by Robin. "What, Captain Bella? You can see?" Silva exclaimed, startled, as he waved his hand in front of Robin's eyes. To his surprise, Robin smiled gently, then removed the blindfold from her eyes, restoring her vision. Throughout this interaction, she neither confirmed whether she could see nor explained what she and Hades were engaged in. What they had just undertaken was an adaptation to the transmission of perception and the trust between them. Robin, unable to see anything, relied on the perceptions Hades provided her to navigate and discern her surroundings. After a period of experimentation and acclimatization, Robin and Hades had become quite adept at the art of perception transmission. As their acceptance of this mental and emotional connection deepened, the benefits of this perception exchange began to manifest gradually. Initially, Hades harbored concerns that the transmission of perception might resemble an invasion of the mind, even in their intimacy. Exposing one's innermost thoughts could lead to undesirable consequences. However, this perception transmission veered towards an ethereal beauty, allowing neither Hades nor Robin to sense the secrets the other wished to avoid or conceal. Once they mastered the application of their abilities, their cooperative combat prowess would surpass mere addition, and one day it could be conceivable for them to jointly overthrow the three admirals. "What brings you here?" "On the ship." Hades encountered Silva after a considerable time apart. It had been 3 or 4 days since he last saw him. Currently, Notice Island, although portrayed to the outside world as a munitions factory under Silva's control, was, in truth, governed by Hades, who had divided power among three: the newly appointed daughter of Old Ort, the Falcon Jamma in the north, Silva on the west coast, and Mr. One, Das Bonus, whom Hades personally promoted to oversee the south. Hades is gradually relinquishing the hard-won power he has acquired. After all, he and Robin cannot remain in this secluded haven indefinitely. Their initial arrival on this island was prompted by two factors: the notorious Capone gang and their own frail capabilities, necessitating a retreat from the Navy while seeking a sanctuary to bolster their strength. Now, however, they possessed the audacity to embark on a quest for the historical texts, and it is high time to return to their original aspirations. "Boss, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Should the current officials and leaders of the Nodis family catch sight of the dismantler, Silva, it would likely send them into a state of shock. Silva has transformed immensely from the sycophantic figure he once was within the Strauss family, with the title of a 50 million berry pirate. Coupled with his dominion over a territory, some even speculate that the rumored downfall of the Bark family is intertwined with his influence. Yet, in the presence of Hades, he remains ever respectful and deferential." "What is it?" Hades inquired. "We have procured 2 bounty notices from the West Sea Navy, originally slated for publication in today's newspaper. However, due to Don Quixote Doflamingo's recent induction as a warlord of the sea, which commandeered a significant portion of the space, these 2 bounties did not make it to print and thus remain unofficial." Silva spoke cautiously, then discreetly retrieved 2 bounty notices from within his garments and presented them to Hades. Hades, once the formidable leader of the Mafia, found himself in a peculiar situation today. Devoid of his usual entourage, appearing alone, it seemed he was privy to some clandestine information. As he unfurled the bounty notice handed to him by Silva, he was immediately struck dumb. The portraits depicted not just anyone, but himself and Robin. And these images did not reflect their current appearances but rather their likenesses from 6 months prior, when they were merely 12 or 13 years old. What could possibly be the meaning of this? Hades was taken aback and swiftly turned his gaze towards Robin's bounty. Upon noticing the name inscribed as Bella, he felt a slight relief wash over him. Thankfully, the Navy had yet to discern the connection between Bella and Robin. Nonetheless, a surge of anger bubbled within him. Silva, sensing the shift in Hades' demeanor, instinctively shivered. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed his boss wear such an expression of displeasure. As if he had foreseen an impending calamity, he hastily spoke up. "Boss, do you recall the adopted son of old Ortair, the carrion eater Parsons?" At the mention of the name, Hades' memory was jogged. 6 months ago, when the Ortair family chose to surrender and merge with the Notice family, old Ortair's adopted son Parsons had revolted against the clan and declared war on the Notice family, who were situated on the western coast at that time. However, before old Ortair could return to his clan to address the matter, Parsons had been repelled by the combined efforts of Bonus and Silva. Following this, upon hearing of old Ortair's return, Parsons led a faction of dissatisfied mafia members to instigate a massive internal conflict within the mafia. Ultimately, old Ortair emerged victorious, while Parsons, with a small contingent of his subordinates, fled by boat, bringing an end to this confrontation on Notice Island. Hades cast a perplexed glance at the bounty notice in his hand, which bore the same reward of 8 million berries for both himself and Robin. What connection did he have with this bounty? As for the individual named Parsons, Hades had never laid eyes on him. He had only heard fleeting mentions from others. "Boss, although this fellow has never encountered you, it does not imply that his subordinates have not. After departing from Notice Island, he has fallen upon hard times. Just half a month ago, he was apprehended by the Navy of the West Sea and imprisoned. It is said that the information regarding the downfall of the Barker family and the rise of the new regime, which has supplanted the Barkers' control over Notice Island, was divulged by him and his men. This undoubtedly includes details about you and Captain Bella." At this juncture, Hades recalled the day in the captain's quarters when old Alt had despondently agreed to the merger. Among the core members standing behind him, many had displayed expressions of disbelief, and one had even confronted old Alt, accusing him of cowardice. Could it be that these individuals had allied themselves with the scavenger Parsons, capturing images of him and Robin to relate to the Navy? Hades glanced at the wanted poster featuring himself and Robin. He had just noticed that the poster displayed not photographs but rather illustrations. This indicated that no one had managed to capture their images directly. Instead, the Navy had rendered their likenesses based on descriptions provided by those who had encountered them. This revelation aligned perfectly with his suspicions. Chapter 119. Identity Crisis Indeed. Hades had not erred in his deductions. The former key member of the Ort family, after being apprehended by the Navy, not only divulged the existence of Hades and Robin, but also disclosed that these two children were the masterminds behind the downfall of the Buck family. However, the Navy dismissed this as utter nonsense. How could two 12 or 13-year-old children possibly dismantle a mafia organization with the firepower of the West Sea's military? The Navy even speculated whether these individuals were merely inflating their own importance. Yet, due to the consistent testimonies from those who had seen Hades and Robin, even down to the details of their appearances, the West Sea Navy hesitated. Adhering to the principle of better to wrongfully apprehend than to let a criminal escape, they placed a bounty of 8 million berries on each of the two children. If these pirates were lying, then the children depicted in the drawings likely did not exist, thus avoiding any wrongful capture. Conversely, if they spoke the truth, the likelihood of capturing the correct individuals was even higher, thereby ensuring the bounty served its intended purpose. Consequently, the Navy labeled Hades and Bella as the notorious pirate destroyers. Silva's subordinates, having only encountered this pirate who had been awarded 50 million berries, added 2 companions to form a 3-member pirate crew. After delivering his message, Silva departed from the Hades ship, leaving Hades to ponder over the 2 wanted posters that were soon to be unveiled. The bad news was that he and Robin had indeed attracted the attention of the Navy, entering their line of sight. The good news, however, was that the Navy had yet to recognize the connection between Bella and the son of the devil, Robin. Moreover, Hades and Robin had now matured into 17-year-olds, bearing significant differences from the individuals illustrated in the bounty notices. A mere wanted poster did not signify much. Robin sensed the shift in Hades' emotions and, utilizing her devil fruit powers, manifested an arm to bring him a comforting cup of coffee. If it were only Bella's bounty, remaining on the island would undoubtedly be the safest option. The heavenly gold from Notice Island had indeed been handed over, and as long as their status as a member of the world government remained intact, the Navy was prohibited from entering the island. It was worth noting that the Buck family had already delivered substantial heavenly gold to the world government's vessel over half a month before Hades' arrival. This explains why. Despite being the wealthiest arms dealer mafia on the island, Hades discovered that the Buck family was not significantly wealthier than the Strauss family when he reviewed their finances. The amount of heavenly gold submitted by the Buck family was substantial enough to compel the celestial dragons to issue commands forbidding the Navy from approaching Notice Island, illustrating its immense value. However, all of this hinged upon concealing their true identities from the Navy. Otherwise, given the influence of the son of the devil, the Navy might forcibly breach the agreement with Notice Island, landing on the island in search of him. Therefore, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, they could not linger here any longer. It was time to prepare for departure. Hades and Robin had already resolved to leave Notice Island for the Grand Line. Initially, they planned to remain for 2 more months, completing their latest transaction with the Don Quixote family and securing sufficient funds before departing. Now, in light of potential risks, Hades intended to alter their plans and leave ahead of schedule. After all, Hades' confidence in his own strength stemmed from combat at sea. Should they remain at the harbor of Notice Island and become trapped by the Navy, many advantages of his ironclad vessel would vanish. As for the money, the Notice family, now co-managed by Silva, Jama, and Bonus, could still carry out transactions with the Don Quixote family without Hades. The profits from these dealings would be delivered to Hades' castle on the island, as no one dared to covet his wealth. When necessary, Hades would return to claim it. With a decision made, Hades swiftly took action. He utilized the cannons of the Hades ship to fire a signal into the sky, urgently summoning Silva, Bonus, and Jama to arrange affairs for the Notice family following his departure from the island. The unexpected news left the 3 leaders of the Notice family equally astonished. After half a year of interaction, these 3 had become Hades' closest associates, aside from Robin. Adhering to a system of rewards and punishments, Hades had integrated the 3 into his subordinate forces, designating them as the first squad of the Notice Mafia, under Robin's command. This arrangement occupied 3 leadership positions, as Silva had already been included in the first squad roster. However, the other 2, upon realizing they could enhance their strength without personal training by drawing from another's power, expressed their astonishment. It was no wonder Silva had continually brainwashed them, proclaiming that the boss possessed godlike abilities. With this newfound connection established, Hades instructed them to bring their most trusted confidants, delegating management and general member positions within the first squad of his subordinate forces. Thus, the membership of the first squad of the Notice Mafia had nearly been finalized. Captain, Nico Robin. Officers, Silva, Ort, Jama, Daz, Bonus. Management, 15 members. General members, 75 members. Total, 94 members. As these individuals joined the subordinate forces and gained power amplification, Hades simultaneously reaped the benefits of their strength in return. Although each person's contribution could be described as negligible, the combined power of 94 individuals gradually made a difference in Hades' physical prowess. Consequently, Hades had assigned all his responsibilities on Notice Island. Just as he prepared to adjourn the meeting, a message arrived from the western coast. Boss, the Capone gang has arrived on the island. Silva was in a meeting when he suddenly received an urgent call from one of his subordinates. Accompanied by the incessant buzzing of the phone, he consulted Hades and then rose to take the call. Upon his return, his demeanor was grave as he bore unsettling news. It is worth noting that Silva's former associate, the leader of the Strauss family, Hayfuge, had been murdered by Capone and Becky. As the sole survivor, Silva had endured considerable hardship within the Capone family. Had it not been for his familiarity with the topography and intelligence of Notice Island, which led to his assignment as a guide for Hades, he might have already succumbed to the fate of the gang. Chapter 120, Addressing Hidden Threats Initially. Silva speculated that the boss and the Capone gang maintained a collaborative relationship or at least continued to communicate. However, after the boss conquered Notice Island, there had been no contact with the Capone family for 6 long months. Gradually, Silva began to discern that the relationship between the boss and the gang was not only distant but fraught with unusual tension. The Capone gang members, Hades murmured, articulating a few syllables. In the meeting, the other leaders and core members of the Notice family, unaware of the underlying details, expressed confusion, asking, "Isn't that one of the 5 major mafia families of the West Sea? It is said that the new godfather has expanded his influence more than twice in just a few years and has allied with other families to dismantle another mafia family." successfully shattering decades of unchanging dynamics in the West Sea. Indeed, I have heard of this individual. Are they seeking to engage in business with us, Silva? One inquired. Yet, Silva shook his head, casting a cautious glance at Hades. Boss, they specifically requested to meet with you. At that moment, the atmosphere in the meeting shifted dramatically, plunging the assembly into silence. Aside from Silva, Jamar, and Bonus, the others present were hand-picked confidants of the Notice family, although they had seen the noble youth seated at the head of the table and recognized him as their boss. The true architect behind the overthrow of the Barker family and the mastermind controlling the arms factory, the identities of those beyond this circle remained a closely guarded secret. Notice Island, predominantly inhabited by pirates and criminals, is largely insular save for its coastal ports. The external world's understanding of the island likely remains mired in the era of the Barker family, with only a select few aware of the existence of the Demolisher. Silva, while the islanders knew of the tripartite power structure among Silva, Jamar, and Bonus, many were oblivious to the true power holder within the Notice family. Even those who witnessed Hades' audacious intrusion into the factory and the bombardment of the Barker family stronghold merely considered him a subordinate of Silva. Thus, the sudden emergence of an external mafia family requesting an audience with Hades was profoundly peculiar for the cadre and leaders at the conference table. Could it be yet another scheme orchestrated by that devourer Parsons? Hades pondered deeply and inquired. Silva, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded slightly. While investigating the trajectory of Parsons' activities prior to his apprehension by the Navy, Silva discovered a recent intersection with the Capone family, the only individuals capable of leaking information regarding the boss. Suddenly, Jamma heard the name of her non-biological brother, blinking in confusion. Behind her, an aide responsible for reminding her to speak urged her to open her mouth. However, this time Jamma truly found herself at a loss for words, as it seemed that her brother had once again stirred trouble. As the atmospheric tension in the conference room continued to plummet, Hades unexpectedly regained his composure. Jamma, he called. Yes, Jamma quickly replied. The mess left by your alt family shall be dealt with by you. After the meeting, seek Silva for Parsons' navigational trajectory. Ensure that all information regarding me and Bella that has been disseminated externally is thoroughly eradicated. I do not wish to hear any further reports concerning us. I understand, boss. Jamma responded. Silva, Hades commanded. Boss, contact our acquaintances within the Navy and find a way to swiftly neutralize Parsons and his subordinates in prison. If manpower is lacking, we can deploy our own operatives, consult bonus for assassins. The officers from the Navy's 63rd and 137th Divisions have repeatedly visited the island to acquire arms for illicit trade. These connections were left behind by the Notice Mafia within the Navy. Parsons, the corruptor, is not a particularly well-guarded pirate, and he holds little value as a protector to the Navy. Erasing a group of pirates from existence is a task that bears no repercussions. Surely, those officers would be more than willing to lend a hand. Thus, the once troublesome leak of Robin's information was left with only the Capone gang as a remaining vulnerability. Hades narrowed his eyes. The gang has requested to see me, have they not? It is indeed time to eliminate this sole threat. Hades turned to Silva. He would not forget the old grudge left by the Capone gang, which once held him captive due to Robin's identity. Even without this encounter with the gang, he was prepared to clean up the mess left behind. It was a rare rainy day on Notice Island. The sea breeze howled as raindrops pelted against the ship's hull. At the harbor on the west coast, a vessel adorned with the Capone family's flamed castle banner awaited its guests, where several members of the Mafia, dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses, patiently awaited the arrival of the individual they were to meet. Although the Mafia of Notice Island boasted a formidable reputation among the West Sea Mafia families, it was not one of the traditional five families. For Capone Becky, the island's arms factory was of far greater significance. Under this perspective, the gang did not regard the Mafia on Notice Island with much seriousness. However, upon announcing their identity and stating their desire to meet Hades, they found themselves not only disregarded but also left waiting for over an hour. As their irritation mounted, a few individuals claiming to be members of the Notice family arrived and guided them to another harbor. There, they were met by a colossal iron beast of a ship, significantly larger than theirs. The Hades, though lacking the dazzling brilliance of daylight, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure amidst the rain. Its immense aura conveyed a suffocating sensation to all who beheld it. Just as the group was seized by a chill at the sight of the silver warship, a member of the Notice family gestured toward the vessel, beaming as they prepared to usher them aboard. Are you saying that Child is on that ship? Capone Becky had sent family members who had previously encountered Hades, well aware that Hades appeared to be no older than 12. Nevertheless, the Notice family members remained silent, simply watching them as if to convey that their task was complete and whether to board was entirely up to them. Chapter 121. The gang negotiators. The members of the gang exchanged glances. Despite their unease in the presence of the metallic warship, they could not disregard the words of the Godfather. Moreover, their apprehension stemmed merely from the unique and peculiar vessel before them. They felt confident regarding the noble youth. Suddenly, they recalled the Godfather's words before their departure. That boy possesses formidable strength. He has unified the chaotic mafia on Notice Island and established his own influence. But you need not fear. Simply convey my message to him, and he will understand what I desire. Clearly, the Godfather implied that this boy held leverage over him. Armed with this knowledge, the group regained their confidence and finally stepped onto the Hades. On board, guided by the members of the Notice family, the gang of 11 traversed the ship's deck, plantation area, kitchen, and dining room, making their way to the most vital part, the captain's cabin. After knocking, they were invited in with a simple "please enter." The door to the captain's cabin slid open, and before they could appreciate the exquisite design, they were taken aback by the sight of the young man seated on the sofa. Before them sat a refined youth clad in casual attire, his countenance stern and commanding. He was toying with a beautifully crafted dagger, spinning it expertly in his palm. Despite his youthful appearance, the air he exuded spoke of someone seasoned in the underworld. Though referred to as a boy, he was anything but ordinary. If memory served correctly, Hades was merely 12 or 13 years old. Perhaps it was more fitting to call him a mere child. Boys, the guests have arrived. Hades lifted his eyelids, his sharp gaze sweeping over each individual present, before finally gesturing towards another sofa, indicating that they could take a seat. During this moment, among the members of the gang, some began to recognize Hades' true identity. Are you that little rascal? In a mere span of 6 months, Hades experienced a growth of 5 years. However, his appearance and visage were entirely shaped by the system. This so-called maturation was, in essence, merely a proportional expansion, transforming him from a child into a stature nearing 2 meters. Thus, unlike Robin, who blossomed into increasingly exquisite beauty, Hades' face remained almost identical to that of his childhood. The members of the bandit group, though astonished by the rapidity of his growth, swiftly recognized him. "It is truly that little rascal," exclaimed one in astonishment. Upon hearing the term "little devil," Hades furrowed his brow slightly. He then extended his slender fingers towards the speaker, and with a swift motion, a handgun flew from the individual's waist, as if drawn by an unseen magnetic force, and landed in Hades' grasp before anyone could react. The handgun spun elegantly at his fingertips before coming to a halt. Although they were guests, decorum must be maintained. It was necessary to confiscate weapons. "Indeed, boss," replied a member of the Notice family, who had been responsible for guiding them, as he promptly stepped forward to collect the firearms from all the other gang members, leaving only the one that Hades had personally seized. By the time the gang members realized what had transpired, their weapons had vanished without a trace. "Please, take a seat. Esteemed friends from the gang, where is Strange Gun Vet? I have yet to see him." Hades found himself reminiscing about his old friend responsible for negotiations, yet regrettably, this time, Capone Becci had not sent him. The gangsters remained oblivious to the absence of their firearms, accustomed as they were to their brazen conduct within the underbelly of the Western Seas. They had never encountered anyone audacious enough to confiscate their weapons at the negotiation table. Just as Hades was about to vehemently rebuke them, he was interrupted by the leader of this negotiation. "Mr. Hades, Bigwit misses you dearly, but due to certain matters, he could not be here in person," the speaker, named Salong, endeavored to maintain his composure. Salong, a trusted aide of the notorious Wit, was also the head of the gangsters visiting Notice Island. In this unfamiliar territory, he restrained his temper, choosing to endure the confiscation of his weapon to ensure their mission was not derailed by trivial matters. However, despite being Wit's confidant, Salong had not acquired much in the way of negotiation skills. Unbeknownst to him, the attitude Hades exhibited at the outset of the negotiations had already predetermined their outcome. "What a pity," lamented Hades. "Mr. Hades, we have come here to fulfill the agreement made between the Capone family and yourself. I trust you have not forgotten our collaboration," Salong stated directly, revealing the purpose of their visit. Hades nodded, acknowledging the previous agreement with Becci. The gangsters, relieved that the youth holding a significant portion of the Western Seas arms trade did not dismiss their claims, felt a sense of ease. Although they had a trump card from their godfather, they preferred not to escalate matters, especially in Notice Island. Strangely, prior to their arrival, Salong and his companions had held the Notice Mafia in disdain. However, having witnessed the formidable steel behemoth and felt the pressure from the young man, Their perception of this place had undergone a profound transformation. Since Mr. Hades remembers, that simplifies things, Salong remarked as he produced a prepared arms list, ready to discuss the specifics of the transaction. Yet, he was unprepared for Hades to present his own arms list. I have instructed my men to transport the goods to the dock on the west coast. The quantity and pricing are detailed in this list. Should you choose to transport them yourselves, payment is required here. If our people handle the delivery, you may settle the fees upon arrival, though a shipping fee must be paid in advance. Hades solemnly presented his list of armaments. Mr. Hades, the quantities and prices on this list. Salong momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend why the other party had become so proactive. However, upon lowering his gaze to inspect the list, his brow instantly furrowed. Chapter 122, Cooperation? Threat? Breach of contract. Salong passed the list to those beside him. After it circulated among the members of the bandit group, expressions of discontent emerged. Mr. Hades, if I recall correctly, our initial agreement stipulated a production of 50 armaments from the factory to be transacted at the manufacturing price. Hades replied, indeed. This reflects the production capacity of 50 over the last 6 months, and the pricing is already quite low. However, such words ignited a visceral reaction in Rockefeller, who felt an urge to retch. Limu struggled to suppress laughter, fearing it might push Rockefeller over the edge. To him, Ling Xiao appeared utterly arrogant, believing only the blade in his hand could compel respect. Yi Chenming articulated each point with precision. Finally, Su Jingxiao cast a glance at Yi Chenming. The nearest hospital was Sichuan University's West China Hospital, the finest comprehensive hospital in the entire southwestern region, suggesting that the man was fortunate. The site of his accident lay not far from it. After what felt like countless spins, Yin Qishi could only see stars, utterly disinclined to move. Yun Chong remained still, tightly encircling her in his arms. Si Juanhao wore a stern expression, remaining silent as he confirmed that AI Mu was absent from his line of sight before turning decisively towards the direction AI Mu had vanished. This was Yin Giji's retaliation for inadvertently injuring Wei soldiers, as he had unexpectedly allied with Qi to confront him. All right. Dakong put away his pistol and sprinted towards the designated control center. Wasn't it fine to send a text? Why did he call? AI Mu stared at his phone in shock, pinching himself to confirm this was not a dream. Had everyone not been engrossed in watching the match from beginning to end, one might have thought it was merely two factions practicing their skills. Regardless, having already altered Huang Yaoshi's entire appearance, he was unfazed by the prospect of modifying another mask. Thus, they focused intently on a few remaining talismans, as only one remained, the last expert dispatched from their clan. Finally, after a tense and secretive preparation, they successfully gathered all soldiers. In an instant, Li Tianqian soared within mere meters of the formidable demon general, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. With a swift sound, an arrow was released, accurately piercing the throat of a Xianbei soldier. Ascending to a level 2 citizen and expending nearly all his rewards to purchase a vial of Quinping blood left him nearly depleted. For this outer disciple, who had emerged from the desolate wilderness alongside him, he felt an innate fondness. However, beneath the spirit-gathering array, she sensed a continuous flow of spiritual energy, filling her with delight. Lu Ning trembled with concentration. Each word from his teammates pierced his heart like daggers. Observing Yi Wen's anguished expression, it seemed selling the star blue diamond pained her more than squandering wealth, prompting Li Tianqian to stifle a laugh. The city lord's subsequent words fell upon deaf ears as Nangong Lang became entranced by the list before him. Today, both Qin Yi and Su Panner donned mourning garments, bound with hemp rope, while Yin Yin was entrusted to the care of the similarly clad wet nurse, Zhou Mama, as they entered the mourning hall. To engage in such actions was a blatant disregard for the Yi family, and if they were not made to suffer a loss, they might remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. My subordinate has failed. I could only ascertain that the lady's poison has permeated her organs, with a maximum lifespan of merely 1 year. No sooner had the words left his lips than a teacup shattered, followed by the sound of wood hitting the ground, as if the table had collapsed. Barely managing a semblance of decorum, Jiang Hongyu was retained by Master Bai for urgent discussions, while I felt utterly exhausted, hastily bathing before collapsing onto the bed. Chapter 123. The ambush on Kunyoer Island. Mr. Hades, what do you mean by this? The bandits glared in anger. The phone bug was certainly intended for communication, but now that its purpose was no longer required, I had to request its silence. The bandits appeared astonished. seemingly unable to grasp the implications of Hades' words. Are you aware that there exists a century-long void in the history of this world? Hades suddenly veered the conversation off course. Yet, he paid no mind to whether the gang members comprehended his words, speaking as if to himself. This was due to the world government's desire to conceal certain secrets, leading them to erase a century of history, along with all those who were privy to this clandestine knowledge. As Hades spoke the word secret, his expression suddenly turned grave. Although I harbor a strong aversion towards the world government, I must concede that their actions are not entirely misguided. After all, the most adept keepers of secrets in this world are not your revered mentors, but rather the deceased. Hades, with the calmest demeanor, uttered words that sent shivers down the spines of those around him. A sudden jolt coursed through them as they felt their hearts race uncontrollably. While they could not comprehend the nonsensical ramblings of a century-old ghost, the final words of this imp were crystal clear. His intention to lure them into contacting the Godfather, only to feign submission, was a ploy to deceive their leader. His true objective was to eliminate anyone privy to his secrets. The moment this thought crossed Sarang's mind, he was seized by fear, instinctively wanting to deny it. How could this be possible? Even if this imp could dispatch them, could he truly eliminate the Godfather and Big Vito as well? Hades, do not act rashly. We can still negotiate the terms of our cooperation, Sarang exclaimed, though his hand instinctively moved towards his waist. It was then he realized that all their firearms had been confiscated by the imp from the very beginning. Simultaneously, 11 of their own handguns floated beside Hades, bullets chambered and aimed at them. Panic erupted among the 11 gang members as they realized their peril. As the gun muzzles flared, 11 shots rang out simultaneously. While they were not the most trusted members of the gang, they were certainly part of the management class. Their battlefield experience kicked in, and instinctively, they leaped in different directions as the guns were aimed at them. Remarkably, 10 out of the 11 managed to evade the bullets. With only one man struck in the shoulder, blood spraying forth. Clutching his gushing wound, the hitman rolled away from Hades, unaware that he had just escaped one hell only to encounter death again. Above him, a gleaming blade descended with unstoppable force, piercing through his body. With a thud, the immense power severed him in half, and he crashed to the ground. None of them anticipated that the greatest threat lay not in the guns pointed at them, but in the long blade wielded behind them. Thus, one of the 11 negotiators was immediately lost. The man brandishing the shining blade was none other than a member of the Notice family, who had led them to this very moment since their arrival at the docks. "Boss, leave these people to me," he declared, lifting his gaze. From beneath his black top had emerged a familiar face, the nominal lord of Notice Island. The true power on the west coast, the demolisher, Silva. "Do any of these men hold a grudge against you?" Hades casually inquired. "Is there anyone?" "Yes, but they should hardly recognize me now." Silva's expression transformed from the jovial demeanor he wore while guiding the gang members to one that flickered with the satisfaction of vengeance. "You are the demolisher, Silva?" Isaac and his companions immediately recognized Silva's identity, their faces a canvas of shock and confusion. While they had learned from their godfather that Hades was the secret master of Notice Island, instilling a sense of trepidation towards the young lad. The mere mention of the demolisher, Silva, with a bounty of 50 million berries, imposed an even more palpable psychological pressure upon them. Yet, despite their recognition of Silva's face from the wanted posters, they could not fathom that this man had once been captured under their command, imprisoned in the depths of the gang's dungeon. They could scarcely imagine that someone who had once been a mere captive had, in the span of just 6 months, risen to a position of power over them, even determining their fates. This reality also serves as a testament to Silva's unwavering loyalty to Hades. In his eyes, Hades had indirectly saved his life. Without the boss, he might have languished for eternity in the dungeons of the Capone gang, deprived of light and freedom. "Then I leave it to you," Silva declared. Since being appointed as a cadre of the subordinate faction's 1st Division by Hades, he had acquired foundational strength. During Hades' bombardment of the naval vessel, he had demonstrated his prowess with the longsword gifted by the boss. From that moment, he had developed a passion for the art of swordsmanship, diligently practicing his sword techniques over the past 6 months. Therefore, despite a considerable gap in strength compared to Gamma and Bonus, he felt confident in confronting these gang members. Bolstered by the enhanced power gained through the mutual benefits within the subordinate forces, Hades entrusted the disposal of these individuals to Silva, and in an instant, he transformed into a constellation of starlight, vanishing from the captain's quarters and reappearing on the deck of the Hades ship. From the perspective of this ironclad warship, one could observe a vessel, piloted by members of a gang, slowly approaching through the rain from a nearby corner. On its deck lay countless mafia members. Sprawled in grotesque postures, their joints contorted, clearly devoid of life. The gentle drizzle washed over their lifeless bodies, while at the bow of their ship, a girl, sheltered under an umbrella, cast a smile towards Hades, who was observing her. "Well done, Robin." Once the ship steadied, Hades skillfully took over the umbrella from Robin's head, holding it aloft for her. The seamless synchronization between the two, complemented by the silken strands of silver hair, made them appear as if they had stepped out of a painting. Robin succinctly reported that the ship was filled with low-ranking members of the Capone gang, lacking combat capability. "I have checked. There are no additional snails aboard." In truth, Hades had already gleaned the situation through his perception, just as Robin was aware of his circumstances. With all the snails eliminated, severing the connection between the gang members and the Capone family, and having misled Capone Becky into believing in his compromise, the ensuing plan was singular. It was to swiftly launch an assault on Cunall Island, obliterating the Capone family and ensuring that all who were privy to Robin's connection with Bella vanished from this world entirely. Chapter 124. The Warship's Landing in the West Sea. Along the route between Notice Island and Cunall Island, a steel warship, incongruous with the era of wooden sailing vessels, traversed the ocean at an astonishing speed. In accordance with the sailing pace of this time, it would typically take approximately 10 days to journey from Notice Island to Cunall Island. However, the second-generation Hades, powered by the Balmer engine, doubled that speed, requiring less than 5 days to traverse the distance, a feat already deemed incredible from a human perspective. Now, the third-generation Hades, with a construction cost of $1 billion, had once again updated its velocity. Without considering the consumption of full speed, it could reach Cunall Island in just 1 day. Such speed had transcended the realm of comprehension for those in the world of One Piece. This was the foundation of Hades' audacity to destroy the snails and eliminate the gang members. He was confident that he could reach Cunall Island and complete the annihilation of the Capone family before Capone Becky received word. After a night of arduous travel, the delicate rain, which had draped the sea in a gossamer veil, gradually subsided. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, the fiery sun dispelled the shroud of darkness, bringing back the scorching summer to the ocean. Standing at the bow of the silver-armored warship, Hades gazed into the distance, where the island, shrouded in mist, drew ever closer. The familiar harbor, reminiscent of dreams from the previous night, stirred memories of the island within Hades. It was almost within reach. Hades murmured to himself. Accompanied by his musings, Robin, clad in pajamas and draped in a plain overcoat, emerged from the cabin, stifling a gentle yawn. Having retired early the previous night to conserve her energy for the impending battle, she now observed her beloved gazing serenely at the sight that had once rendered them powerless. Joining him at the bow of the ship, she cast her gaze into the distance for a moment. Though Capone Beach's influence permeated the entirety of the island, extending even to the Marshal Kingdom and several islands in the Western Sea, his primary abode remained the central casino of Cunall Island. Hades remarked that on the day he boarded the ship with Vito, the individuals who resembled you at the age of 8 were, apart from Vito's subordinate, all trusted confidants of Capone Beach. They typically resided within the corporeal form of his castle as fruit, always in tow. Thus capturing Beach would entail the apprehension of them all. Hades articulated his plans and the intelligence related to Capone Beach. Therefore, matters appeared to have simplified somewhat. In truth, it was not that the situation had become easier. Rather, with the enhancement of their strengths and realms, those once regarded as formidable adversaries had become inconsequential, no longer deserving of their attention. As Hades meticulously prepared to unleash his full force, he found that his powerful strike landed upon a deflated balloon, which not only failed to burst but instead accelerated its deflation, rendering the encounter rather tedious. Consequently, the two individuals standing at the bow soon lost interest in the monotonous seascape. Robin, while utilizing the powers of her Hana Hananomi to tend to the garden, leisurely revisited the book she had not finished the previous night, completing its conclusion. Meanwhile, Hades engaged in the cultivation of his Busashoka haki, calmly awaiting the arrival of the Hades ship at the port to systematically execute their prearranged ambush plan. It seemed that both had already foreseen the demise of the Capone family. Returning to Hades' Busashoka haki, this was the sole ability he possessed that was not bound to the system. It was a skill acquired through the understanding of forms from others, requiring relentless practice for its enhancement. After 6 months of training, he had expanded the Busashoka that initially only enveloped his hands to encompass his upper body. He had once attempted to teach this hockey to Robin, yet surprisingly, despite her exceptional talents in reading, fruit development, and perception, she struggled to grasp the nuances of Busashoka hockey. Thus, as of now, Robin had yet to complete her mastery of this ability. On the coast of Connual Island, a harbor designated for the local fishermen's catch was situated. Typically, these fishermen resided in a small coastal village, venturing into the sea during the bountiful seasons to fish. While in quieter times, they cultivated shrimp and crab. Connual Island boasted numerous ports, and passing merchant vessels were well aware to steer clear of this fisherman's dock. Even pirates deemed this impoverished and desolate place unworthy of their attention. However, today, the fishermen beheld an unprecedented metallic monstrosity slowly approaching the island from the distant horizon. "Daddy! Daddy, look!" exclaimed a child collecting seashells, running over the sand with innocent curiosity. "What is that?" "What?" The fisherman father, with a gentle touch on the child's head, gazed in the direction indicated. In the next moment, he stood frozen in disbelief. "Wah! What is that? A sea beast? No. Could it be a sea king?" The news rapidly spread throughout the small fishing village. Fishermen of all ages rushed out to gaze at the increasingly massive silhouette on the horizon. Connual Island, part of the Marshal Kingdom, had long been renowned for its safe waters. Consequently, this island had always served as a midway stop for vessels, a haven for rest, and a popular tourist destination. Even those who relied on the sea for sustenance had lived their lives without encountering any marine creature larger than a mere human. An elder, well-versed in knowledge, pointed at the enormous shadow and explained, "That is the most formidable creature of the sea, a sea king. The portion visible above the water is already the size of a large warship, but the body submerged below must be 10 times larger." Although the old fisherman had read extensively and possessed more experience than the youth, his failing eyesight, coupled with the unique appearance of the Hades ship, prevented him from recognizing it as a vessel. But fear not. While the Sea King is powerful, it cannot survive out of the water. Generally, it inhabits the deep sea. Its appearance in these shallow waters must be an anomaly. Everyone disperse. Do not be afraid. The learned elder had just concluded his explanation when suddenly, the sound of clanking metal gears filled the air. Accompanied by a tremendous crash, the so-called Sea King accelerated from the water's surface and surged onto the shore. "Help! Help! The Sea King has come ashore! Run! The monster is here!" In an instant, chaos erupted in the fishing village, with people scattering in disarray. However, a few young individuals discerned that atop the steel behemoth, 2 figures were seated. In disbelief, they exclaimed, Is this colossal creature a ship? But how can a ship come ashore?" Chapter 125, The Hades Ship in Landing Form. The sides of the Hades ship appeared to be lifted by some unseen force, accompanied by the grinding of metal gears. At a third of the ship's length, the lower part began to disassemble and reconfigure. Subsequently, several massive tracks extended from the ship's wings, supporting the Hades ship's body as it collided with the sandy shore. The energy core of the Hades has been reallocated, transforming the power originally designated for maritime navigation into energy supply for terrestrial movement, propelling the immense vessel successfully ashore. The Hades vessel, with an astounding cost of 1 billion, boasts 3 distinct forms: navigation on water, submersion, and land traversal. Initially, Hades had its sights set on a design blueprint for a ship capable of transforming into a towering giant, yet the exorbitant expense proved prohibitive. Even with the resources of Naughty's Island at its disposal, Hades found itself financially constrained. Consequently, the aspiration to metamorphose into a colossal figure must be postponed for the time being. Hades opted to land at the fishing village port on Connual Island, intending to avoid alarming the local gang. Given his previous experiences, Hades was acutely aware that Kapambiki's influence on this island was likely comparable to his power on Naughty's Island. It was only by choosing this unconventional landing site that he could elude the gaze of the gang. In light of this, Hades felt a pressing need to amass funds for a satellite positioning system, whose significance might well surpass that of transforming into a towering giant. It is worth noting that the current armament aboard the Hades vessel possesses sufficient firepower to obliterate targets from offshore, negating the necessity for landing. However, extended range does not guarantee precision. As his core strength and equipment advanced, the demand for auxiliary tools and instruments correspondingly increased. Solely prioritizing weapon potency often fell short of his requirements. For instance, the target Hades needed to eliminate consisted of merely 50 individuals, most likely residing within the island's entertainment casino. To strike such a target, just a few missiles would suffice, yet due to the lack of precision, he was compelled to initiate a landing mode, bringing the vessel closer before engaging. Fortunately, this landing site was devoid of gang members, and the fishermen residing there had minimal interaction with the island's inhabitants. Otherwise, Hades' long-range ambush plan might have been thwarted. As the Hades surged onto the land, liberated from the confines of water, its speed showed no sign of abating. With an unstoppable force, it swept through vast expanses of forest, making its way towards the slopes surrounding the largest city on the island. Before Hades arrived, reconnaissance and intelligence gathering had been conducted on Cannel Island. The hillside he intended to visit, while not the highest on the island, boasted a gentle terrain that even the colossal Hades could ascend with ease. Most importantly, its geographical position offered the finest vantage point to survey the entire central city. The accuracy of the Hades shooting is intrinsically linked to the visibility of both the Hades and its host, in the absence of obstructions. As long as the target is within the host's line of sight, the optimal launch trajectory can be determined through aiming and system adjustments. Therefore, in the current conditions devoid of long-range targeting capabilities, occupying elevated terrain to enhance visibility is the primary objective of Hades. Upon establishing a course of action, Hades meticulously inspected and adjusted all the weaponry aboard, investing significantly in procuring ample ammunition to be prepared for any eventuality. Now, with all preparations complete, they awaited the exposure of the casino within the central entertainment complex to his gaze. Then, it would all be over. At this moment, within the Capone family, as anticipated by Hades, Capone Beji was indeed at his casino stronghold, meticulously calculating the gang's performance and losses for the month. Beside him, the bald man Gotti, connected to a machine gun prosthetic, was idly polishing his firearm, the unmistakable scent of blood indicating his recent return from a battlefield. Soon after, the strange gun Vito, dispatched by Capone Beji to other islands, returned, his distinctive tattoos and long tongue licking his sharp teeth as he inquired about matters concerning Notice Island. Godfather, I hear you sent someone to negotiate at Notice Island during my absence? Capone Beji's square jaw reflected his youthful confidence, for he was merely in his early 20s. Far less seasoned than the 40-year-old depicted in comics. Within a brief span of 6 months, Capone Beji had subdued another formidable mafia family, and his burgeoning self-assurance nearly made him forget how his subordinates had faltered against those 2 children aboard the wooden brigantine. Without consulting any trusted aides, upon learning that Hades had conquered Notice Island, he promptly dispatched someone to remind that young lad to honor his commitments. At that time, Vito was engaged in mafia dealings on other islands. It was only upon his return today, after failing to find his subordinate Salong, that he learned of this news. Godfather, do you remember the subordinate of Hayfager we captured? This fellow gained notoriety 6 months ago for destroying 3 naval warships, earning the title Demolisher Silva with a bounty of 50 million berries, coupled with the infamous child of the devil Nico Robin. I can't shake the feeling that the situation on Notice Island is rather intricate. Vito, out of respect for a former adversary, had been keenly observing the developments on Notice Island. However, since the arrival of that youthful duo, the already secluded island had become increasingly difficult to gather intelligence on, instilling a sense of unease. Rest assured, Salong and his team arrived on the island yesterday. I spoke with that young rascal Hades over the phone. They have agreed to our terms. Beneath Beji's hooked nose, the corners of his mouth curled with satisfaction. They agreed. This revelation astonished Vito. His tongue momentarily stilled as expressions flickered across his face. Suddenly, he produced the telephone bug hidden within his red vest and dialed Salong's number. Brew brew. Brew brew. The deep, persistent calls of the telephone bug echoed in the air. Capone Beji observed Vito's actions without intervention. However, as seconds ticked away and the bug continued to emit its relentless sounds, the absence of a response began to unsettle even Beji, who had been enjoying his leisure. Chapter 126, Annihilation, first round of cannon fire. Typically, Salong kept his telephone bug within his suit. Regardless of the time, he would promptly answer any call. For those who could reach him directly were often his superiors. Yet this time, the prolonged silence felt increasingly ominous. Capone Beji recalled that Salong had abruptly called him yesterday, mentioning that Hades wished to discuss matters. It appeared that negotiations had not proceeded smoothly, yet Hades had been particularly agreeable during their conversation. The contradictions now resurfacing in his mind felt exceedingly strange. With a furrowed brow, Beji abruptly set down his cigar and addressed Vito. From this moment on, call Salong every half hour until you reach him. If there is still no answer after 24 hours, it will indicate that something has gone awry. Godfather, Vito interjected. It seems the situation is likely as you suspected. Those 2 youngsters are not as docile as they appear. Capone Beji's eyes narrowed. his composed and seasoned demeanor returning as he began to contemplate how to reclaim his standing from Hades and Robin. The prospect of those two seeking retribution was far from his concerns. Even if Beiji and Vito perceived Hades and his companion as audacious, they did not believe they would dare confront their gang directly. The most probable scenario was that these two youngsters, believing they had gained control over Notice Island, felt empowered to evade the Navy's pursuit, disregarding the leverage he held, and sought to dissolve their initial agreement. I shall make them aware of what true mafia entails. Just as Capone Beiji's words fell, an urgent knocking resounded from the door of the casino lounge. Gotti, stationed at the door, rose to answer. A flustered subordinate of the Capone family rushed in, exclaiming, "Godfather!" Someone spotted an ironclad vessel landing ashore and appearing on the high ground outside the city. With that proclamation, the three men within the room exchanged glances, astonished by the description provided by their subordinate. An iron vessel? A landing craft? At this moment, there are so many points open to critique that one hardly knows where to begin. However, one fact remains indisputable. The high ground outside the city has always been guarded by the Capone family. As a perennial disruptor of rival mafias, with ambitions to engulf the entire underworld of the West Sea, Capone Beiji understands the strategic significance of this elevated terrain during conflicts between two crime syndicates. The emergence of something incongruous in that location, whether it be a vessel or something else entirely, signifies a blatant provocation to the gangsters. Just as Beiji was poised to issue orders to investigate, a sudden, urgent sound of flight pierced the air. Above the central casino, beams of light, unleashed by laser cannons, ruthlessly swept away the defensive fortifications surrounding the structure. Moments later, several shells tore through the sky, descending with an undeniable might to instigate a series of explosions. The bombardment, swift as lightning, transformed the casino into a blazing inferno, saturating the surroundings with an infinite supply of gunpowder. Dust swirled through the air, smoke obscured vision, and the fierce flames surged towards the heavens, dazzling in their brilliance. Akin to a painter's brush dipped in dark ink, voraciously consuming all in their path, and painting the scene in an audacious black hue. On the high ground outside the city, the Hades vessel's port and starboard hatches swung open, revealing a battery of cannons and missiles poised to target the casino within the city. In the initial wave of bombardment, only a fraction of its formidable firepower was unleashed. After all, the target was diminutive, and given the immense potency of the armaments at its disposal, excessive bombardment would not only squander resources but also instill fear in the hearts of the city's children, a transgression in its own right. Meanwhile, at the elevated stronghold of the Capone family, countless members of the mafia lay sprawled on the ground, their bones shattered. This was the result of Robin single-handedly subduing the Capone residents. Among those mafia members, only one remained conscious, trembling as he knelt amidst the raging inferno, his face etched with remorse. Just moments prior, Hades and Robin had, for the sake of caution, confirmed the whereabouts of Capone Beiji among the mafia members before initiating the indiscriminate bombardment upon learning he was indeed at the casino. The gang had its share of resilient individuals. It was only after Robin employed his formidable joint lock techniques to break bone after bone that he encountered the singular soul bold enough to speak the truth. Now, gazing at the ferocious flames that seemed eager to consume the very sky, this mafia member was overwhelmed with guilt, his eyes regarding Hades and Robin as if they were otherworldly beasts. Has it come to an end? Robin pondered, surveying the devastated landscape of destruction, slowly uttering a few words. Alongside Hades, observing their effortlessly vanquished adversaries, a sense of lethargy washed over them. Indeed, the simplicity of their opponents seemed to sap their enthusiasm. After all, he was, at least nominally, a user of a devil fruit, one of the burgeoning supernovas with a bounty destined to surpass 100 million. Hades felt a pang of disappointment. Suddenly, just as he called out to Robin to prepare for departure, several artillery shells surged forth from the crimson twilight. Akin to the rebirth of a phoenix, with an astonishing trajectory and velocity, they struck the hull of the Hades, which was situated on the distant hillside. Following this, from the flames and smoke of the casino, a colossal shadow slowly emerged, extinguishing the raging fire and lifting the veil of war, revealing its majestic and grand form. This was Robin's first encounter with such a magnificent and imposing entity, appearing without warning, leaving her momentarily astonished. However, the previously guilt-ridden members of the mafia erupted in jubilant cheers. It was the boss. The castle of the Godfather had manifested. Hades was reminded by the applause of the excited mafia. In an instant, he realized the true nature of this individual, the master of creation, the overlord. A castle, Full scale. The notorious boss. Capone Beach is undoubtedly a user of a devil fruit, specifically the stronghold fruit from the paramecia category. This ability allows him to transform his body into a castle, capable of housing any object, including living humans, within. The enormous shadow that looms before him is the complete manifestation of Capone Beach's stronghold fruit. He transforms himself into a colossal fortress, boasting impenetrable defenses, while deploying numerous cannons and military equipment from within, achieving a perfect synergy of offense and defense. Chapter 127. The complete form of the stronghold fruit. In the original work, Hades certainly recalls this behemoth, yet perhaps the imposing form of the humanoid castle is not intuitively perceived in the manga. It is only upon witnessing its reality that one comprehends the castle-like Capone Beach, whose mere appearance exudes an overwhelming presence. Standing nearly 100 meters tall with its silvery stone walls, it boasts formidable defenses, complemented by an array of countless cannons affixed to its body. In other words, this entity is virtually a walking fortress in the guise of the Hades. As the colossal castle emerges, several cannonballs strike Hades' corporeal form. The artillery fired from Capone Beach's immense fortress not only boasts a greater range than conventional cannons, but also significantly enhances both its power and precision. However, it still pales in comparison to the modern and technologically advanced Hades. Upon impact, the cannonballs triggered Hades' preemptive passive ability, which grants immunity to damage from surprise attacks. The shells struck Hades as if they were mere tofu tossed onto a metal plate, creating not a ripple. Nevertheless, with Hades' superalloy defenses, even without the benefit of his passive ability, he remained confident that these primitive projectiles posed no threat. At that moment, the inhabitants of the island finally discerned the two towering figures on the hillside. Bathed in sunlight, the steel battleship gleamed magnificently, standing off against the equally colossal castle. Reminiscent of two prehistoric beasts tentatively sizing each other up, poised to pounce. Godfather, atop that behemoth, is that little brat. Within the giant castle, shielded by Capone Beach, the core members of the gang remained concealed, unharmed. As the imminent battle ignited, someone with a telescope quickly observed the movements aboard the Hades. Instantly recognizing Hades' familiar visage, they were taken aback. But how has that little brat grown so much? Capone Beach, lacking a telescope, was puzzled. Yet he beheld the upper windows of the castle transform into anthropomorphic eyes, gazing intently at the Hades on the distant slope. Through a blurred lens, he discerned the outlines of two figures aboard the fully metallic battleship. The woman on the left donned a simple long dress, her long hair cascading elegantly, her clear, beautiful eyes framed a face of exquisite allure, as though she had stepped out from the pages of a painting. If Robin's beauty had evolved from youthful charm to womanly grace, it could create a fleeting illusion of mistaken identity. However, Hades' features had changed little, and his distinguished aura allowed for immediate recognition. Hades. Capone Beach finally identified his adversary. Although he questioned how this little brat had suddenly matured so dramatically, a tempest of complex emotions surged within him. Confusion, incomprehension, and rage ignited into a seething flame. Shouldn't he be on Nauti's Island? Beach uttered his inquiry, yet his hands had already initiated the assault. A dozen massive cannons protruding from the castle locked onto the Hades, their dark mouths roaring to life. With a thunderous cacophony, the cannonballs tore through the skies, propelled by the explosive force of gunpowder, unleashing a piercing wail as they hurtled toward the heavily armed battleship on the slope. On board the Hades, as shells rained down, countless anti-aircraft machine guns emerged, their barrels protruding from the deck and the hatches on either side of the hull. Hades activated the ship's automated intercepting machine guns. Instantly, an uncountable number of bullets cascaded down like rain, effortlessly intercepting all incoming projectiles with the aid of the system's visual range and automated bullet trajectory correction. In a mere moment, several shells exploded mid-air, sending powerful shock waves that enveloped the space between the two monstrous entities in a shroud of dense black mist. Observing the ease with which he thwarted Capone Beach's assault, a faint smile graced Hades' lips. Yet, he did not revel in triumph. Instead, he promptly maneuvered the weaponry aboard his vessel, initiating strategic adjustments. Prepare for the second round of concentrated fire. At Hades' command, all anti-aircraft guns and interceptive weapons retracted. Cannons, anti-aircraft artillery, laser guns, and howitzers re-emerged, angling their barrels towards the colossal fortress that loomed behind the dissipating smoke. rivaling the size of Hades' own ship. However, as the mist cleared, Hades was astonished to discover that the nearly 100-meter-high fortress had vanished. How could this be? There, just as Hades sought the enemy's whereabouts, Robin's perceptive warning swiftly relayed the enemy's location to him. Armed with this information, Hades swiftly turned, catching a glimpse of the shared perception with Robin. He witnessed Capone Beaky, seizing the opportunity of their mutual obscured vision, installing massive treads at the base of the fortress, enabling his body to swiftly traverse towards the side of the central city of Kenuel Island. He was devising a method to approach Hades' ship perched on the high ground. Indeed, from the moment Capone Beaky transformed into the fortress, he had been assessing the comparative strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Initially, he had tentatively fired a few shells, but upon witnessing their ineffectiveness against the armored beast, he realized the truth. This steel monstrosity was likely the reliance of those two youngsters. In terms of both firepower and defensive capabilities, it was on par with his fortress's full-scale might. Without closing the distance, relying solely on long-range exchanges would ultimately lead to a breakdown of his fortress-like defenses. Consequently, during the next round of cannon fire, Capone Beaky devised a plan. Observing that his artillery could not even reach the enemy, he swiftly adopted a flanking strategy to reduce the distance, seeking to escape the long-range confrontation for a close-quarters brawl. By the time Hades located Capone Beaky, he was already maneuvering the fortress away from the urban area. As he rampaged through the city, the immense force and destruction reduced the once thriving metropolis to ruins. Countless citizens fled in terror, while some unfortunate souls fell victim to the relentless tread of destruction. An uncountable number perished on the streets, but Capone Beaky's focus was solely on the gleaming silver-clad metal behemoth atop the high ground outside the city. Upon the Hades, the moment the colossal figure of Beaky came into view, countless cannons on the vessel pivoted, retargeting their aim at the formidable entity. Subsequently, the second wave of bombardment commenced. Once again, laser artillery led the charge, unleashing terrifying waves of searing heat. The concentrated beams of light, visible to the naked eye, struck Beaky with unparalleled force. In an instant, debris erupted, and dust billowed into the air. The massive form of the castle sustained an unrelenting assault from the laser cannons, leaving deep fissures etched into its surface. Both Beaky and Hades were taken aback. Beaky, astonished that Hades could so effortlessly breach his defenses, had believed that, regardless of the enemy's formidable ranged weaponry, his defenses, akin to a bastion of unyielding strength, would endure until his own vitality was exhausted, rather than his defenses crumbling first. At that moment, the searing pain coursing through his body instilled in Beaky an unparalleled sense of dread. The armor of the castle, which he had once held in such high regard, had been marred by a single, indelible strike. Conversely, Hades was equally astonished, but for an entirely different reason. He was taken aback by the resilience of Beaky's formidable defenses. Since acquiring the laser cannons, whose energy consumption costs surpassed their production value, this was the first instance where he had failed to breach the enemy's defenses. Previously, whether confronting the walls of the Bark family or the castle itself, wherever the laser cannons were directed, none could withstand their might. There had never been an exception. Could this be the true power of the devil fruit? Hades reflected on the formidable stronghold fruit. The castle, seemingly constructed from towering stone walls, surpassed the defensive capabilities that mere stone could withstand. Coupled with Becky's innate strength and the development of his fruit's abilities, it remarkably withstood the onslaught of Hades' laser cannon. In the absence of a breach in the local defenses, the subsequent bombardments from howitzers and multi-barreled artillery, despite their vast explosive range and grandiose display, proved to be mere thunder with little rain, failing to inflict any substantial damage on Becky. The balance of this round hung precariously. Becky successfully endured the second wave of bombardment, yet he himself could not ascertain how many more such assaults he could withstand. At this juncture, Hades began to regret his blind confidence following the third transformation of his body. He had initially believed that the fusion of modern weaponry with the black technology of the Pirate King's world would elevate his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. However, he now realized the folly of measuring the power of one world against another, for one could never anticipate the surprises that such disparities could yield. In the world of the Pirate King, every individual was akin to a robust, formidable beast. If his current firepower could barely overpower a 20-year-old Capone Beaky, what confidence could he muster in confronting those later-stage adversaries in the original narrative, who possessed the resilience of cockroaches, fortified by animal-type devil fruits, and armed hockey? Meanwhile, as Hades adjusted the weapon deployment of his vessel, Preparing to unleash skills for a third round of fire suppression, Capone Becky piloted his human-shaped castle, charging forth toward Hades. The massive right arm, constructed from metal and stone, was raised high, sweeping through the air. In an instant, hundreds of Mafia members were released from the hollow of his wrist. Castle. Explode. Capone Becky's stronghold fruit concentrated the firepower of its occupants into a singular, terrifying energy wave. At that moment aboard the Hades, the second round of volleys had just concluded, and all laser cannons were recharging energy. The remaining artillery was in the process of automatically reloading, rendering Hades devoid of any defensive measures against Capone Becky's sudden assault. Capone Becky had astutely perceived this weakness and seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. He was taking a gamble. Suddenly, Hades calmly teleported to the bow of the ship. Accompanied by a scattering and recoalescing of starlight, a layer of pitch-black mist enveloped him and the Hades. This was the evil form skill upgrade. Immediately, a golden radiance emanated from his being, overshadowing the enhancements derived from the shared evil form. Elemental resistance, activate. Hades leapt forward to meet Capone Becky's explosive barrage head-on, utilizing his ship spirit form as a shield. The explosion, fueled by the concentrated firepower of hundreds of Mafia members, collided with Hades but was effortlessly repelled by the golden aura surrounding him. What? Becky gasped in astonishment. Yet, Hades had anticipated this. This was a newly unlocked skill from the 5th tier of his ship's spirit enhancement tree. Elemental resistance, an active skill that, when activated, grants immunity to all elemental damage for 10 seconds, including but not limited to fire, lightning, freezing, and storm damage. With a cooldown of 1 day. This skill had been unlocked 6 months prior, alongside Hades' mastery of indomitable will. Over the past 6 months, while he had not deliberately harvested souls to strengthen his ship spirit form, he had still managed to learn this unlocked skill. The explosive damage from Capone Becky's firepower was primarily classified as elemental damage by the system, and thus was entirely nullified by Hades' activated elemental resistance. The remaining fragments and bullet damage were likewise dissipated by the formidable defense shared through the synergy of indomitable will and the powerful heart of the spirit ship. This guy actually used his own body to shield the ship from the Godfather's attack. What a jest, and most importantly, he appeared completely unscathed. The subordinates concealed within Becky's wrist, stunned, watched the scene unfold. Their rocket launchers, machine guns, and cannons fell to the ground. Rush in, by time for the Godfather. At this moment, Capone Becky's left and right arms, the strange gun Vito, and the assassin Gotti, stepped forth. The duo leapt from Becky's colossal castle, utilizing its speed to propel themselves towards the golden glowing Hades. Chapter 129. Robin's growth. The Mafia members were well aware of the strength of their Godfather's castle. Thus, upon realizing Becky had abandoned long-range bombardment in favor of close combat, they deduced that the firepower of that steel warship far exceeded that of the Godfather's castle form. With the die cast, their only course of action was to do their utmost to stall the young boy and his companion aboard the ship. If they could distract the two and prevent them from controlling the steel warship, the Godfather would have the opportunity to approach and dismantle that peculiar vessel using his corporeal castle. Roar. Charge. Inspired by Vito and Gotti, hundreds of Mafia members followed their lead, leaping from Becky's form to charge toward the youthful figure ahead. These individuals were the backbone of the gang, adept in wielding various weapons and excelling in close-quarters combat. In an instant, they formed an orderly line with swords and cannons, spreading out along the flanks to encircle the young boy. As a speed-oriented combatant, Vito had already appeared before Hades the moment he left the castle. Let me show you the fruits of my training over the past 6 months. Vito, with his signature tongue outstretched, spoke as his voice reached Hades' ears. Yet his rapidly moving form entered a stealth state, revealing nothing. Clearly, he bore a grudge from the battle 6 months ago, where he had lost to Robin, who was just a child. Throughout this half-year, he had diligently trained for this moment. However, he had evidently chosen the wrong opponent. Upon hearing the slightly provocative tone, the boy before him remained unfazed. Just as Vito, relying on his speed, circled behind and raised his weapon, the perception of impending danger surged forth. Hades received a message from Robin. The armament hockey was activated. Hades' right hand was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black armor. He then raised his arm, not turning his head, and reached out towards the 4 o'clock direction behind him. In an instant, the speeding bullet was deftly pinched between his fingers. With a resounding clang, the terrifying force between his fingers crushed the bullet into flattened shards. It was over. Hades nonchalantly pronounced the fate of Vite. As those words fell upon his ears, a chilling sensation coursed through his body, sending cold sweat cascading down his spine to the roots of his legs. From beneath Vite's feet, countless pale, tender arms sprouted, merging 4 into 2, and 2 into 1. These innumerable arms blossomed with vibrant brilliance, swiftly coalescing into a colossal hand towering 6 or 7 meters high. Robin wielded this giant hand with an irresistible force, capturing Vite's form as effortlessly as one would swat a fly. The swiftness of the fruit's power, combined with its terrifying pressure, rendered Vite, known for his speed, utterly unable to evade. Over the past 6 months, as Hades' essence underwent continuous enhancement and transformation, the 10% of power flowing to Robin from the subordinate forces expanded significantly. In this moment, Robin was no longer the mere assassin specializing in stealth through the Devil Fruit's abilities. With sufficient physical strength and power to support her, she had transformed the essence of her Devil Fruit capabilities, diverging from her original portrayal. A technique such as the giant grasp from the Tree of Books, which could overwhelm 10 with a single strike, exemplified the distinctive characteristics of her newly developed abilities. The pronouncement of Hades was swiftly validated, requiring no action on his part, as Robin had already dealt with the target behind him. 6 months prior, defeated by a 12-year-old girl, Viter, despite enduring rigorous training, still found himself no match for Robin's prowess. This time, he had no excuses. The overwhelming might of the giant's grip, capable of contending with colossal fortresses, utterly shattered his confidence. He was not the only one capable of growth. On the battlefield, the dynamics of the confrontation shifted rapidly. As Viter succumbed to Robin, the assassin Gotti finally arrived at the scene. He would never forgive those who insulted his comrades. Above him, a shadow eclipsed the sun's rays. With a powerful swing of his modified arm, adorned in 3 colors, his formidable physique descended upon Hades with a forceful blow. Hades was poised to take action when he suddenly sensed a transmission from Robin. A smile graced his lips. The trust he had in his companion compelled him to gradually withdraw the armor that enveloped his body. Thus, he stood still, unwavering. In the next moment, a magnificent and resplendent golden chrysanthemum blossomed from Hades' entire being. 80 cycles, the golden chrysanthemum blooms. Hades felt an enchanting fragrance emanating from the myriad of blossoms surrounding him, followed by an innumerable number of arms sprouting forth before him, forming a colossal marigold. The petals spun incessantly, creating a massive shield. The brutal assault from Gotti, wielding his heavy machine gun-like arm, collided violently with the marigold shield. The impact reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath Hades' feet. The marigold shield, composed of countless arms, absorbed the terrifying force through its rotation. Even so, Hades couldn't help but feel a pang of pain for Robin. If memory served him right, the arms sprouted from the Hannah Nomi shared a mutual perception with their origin. Just as Robin's arms were shackled with seastone cuffs, so too was she affected by the same restraints. Thus, the marigold shield that had withstood Gotti's attack was, in essence, Robin's own body. However, Hades noted that there was no sensation of pain or injury conveyed from Robin. He paused momentarily, then shook his head. Such concern could lead to disorder. The Robin of now was no longer the frail girl who had stealthily boarded his ship in a small wooden boat. Her relentless training and the development of her powers, combined with the right guidance, had paved a much clearer path for her. She had matured to a point where she could stand on her own. Fire! Came the command as Vito and Gotti lunged forward, closely followed by hundreds of elite gang members. They charged in formation, employing a human wave tactic to annihilate Hades and Robin, paving the way for their godfather's colossal fortress. Instantly, the battlefield was engulfed by the cacophony of gunfire, cannon blasts, the unsheathing of blades, and the cries of men, transforming what was once a duel between Becky and Hades into a full-blown clash between 2 formidable mafia families. Yet, the Notice family, represented solely by Hades and Robin, stood alone. Chapter 130. Robin vs. Gang. I shall not allow you to interfere with the boss. A gleaming blade descended from above. 36 blossoms bloom. Spin. 2 arms erupted from a foe, gripping his head and body, accelerating their rotation, forcing him to lose balance and crash into the ground. Die, brat. A spiked club lunged from the right. Snap. 2 arms from behind struck, fracturing the opponent's spine. I shall never forgive. A dark cannon aimed from afar at Hades. Strangle. 4 arms enveloped the assailant, twisting in reverse to snap his body. amidst the battlefield's wails. Robin consistently executed the punishment of her enemies before Hades could even make a move. Even the assassin Gotti, after a failed strike, charged again, attempting to collide his armored machine gun arm with his shielded left arm against Hades, only to be intercepted by Robin. Double tree, bidirectional strike, giant hand, from the ground. Countless arms blossomed once more, like an exploding firework, scattering and then seamlessly merging into a massive arm. Gotti, with his considerable size, resembled a mere doll as he was effortlessly captured in its grasp and held aloft. On the battlefield, with Hades at the center, the giant hands flanked him like loyal arms, intercepting the two leading figures of the gang. Standing atop the warship, Robin clapped her fair, delicate hands together. With a crisp sound, the two giant hands moved. In a display of overwhelming force, they crashed together, slamming Vito and Gotti against each other, the sheer power fracturing bones and causing blood to spurt forth. The entirety of their armor crumbled into fragmented pieces, scattered across the ground. Despite the overwhelming numerical advantage of the Capone family over Hades' forces, there remained an insurmountable gap in their top-tier combat capabilities. If half a year ago Hades and Robin had been evenly matched with Vito and Gotti, now Robin alone was capable of dominating the battlefield with ease. On the front lines, even before Hades had taken action, victory had already been claimed by Robin. However, with Vito and Gotti leading the charge, sacrificing their lives to buy time, their efforts finally bore fruit. Outside the central city, the towering giant fortress symbolizing the gang arrived at the battlefield. Compared to the Hades ship, which lay prone on the ground, the standing Capone Becky exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon witnessing the dire state of the Capone family, Becky erupted in anger, launching his assault. Castle. Shockwave. A massive shadow enveloped all on the battlefield as he raised an arm and forcefully swung it down. Despite proclaiming the name of the shockwave, it was a close-range attack meant to cleanse the battlefield. The castle arm, constructed of stone and metal, descended with winds that could rival a typhoon, scattering the combatants across the field. Becky's target was the giant hands that had just executed the double tree, bidirectional strike. In comparison, Robin's giant arms formed from the Hana Nomi appeared as fragile as a newborn infant before Becky's true giant fortress. The terrifying force descended, shattering Robin's arms into petals, scattering the remnants of her power. Robin gasped in surprise, astonished that her strength could not withstand this foe's blow. After dismantling Robin's powers, Capone Becky caught his two trusted subordinates from her giant hands. At that moment, Vito and Gotti lay in tatters, their bodies contorted, bones broken, and consciousness faded. Capone Becky, both astonished and enraged, stored them within his castle body. Then, the crimson eyes of the towering fortress fixed upon Robin aboard the Hades ship, and then shifted to the young boy standing beneath him, Hades. Until now, from Hades' arrival on the island, the cannon fire, and subsequent counterattacks, he had yet to exchange a single word with the boy. At this moment, the seemingly calm, refined, and genteel youth suddenly smiled and looked up. Long time no see. Becky. Indeed, it has been a while. Although they were enemies, at that moment, both made an effort to appear composed. Yet the truth of their emotions remained known only to themselves. I can't believe we spoke on the phone yesterday, and now here we are, Hades teased. Yes. I'm quite curious how you managed to travel from Notice Island to here in a single day. At this moment, 17 BXWOM Jiangxi, Capon, and Becky expressed the lingering doubts that had long occupied their minds. Surely, you arrived by ship, Hades remarked. By ship? Are you suggesting that you command a vessel of the naval headquarters caliber? It is said that only ships belonging to the naval headquarters possess the ability, through certain extraordinary means such as the utilization of ocean currents, to traverse vast distances in such a brief span of time. Hades was momentarily taken aback by Becca's words. Could the ships of the Navy reach Connell Island from Notice Island in just a day? Hades' words were laced with inquiry, however. Becky seemed to possess only hearsay regarding the affairs of the Navy headquarters. With a cold smirk, she replied, "Who knows?" Becky offered no answer to Hades. Yet, the insights relayed by Robin provided him with a nebulous response. Perhaps, there truly exists such a thing. Having endured the demon extermination order, Robin had indirectly gleaned knowledge about the highest combat units of the Navy headquarters, the Great Manufacturing and Great Predator. These were specialized warships, deployable solely by the Navy Admiral and Fleet Admiral, considered absolute wartime resources that only the most significant military operations or the demon extermination order could summon. Even Navy Vice Admirals lacked the privilege to board them. These vessels were more than double the size of the current Hades, Possessing cannons capable of striking the tree of knowledge in O'Hara from across half an island, their explosive power undeniably formidable. Hades was well aware of the spectacle of the demon extermination order, having witnessed it more than once in the original narrative. However, the disparity between the depiction in the manga and the reality was substantial, leading Hades to nearly forget that in this era, dominated by wooden sailing ships as the primary means of maritime transport, such advanced naval technology existed within the Navy headquarters. Chapter 131, The Overreacting Kingdom of Marcia. At that time, Robin was still young, and her understanding of the warships deployed by the Navy was but a vague outline, devoid of concrete concepts. However, one thing she did comprehend was that pitted against such adversaries, the current Hades might not necessarily hold the advantage in a one versus many scenario. Is this the peculiar technological tree of the Pirate King? Hades boldly proclaimed that his vessel, the Hades, was undoubtedly the swiftest ship in the world of One Piece. Little did he expect that events would unfold so rapidly. Moreover, Erong deliberately feigned laziness to lead others to perceive the girl as utterly incompetent, deeming her unworthy of attention. After enduring the scrutiny for approximately 2 minutes, Yushi felt her impulsive anger dissipate into nothingness. A moment later, as she nervously swallowed, preparing to utter something self-deprecating, she heard Yanqing emit a light laugh. Xiaoxiang turned around to find Sun Yi's eyes glowing with a peculiar purple light in the darkness. Her heart sank. Could it be that Sun Yi was not human? I nodded, acknowledging the rules as quite legitimate, with everything laid bare. It was fair and direct. I know your temperament, he mused, seemingly speaking to himself yet directed at Xiaoxiang. If it can alleviate the turmoil within your heart, that would be splendid. Xiaoxiang trembled. Disbelief etched on her face as she regarded him. Guan Yun's lips twitched in irritation. Yanqing had entered without a single kind word, though unintentional. Her remarks were not well received by Guan Yun. When he returned from discarding his knife, he posed another discourteous question, inciting further annoyance within Guan Yun. Zhou Bufan observed Lu Liangzhuo with amusement. This general of the southern Jiangnan had evidently become one of Shenlong Mountain's own. Zhou Bufan had no intention of expanding the Shenlong army but recognized that future battles would inevitably require support from individuals like Lu Liangzhuo. The very purpose of summoning Li Weishan and others was to strategize the expansion of his own influence. Tang Hao cleared his throat, a blend of joy and concern washing over him. After all, contribution points were exceedingly precious, and given that the other party had borrowed the Earth Core flame, it was uncertain if any points remained to exchange for the materials and artifacts he sought. Xiaoxiang was in high spirits, waving her hand and cheerfully exclaiming, "Let us go to Tianranju and sample some local delicacies." Without awaiting Su Shi's response, she descended the stairs and exited. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Yushi felt a large hand supporting the back of her head. She found herself unable to retreat or even move an inch. "Are you in a hurry?" O Ting's voice, laced with an unexpected chill, broke through her thoughts. Due to inertia, his body continued to propel forward, ultimately collapsing a meter away from Gujinsi. Luo Tianhuan swiftly retrieved several grenades from his system backpack and hurled them backward. Yet how could mere grenades deter the multitude of massive desert cobras? He glanced at Li Jiayu, sensing that her expression was one of probing curiosity regarding his daring. "Aixing, were you not returning to the villa today? Why have you lingered an extra day?" Cao Cao inquired. Zhou Wang appeared somewhat perplexed, prompting Su Gonggong to step forward and clarify the situation. Though Su was merely guessing, he was likely quite close to the truth. It was due to Lord Huan's newly acquired chrysanthemum wine and seasonal delicacies sent by Governor Song, intended for their king to savor the flavors of home. He could never have imagined that his unwillingness to refrain from mockery, in an attempt to vent his frustration over being sidelined, would result in him becoming a mere human mop. Gazing upon this image, it was as if he could foresee the desolate wilderness transforming into a thriving economic zone for the common folk in a few years, and envisioning centuries later, a place once inhabited during the Song dynasty. Elder Jing stood in the corridor just behind the main entrance, observing the newcomers with a momentary daze. Regardless of the topic, they endeavored to reminisce about the past, seemingly fearful that anyone might forget their social connections formed during university days. Chapter 132, Hades Versus. The colossal castle on the battlefield at the center of Connell Island, Capone Beach was incensed by Hades's words. "What do you take my Capone family for?" While Hades's earlier assertion that only the dead could keep secrets had been dismissed as mere jest, the moment Hades directed his disdain toward all gangs, Beach felt an overwhelming sense of being underestimated. The towering castle, nearly 100 meters high, suddenly stirred, and from its apex, the eyes glowing with an eerie red light ignited with boundless fury. The castle transformed into a formidable warhammer. Capone Beach disassembled portions of the stone wall, akin to a transformer, altering the outer armor. A segment of his left arm merged with his right, reshaping it into a colossal hammer capable of shaking the earth itself. The enormous hammer, forged from stone and metal, was hoisted aloft, piercing the heavens. As it descended with the force of a falling star, the entire sky trembled. Unmatched power surged forth, accompanied by the simultaneous firing of numerous cannons within the castle. The warhammer erupted. Capone Beach concentrated the overwhelming might into a beam cascading from the sky, soaring past Hades and crashing heavily upon the Hades ship behind him. It was foreseeable that should the Hades ship be struck directly by this assault, it would face severe damage, if not complete destruction. However, Hades was not one to passively watch his vessel being dismantled. From the onset of the battle, the Hades and Robin had taken center stage. Now, it was finally his turn. Suddenly, the spirit of the ship, Hades, leaped into action, locking onto its target with a meteor crash skill, initiating a special aerial attack. In an instant, his entire form transformed into a streak of meteor, launching towards the descending castle, enveloped in a dark hue of armed color. The power of the spirit ship coursed through his being. The strength inherited from the ironclad vessel was perfectly amalgamated within his modest 2-meter frame. Under the dual buffs of battle form and wicked form skill enhancement, the meteor crash exerted its full potential, surpassing 10 tons of weight. As he collided with the formidable castle plummeting from the sky, with a thunderous boom, the impact resonated. A colossal shockwave erupted from the heavens, reverberating throughout the island. The terrifying explosion generated a visible shockwave, akin to planetary rings, radiating outward from the point of collision. Countless fragments of stone and castle debris cascaded from the sky like a meteor shower, crashing to the ground and creating ripples. Yet the orchestrator of this chaos, seemingly unfazed, landed gracefully upon Capone Beach's right arm after piercing through the castle. The robust defensive skills and the high-intensity body conferred by the spirit ship achieved a flawless synergy in both offense and defense. But this was merely the beginning. Having commenced battle, there would be no holding back. Hades exerted force with one foot, propelling himself past the colossal fortress of Capon Beach without pause, and in an instant, he sprang upwards once more. Pluto. Laser cannon. On Hades' dual fists, high-energy laser beams emanate a terrifying aura, seamlessly integrated with the ship's essence from the core. Although the lasers fired from the fists may not match the caliber of the main body, they excel in durability and penetrating power. Hades struck the left shoulder of the colossal fortress with a single blow, bolstered by the prowess of his armed color hockey. The so-called impregnable defenses of the fortress fruit were instantaneously breached. Fine fissures erupted, and a web-like pattern of cracks radiated outward in all directions. Coupled with the scars previously inflicted by the artillery of the Hades, the structure began to collapse outward from this point. Yet, the sheer enormity of Capone Beach's massive fortress and his complete form rendered it overwhelmingly vast. Hades, towering at a height of nearly 2 meters, stood before them like an insignificant ant. The penetrating damage delivered by the blows, though effective, felt akin to acupuncture upon his form, incessantly provoking a sharp sting yet failing to inflict any fatal harm. Meanwhile, below the high slope, the vast assembly of the Capone family members, gradually gathering with the passage of time, finally sprang into action. Observing the noble youth engaged in a fierce battle against the Godfather's castle, their gaze shifted towards the Hades and Robin on the deck. For the family, bring that fellow down. Roar. With a thunderous boom, the sound of a cannon erupted. A member of the Mafia initiated the assault, aiming the cannon at the hull of the Hades and firing the artillery he wielded. Following suit, a cacophony of machine gun fire and explosions erupted as a tide of darkened heads surged forth, intent on overwhelming the Hades and Robin upon its deck. Hades possesses a perceptive connection akin to that of Robin. Thus, even amidst his battle with Becky, he is acutely aware of Robin's plight. Ha ha ha, little brat. Which fight do you reckon will conclude first, yours or your little girlfriend's? Capone Becky raised his left arm, landing a punch against the airborne Hades. In that fleeting moment, countless stones shattered and the castle crumbled. Yet, for his colossal form, such damage was virtually inconsequential. He was confident that Hades was powerless against him, intending to wear them down with sheer numbers. I must inquire, has the Capone family assembled? If so, it is time for me to send them to the depths of hell. Still so arrogant. Capone Becky swung a fist towards the fallen Hades, who narrowly evaded the strike. countering with a move reminiscent of a Dark King's cannon, leaving a crack-like scar upon the massive castle. Through this battle, Hades finally comprehended why Akainu and Akiji could endure 10 days and nights in Punk Hazard. This may be linked to the formidable resilience of the characters within the Pirate King's world, although the ship's spirit enhancement system endowed Hades with numerous abilities. A closer inspection reveals that the majority are supportive, buffing, and defensive skills. As for offensive techniques, there exists only one, meteor crash. Furthermore, Hades perceives the primary advantage of this skill lies in its guaranteed hit capability. This is the reason why, over the past half-year, Hades has diligently honed his mastery of hockey. He strives to bolster his offensive prowess independently, so as to avoid prolonging the battle to such an extent. Initially, Hades believed that after enhancing his hockey, his combat strength would possess sufficient destructive capacity. However, it has become evident that the characteristics of the Devil Fruit, coupled with the generally formidable defenses of the strong within the Pirate King's realm, have significantly altered the duration of his battles. Had he faced an adversary of equal size, he would have already penetrated their defenses with hockey combined with the cannonry shared by his spirit ship. But now, it appears the time has come to employ that particular technique. Hades was unwilling to prolong the battle any further. At that moment, Capone Beej altered his combat strategy. After Hades penetrated his defenses once again with a powerful punch, a tremendous suction force suddenly emerged from within his fortress, drawing Hades into the interior of his fortified fruit. Subsequently, he unleashed his skill, Castle, Hell Swamp. The combat prowess of the fortified fruit extended far beyond the mere facade of an imposing castle. If an enemy could be lured inside, it would be akin to ensnaring them within his domain. Everything within the castle was under the control of its fruit user. And once an adversary entered his body, he gained a significant advantage in combat, maximizing his ability to manipulate their life and death. Capone Beej lured Hades closer to his body several times, allowing him to breach his defenses repeatedly, all in anticipation of this moment. As Hades was engulfed by Beej's form, he suddenly found himself as if he had intruded into a lavishly adorned noble residence. The interior sparkled with opulence, featuring crystal chandeliers and an array of exquisite sculptures and luxurious furnishings, exuding an air of extravagance and prestige. This was undoubtedly the intricate structure of the fortified fruit user's body. However, a palpable sense of danger swiftly enveloped him. Countless blades and weapons shot in from the open door, aimed directly at Hades. Simultaneously, the floor of the room transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring Hades' feet and rendering him immobile, forcing him to watch helplessly as the metallic projectiles lunged toward him. "It's over." Capone Beej's voice echoed from within the castle, resounding thunderously. "It seems you and your little girlfriend will fall simultaneously." On the other side of the battlefield, the gang of the Robin and Hades crew, the Mafia, charged forward from the hillside. Although Robin's flower fruit was adept at dealing with minions, there was a limit to her numbers. With a flourish, she unleashed a barrage of petals, summoning arms that emerged from the Mafia members, shattering their bones and incapacitating them. However, her current utilization of the flower fruit had surpassed mere physical limitations. She could, through sheer stamina, execute 1,000 blooming actions or more. Yet, these arms were not mindless automatons. They required commands from her singular consciousness to operate. With her present control, she could manage no more than 200 arms to perform various tasks. Therefore, a fusion combat style, like the grip of the giant tree, was what she excelled at now. As for multitasking against an army with just her strength, it was a case of having the capability but lacking the means. Yet, Robin remained unfazed as she observed the encroaching Capone family mafia. Much like Hades, trapped within Beej's castle, Hell Swamp, she maintained her composure. The third round of cannon fire from the Hades ship was already fully loaded and ready to launch. Clang, clang, clang. Inside the castle, it seemed Beej had unleashed his entire arsenal, as countless knives, swords, guns, and spears scattered upon Hades. However, under the influence of his indomitable spirit, not a single weapon could breach his defenses. "You bastard!" Capone Beej, having finally ensnared Hades and rendered him immobile, suddenly realized that the weaponry within his castle was insufficient to penetrate his opponent's defenses. With a roar, he declared, "Castle, corrosive swamp." Suddenly, the swamp that had confined Hades began to surge violently. It resembled a monstrous creature, rising from all directions, intent on consuming him within this corrosive mire. However, Hades retorted with a sardonic laugh. "You didn't think that without someone at the helm, my ship's weapons wouldn't fire, did you?" "What?" Suddenly, Hades uttered a phrase that struck at the very core of his vulnerability. "Capone, Becky abruptly shifted his gaze from the interior of the castle to the Hades. To his astonishment, the formidable steel warship, which had long instilled both awe and dread within him, autonomously initiated its combat protocols without a pilot. A series of machine guns emerged from the ship's metallic hull on either side, while cannons were deployed and locked onto the approaching mafia members surrounding the vessel. Moreover, the ominous high-energy laser weapons, which had previously cast a shadow over him, raised their dark muzzles, now aimed directly at his person. The colossal figure of the castle giant, towering nearly 100 meters, momentarily froze in place. Capone. Becky's audacity was largely attributed to his subordinates, the peculiar gunman Vite and the assassin Godi, who had diverted the attention of the young duo from the ship's control panel. He believed that as long as the weaponry aboard the steel warship could no longer target him, his battle with the young ones would remain invulnerable. Little did he know that the terrifying weapon that had previously haunted him was making a reappearance. As everyone gathered, it was time to send them forth on their journey. Hades, the Great, the Owl. With a resounding boom, the laser cannon aboard the Hades was the first to fire. This time, however, Hades issued the widespread barrage of multiple cannons and instead concentrated all its energy into the largest caliber laser cannon. Given the extended duration of this battle deployment, the laser cannon, having amassed sufficient energy, unleashed a beam that resembled a brilliant rainbow piercing the sky, striking the massive head of Becky's fortress with unstoppable force. It effortlessly penetrated the thick stone walls of the castle's uppermost tier, leaving behind an incredible column of light in the sky as a testament to the cannon's residual power. Chapter 134. The Ace in the Hole, Seastone Cannon. Simultaneously, Hades, trapped within the fortress, utilized its abilities to escape. Initially, the intention was to employ the ability to guarantee a hit through a meteor strike, locking onto a target to break free from the swamp's grasp. However, it became apparent that the system deemed his feet ensnared in the swamp as still grounded, preventing the activation of the limited technique. Thus, Hades resorted to utilizing a derivative skill from perception transmission, consuming a once-daily trial opportunity to teleport himself to Robin's location on the battlefield. Immediately thereafter, the remaining combat weaponry aboard the Hades commenced their slaughter. Even with a newfound understanding of the advanced technology within the world of the Pirate King, Hades no longer dared to boast about the superiority of his own technology. Nevertheless, the weapons aboard the warship, as dictated by the demon-slaying order, were derived from the technologies and materials of the Grand Line and the New World. The weaponry aboard the Hades exhibited an overwhelming superiority when confronting adversaries across the seas, particularly the Mafia. Countless shipborne machine guns ruthlessly unleashed a torrent of bullets, effortlessly suppressing the Mafia's offensive. Moreover, the smoke billowing from the bombardments of artillery cast a pall of death over the Capone family's criminal syndicate. Under the terrifying firepower of the Hades, the numerical advantage of the gangsters was utterly obliterated. Soon, as rows of individuals fell, the vicinity surrounding the Hades became a desolate landscape, devoid of life within 100 meters. This relentless expansion, fueled by an inexhaustible supply of ammunition, continued unabated. At this juncture, Hades impeccably imparted a lesson to the Capone family that under the overwhelming dominance of advanced technology and military might, relying on sheer numbers would yield no results. Following this barrage of firepower, the Capone family's mafia was reduced to a mere remnant, with corpses accumulating outside the city like a mountain. The members of this gang had never truly entered Hades' sight. After entrusting the remaining individuals to Robin and the operational machine guns on board, Hades turned his attention to the castle giant. At that moment, Hades unleashed a fully charged ultimate laser cannon, which struck Capone Becci directly, leaving a gaping 1-meter-wide hole in his form. Meanwhile, unseen by Hades, within the castle, Capone Becci coughed up a mouthful of blood, his massive visage already shrouded in a gloomy pallor. Although the castle's full-sized figure did not represent Becci's true body, any injuries sustained would still resonate back to his original form. In this respect, he shared a similar setting with Hades, the spirit of the ship. Becci clutched his chest, using one hand to pull out a handkerchief and wipe the blood from his face, his gaze flickering as he contemplated his predicament. Outside, Hades retracted the energy-depleted laser cannon back into the ship for recharging. Subsequently, a seemingly unremarkable cannon ascended slowly from the bow of the ship. In stark contrast to the other aesthetically sophisticated and technologically advanced weaponry aboard the Hades, this cannon appeared exceedingly mundane. It bore a striking resemblance to the medieval smoothbore cannon installed on the original Hades, with its old-fashioned muzzle, fuse, and firing method. Even the ammunition transformed back from bullet-shaped projectiles to dark, rudimentary stone shots. Yet, this stone projectile, both in appearance and weight, seemed distinctly different from ordinary stone ammunition. Hades forsook the advanced artillery aboard his ship, opting instead for a seemingly unrefined cannon, which served as his ultimate weapon against those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. At that moment, the colossal castle before him suddenly vanished. It was Capone Beach who had voluntarily relinquished his ability, revealing his true form. With a sense of desperation, he propelled himself towards the Hades ship with a speed that belied his rotund physique. A glimmer of determination shone in Capone Beach's eyes. For this was his final opportunity. Should he fail to decisively obliterate the dreadfully armed vessel, victory would remain elusive. He drew closer. Suddenly, Capone Beach leapt into the air, soaring as if he were endowed with wings, positioning himself directly above the Hades ship. A manic expression overtook him as he transformed into his castle form, Capone Beach, the Grand Boss. In an instant, the immense structure plummeted from the sky, bearing down with nearly 600 tons of crushing weight upon the Hades ship. With all other assaults thwarted by that imp, and the prolonged battle being incessantly undermined by the cannon, he had no choice but to resort to this all-or-nothing maneuver. Capone Beach aimed to crush Hades and his ship alike. However, just then, Hades adjusted the cannon's aim. The unassuming artillery, seemingly ordinary, had locked onto Capone Beach's position. With a thunderous blast, a pitch-black stone projectile erupted from the cannon's mouth, hurtling with unstoppable force towards the descending castle. With a resounding impact, the stone struck the castle, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of collision. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly invincible surface of the castle giant began to fracture, the cracks multiplying and expanding until the entire edifice collapsed in a cataclysmic downfall. Even the most potent laser cannon had only managed to breach the formidable defenses by creating a mere 1-meter hole, yet this antiquated cannon reduced it to rubble. Debris flew, bricks tumbled, and the skyward castle disintegrated into countless fragments along the fissures struck by the stone projectile. At the heart of the destruction, Capone Beach's iconic rotund form was laid bare, plummeting rapidly in a free fall, his eyes rolling back in shock. Clearly, the cannon's offensive had completely caught him off guard, thoroughly shattering his physical and mental resolve. Indeed, this was a weapon renowned as the devil fruit killer, the seastone cannon. This seastone cannon was discovered by Hades within the castle of the notorious Underworld Alliance on the southern shores of Notice Island. His vassal, one-armed, had entrusted Robin with the task of returning the young master's sword to Wano before his demise, to be interred in the northern graveyard alongside the fallen warriors of Wano. As recompense, he disclosed the location of the seastone, extracted from the iron ore of Wano. After dealing with the Bark family, Hades and Robin ventured to the castle of the Underworld Alliance, where they unearthed the seastone as described by One-Armed. Chapter 135. The forging technique of iron ore. Most of the seastone remained in its unrefined form as iron ore within the storeroom, with only a handful of shackles and this limited quantity seastone cannon among the items. It is worth noting that the technique for purifying iron ore is a specialized craft exclusive to the artisans of Wano, let alone the ability to shape the incredibly hard seastone. Thus, while the bounty left by One-Armed appeared generous, it was, in reality, a collection of unusable relics. However, one must not forget that Hades possessed an omnipotent system. After a brief moment of contemplation, before constructing the third generation of the Hades, he expended a staggering 9-digit sum of system gold to be the first to exchange for the purification and manufacturing techniques of seafloor stone, depleting all the berries he had plundered from the Strauss family at that time. Subsequently, he sought out the most seasoned and reliable artisans from the armory, entrusting them with the methods of purifying and crafting seafloor stone. They were to learn and assist Hades in the purification of seafloor stone and the creation of weapons from it. As for why he took such a convoluted route, instead of simply purchasing seafloor stone weaponry directly from the system marketplace, the answer lay in the exorbitant pricing of seafloor stone there, which surpassed the cost of acquiring the manufacturing techniques. The system priced 10 grams of seafloor stone at a staggering 10,000 gold coins. However, to forge a bullet from that same 10 grams, factoring in the manufacturing costs, the system's charge would escalate to 100,000 gold coins. One should not underestimate this sum. For 100 bullets, it would amount to 1,000,000. And for 1,000 bullets, the price would reach 9 digits. Hades could hardly afford to spend all his resources on ammunition alone. When it comes to melee weapons, The requirements for the seafloor stone process are even more demanding. If crafting bullets incurs a tenfold cost, then forging a knife from seafloor stone would require a staggering 50-fold or even higher expenditure. Not to mention the artillery ammunition for long-range strikes, where a 10-kilogram stone projectile would demand a 9-digit sum just for the base price, soaring even higher when manufacturing costs are included. Thus, from an overall perspective, regardless of how one calculates it, acquiring the craftsmanship and training his own people to create the weapons proves to be far more economical on the battlefield. Hades gazed at the falling Capone beach, activating the automated intercepting machine guns to shatter the fragments of stone walls that plummeted alongside him. He then summoned a jet-black long sword from the warehouse, grasping it firmly in his hand. Drawing the blade from its sheath revealed its gray-black surface. Yet, despite its intimidating presence, the craftsmanship was anything but refined. Indeed, it could be described as exceedingly crude. However, those who recognized the sword's true nature would think twice before underestimating it. For this was a long sword forged entirely from seastone. Over the past 6 months, Hades had trained several blacksmiths in the art of purifying and crafting seastone. They had exhausted their supply of iron, or to create 3 items for Hades. The first was a replenishment of ammunition for the seastone cannon, adding 10 shells to the few that originally existed. The second involved incorporating the designs from the system to install seastone craftsmanship on the hull of the Hades ship, effectively pilfering and mimicking the future Navy's shipbuilding schemes, allowing the Hades to evade the attacks of Sea Kings and navigate effortlessly through the calm zones of the Grand Line. Lastly, there was this exceedingly rough samurai sword. Frankly, for a mere blade, one could find an apprentice who had studied for just half a year in a blacksmith shop crafting a sword with far superior aesthetics. This was not due to a lack of skill on the part of the blacksmiths, but rather the stark difference in techniques required for forging a fine sword compared to working with seastone. The old craftsmen were not trained in the traditional methods of seastone artisans, and given their limited time, producing a blade of this caliber was already a commendable effort. Hades would not fault them for it. On the battlefield, Capone Beach could never have anticipated that Hades possessed such a secret weapon. When the seastone cannon struck his colossal fortress, Beach, hidden within, found himself utterly drained of strength, leading to a loss of control over the fortress's integrity. Thus, it could be said that it was not merely the cannon that destroyed the fortress, but rather the very touch of seastone that caused it to disintegrate. After obliterating the castle, the cannon continued its trajectory toward Beach, who was now vulnerable. With a thunderous explosion, the seastone cannon struck him directly. In an instant, his bones shattered one by one, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. His corpulent body crashing heavily into the earth, never to rise again. With Capone Beach's defeat, the Capone family had met its demise. The ensuing moments were devoted to Hades' thorough extermination of the remnants of the gang. Under the relentless firepower of this iron warship, Hades fulfilled his promise, cleansing all remnants of the Capone gang present on Conure Island. This was an absolute measure to ensure that the secret of Robin's identity would remain concealed. Although it may sound cruel, Hades showed no mercy, for those who could wield cannons and carry blades within the Mafia were unlikely to be virtuous souls. Notably, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Hades approached Capone Beach to deliver a final blow. As he severed the head of this future supernova, Capone Beach perished, and the powers of the castle fruit dissipated. All the treasures that had been contained within him erupted from the fortress in a spectacular display. Various exquisite sofas, lighting fixtures, renowned paintings, and distinguished weapons burst forth from within his castle. The spectacle resembled a scene from a video game where one defeats monsters and loots equipment. And this occasion yielded an especially abundant bounty. With so much to collect, Hades could not possibly load it all onto the ship. Exchanging it for berries and then purchasing devil fruits for gold would be too cumbersome. Thus, he opted to relinquish everything to the system, allowing the marketplace to appraise the items, yielding a modest profit. In the past, such a haul could have elicited joyous laughter from Hades, transforming into millions of berries. However, after extravagantly spending hundreds of millions, even billions of berries, his perspective had shifted. A mere 10 million berries now seemed trivial to him. Chapter 136. The downfall of the Capone family. After dispatching Capone Beach, Hades sought out Monster Gun Vito and Assassin Gotti within the crowd, unhesitatingly delivering fatal blows to both. If memory served, these two had only sustained serious injuries from Robin before being rescued and concealed by Beach. To forget about them would risk their survival and undermine Hades' efforts on Conure Island. Upon receiving the notification of soul value accumulation through the system's ship spirit enhancement, Hades confirmed the deaths of these key Capone family figures. Meanwhile, the once verdant hills outside the city had transformed into a hellish landscape, rife with blood and smoke. Robin stood atop a high slope, surveying the central city of Conure Island in the distance. Should they venture into the city? As one of the 5 major mafia families of the West Sea, surely there would be considerable spoils to be had. Robin blinked, seeking Hades' counsel. After spending considerable time together, there were few secrets left between them, although she lacked a concrete understanding of the system's existence. She had gleaned insights into its effects on Hades through her observations. For instance, she knew that Hades could grow stronger by defeating powerful foes and collect wealth and valuable items to exchange for materials and equipment to enhance himself. Even their shared achievements or the awareness they had recently awakened could be interpreted as a bond between a ship spirit and its companion. Thus, she proposed the idea of scavenging the Capone family's treasures. The entertainment venues and casinos of Capone Beach have been destroyed. There's nothing left to loot. I have yet to descend to that level, Hades replied. Unfazed, Robin raised an eyebrow, feigning a seductive demeanor. No matter how you change, I shall always adore you. Before she could finish her thought, Hades, channeling his haki, flicked her forehead with a decisive snap. Robin maintained her playful guise for less than a second before pouting adorably, clearly displeased with Hades' action. If only you would diligently learn haki. Once you master it, you won't feel pain anymore. Hades jested lightly, while Robin wrinkled her nose and let out a huff. She yearned to master the power of armament haki, for she had learned from Hades about its significance in combat among the strong. However, despite her efforts, she found herself unable to grasp it. Once a prodigy, she felt inexplicably disconnected from this ability, unable to catch even a glimpse of its intricacies, no matter how diligently she tried. We shall not enter the city, Hades remarked. Yet, if we leave directly, we may incur an unfavorable reputation. Indeed, if the townsfolk see us, they will hardly perceive us as heroes ridding the world of evil. Rather, they would regard us as akin to a criminal gang. When the matter turned serious, Robin's exquisite visage took on a grave demeanor. Hades intended to depart without a trace. However, both he and Robin found themselves teetering on the precipice of notoriety. Had it not been for the overwhelming coverage of Don Quixote and Doflamingo's recent escapades, their 12-year-old portraits would likely have graced the pages of the newspapers. The essence of their bounty was not the focal point of their concern. Rather, it was the implications surrounding Robin's identity. Should the 8-year-old Robin, the 12-year-old Bella, and her current 17-year-old visage all simultaneously appear on the Navy's wanted list? The stark resemblance across these distinct stages of life would inevitably arouse suspicion. Consequently, Hades adhered to the principle of remaining as inconspicuous as possible to evade the watchful eyes of the public. What then could be done? Both individuals found themselves in a quandary. It was hardly feasible to annihilate the entire populace of the city as one would with a band of outlaws. At that moment, Hades' gaze fell upon a military encampment standing at the periphery of the central city. As the second-largest island of the Marshal Kingdom, Cuneo Island's military presence symbolized the kingdom's dominion over the area. Due to the formidable influence of the Capone family, this military post was unceremoniously nestled at the foot of the mountains, hidden within a valley. This situation starkly illustrated the extent of the oppression faced by the kingdom's forces stationed on Cuneo Island at the hands of the Capone family. At this juncture, the skirmish between Capone, Becky, and Hades had reached its conclusion, yet the soldiers within the encampment had only just gathered, hesitating under the leadership of an anxious officer, uncertain whether to intervene in the conflict unfolding outside the city. Hades noticed the military camp, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon the emblem inscribed with Kingdom of Marcia. Suddenly, he discovered, beside this emblem, an exceedingly familiar symbol, the crest of the Sarkson family from the Kingdom of Marcia. The name Sarkson leapt to the forefront of his mind. And simultaneously, Hades and Robin exchanged knowing glances. Sarkson. Siglined. Colonel Penn, our advanced troops are about to arrive at Connell Island. The remaining naval forces have also received orders and are hastily making their way here, expected to reach the destination within the next 18 hours. A Marine reported from aboard a fleet ship in the waters near Connell Island. Establish contact with the Kingdom of Marcia's military command. Prepare for a siege and blockade of the island, and then prepare to disembark. On the deck of the warship stood a gaunt man adorned with a red feathered helmet and clad in grayish-blue armor, draped in a cape emblazoned with the symbol of justice. This man was Colonel Penn, a naval officer born in the Grand Line, who had recently taken command of the Western Sea's 167th Naval Division base. Before his naval career, He had served as a knight in a kingdom along the Grand Line, burdened by a profound sense of justice, and held a deep disdain for those who incited rebellion against the state. As his fleet approached Connell Island, he proactively established communication with the forces of the Kingdom of Marcia. Meanwhile, the Marcia naval forces, having set sail earlier, had already docked at Connell Island's harbor and completed their military deployment. In the distance, a young man, appearing to be just over 20, clad in full armor, was seen extracting a transponder snail, conversing affectionately with the voice on the other end. Chapter 137. Sigline's assistants had Hades and Robin been present, they would have gasped in astonishment at the sight of a young man bearing an identical doll-like face to Sigline. Brother, did you understand? The transponder snail mimicked the tone of a little girl, her youthful voice reaching the young man's ears. He exhibited an expression incongruous with his rugged and valiant attire. All right. I understand. The Notice family? Surely, it must be that couple who visited us a few months ago? The young man seemed to recall something. Yes. That's them. You need not worry. Grandfather S companies are currently in collaboration with their island's arms factory, and I will not bring them harm. That's a relief. Thank you, brother. Sark's son Igor wished to speak a few more words with his sister, but she abruptly hung up, leaving him feeling embarrassed. This fellow utilizes me and discards me just like that. Sark's son Igor, the eldest son of the Earl of Sarkson in the Kingdom of Marcia, was the grandson of the wealthy merchant Sarkson, who controlled half the nation's fortunes, and also the older brother of Sigline, known to Hades and Robin. At merely 20 years of age, he held the rank of commander in the Marcia Navy, leading the operation against the rebellious Capone family on Connell Island. Though young, Igor's position within the royal military was unassailable, not only due to his remarkable capabilities and achievements, but also because of his illustrious lineage. The Sarkson family had wielded power in the Kingdom of Marcia for generations, surpassing even the royal line that held the throne. Had they harbored ambitions of usurping power? It is likely that the throne of Marcia would have changed hands long ago. After concluding his call, Sark's son Igor spotted the naval warship that had just docked at the harbor. A naval officer clad in a mantle of justice approached, flanked by a group of sailors in white uniforms. Are you the commander of the Kingdom of Marcia, Mr. Sarkson? Pin inquired. It is I. Sark's son Igor replied with a smile and a nod. Upon receiving news of your country's request for naval assistance, I mobilized the entire 167th Division. May I inquire how we can be of service?